What's happening?" She laughed, and he turned his attention back to Martin Hapley. "Evening?" "Evening, Tai-pan," the young man said with a confident, challenging grin. "Adrian invited me. I hope it was all right to come after dinner." "Of course. Have fun," Dunross said. And he added dryly, "There are a lot of your friends here." Hapley laughed. "I missed dinner because I was on the scent of a dilly." "Oh?" "Yes. Seems that certain interests, in conjunction with a certain great bank, have been spreading nasty rumours about a certain Chinese bank's solvency." "You mean the Hopak?" "It's all nonsense, though. The rumours. Just more Hong Kong shenanigans." "Oh?" All day Dunross had heard rumours about Richard Kwan's Hopak Bank being overextended. "Are you sure? Have a column on it in tomorrow's Guardian." "Talking about the Hopak, though," Martin Hapley added breezily, "did you hear that upwards of 100 people took all their money out of the Aberdeen branch this afternoon? Could be the beginning of a run, and—" "Sorry, Father. Come on, Martin. Can't you see Father's busy?" She leaned up and kissed Dunross lightly, and his hand automatically went around her and hugged her. "Have fun, darling." He watched her rush off, Hapley following. Cocky son of a bitch, Dunross thought absently, wanting tomorrow's column now, knowing Hapley to be painstaking, unbribable, and very good at his job. Could Richard be overextended? "You were saying, Ian, Alan Medford Grant," broke into his thoughts. "Oh, sorry, yes." Dunross sat back at the table, compartmentalizing those problems. "AMG's dead," he said quietly. The 3 policemen gaped at him. "What?" "I got a cable at 7:01 this evening and talked to his assistant in London at 9:11. Dunross watched them. "I wanted to know your when, because it's obvious there'd be plenty of time for your KGB spy, if he exists, to have called London and had poor old AMG murdered. Wouldn't there?" "Yes." Cross's face was solemn. "What time did he die?" Dunross told them the whole of his conversation with Kiernan, but he withheld the part about the call to Switzerland. Some intuition warned him not to tell. "Now the question is, was it accident, coincidence, or murder?" "I don't know," Cross said, "but I don't believe in coincidences." "Nor do I." "Christ," Armstrong said through his teeth. "If AMG hadn't had clearance. Christ only knows what's in those reports. Christ and you, Ian. If you've got the only existing copies, this makes them potentially more explosive than ever." "If they exist," Dunross said. "Do they?" "I'll tell you tomorrow, at 10 o'clock. Dunross got up. "Will you excuse me, please?" he said politely with his easy charm. "I must see to my other guests now. Oh, one last thing. What about Eastern Cloud?" Roger Cross said, "She'll be released tomorrow." "One way or the other?" Cross appeared shocked. "Good Lord, Tai-pan, we weren't bartering. Brian, didn't you say we were just trying to help out?" "Yes, sir." "Friends should always help out friends, shouldn't they, Tai-pan?" "Yes, absolutely. Thank you." They watched him walk away until he was lost. "Do they or don't they?" Brian Kwok muttered. "Exist? I'd say yes," Armstrong said. "Of course they exist," Cross said irritably. "But where?" He thought a moment, then added more irritably, and both men's hearts skipped a beat. "Brian, while you were with Ian, wine waiter Fong told me none of his keys would fit." "Oh, that's bad, sir," Brian Kwok said cautiously. "Yes, the safe here won't be easy." Armstrong said, "Perhaps we should look at Checo, sir, just in case." "Would you keep such documents there, if they exist?" "I don't know, sir. Dunross is unpredictable. I'd say they were in his penthouse at Struan's. That'd be the safest place." "Have you been there?" "No, sir." "Brian?" "No, sir. Neither have I." Cross shook his head. "Bloody nuisance." Brian Kwok said thoughtfully, "We'd only be able to send in a team at night, sir. There's a private lift to that floor, but you need a special key. Also, there's supposed to be another lift from the garage basement, non-stop. "There's been one hell of a slip-up in London," Cross said. "I can't understand why those bloody fools weren't on the job, nor why AMG didn't ask for clearance." "Perhaps he didn't want insiders to know he was dealing with an outsider." "If there was one outsider, there could have been others." Cross sighed and, lost in thought, lit a cigarette. Armstrong felt the smoke hunger pangs. He took a swallow of his brandy, but that did not ease the ache. "Did Langan pass on his copy, sir?" "Yes, to Rosemont here, and in the diplomatic bag to his FBI HQ in Washington." "Christ," Brian Kwok said sourly. "Then it'll be all over Hong Kong by morning." "Rosemont assured me it would not." Cross's smile was humourless. "However, we'd better be prepared. Perhaps Ian'd be more cooperative if he knew, sir." "No, much better to keep that to ourselves. He's up to something, though." Armstrong said, "What about getting Superintendent Foxwell to talk to him, sir? They're old friends." "If Brian can't persuade him, no one can." "The governor, sir?" Cross shook his head. "No reason to involve him. Brian, you take care of Sheko." "Find and open his safe, sir?" "No. Just take a team out there and make sure no one else moves in. Robert, go to HQ, get on to London. Call Pensley at MI5 and Cinders at MI6. Find out exact times on AMG, everything you can. Check the tai-pan story. Check everything. Perhaps other copies exist. Next, send back a team of 3 agents here to watch this place tonight, particularly to guard Dunross, without his knowledge, of course. I'll meet the senior man at the junction of Peak Road and Cullum's Way in an hour. That'll give you enough time. Send another team to watch Struan's building. Put one man in the garage, just in case. Leave me your car, Robert. I'll see you in my office in an hour and a half. Off you both go." The 2 men sought out their host and made their apologies and gave their thanks and went to Brian Kwok's car. Going down Peak Road in the old Porsche, Armstrong said what they both had been thinking ever since Dunross had told them. If Cross is the spy, he'd have had plenty of time to phone London, or to pass the word to Severin, the KGB, or who the hell ever. "Yes. We left his office at 6:10. That'd be 11 a.m. London time, so it couldn't have been us. Not enough time." Armstrong shifted to ease the ache in his back. "Shit. I'd like a cigarette." "There's a packet in the glove compartment, old chum." "Tomorrow. I'll smoke tomorrow. Just like AA. Like a bloody addict." Armstrong laughed, but there was no humour in it. He glanced across at his friend. "Find out quietly who else has read the AMG file today, apart from Cross. Quick as you can." "My thoughts, too. If he's the only one who read it, well, it's another piece of evidence. It's not proof, but we'd be getting there." He stifled a nervous yawn, feeling very tired. "If it's him, we really are up shit's creek." Brian was driving very fast and very well. "Did he say when he gave the copy to Langan?" "Yes, at noon. They had lunch." "The leak could be from them, from the consulate. That place is like a sieve." "It's possible, but my nose says no. Rosemont's all right, Brian, and Langan. They're professionals." "I don't trust them." "You don't trust anyone. They've both asked their HQs to check the Bartlett and Casey Moscow frankings." "Good. I think I'll send a telex to a friend in Ottawa. They might have something on file on them also. That Casey's a bird amongst birds, isn't she, though? Was she wearing anything underneath that sheath?" $10 to a penny, you never find out." "Done." As they turned a corner, Armstrong looked at the city below and the harbour, the American cruiser lit all over, tied up at the dockyard, Hong Kong side. "In the old days, we'd have had 6 warships here of our own," he said sadly. "Good old Royal Navy." He had been in destroyers during the war, Lieutenant RN. Sunk twice, once at Dunkirk, the second time on D-Day +3, off Cherbourg. "Yes, pity about the Navy, but, well, time marches on." "Not for the better, Brian. Pity the whole bloody Empire's up the spout. It was better when it wasn't. The whole bloody world was better off. Bloody war. Bloody Germans. Bloody Japs. Yes. Talking about Navy, how was Miss Howe? The US Naval Intelligence fellow? He was okay, Armstrong said wearily. He talked a lot of shop. He whispered to the old man that the US are going to double their 7th Fleet. It's so super secret, he didn't even want to trust the phone. There's going to be a big land expansion in Vietnam. Bloody fools. They'll get chewed up like the French. Don't they read the papers, let alone intelligence reports? Miss Howe whispered also their nuclear carrier's coming in the day after tomorrow for an 8-day R&R visit. Another top secret. He asked us to double up on security and wet nurse all Yankees ashore. More bloody trouble. Yes. Armstrong added thinly, particularly as the old man mentioned a Soviet freighter limped in for repairs on the evening tide. Oh, Christ. Brian corrected an involuntary swerve. That's what I thought. Miss Howe almost had a coronary, and Rosemont swore for 2 minutes flat. The old man assured them, of course, none of the Russian seamen will be allowed ashore without special permission, as usual, and we'll tail them all, as usual, but a couple will manage to need a doctor or whatever, suddenly, and mayhaps escape the net. Yes. After a pause, Brian Quark said, I hope we get those AMG files, Robert. Severin is a knife in the guts of China. Yes. They drove in silence a while. We're losing our war, aren't we? Armstrong said. Yes. Chapter 16. 11:25 p.m. The Soviet freighter Sovietsky Ivanov was tied up alongside in the vast Whampoa dockyard that was built on reclaimed land on the eastern side of Kowloon. Floodlights washed her. She was a 20,000-tonner that plied the Asian trade routes out of Vladivostok, far to the north. Atop her bridge were many aerials and modern radar equipment. Russian seamen lounged at the foot of the fore and the aft gangways. Nearby, a uniformed policeman, a youthful Chinese, in neat regulation khaki drills, short pants, high socks, black belt and shoes, was at each gangway. A shore-going seaman had his pass checked by his shipmates, and then by the constable. And then, as he walked toward the dockyard gates, 2 Chinese in civilian clothes came out of the shadows and began to dog his footsteps, openly. Another seaman went down the aft gangway. He was checked through, and then, soon, more silent Chinese plainclothes police began to follow him. Unnoticed, a rowing boat eased silently from the blind side of the ship's stern and ducked into the shadows of the wharf. It slid quietly along the high wall toward a flight of dank sea steps 100 yards away. There were 2 men in the boat, and the rowlocks were muffled. At the foot of the sea steps, the boat stopped. Both men began listening intently. At the forward gangway, a 3rd seaman going ashore reeled raucously down the slippery steps. At the foot, he was intercepted and his pass checked, and an argument began. He was refused permission by the shore guard, and he was clearly drunk. So, cursing loudly, he let fly at one of them, but this man sidestepped and gave him a haymaker which was returned in kind. Both policemen's attention zeroed on the one-sided brawl. The tousled, thick-set man who sat in the aft of the rowing boat ran up the sea steps, across the floodlit wharf and railway tracks, and vanished into the alleyways of the dockyard without being seen. Leisurely, the rowing boat began to return the way it had come, and in a moment the brawl ceased. The helpless drunk was carried back aboard, not unkindly. Deep in the dockyard's byways, the tousled man sauntered now. From time to time, casually and expertly, he glanced behind to ensure he was not being followed. He wore dark tropicals and neat rubber-soled shoes. His ship's papers documented him as Igor Voransky, seaman first class, Soviet merchant marine. He avoided the dock gates and the policemen who watched them, and followed the wall for 100 yards or so to a side door. The door opened onto an alley in the Daiwa-san resettlement area, a maze of corrugated iron, plywood and cardboard hovels. His pace quickened. Soon he was out of the area and into brightly lighted streets of shops and stalls and crowds that eventually led him to Chatham Road. There he hailed a taxi. "Mongkok, quick as you can," he said in English. "Yamade Ferry." The driver stared at him insolently. "Hey?" "Aye, yeah," Vorensky replied at once, and added in harsh, perfect Cantonese, "Mongkok! Are you deaf? Have you been sniffing the white powder? Do you take me for a foreign devil tourist from the Golden Mountain? Me, who is clearly a Hong Kong person who has lived here 20 years? Aye-ya! Yamade Ferry on the other side of Kowloon. Do you need directions? Are you from Outer Mongolia? Are you a stranger, eh?" The driver suddenly pulled the flag down and sped off, heading south and then west. The man in the back of the car watched the street behind. He could see no trailing car, but he still did not relax. "They're too clever here," he thought. "Be cautious." At Yamade Ferry Station, he paid off the taxi and gave the man barely the correct tip, then went into the crowds and slid out of them and hailed another taxi. "Golden Ferry." The driver nodded sleepily, yawned, and headed south. At the ferry terminal, he paid off the driver almost before he had stopped and joined the crowds that were hurrying for the turnstiles of the Hong Kong ferries. But once through the turnstiles, he did not go to the ferry gate, but instead went to the men's room, and then, out once more, he opened the door of a phone booth and went in. Very sure now that he had not been followed, he was more relaxed. He put in a coin and dialed. "Yes?" a man's voice answered in English. "Mr. Lop Singh, please." "I don't know that name. There's no Mr. Lop Ting here. You have a wrong number." "I want to leave a message." "Sorry, you have a wrong number. Look in your phone book." Varansky relaxed, his heart slowing a little. "I want to speak to Arthur," he said, his English perfect. "Sorry, he's not here yet." "He was told to be there, to wait my call," he said curtly. "Why is there a change?" "Who is this, please?" "Brown," he snapped, using his cover name. He was somewhat mollified as he heard the other voice instantly take on just deference. "Ah, Mr. Brown, welcome back to Hong Kong. Arthur's phoned to tell me to expect your call. He asked me to welcome you and to say everything's prepared for the meeting tomorrow." "When do you expect him?" "Any moment, sir." Varansky cursed silently, for he was obliged to report back to the ship by phone within the hour. He did not like divergences in any plan. "Very well," he said. "Tell him to call me at 3-2. This was the code name for their safe apartment in Sinclair Towers. "Has the American arrived yet?" "Yes." "Good. He was accompanied?" "Yes." "Good. And?" "Arthur told me nothing more." "Have you met her yet?" "No." "Has Arthur?" "I don't know." "Has contact been made yet with either of them?" "Sorry, I don't know. Arthur didn't tell me." "And the tai-pan? What about him?" "Everything's arranged." "Good. How long would it take you to get to 3-2, if necessary?" 10 to 15 minutes. Did you want us to meet you there?" "I'll decide that later." "Oh, Mr. Brown, Arthur thought you might like a little company after such a voyage. Her name's Coe, Maureen Coe." "That was thoughtful of him. Very thoughtful." "Her phone number's beside the phone at 3-2. Just ring, and she'll arrive within half an hour. Arthur wants to know if your superior was with you tonight, if he'd need companionship also." "No, he'll join us as planned tomorrow, but tomorrow evening he will expect hospitality. Good night." Varansky hung up arrogantly, conscious of his KGB seniority. At that instant the booth door swung open, and the Chinese barged in, and another blocked the outside. "What the—" The words died as he did. The stiletto was long and thin. It came out easily. The Chinese let the body fall. He stared down at the inert heap for a moment, then cleaned the knife on the corpse and slid it back into its sheath in his sleeve. He grinned at the heavy-set Chinese who still blocked the glass windows in the upper part of the booth, as though he were the next customer, then put a coin in and dialed. On the third ring, a polite voice said, "Tsim Ta Choi Police Station, good evening." The man smiled sardonically and said rudely in Shanghainese, "You speak Shanghainese?" A hesitation, a click, and now another voice in Shanghainese said, "This is Divisional Sergeant Dangbo. What is it, caller?" "A Soviet pig slipped through your mother fornicating net tonight as easily as a bullock shits. But now he's joined his ancestors.
Do we of the 14K have to do all your manure-infected work for you? What, Soviet? Hold your mouth and listen. His turtle dung corpse is in a phone booth at Golden Ferry, Kowloon side. Just tell your mother fornicating superiors to keep their eyes on enemies of China and not up their fornicating stinkholes.
At once he hung up and eased out of the box. He turned back momentarily and spat on the body, then shut the door, and he and his companion joined the streams of passengers heading for the Hong Kong ferry. They did not notice the men trailing them. He was a short, tubby American dressed like all the other tourists, with the inevitable camera around his neck. Now he was leaning against the starboard gunwale, melding into the crowd perfectly, pointing his camera this way and that, as the ferry scuttled toward Hong Kong Island. But unlike other tourists, his film was very special. So was his lens, and his camera. "Hello, friend," another tourist said with a beam, wandering up to him. "You having yourself a time?"
"Sure," the man said. "Hong Kong's a great place, huh?"
"You can say that again." He turned and looked at the view. "Beats the hell out of Minneapolis." The first man turned also, but kept his peripheral vision locked onto the two Chinese, then dropped his voice. "We got problems." The other tourist blanched.
"Did we lose him? He didn't double back, Tom, I'm certain. I covered both exits. I thought you had him pegged in the booth."
"You bet your ass he was pegged. Look back there, center row. The Chinese joker with the white shirt and the one next to him. Those two sons of bitches knocked him off."
"Jesus!"
Marty Povitz, one of the team of CIA agents assigned to cover the Savetsky Ivanov, carefully looked at the two Chinese.
"Kuomintang? Nationalists or commies?" "Shit, I don't know. But the stiff's still in a phone booth back there. Where's Rosemont?" "He's..."
Povitz stopped, then raised his voice and became an affable tourist again, as passengers began to crowd nearer the exit. "Look it there," he said, pointing to the crest of the peak. The apartment buildings were tall and well lit, and so were the houses that dotted the slopes, one particularly, one very high, the highest private mansion in Hong Kong. It was floodlit and sparkled like a jewel.
"Say, whoever lives there's just about on top of the world, huh?"
Tom Kanocki, the senior of the two, sighed.
"Gotta be a tai-pan's house."
Thoughtfully, he lit a cigarette and let the match spiral into the black waters. Then, openly chatting tourist style, he took a shot of the house and casually finished the roll of film, taking several more of the two Chinese. He reloaded his camera and, unobserved, passed the roll of exposed film to his partner. Hardly using his lips, he said, "Call Rosemont up there, soon as we dock. Tell him we got problems. Then go get these processed tonight. I'll phone you when these two have bedded down."
"You crazy?" Povitz said. "You're not tailing them alone."
"Have to, Marty. The film might be important. We're not risking that."
"No."
"God damn it, Marty. I'm tai-pan of this operation."
"Orders say to..." "Screw orders,"
Kanocki hissed.
"Just call Rosemont and don't foul up the film."
Then he raised his voice and said breezily, "Great night for a sail, huh?" "Sure." He nodded at the sparkle of light on the crest of the peak, then focused on it through his super-powered telescopic lens viewfinder. "You live up there? You got it made, huh?" Dunross and Bartlett were facing each other in the long gallery at the head of the staircase, alone. "Have you made a deal with Gornt?" Dunross asked. "No," Bartlett said. "Not yet." He was as crisp and tough as Dunross, and his dinner jacket fitted as elegantly. "Neither you nor Casey?" Dunross asked. "No. But you have examined possibilities." "We're in business to make money, Ian, as you are." "Yes, but there are ethics involved." "Hong Kong ethics?" "May I ask how long you have been dealing with Gornt?" "About 6 months. Are you agreeing to our proposal today?" Dunross tried to put away his tiredness. He had not wanted to seek out Bartlett tonight, but it had been necessary. He felt the eyes from all the portraits on the walls watching him. "You said Tuesday. I'll tell you Tuesday. Then, until then, if I want to deal with Gornt or anyone else, that's my right. If you accept our offer now, it's a deal. I'm told you're the best, the noble house, so I'd rather deal with you than him. providing I get top dollar with all the necessary safeguards. I'm cash heavy, you're not. You're Asian heavy, I'm not. So we should deal. Yes, Bartlett told himself, covering his foreboding, though delighted that his diversion this morning with Gornt had produced the confrontation so quickly and brought his opponent to bay. At the moment, Ian, you're just that, an opponent, until we finalize, if we finalize. Is now the time to blitzkrieg? He had been studying Dunross all evening, fascinated by him and the undercurrents and everything about Hong Kong, so totally alien to anything he had ever experienced before. New jungle, new rules, new dangers. Sure, he thought grimly, with both Dunross and Gornt as dangerous as a swamp full of rattlers, and no yardstick to judge them by. I've got to be cautious like never before. He felt his tension strongly, conscious of the eyes that watched from the walls. How far dare I push you, Ian? How far do I gamble? The profit potential's huge, the prize huge, but one mistake and you'll eat us up, Casey and me. You're a man after my own heart, but even so still an opponent and governed by ghosts. Oh yes, I think Peter Marlowe was right in that, though not in everything. Jesus, ghosts and the extent of the hatreds. Dunross, Gornt, Penelope, young Struan, Adrian. Adrian, so brave after her initial fright. He looked back at the cold blue eyes watching him. What would I do now, Ian, if I were you? You with your wild-ass heritage standing there so outwardly confident. I don't know. But I know me, and I know what Sun Tzu said about battlefields. Only bring your opponent to battle at a time and a place of your own choosing. Well, it's chosen, and it's here and now. Tell me, Ian, before we decide, how are you going to pay off your 3 September notes to Total Shipping? Dunross was shocked. I beg your pardon? You haven't got a charter yet, and your bank won't pay without one, so it's up to you, isn't it? The bank? There's no problem. But I understand you've already overextended your line of credit 20%. Doesn't that mean you'll have to find a new line of credit? I'll have one if I need it, Dunross said, his voice edgy, and Bartlett knew he had gotten under his guard. 12 million to Toda's a lot of cash when you add it to your other indebtedness. What other indebtedness? The installment of $6,800,000 US due September 8 on your all-in international banking loan of $30 million unsecured. You've $4.2 million in consolidated corporate losses so far this year against a written-up paper profit of $7.5 last year, and $12 million from the loss of Eastern Cloud and all those contraband engines. The colour was out of Dunross's face. You seem to be particularly well informed. I am. Sun Tzu said that you've got to be well informed about your allies. The small vein in Dunross's forehead was pulsating. You mean enemies? Allies sometimes become enemies, Ian. Yes. Sun Tzu also hammered about spies. Your spy can only be one of 7 men. Bartlett replied as harshly, Why should I have a spy? That information's available from banks. All you've got to do is dig a little. Toda's bank's the Yokohama National of Japan, and they're tied in with Orlin in a lot of deals. So are we, stateside. Whoever your spy is, he's wrong. Orlin will extend. They always have. Don't bet on it this time. I know those bastards, and if they smell a killing, they'll have your ass so fast you'll never know what happened. A killing of Struans? Dunross laughed sardonically. There's no way Orlin or any god-cursed bank could or would want us wrecked. Maybe Gornt's got a deal cooking with them. Christ Jesus! Dunross held onto his temper with an effort. Has he or hasn't he? Ask him. I will. Meanwhile, if you know anything, tell me now. You've got enemies every which way. So have you. Yes. Does that make us good or bad partners? Bartlett stared back at Dunross. Then his eyes fell on a portrait at the far end of the gallery. Ian Dunross was staring down at him from the wall, the likeness marvellous, part of a 3-masted clipper in the background. Is that?
Jesus, that's got to be Dirk. Dirk Struan.
Dunross turned and looked at the painting. Yes. Bartlett walked over and studied it. Now that he'd looked closer, he could see that the sea captain was not Dunross, but even so, there was a curious similarity. Jacques was right, he said. No, he's right. He turned and studied Dunross as though the man was a picture, comparing them back and forth. At length he said, It's the eyes and the line of the jaw, and the taunting look in the eyes, which says, You'd better believe I can kick the shit out of you any time I want to. The mouth smiled at him. Does it now? Yes. There's no problem on a line of credit, new or old. I think there is. The Victoria's our bank. We're big stockholders. How big? We've alternate sources of credit if need be, but we'll get everything we want from the Vic. They're cash heavy too. Your Richard Quan doesn't think so. Dunross looked back from the portrait sharply. Why? He didn't say, Ian. He didn't say anything. But Casey knows bankers and she read the bottom line, and that's what she thinks he thinks. I don't think she's much taken by Havergill either. After a pause, Dunross said, What else does she think? That maybe we should go with Gornt? Be my guest. I may. What about Taipei? Bartlett asked, wanting to keep Dunross off balance. What about it? I'm still invited? Yes, of course. That reminds me, you're released into my custody by kind permission of the Assistant Commissioner of Police. Armstrong will be so informed tomorrow. You have to sign a piece of paper that you guarantee you'll return when I do. Thanks for arranging it. Casey is still not invited? I thought we settled that this morning. Just asking. What about my airplane? Dunross frowned, off balance. I suppose it's still impounded. Did you want to use it for the Taipei trip? It'd be convenient, wouldn't it? Then we could leave to suit ourselves. I'll see what I can do. Dunross watched him. And your offer's firm until Tuesday? Firm, just as Casey said, until close of business Tuesday. Midnight Tuesday, Dunross countered. Do you always barter whatever the hell someone says? Don't you? Okay, midnight Tuesday. Then 1 minute into Wednesday, all debts and friendships are cancelled. Bartlett needed to keep the pressure on Dunross, needed the counteroffer now and not Tuesday, so he could use it with or against Gornt. The guy from Black's, the chairman, what was his name? Compton Sotheby. Yes, Sotheby. I was talking to him after dinner. He said they were all the way in back of Gornt. He implied Gornt also has a lot of Eurodollars on call if he ever needed them. Again, Bartlett saw the piece of information slam home. So I still don't know how you're going to pay total shipping, he said. Dunross didn't answer at once. He was still trying to find a way out of the maze. Each time he came back to the beginning. The spy must be Gavalin, DeVille, Linbar Struan, Philip Chen, Alistair Struan, David McStruan, or his father Colin Dunross. Some of Bartlett's information the banks would know, but not their corporate losses this year. That figure had been too accurate. That was the shocker, and the written-up paper profit. He was looking at the American, wondering how much more inside knowledge the man had, feeling the trap closing on him with no way to maneuver, yet knowing he could not concede too much, or he would lose everything. What to do? He glanced at Dirk Struan on the wall, and saw the twisted half-smile and the look that said to him, Gamble, laddie, where are thy balls? Very well. Don't worry about Struan's. If you decide to join us, I want a 2-year deal. 20 million next year too, he said, going for broke. I'd like 7 on signing the contract. Bartlett kept the joy off his face. Okay on the 2-year deal. As to the cash flow, Casey offered 2 million down and then 1.5 per month on the first of each month. Gavalin said that would be acceptable. It's not. I'd like 7 down, the rest spread monthly. If I agree to that, I want title to your new Tota ships as a guarantee this year. What the hell do you want guarantees for? Dunross snapped. The whole point of the deal is that we'd be partners in an immense expansion into Asia. Yes, but our 7 million cash covers your September payments to Tota shipping, takes you off the all-in hook, and we get nothing in return. Why should I give you any concession? I can discount your contract immediately and get an advance of 18 of the 20 million you provide with no trouble at all. Yes, you can, Bartlett thought, once the contract's signed. But before that, you've got nothing. I'll agree to change the down payment, Ian, but in return for what? Casually, he glanced at a painting opposite him, but he did not see it, for all of his senses were concentrating on Dunross, knowing they were getting down to the short strokes. Title to the huge Toda bulk cargo ships would cover all of Parkon's risk, whatever Dunross did. Don't forget, he added, your 21% of the Victoria Bank stock is already in hock, signed over as collateral against your indebtedness to them. If you fail on the Toda payment or the all-in, your old pal Havergill will jerk the floor out. I would. Dunross knew he was beaten. If Bartlett knew the exact amount of their secret bank holdings, Chen's secret holdings, together with their open holdings, there was no telling what other power the American had over him. All right, he said. I'll give you title to my ships for 3 months, providing, first, you guarantee to keep it secret between the two of us. Second, that our contracts are signed within 7 days from today. Third, that you agree to the cash flow I've suggested. Last, you guarantee not to leak one word of this until I make the announcement. When do you want to do that? Sometime between Friday and Monday. I'd want to know in advance, Bartlett said. Of course, 24 hours. I want title to the ships for 6 months, contracts within 10 days. No. Then no deal, Bartlett said. Very well, Dunross said immediately. Then let's return to the party. He turned at once and calmly headed for the stairs. Bartlett was startled with the abrupt ending of the negotiations. Wait, he said, his heart skipping a beat. Dunross stopped at the balustrade and faced him, one hand casually on the banister. Grimly, Bartlett tried to gauge Dunross, his stomach twisting uneasily. He read finality in the eyes. All right, title till January 1st. That's 4 months out. Secret to you, me, and Casey. Contracts next Tuesday. That gives me time to get my tax people here. The cash flow as you laid it out, subject to... When's our meeting tomorrow? It was at 10. Can we make it 11? Sure. Then it's a deal. Subject to confirmation tomorrow at 11. No. You've no need for more time. I might have, but you haven't. Again, the thin smile. Yes or no? Bartlett hesitated, all his instincts saying, Close now. Stick out your hand and close. You've everything you wanted. Yes, but what about Casey? This is Casey's deal. She can commit up to 20 million. You mind shaking with her? A tai-pan deals with a tai-pan on a closing. It's an old Chinese custom. Is she tai-pan of Parkon? No, Bartlett said evenly. I am. Good. Dunross came back and put out his hand, calling him, playing with him, reading his mind. Then it's a deal? Bartlett looked at the hand, then into the cold blue eyes, his heart pounding heavily. It's a deal, but I want her to close it with you. Dunross let his hand fall. I repeat, who's tai-pan of Parkon? Bartlett looked back levelly. A promise is a promise, Ian. It's important to her, and I promise she had the ball up to 20 million. He saw Dunross began to turn away, so he said firmly, Ian, if I have to choose between the deal and Casey, my promise to Casey, then that's no contest. None. I'd consider it a favor. He stopped. Both their heads jerked around as there was a slight involuntary noise from an eavesdropper in the shadows at the far end of the gallery, where there was a group of high-backed settees and tall-winged chairs. Instantly, Dunross spun on his heel and, cat-like, hurtled silently to the attack. Bartlett's reactions were almost as fast. He, too, went quickly in support. Dunross stopped at the green velvet settee. He sighed. It was no eavesdropper, but his 13-year-old daughter, Glenna, fast asleep, curled up, all legs and arms like a young filly, angelic in her crumpled party dress, his wife's thin rope of pearls around her neck. Bartlett's heart slowed, and he whispered, Jesus, for a moment. Hey, she's as cute as a button. Do you have any children? Boy and 2 girls. Brett's 16, Jenny's 14, and Mary is 13. Unfortunately, I don't see them very often. Bartlett, gaining his breath again, continued quietly. They're on the East Coast now. Afraid I'm not very popular. Their mother, we were divorced 7 years ago. She's remarried now, but... Bartlett shrugged, then looked down at the child. She's a doll. You're lucky. Dunross leaned over and gently picked up his child. She hardly stirred, just nestled closer to him contentedly. He looked at the American thoughtfully. Then he said, Bring Casey back here in 10 minutes. I'll do what you ask, as much as I disapprove of it, because you wish to honour your promise. He walked away, sure-footed, and disappeared into the east wing where Glenna's bedroom was. After a pause, Bartlett glanced up at the portrait of Dirk Struan. The smile mocked him. Go screw yourself, he muttered, feeling that Dunross had outsmarted him somehow. Then he grinned. Hey, what the hell? Your boy's doing all right, Dirk, old buddy. He went for the stairs. Then he noticed an unlit portrait in a half-hidden alcove. He stopped. The oil painting was of an old grey-bearded sea captain with one eye, hook-nosed and arrogant, his face scarred, a cutlass on the table beside him. Bartlett gasped as he saw that the canvas was slashed and counter-slashed, with a short knife buried in the man's heart, impaling the painting to the wall. Casey was staring at the knife. She tried to hide her shock. She was alone in the gallery, waiting uneasily. Dance music wafted up from below, rhythm and blues music. A short wind tugged the curtains and moved a strand of her hair. A mosquito droned. That's Tyler Brock. Casey spun around, startled. Dunross was watching her. Oh, I didn't hear you come back, she said. Sorry, he said. I didn't mean to make you jump. Oh, that's all right. She looked back at the painting. Peter Marlowe was telling us about him. He knows a lot about Hong Kong, but not everything, and not all his information's accurate. Some of it's quite wrong. After a moment, she said, It's a bit melodramatic, isn't it? Leaving the knife like that? Hag Struan did it. She ordered it left that way. Why? It pleased her. She was tai-pan. Seriously, why? I was serious. Dunross shrugged. She hated her father and wanted us all to be reminded about our heritage. Casey frowned, then motioned at a portrait on the opposite wall. That's her? Yes. It was done just after she was married. The girl in the painting was slim, about 17, pale blue eyes, fair hair. She wore a low-cut ball gown, tiny waist, budding bosom, and ornate green necklace encircling her throat. They stood there looking at the picture for a moment. There was no name on the little brass plaque on the bottom of the ornate gilt frame, just the years, 1824 to 1917. Casey said, It's an ordinary face. Pretty, but ordinary, except for the lips. They're thin and tight and disapproving. And tough. The artist captured a lot of strength there. It's a quantz? No, we don't know who painted it. It was supposed to be her favourite portrait. There's a quantz of her in the Struan penthouse, painted about the same time. It's quite different, yet very much the same. Did she ever have a portrait done in later life? 3. She destroyed them all, the moment they were finished. Are there any photos of her? Not to my knowledge. She hated cameras, wouldn't have one in the house. Dunross laughed, and she saw the tiredness in him. Once a reporter for the China Guardian took her picture, just before the Great War. Within an hour, she sent an armed crew from one of our merchantmen into their offices, with orders to burn the place if she didn't get the negative and all copies back, and if the editor didn't promise, to cease and desist from harassing her. He promised. Surely you can't do that and get away with it. No, you can't, unless you're tai-pan of the noble house. Besides, everyone knew that Hag Struan didn't want her picture taken, and this cocky young bastard had broken the rule. She was like the Chinese. She believed every time your picture's taken, you lose part of your soul. Casey peered at the necklace. Is that jade? She asked. Emerald. She gasped. That must have been worth a fortune. Dirk Struan willed the necklace to her. It was never to leave Asia. It was to belong to the wife of each tai-pan of the noble house, an heirloom to be passed on from lady to lady. He smiled oddly. Hag Struan kept the necklace all her life, and when she died, she ordered it burned with her.
Jesus, was it?
Yes.
What a waste!
Dunross looked back at the portrait. No, he said, his voice different. She kept Struan's the noble house of Asia for almost 75 years. She was the tai-pan, the real tai-pan, though others had the title. Hag Struan fought off enemies and catastrophes and kept faith with Dirk's legacy and smashed the Brocks and did whatever was necessary. So what's a pretty bauble that probably cost nothing in the first place? It was probably pirated from the treasury of some mandarin who stole it from someone else, whose peasants paid for it with sweat. Casey watched him staring at the face, almost past it into another dimension. I only hope I can do as well, he muttered absently, and it seemed to Casey he was saying it to her, to the girl in the picture. Her eyes strayed beyond Dunross to the portrait of Dirk Struan, and she saw again the marvellous likeness. There was a strong family resemblance in all the 10 large portraits, 9 men and the girl, that hung on the walls amid landscapes of all sizes of Hong Kong and Shanghai and Tientsin, and many seascapes of the elegant Struan clipper ships and some of their merchantmen. Below the portrait of each tai-pan was a small brass plaque with his name and the years of his life. Dirk Dunross, 4th tai-pan, 1852 to 1894. Lost at sea in the India Ocean with all hands in Sunset Cloud. Sir Lachlan Struan, 3rd tai-pan, 1841 to 1915. Alistair Struan, 9th tai-pan, 1900. Dirk Struan, 1797 to 1841. Ross Lecky Struan, 6th tai-pan, 1887 to 1915. Captain Royal Scots Regiment, killed in action at Ypres.
So much history, she said,
judging it time to break his thought pattern. Yes, it is, he said, looking at her now.
You're the 10th tai-pan?
Yes.
Have you had your portrait done yet?
No.
You'll have to, won't you?
Yes, in due course. There's no hurry.
How do you become tai-pan, Ian?
You have to be chosen by the previous one. It's his decision.
Have you chosen who'll follow you?
No, he said, but Casey thought that he had.
Why should he tell me? She asked herself. And why are you asking him so many questions?
She looked away from him. A small portrait caught her attention.
Who's that?
She asked, disquieted. The man was misshapen, a hunchbacked dwarf, his eyes curious and his smile sardonic.
Was he a tai-pan too?
No, that's Stride Orloff. He was Dirk's chief captain. After the tai-pan was killed in the Great Typhoon and Cullum took over, Stride Orloff became master of our clipper fleet. Legend has it he was a great seaman.
After a pause she said, Sorry, but there's something about him that gives me the creeps.
There were pistols in Orloff's belt and a clipper ship in the background.
It's a frightening face, she said.
He had that effect on everyone, except the tai-pan and Hag Struan. Even Cullum was supposed to have hated him. Dunross turned and studied her, and she felt his probing. It made her feel warm and at the same time unsettled.
Why did she like him? She asked.
The story is that right after the Great Typhoon, when everyone in Hong Kong was picking up the pieces, Cullum included, Devil Tyler started to take over the noble house. He gave orders, assumed control, treated Cullum and Tess like children. He sent Tess aboard his ship, the White Witch, and told Cullum to be aboard by sunset or else. As far as Tyler was concerned, the noble house was now Brock Struan, and he was the tai-pan. Somehow or other, no one knows why or how Cullum got the courage. My God, Cullum was only 21 then, and Tess 16. But Cullum ordered Orloff to go aboard the White Witch and fetch his wife ashore. Orloff went alone, at once. Tyler was still ashore at the time. Orloff brought her back, and in his wake left one man dead and another half a dozen with broken heads or limbs. Dunross was looking at her, and she recognized the same half-mocking, half-violent, half-devilish smile that was on the tai-pan's face. Ever afterwards, Tess, Hag Struan to be, loved him, so they say. Orloff served our fleet well until he vanished. He was a fine man and a great seaman, for all his ugliness. He vanished? He was lost at sea? No, Hag Struan said he went ashore one day in Singapore and never returned. He was always threatening to leave and go home to Norway. So perhaps he went home. Perhaps he was knifed. Who knows? Asia's a violent place. Though Hag Struan swore no man could kill Stride Olaf, and that it must have been a woman. Perhaps Tyler ambushed him. Who knows? Inexorably, her eyes went back to Tyler Brock. She was fascinated by the face and the implications of the knife. Why did she do that to her father's image? One day I'll tell you, but not tonight, except to say that she hammered the knife into the wall with my grandfather's cricket bat and cursed before God and the devil anyone who took her knife out of her wall. He smiled at Casey, and again she noticed an extraordinary tiredness in him, and was glad, because her own tiredness was creeping up on her, and she did not want to make any mistakes now. He put out his hand. We have to shake on a deal. No, Casey said calmly, glad to begin. Sorry, I have to cancel out. His smile evaporated. What? Yes, Link told me the changes you want. It's a 2-year deal. That ups our ante, so I can't approve it. Oh? No. She continued in the same flat but pleasant tone. Sorry, 20 million's my limit, so you'll have to close with Link. He's waiting in the bar. Understanding flashed over his face for an instant, and relief, she thought, and then he was calm again. Is he now? He said softly, watching her. Yes. She felt a wave of heat go through her. Her cheeks began to burn, and she wondered if the colour showed. So we can't shake, you and I. It has to be Link Bartlett. With an effort, she kept her eyes unwavering. A tai-pan should deal with a tai-pan. That's a basic rule, even in America. His voice was soft and gentle. Yes. Is this your idea or his? Does it matter? Very much. If I say it's Link's, he loses face, and if I say it's mine, he still loses face, though in a different way. Dunross shook his head slightly and smiled. The warmth of it increased her inner warmth. Although she was very much in charge of herself, she felt herself responding to his unadulterated masculinity. We're all bound by face, aren't we? In some way or another, he said. She did not answer, just glanced away to give herself time. Her eyes saw the portrait of the girl. How could such a pretty girl become known as the Hag, she wondered. It must be hateful to become old in face and body when you're young at heart and still strong and tough. So unfair for a woman. Will I be known one day as Hag Chollock? Or that old dyke Chollock if I'm still alone, unmarried, in the business world, the man's world, still working for the same things they work for? Identity, power, and money? And hated for being as good or better than they are at it? I don't care, so long as we win, Link and I. So play the part you've chosen tonight, she told herself, and thank the French lady for her advice. Remember, child, her father had drummed into her. Remember that advice, good advice, comes from unexpected places at unexpected times. Yes, Casey thought happily, but for Suzanne's reminder about how a lady should operate in this man's world, Ian, perhaps I wouldn't have given you that face-saving formula. But don't be mistaken, Ian Struan Dunross. This is my deal, and in this, I'm tai-pan of Parkon. Casey felt an untoward glow as another current went through her. Never before had she articulated her actual position in Parkon to herself. Yes, she thought, very satisfied. That's what I am. She looked at the girl in the portrait critically, and she saw, now, how wrong she had been before and how very special the girl was. Wasn't she the tai-pan, in embryo, even then? You're very generous, Dunross said, breaking into her thoughts. No, she replied at once, prepared, and glanced back at him, and she was thinking, if you want the truth, tai-pan, I'm not generous at all. I'm merely being demure and sweet and gentle because it makes you feel more at home. But she said none of this to him, only dropped her eyes and murmured with the right amount of softness, It's you who are generous. He took her hand and bowed over it and kissed it with old-fashioned gallantry. She was startled and tried to cover it. No one had ever done that to her before. In spite of her resolve, she was moved. "Ah, Cyranouche," he said with mock gravity. "Any time you need a champion, send for me." Then he grinned suddenly. "I'll probably make a bog of it, but never mind." She laughed, all tension gone now, liking him very much. "You've got yourself a deal." Casually he put his arm around her waist and gently propelled her toward the stairs. The contact with him felt good. Too good, she thought. This one's no child. Be cautious. Chapter 17, 11:58 p.m. Philip Chen's Rolls screeched to a halt in the driveway of his house. He got out of the back seat, flushed with rage, Diane nervously in tow. The night was dark, the lights of the city and ships and high-rises blazing far below. "Bolt the gates, then you come inside too," he snapped to his equally nervous chauffeur, then hurried for the front door. "Hurry up, Diane," he said, irritably shoving his key into the lock. "Philip, what on earth's the matter with you? Why can't you tell me? What—" "Shut up!" he shouted, his temper snapping, and she jerked to a halt, shocked. "Just shut up and do what you're told!" He ripped the front door open. "Get the servants here!" "But our son! Our dad!" The two tousled sleepy armors appeared hastily out of the kitchen and gaped at him, shocked at his untoward rage. "Yes, father. Yes, mother," they chorused in Cantonese. "What in the name of God's Hold your tongues!" Philip Chen roared, his neck red and now his face more red. "Go into that room and stay there until I tell you all to come out!" He pulled the door open. It was their dining room and the windows faced the road north. "All of you stay there until I tell you to come out, and if any of you moves or looks out of the windows before I come back, I'll have some friends put weights on you and get you all thrown into the harbour." The two armors began wailing, but everyone hurriedly obeyed him, and he slammed the door shut. "Stop it, both of you!" Diane Chen screeched at the armors, then reached over and pinched one sharply on the cheek. This stopped the old woman's wailing, and she gasped, her eyes rolling. "What's got into everyone? What's got into father? Oh! His reach has gone to Java! Oh! Shut up, Ardak!" Diane found herself seething, beside herself with fury. "What in the name of all gods has got into him? Doesn't he trust me? Me, his only true wife, and the love of his life? In all my life! And to rush off like that from the tai-pan's party when everything was going so fine. Us, the talk of Hong Kong, and everyone admiring my darling Kevin, fawning on him. Now surely the new heir of the House of Chen. For everyone agrees John Chen would certainly have died of shock when his ear was cut off. Anyone would. I certainly would." She shivered, feeling her own ear being cut again and being kidnapped, as in her dream this afternoon, when she had awoken in a cold sweat from her nap. "Aiyah!" she muttered to no one in particular. "Has he gone mad?" "Yes, mother," her chauffeur said confidently. "I think he has. It's the result of the kidnapping. I've never seen father like this in all my years." "Who asked you?" Diane shrieked. "It's all your fault anyway. If you'd brought my poor John home instead of leaving him to his mealy-mouthed whores, this would never have happened." Again the two armors began whimpering at her fury, and she turned her spleen on them for a moment, adding, "And as to you two, while I think of it, the quality of service in this house is enough to give anyone loose bowels. Have you asked me if I need a physic or aspirins, or tea, or a cold towel?" "Mother," one of them said placatingly, hopefully pointing at the lacquered sideboard. "I can't make tea, but would you like some brandy?" "What? Ah, very good. Yes, Adat." At once the old woman bustled over to the sideboard and opened it, brought out some cognac that she knew her mistress liked, poured it into a glass. "Poor mother, to have father in such a rage. Terrible. What's possessed him? And why doesn't he want us to look out of the window?" "Because he doesn't want you turtle-dung thieves to see him dig up his secret safe in the garden," Diane was thinking. or even me. She smiled grimly to herself, sipping the fine, smooth liquor, calmer in the knowledge that she knew where the iron box was buried. It was only right that she should have protected him by secretly watching him bury it, in case, God forbid, the gods took him from this earth before he could tell her where the secret hiding place was. It had been her duty to break her promise not to watch him that night during the Japanese occupation, when he had wisely scooped up all their valuables and hidden them. She did not know what was in the box now. She did not care. It had been opened and closed many times, all in secret, as far as he was concerned. She did not care so long as she knew where her husband was, where all his deposit boxes of various kinds were, their keys, just in case. After all, she told herself confidently, if he dies, without me the house of Chen will crumble. Stop snivelling, our son. She got up and closed the long drapes. Outside, the night was dark, and she could see nothing of the garden, only the driveway, the tall iron gates, and the road beyond. More drink, mother? The old armor asked. Thank you, little oily mouth, she replied affectionately, the warmth of the spirit soothing her anger away. And then you can massage my neck. I've got a headache. You two sit down, hold your tongues, and don't make a sound till father gets back. Philip Chen was hurrying down the garden path, a flashlight in one hand, a shovel in the other. The path curled downward through well-tended gardens that meandered into a grove of trees and shrubs. He stopped a moment, getting his bearings, then found the place he sought. He hesitated and glanced back, even though he knew he was well hidden from the house now. Reassured that he could not be watched, he switched on the flashlight. The circle of light wandered over the undergrowth and stopped at the foot of a tree. The spot appeared to be untouched. Carefully, he pushed aside the natural mulch. When he saw the earth below had been disturbed, he cursed obscenely. Oh, the swine! My own son! Collecting himself with difficulty, he began to dig. The earth was soft. Ever since he had left the party, he'd been trying to remember exactly when he had last dug up the box. Now he was sure it had been in the spring, when he needed the deeds to a row of slum dwellings in Wanchai that he had sold for 50 times cost to Donald McBride for one of his great new developments. Where was John then? He muttered. Was he in the house? As he dug, he tried to recall, but he could not. He knew that he would never have dug up the box when it was dangerous, or when there were strangers in the house, and that he would always have been circumspect. But John? Never would I have thought. John must have followed me somehow. The shovel struck the metal. Carefully he cleaned off the earth and pulled the protective cloth away from the box and heavy lock, and opened it. The hinges of the lid were well greased. His fingers shaking, he held the flashlight over the open box. All his papers and deeds and private balance sheets seemed to be in order and undisturbed, but he knew they must all have been taken out and read, and copied or memorized. Some of the information in his son's safety deposit box could only have come from here. All the jewel boxes, big and small, were there. Nervously, he reached out for the one he sought and opened it. The half-coin had vanished, and the document explaining about the coin had vanished. Tears of rage seeped down his cheeks. He felt his heart pounding and smelled the damp earth, and knew if his son was there, he would happily have strangled him with his own hands. Oh, my son! My son! All gods curse you to hell! His knees were weak. Shakily he sat on a rock and tried to collect his wits. He could hear his father on his deathbed cautioning him. Never lose the coin, my son. It's our key to ultimate survival and power over the noble house. That was in 1937, and the first time he had learned the innermost secrets of the House of Chen. That he who became Comprador became the ranking leader in Hong Kong of the Hong Moon, the great secret triad society of China that under Sun Yat-sen had become the 14K, originally formed to spearhead China's revolt against their hated Manchu overlords. That the Comprador was the main legitimate link between the Chinese hierarchy on the island and the inheritors of the 14K on the mainland. That because of Chancellor Jinong, known as Jin Kwa, the legendary chief merchant of the Kohong that had possessed the emperor's monopoly on all foreign trade, the House of Chen was perpetually interlinked with the noble house by ownership and by blood.
"Listen carefully, my son,"
the dying man had whispered.
"The tai-pan, great-grandfather Dirk Struan, was Jinqua's creation, as was the noble house. Jinqua nurtured it, formed it, and Dirk Struan. The tai-pan had 2 concubines. The first was Gai's son, one of Jinqua's daughters by a 5th wife. Their son was Gordon Chen, my father, your grandfather. The tai-pan's second concubine was Zhong Jin Mei, his mistress for 6 years, whom he married in secret just before the great typhoon that killed them both. She was 21 then, a brilliant, favoured granddaughter of Jinqua, sold to the tai-pan when she was 17 to teach him civilized ways, without his knowing he was being taught. From them came Duncan and Kate, who took the surname Zhong and were brought up in my father's house. Father married off Kate to a Shanghai China trader called Peter Clavell. Andrew Clavell is also a cousin, though he doesn't know it. So many stories to tell, and now so little time to tell them. Never mind, all the family trees are in the safe. There are so many. We're all related, the Wu, Quan, Song, Cao, Kwok, all the old families. Use the knowledge carefully. Here's the key to the safe. Another secret, Philip, my son. Our line comes from my father's second wife. Father married her when he was 53, and she 16. She was the daughter of John Ewan, the illegitimate son of the great American trader Jeff Cooper, and a Eurasian lady, Isobel Yao. Isobel Yao was the oh-so-secret Eurasian daughter of Rob Struan, the tai-pan's half-brother and co-founder of the noble house. So we have blood from both sides of the Struans. Alistair Struan is a cousin, and Colin Dunross is a cousin. The McStruans are not. Their histories in grandfather's diaries. My son, the English and Scots barbarians came to China, and they never married those whom they adored and most times abandoned when they returned to the grey island of mist and rain and overcast. My God, how I hate the English weather and loathe the past. Yes, Philip, we're Eurasian, not of one side or the other. I've never been able to come to terms with it. It is our curse and our cross, but it is up to all of us to make it a blessing. I pass our house on to you, rich and strong, like Jinqua wished. Do so to your son, and to make sure he does it to his. Jinqua birthed us, in a way, gave us wealth, secret knowledge, continuity, and power. And he gave us one of the coins. Here, Philip, read about the coin.
The calligraphy of the ancient scroll was exquisite. On this 19th day of the 2nd month of the year 1841, by barbarian count, I, Chancellor Jin Ong of Canton, chief merchant of the Kohong, have this day loaned to Green-Eyed Devil, the tai-pan of the noble house, chief pirate of all foreign devils who have made war on the heavenly kingdom and have stolen our island, Hong Kong, 40 lakhs of silver, 1 million sterling in their specie, and have, with this bullion, saved him from being swallowed by One Eye, his arch-enemy and rival. In return, the tai-pan grants us special trade advantages for the next 20 years.
promises that one of the House of Chen will forever be comprador to the noble house, and swears that he or his descendants will honour all debts and the debt of the coins. There are 4 of them. The coins are broken into halves. I have given the tai-pan 4 halves. Whenever one of the other halves is presented to him, or to a following tai-pan, he has sworn whatever favour is asked will be granted, whether within their law, or ours, or outside it. 1 coin I keep. 1 I give to the warlord Wu Fangchoi, my cousin. 1 will be given to my grandson, Gordon Chen, and the last recipient I keep secret. Remember, he who reads this in the future, do not use the coin lightly, for the tai-pan of the noble house must grant anything, but only once. And remember that though the green-eyed devil himself will honour his promise, and so will his descendants, he is still a mad-dog barbarian, cunning as a filthy Manchu because of our training, and as dangerous always as a nest of vipers.
Philip Chen shuddered involuntarily, remembering the violence that was always ready to explode in Ian Dunross. "He's a descendant of Green-Eyed Devil, all right," he thought. "Yes, him and his father. Goddamn John! What possessed him? What devilment has he planned with Link Bartlett? Has Bartlett got the coin now? Or does John still have it with him, and now perhaps the kidnappers have it?" While his tired brain swept over the possibilities, his fingers checked the jewel boxes, one by one. Nothing was missing. The big one he left till last. There was a tightness in his throat as he opened it, but the necklace was still there. A great sigh of relief went through him. The beauty of the emeralds in the flashlight gave him enormous pleasure and took away some of his anxiety. How stupid of Hag Struan to order them to be burned with her body! What an arrogant, awful, unholy waste that would have been! How wise of father to intercept the coffin before the fire and remove them! Reluctantly, he put the necklace away and began to close up the safe. What to do about the coin? I almost used it the time the tai-pan took away our bank stock, and most of our power. Yes, but I decided to give him time to prove himself, and this is the 3rd year, and nothing is yet proved. And though the American deal seems grand, it is not yet signed. And now the coin is gone. He groaned aloud, distraught, his back aching like his head. Below was all the city, ships tied up at Glessing's Point and others in the roads. Kowloon was equally brilliant, and he could see a jetliner taking off from Kai Tak, another turning to make a landing, another whining high overhead, its lights blinking. What to do? He asked himself exhaustedly. Does Bartlett have the coin? Or John? Or the werewolves? In the wrong hands, it could destroy us all. Tuesday. Chapter 18. 12:36 a.m. Gornt said, "Of course Dunross could have buggered my brakes, Jason." "Oh, come on, for God's sake. Climbing under your car during a party with 200 guests around? Ian's not that stupid." They were in Jason Plum's penthouse above Happy Valley, the midnight air good, though the humidity had increased again. Plum got up and threw his cigar butt away, took a fresh one and lit it. The tai-pan of Asian properties, the 3rd largest Hong, was taller than Gornt, in his late 50s, thin-faced and elegant, his smoking jacket red velvet. "Even Ian bloody Dunross is not that much of a bloody Burke." "You're wrong. For all his Scots cunning, he's an animal of sudden action, unpremeditated action. That's his failing. I think he did it." Plum steepled his fingers thoughtfully. "What did the police say?" "All I told them was that my brakes had failed. There was no need to involve those nosy buggers, at least not yet. But Rolls brakes just don't go wrong by themselves, for God's sake. Well, never mind. Tomorrow I'll make sure Tom Nicklin gets me an answer, an absolute answer, if there is one. Time enough for the police, then. I agree. Plum smiled thinly. We don't need police to wash our various linens, however droll, do we? No. Both men laughed. You were very lucky. The peak's no road to lose your brakes on. Must have been very unpleasant. For a moment it was, Jason, but then it was no problem, once I was over the initial shock. Gornt stretched the truth and sipped his whiskey and soda. They had eaten an elegant dinner on the terrace overlooking Happy Valley, the racecourse and city and sea beyond, just the two of them. Plum's wife was in England on vacation, and their children grown up and no longer in Hong Kong. Now they were sitting over cigars in great easy chairs in Plum's book-lined study, the room luxurious though subdued, in perfect taste like the rest of the 10-room penthouse. Tom Nicklin'll find out if my car was tampered with, if anyone can, he said with finality. Yes. Plum sipped a glass of iced Perrier water. Are you going to wind up young Nicklin again about Macau? Me? You must be joking. No, I'm not actually, Plum said with his mocking, well-bred chuckle. Didn't Dunross's engine blow up during the race 3 years ago, and he bloody nearly killed himself? Racing cars are always going wrong. Yes, they do frequently, though they're not always helped by the opposition. Plum smiled. Gornt kept his smile, but inside he was not smiling. Meaning? Nothing, dear boy. Just rumours. The older man leaned over and poured more whiskey for Gornt, then used the soda siphon. Rumour has it that a certain Chinese mechanic, for a small fee, put, as we say, a small spanner in the works. I doubt if that'd be true. I doubt if it could be proved, one way or another. It's disgusting, but some people will do anything for quite a small amount of money. Yes, fortunately we're in the big money market. My whole point, dear boy. Now, Plum tapped the ash off his cigar. What's the scheme? It's very simple. Providing Bartlett does not actually sign a deal with Struan's in the next 10 days, we can pluck the noble house like a dead duck. Lots of people have thought that before, and Struan's is still the noble house. Yes, but at the moment they're vulnerable. How? The total shipping notes and the all-in installment. Not true. Struan's credit is excellent. Oh, they're stretched, but no more than anyone else. They'll just increase their line of credit, or Ian will go to Richard Quillan, or Black's. Say Black's won't help. They won't. And say Richard Quillan's neutralised. That leaves only the Victoria. Then Dunross will ask the bank for more credit, and we'll have to give it to him. Paul Havergill will put it to a vote of the board. We all know we can't outvote the Struan's block, so we'll go along with it and save face, pretending we're very happy to oblige, as usual. Yes, but this time I'm happy to say Richard Quillan will vote against Struan's. That will tie up the board. The credit request will be delayed. He won't be able to make his payments, so Dunross goes under. For God's sake, Richard Quillan's not even on the board. Have you gone bonkers? Gornt puffed his cigar. No, you've forgotten my game plan. The one called competition. It was started a couple of days ago. Against Richard? Yes. Poor old Richard. Yes, he'll be our deciding vote, and Dunross will never expect an attack from there. Plum stared at him. Richard and Dunross are great friends. But Richard's in trouble. The run started on the Hopak. He'll do anything to save himself. I see. How much Hopak stock did you sell short? Lots. Are you sure Richard hasn't got the resources to stave off the run, that he can't pull in extra funds? If he does, we can always abort, you and I. Yes, we can. Jason Plum watched his cigar smoke spiral. But just because Dunross won't meet these payments doesn't mean he's finished. I agree, but after the Hopak disaster, the news that Struan's have defaulted will send his stock plummeting. The market will be very nervous. There'll be all the signs of a crash looming, which we fuel by selling short. There's no board meeting scheduled for a couple of weeks unless Paul Havergill calls a special meeting. And he won't. Why should he? He wants their chunk of stock back more than anything else in the world. So everything will be fixed beforehand. He'll set the ground rules for rescuing Richard Quan, and voting as Paul decides will be one of them. So the board lets Ian stew for a few days, then offers to extend credit and restore confidence, in return for Struan's piece of the bank's stock. It's pledged against the credit anyway. Dunross will never agree. Neither he nor Philip Chen, nor Tsuyan. It's that or Struan's goes under. Providing you hold tight and you vote in control. Once the bank gets his block of stock away from him, if you control the board, and therefore the Victoria Bank, then he's finished. Yes, but say he gets a new line of credit. Then he's only badly mauled, maybe permanently weakened, Jason. But we make a killing either way. It's all a matter of timing, you know that. And Bartlett? Bartlett and Parkon are mine. He'll never go with Struan's sinking ship. I'll see to that. After a pause, Plum said, It's possible. Yes, it's possible. Are you in then? After Struan's, how are you going to gobble up Parkon? I'm not, but we could, possibly. Gornt stubbed out his cigar. Parkon's a long-term effort and a whole different set of problems. First Struan's. Well, if I get Struan's Hong Kong property division, 35% of their land holdings in Thailand and Singapore, and we're 50-50 on their Kai-Tak operation? Yes, everything except Kai-Tak. I need that to round off all Asia Airways. I'm sure you'll understand, old boy. But you've a seat on the board of the new company, 10% of the stock at par, seats on Struan's, of course, and all their subsidiaries. 15%. And chairmanship of Struan's, alternate years with you. Agreed. But I'm first. Gornt lit a cigarette. Why not? He thought expansively. By this time next year, Struan's will be dismembered, so your chairmanship is really academic, Jason, old boy. So, everything's agreed. We'll put it in a joint memo, if you like, one copy for each of us. Plum shook his head and smiled. Don't need a memo, Parrish the thought. Here. He held out his hand. I agree. The two men shook hands firmly. Down with the noble house! They both laughed, very content with the deal they had made. Acquisition of Struan's land holdings would make Asian Properties the largest land company in Hong Kong. Gornt would acquire almost a total monopoly of all Hong Kong's air cargo, sea freighting and factoring, and preeminence in Asia. Good, Gornt thought. Now for Four Finger Wu. If you call me a taxi, I'll be off. Take my car. My chauffeur will... Thanks, but no. I'd rather take a taxi. Really, Jason, thanks anyway. So Plum phoned down to the concierge of the 20-story apartment building, which was owned and operated by his Asian Properties. While they waited, they toasted each other and the destruction of Struan's and the profits they were going to make. A phone rang in the adjoining room. Excuse me a moment, old chap. Plum went through the door and half-closed it behind him. This was his private bedroom, which he used sometimes when he was working late. It was a small, very neat room, soundproofed, fitted up like a ship's cabin with a built-in bunk, hi-fi speakers that piped in the music, a small self-contained hot plate and refrigerator. And, on one side, was a huge bank of elaborate shortwave ham radio transceiver equipment, which had been Jason Plum's abiding hobby since his childhood. He picked up the phone. Yes? Mr. Lop Singh, please, the woman's voice said. There's no Mr. Lop Ting here, he said easily. Sorry, you have a wrong number. I want to leave a message. You have a wrong number. Look in your phone book. An urgent message for Arthur. Centre radioed that the meeting's postponed until the day after tomorrow. Stand by for urgent instructions at 0600. The line went dead. Again a dial tone. Plum frowned as he put the phone back on its cradle. Four Finger Wu stood at the gunwale of his junk with Goodway the Poon, watching Gornt get into the sampan that he had sent for him.
He hasn't changed much in all this time, has he?
Wu said absently, his narrowed eyes glittering.
Foreign devils all look alike to me. Never mind. How many years is it? 10?
Poon asked, scratching his piles.
No, it's nearer 12 now. Good times then, ya?
Wu said.
Lots of profit. Very good. Slipping upstream toward Canton, evading the foreign devils and their lackeys. German Mao's people welcoming us. Yes, our own people in charge, and not a foreign devil anywhere, nor a fat official wanting his hand touched with fragrant grease. You could visit all your family and friends then, and no trouble, ya? Not like now, ya? The Reds are getting tough, very clever and very tough, worse than the Mandarins.
Wu turned as his seventh son came on deck. Now the young man wore a neat white shirt and grey trousers and good shoes.
Be careful, he called out brusquely. You're sure you know what to do?
Yes, father.
Good,
Four Fingers said, hiding his pride.
I don't want any mistakes.
He watched him head awkwardly for the haphazard gangway of planks that joined this junk to the next, and thence across other junks to a makeshift landing 8 boats away.
Does seventh son know anything yet?
Poon asked softly.
No, not yet,
Wu said sourly.
Those dog-meat fools to be caught with my guns. Without the guns, all our work will be for nothing.
Evening, Mr. Gornt. I'm Paul Choi. My Uncle Wu sent me to show you the way, the young man said in perfect English, repeating the lie that was now almost the real truth to him. Gaunt stopped, startled, then continued up the rickety stairs, his sea legs better than the young man's.
Evening, he said. You're American, or did you just go to school there, Mr. Choi?
Both. Paul Choi smiled. You know how it is. Watch your head on the ropes, and it's slippery as hell. He turned and began to lead the way back. His real name was Wu Fan Choi, and he was his father's seventh son by his third wife. But when he was born, his father, Four Finger Wu, had sought a Hong Kong birth certificate for him, an unusual act for a boat dweller, put his mother's maiden name on the birth certificate, added Paul, and got one of his cousins to pose as the real father.
Listen, my son,
Four Finger Wu had said, as soon as Paul could understand.
When speaking Hokklo aboard my ship, you can call me father, but never in front of a foreign devil, even in Hokklo. All other times, I'm uncle, just one of many uncles. Understand?
Yes, but why, father? Have I done something wrong? I'm sorry if I've offended you.
You haven't. You're a good boy, and you work hard. It's just better for the family for you to have another name.
But why, father?
When it's time, you will be told.
Then, when he was 12 and trained and had proved his value, his father had sent him to the States.
Now you're to learn the ways of the foreign devil. You must begin to speak like one, sleep like one, become one outwardly, but never forget who you are, who your people are, or that all foreign devils are inferior, hardly human beings, and certainly not fornicating civilized.
Paul Choi laughed to himself. If Americans only knew, from tai-pan to meathead, and British, Iranians, Germans, Russians, every race and colour, if they all really knew what even the lousiest coolie thought of them, they'd hemorrhage, he told himself for the millionth time. It's not that all the races of China despise foreigners. It's just that foreigners are just beneath any consideration. Of course we're wrong, he told himself. Foreigners are human, and some are civilized, in their way, and far ahead of us technically. But we are better.
Why the smile?
Gaunt asked, ducking under ropes, avoiding rubbish that scattered all the decks. Oh, I was just thinking how crazy life is. This time last month, I was surfing at Malibu Colony, California. Boy, Aberdeen's something else, isn't it?
You mean the smell?
Sure.
Yes, it is.
It's not much better at high tide. No one but me seems to smell the stench.
When were you last here?
Couple of years back, for 10 days, after I graduated, BA in business, but I never seemed to get used to it.
Choi laughed.
New England, it ain't.
Where did you go to school?
Seattle first, then undergraduate school, University of Washington at Seattle. Then I got a master's at Harvard Business School.
Gornt stopped. Harvard?
Sure. I got an assist, a scholarship.
That's very good. When did you graduate?
June last year. It was like getting out of prison. Boy, they really put your ass on the block if you don't keep up your grades. 2 years of hell. After I got out, I headed for California with a buddy, doing odd jobs here and there to make enough to keep surfing, having ourselves a time after sweating out so much school. Then, Choi grinned. Then a couple of months back, Uncle Wu caught up with me and said, "It's time you went to work." So here I am. After all, he paid for my education. My parents died years ago.
Were you top of your class at Harvard?
Third.
That's very good.
Thank you. It's not far now. Ours is the end-junk. They negotiated a precarious gangway. Gornt watched suspiciously by silent boat dwellers as they crossed from floating home to floating home, the families dozing or cooking or eating or playing mahjong, some still repairing fishing nets, some children night fishing. "This bit's slippery, Mr. Gornt." He jumped onto the tacky deck. "We made it. Home sweet home." He tousled the hair of the sleepy little boy who was the lookout and said in Hochlo, which he knew Gornt did not understand, "Keep awake, little brother, or the devils will get us." Yes, I will," the boy piped, his suspicious eyes on Gornt. Paul Choi led the way below. The old junk smelled of tar and teak, rotting fish and sea salt and 1,000 storms. Below decks, the midship gangway opened onto the normal single large cabin forward that went the breadth of the ship and the length to the bow. An open charcoal fire burned in a careless brick fireplace with the sooty kettle singing over it. Smoke curled upward and found its way to the outside through a rough flue cut in the deck. A few old rattan chairs, tables and tiers of rough bunks lined one side. Forefinger Wu was alone, and he waved at one of the chairs and beamed.
"Hey-ya! Good see!"
he said in halting, hardly understandable English.
"Whiskey?"
"Thanks," Gornt said.
"Good to see you, too."
Paul Choi poured the good scotch into 2 semi-clean glasses. "You want water, Mr. Gornt?" he asked.
"No, straight's fine. Not too much, please."
"Sure." Wu accepted his glass and toasted Gornt.
"Good see you, hey-ya?"
"Yes. Health." They watched Gornt sip his whiskey.
"Good,"
Gornt said.
"Very good whiskey."
Wu beamed again and motioned at Paul.
"Him, sister son?"
"Yes."
"Good school? Golden country?"
Yes, he told me. You should be very proud."
"What?"
Paul Choi translated for the old man.
"Ah, thank you. He talk good, hey-ya?"
"Yes." Gornt smiled. "Very good."
"Ah, good. Never mind. Smoke?"
"Thank you." They watched Gornt take a cigarette. Then Wu took one and Paul Choi lit both of them. Another silence.
"Good with old friend?"
"Yes. And you?"
"Good."
Another silence.
"Him, sister son?"
the old seaman said again, and saw Gornt nod and say nothing, waiting. It pleased him that Gornt just sat there, waiting patiently for him to come to the point, as a civilized person should.
"Some of these pink devils are learning at long last. Yes, but some have learned too fornicating well. The tai-pan, for instance, him with those cold, ugly blue fish eyes that most foreign devils have, that stare at you like a dead shark. The one who can even speak a little Hochlo dialect. Yes, the tai-pan's too cunning and too civilized. But then he's had generations before him, and his ancestors had the evil eye before him. Yes, but old Devil Green Eyes, the first of his line, who made a pact with my ancestor, the great sea warlord, Wu Fang Choi, and his son Wu Go, and kept it, and saw that his sons kept it, and their sons. So this present tai-pan must be considered an old friend, even though he's the most deadly of the line."
The old man suppressed a shudder and hawked and spat to scare away the evil spit god that lurked in all men's throats. He studied Gornt.
Eeh,
He told himself.
it must be vile to have to look at that pink face in every mirror. All that face hair like a monkey, and a pallid white toad's belly skin elsewhere. Ugh!
He put a smile on his face to cover his embarrassment and tried to read Gornt's face, what was beneath it, but he could not.
Never mind, he told himself gleefully. That's why all the time and money's been spent to prepare number 7 son. He'll know. Maybe ask favour,
he said tentatively. The beams of the ship creaked pleasantly as she wallowed at her moorings. Yes. What favour, old friend?
Sister, son, time go work. Give job?
He saw astonishment on Gornt's face, and this annoyed him, but he hid it.
Explain,
he said in English, then added to Paul Choi in guttural Hocklow.
Explain to this eater of turtle shit what I want, just as I told you.
My uncle apologizes that he can't speak directly to you, so he's asked me to explain, Mr. Gornt, Paul Choi said politely. He wants to ask if you'd give me a job, as a sort of trainee, in your airplane and shipping division. Gornt sipped his whiskey. Why those, Mr. Choi? My uncle has substantial shipping interests, as you know, and he wants me to modernize his operation. I can give you chapter and verse on my background, if you'd consider me, sir. My second year at Harvard was directed to those areas. My major interest was transportation of all types. I'd been accepted in the International Division of the Bank of Ohio before my uncle pulled me back. Paul Choi hesitated. Anyway, that's what he asks. What dialects do you speak, other than Hocklow? Mandarin? How many characters can you write? About 4,000. Can you take shorthand? Speed writing only, sir. I can type about 80 words a minute, but not clean. What? Wu asked. Gornt watched Paul Choi as the young man translated what had been said for his uncle, weighing him and forefinger Wu. Then he said, What sort of trainee do you want to be? He wants me to learn all there is to know about running shipping and airlines, the broking and freighting business also, the practical operation, and, of course, to be a profitable cog for you and your machine. Maybe my Yankee expertise, theoretical expertise, could help you somehow. I'm 26, I've a master's, I'm into all the new computer theory. Of course I can program one. At Harvard, I backgrounded in conglomerates, cash flows. And if you don't perform, or there's, how would you put it, a personality conflict? The young man said firmly, There won't be, Mr. Gornt. Leastways, I'll work my can off to prevent that.
What? What did he say? Exactly.
Four Fingers asked sharply in Hocklow, noticing a change in inflection, his eyes and ears highly tuned. His son explained, exactly.
Good,
Wu said, his voice a rasp.
Tell him exactly. If you don't do all your tasks to his satisfaction, you'll be cast out of the family and my wrath will waste your days.
Paul Choi hesitated, hiding his shock, all his American training screaming to tell his father to go screw, that he was a Harvard graduate, that he was an American and had an American passport that he had earned, whatever goddamn sampan or goddamn family he came from. But he kept his eyes averted and his anger off his face. Don't be ungrateful, he ordered himself. You're not American, truly American. You're Chinese, and the head of your family has the right to rule. But for him, you could be running a floating cat house here in Aberdeen. Paul Choi sighed. He knew that he was more fortunate than his 11 brothers. 4 were junk captains here in Aberdeen. 1 lived in Bangkok and plied the Mekong River. 1 had a ferry boat in Singapore. Another ran an import-export shipwright business in Indonesia. 2 had been lost at sea. 1 brother was in England. Doing what, he didn't know. And the last, the eldest, ruled the dozen feeder sampans in Aberdeen Harbour that were floating kitchens, and also 3 pleasure boats and 8 ladies of the night. After a pause, Gornt asked, What did he say, exactly? Paul Choi hesitated, then decided to tell him exactly. "Thank you for being honest with me, Mr. Choi. That was wise. You're a very impressive young man," Gornt said. "I understand perfectly." Now, for the first time since Wu had asked the original question, he turned his eyes to the old seaman and smiled. "Of course. Glad to give nephew job." Wu beamed, and Paul Choi tried to keep the relief off his face. "I won't let you down, Mr. Gornt." "Yes, I know you won't." Wu motioned at the bottle.
Whiskey?
"No, thank you. This is fine," Gornt said.
When start job?
Gornt looked at Paul Choi. "When would you like to start?" "Tomorrow. Whenever's good for you, sir." "Tomorrow. Wednesday." "Gee, thanks. 8 o'clock?" 9, 8 thereafter. A 6-day week, of course. You'll have long hours, and I'll push you. It'll be up to you how much you can learn and how fast I can increase your responsibilities."
"Thanks, Mr. Gornt."
Happily, Paul Choi translated for his father. Wu sipped his whiskey without hurrying.
"What's money?"
he asked. Gornt hesitated. He knew it had to be just the right sum, not too much, not too little, to give Paul Choi face and his uncle face. 1,000 Hong Kong a month for the first 3 months, then I'll review." The young man kept his gloom off his face. That was hardly 200 US, but he translated it into Hoklo.
"Maybe 2,000?
Wu said, hiding his pleasure. 1,000 was the perfect figure, but he was bargaining merely to give the foreign devil face and his son face. "If he's to be trained, many valuable managers will have to take time away from their other duties," Gornt said politely. "It's expensive to train anyone."
"Much money, Golden Mountain?"
Wu said firmly.
2?
1,000 first month, 1,250 next 2 months. Wu frowned and added,
"Month 3, 1,500?
"Very well. Months 3 and 4 at 1,500. And I'll review his salary after 4 months. And Paul Choi guarantees to work for Rothwell-Gornt for at least 2 years."
"What?"
Paul Choi translated again.
"Shit,"
he was thinking.
"How am I going to vacation in the States on $50 a week? Even 60? Shit. And where the hell am I going to live? On a goddamn sampan?"
Then he heard Gornt say something, and his brain twisted.
"Sir?"
"I said because you've been so honest with me, we'll give you free accommodation in one of our company houses, the Gables. That's where we put all our managerial trainees who come out from England. If you're going to be part of a foreign devil Hong, then you'd better mix with its future leaders."
"Yes, sir."
Paul Choi could not stop the beam.
"Yes, sir. Thank you, sir."
Four-Finger Wu asked something in Hoklo.
"He wants to know where's the house, sir."
"It's on the peak. It's really very nice, Mr. Choi. I'm sure you'll be more than satisfied."
"You can bet your—"
"Yes, sir." "Tomorrow night, be prepared to move in."
"Yes, sir."
After Wu had understood what Gornt had said, he nodded his agreement.
"All agree. 2 year, then see. Maybe more, ya?"
"Yes."
"Good. Thank old friend."
Then in Hoklo.
"Now ask him what you wanted to know. About the bank."
Gornt was getting up to go, but Paul Choi said,
"There's something else my uncle wanted to ask you, sir, if you can spare the time."
"Of course." Gornt settled back in his chair, and Paul Choi noticed that the man seemed sharper now, more on guard.
"My uncle would like to ask your opinion about the run on the Aberdeen branch of the Hopak Bank today."
Gornt stared back at him, his eyes steady. "What about it?"
"There are all sorts of rumours," Paul Choi said. "My uncle's got a lot of money there, so have most of his friends. A run on that bank would be real bad news."
"I think it would be a good idea to get his money out," Gornt said, delighted with the unexpected opportunity to feed the flames.
"Jesus,"
Paul Choi muttered, aghast. He had been gauging Gornt very carefully, and he had noticed sudden tension and now equally sudden pleasure, which surprised him. He pondered a moment, then decided to change tactics and probe. He wanted to know if you were selling short. Gornt said wryly, "He or you, Mr. Choi?" "Both of us, sir. He's got quite a portfolio of stocks, which he wants me to manage eventually," the young man said, which was a complete exaggeration. I was explaining the mechanics of modern banking and the stock market to him, how it ticks and how Hong Kong's different from stateside. He gets the message very fast, sir. Another exaggeration. Paul Choi had found it impossible to break through his father's prejudices. He asks if he should sell short. "Yes, I think he should. There have been lots of rumours that Hopak's overextended. Borrowing short and cheap, lending long and expensive, mostly on property. The classic way any bank would get into serious difficulties. For safety, he should get all his money out and sell short." Next question, sir. Will Blacks or the Victoria Bank do a bailout? With an effort, Gornt kept his face impassive. The old junk dipped slightly as waves from another chugging past lapped her sides. "Why should other banks do that?" "I'm trapped," Gornt was thinking, aghast. "I can't tell the truth to them. There is no telling who else will get the information. At the same time, I daren't not tell the old bastard and his God-cursed whelp. He's asking for the return of the favour, and I have to pay. That's a matter of face." Paul Choi leaned forward in his chair, his excitement showing. "My theory's that if there's a real run on the Hopak, the others won't let it crash. Not like the East India and Canton Bank disaster last year, because it'd create shockwaves that the market, the big operators in the market, wouldn't like. Everyone's waiting for a boom, and I bet the biggies here won't let a catastrophe wreck that chance. Since Blacks and the Victoria are the top bananas, it figures they'd be the ones to do a bailout." "What's your point, Mr. Choi?" "If someone knew in advance when Hopak stock had bottomed out and either bank or both were launching a bailout operation, that person could make a fortune." Gornt was trying to decide what to do, but he was tired now and not as sharp as he should be. "That accident must have taken more out of me than I thought," he told himself. "Was it Dunross? Was that bastard trying to even the score? Repay me for the Christmas night, or the Pacific Orient victory, or 50 other victories? Perhaps even the old Macau saw." Gornt felt a sudden glow as he remembered the white-hot thrill he had felt watching the road race, knowing that any moment the tai-pan's engine would seize up. Watching the cars howl past lap after lap, and then Dunross, the leader, not coming in his turn. Then waiting and hoping, and then the news that he had spun out at Melco Hairpin in a metal-screaming crash when his engine went. Waiting again, his stomach churning. Then the news that the whole racing car had exploded in a ball of fire, but Dunross had scrambled out unscathed. He was both very sorry and very glad. He didn't want Dunross dead. He wanted him alive and destroyed, alive to realize it. He chuckled to himself. "Oh, it wasn't me who pressed the button that put that ploy into operation. Of course, I did nudge young Donald Nicklin a little and suggest all sorts of ways and means that a little Hung Yao in the right hands." His eyes saw Paul Choi and the old seaman waiting, watching him, and all of his good humour vanished. He pushed away his vagrant thoughts and concentrated. "Yes, you're right, of course, Mr. Choi, but your premise is wrong. Of course, this is all theoretical. The Hopak hasn't failed yet. Perhaps it won't. But there's no reason why any bank should do what you suggest. It never has in the past. Each bank stands or falls on its own merits. That's the joy of our free enterprise system. Such a scheme as you propose would set a dangerous precedent. It would certainly be impossible to prop up every bank that was mismanaged. Neither bank needs the Hopak, Mr. Choi. Both have more than enough customers of their own. Neither has ever acquired other banking interests here, and I doubt whether either would ever need to." "Horse shit," Paul Choi was thinking. "A bank's committed to growth like any other business, and Blacks and the Victoria are the most rapacious of all, except Struan's and Rothwell-Gornt. Shit. and Asian properties, and all the other hongs. I'm sure you're right, sir, but my uncle would appreciate it if you heard anything, one way or another. He turned to his father and said in Hochlo, I'm finished now, honoured uncle. This barbarian agrees the bank may be in trouble. Wu's face lost colour. Eh? How bad? I'll be the first in line tomorrow. You should take all your money out quickly.
Hi-ya! By all the gods!
Wu said, his voice raw.
I'll personally slit Banker Quan's throat if I lose a single fornicating cash piece, even though he's my nephew.
Paul Choi stared at him. He is?
Banks are just fornicating inventions of foreign devils to steal honest people's wealth,
Wu raged.
I'll get back every copper cash, or his blood will flow. Tell me what he said about the bank.
Please be patient, honoured uncle. It is polite, according to barbarian custom, not to keep this barbarian waiting. Wu bottled his rage and said to Gornt in his execrable pidgin,
Bank bad, hear? Think tell true. Bank bad custom, hear?
Sometimes, Gornt said cautiously. Forefinger Wu unknotted his bony fists and forced calmness.
Thank for favour, yes. Also want like Sister Sun say, hear?
Sorry, I don't understand. What does your uncle mean, Mr. Choi? After chatting with his father a moment for appearances, the young man said, My uncle would consider it a real favour if he could hear privately, in advance, of any raid, takeover attempt, or bailout. Of course, it'd be kept completely confidential. Wu nodded, only his mouth smiling now.
Yes, favour.
He put out his hand and shook with Gornt in friendly style, knowing that barbarians liked the custom, though he found it uncivilized and distasteful, and contrary to correct manners from time immemorial. But he wanted his son trained quickly, and it had to be with second-grade company, and he needed Gornt's information. He understood the importance of advanced knowledge.
He
thought,
without my friends in the Marine Police Forces of Asia, my fleets would be powerless. Go ashore with him, nephew. See him into a taxi, then wait for me. Fetch 2 hatchet da and wait for me, there, by the taxi stand.
He thanked Gornt again, then followed them to the deck and watched them go. His ferry sampan was waiting, and he saw them get into it and head for the shore. It was a good night, and he tasted the wind. There was moisture on it.
Rain?
At once he studied the stars and the night sky, all his years of experience concentrating. Rain would come only with storm. Storm could mean typhoon. It was late in the season for summer rains, but rains could come late and be sudden and very heavy, and typhoon as late as November, as early as May, and if the gods willed, any season of the year.
We could use rain, he thought, but not typhoon.
He shuddered.
Now we're almost into 9th month.
9th month had bad memories for him. Over the years of his life, typhoon had savaged him 19 times in that month, 7 times since his father had died in 1937, and he had become head of the house of the sea-born Wu and captain of the fleets. Of these 7 times, the first was that year. Winds of 115 knots tore out of the north-northwest and sank one whole fleet of 100 junks in the Pearl River estuary. Over 1,000 drowned that time. His eldest son with all his family. In 49, when he had ordered all his Pearl River-based armada to flee the communist mainland and settle permanently into Hong Kong waters, he had been caught at sea and sunk along with 90 junks and 300 sampans. He and his family were saved, but he had lost 817 of his people. Those winds came out of the east. 12 years ago, from the east-northeast again, and 70 junks lost. 10 years ago, Typhoon Susan, with her 80-knot gales from the northeast, veering to east-southeast, had decimated his Taiwan-based fleet and cost another 500 lives there, and another 200 as far south as Singapore, and another son with all his family. Typhoon Gloria in 57, 100-knot gales, another multitude drowned. Last year, Typhoon Wonder came and wrecked Aberdeen and most of the Hochlo sea villages in the new territories. Those winds came from the north-northwest and back to northwest, then veered south. Wu knew the winds well and the number of the days well. September 2nd, 8th, 2nd again, 18th, 22nd, 10th, and Typhoon Wonder, 1st day.
Yes, he thought, and those numbers add up to 63, which is divisible by the magic number 3, which then makes 21, which is 3 again. Will Typhoon come on the 3rd day of the 9th month this year? It never has before, never in all memory, but will it this year? 63 is also 9. Will it come on the 9th day?
He tasted the wind again. There was more moisture in it. Rain was coming. The wind had freshened slightly. It came from the north-northeast now. The old seaman hawked and spat.
Joss! If it's the 3rd or 9th or 2nd, it's Joss, never mind. The only certain thing is that Typhoon will come from some quarter or other, and it will come in the 9th month, or this month, which is equally bad.
He was watching the sampan now, and he could see his son sitting amidships, alongside the barbarian, and he wondered how far he could trust him.
The lad's smart, and knows the foreign devil ways very well, he thought,
filled with pride.
Yes, but how far has he been converted to their evils? I'll soon find out, never mind. Once the lad's part of the chain, he'll be obedient. Or dead. In the past, the House of Wu always traded in opium with or for the noble house, and sometimes for ourselves. Once, opium was honorable. It still is for some. Me, Smuggler Mo, White Powder Lee? Huh? What about them? Should we join into a brotherhood, or not? But the white powders? Are they so different? Aren't they just stronger opium, like spirit is to beer? What's the trading difference between the white powders and salt? None, except that now stupid foreign devil law says one's contraband and the other isn't. Ay-ya! Up to 20-odd years ago, when the barbarians lost their fornicating war to the fiends from the Eastern Sea, the government monopolized the trade here. Wasn't Hong Kong trade with China built on opium, greased only by opium, grown in barbarian India? But now that they've destroyed their own producing fields, they're trying to pretend the trade never happened, that it's immoral, and a terrible crime worth 20 years in prison. Ay-ya! How can a civilized person understand a barbarian?
Disgustedly, he went below.
Yee,
he thought wearily.
This has been a difficult day. First, John Chen vanishes. Then those 2 Cantonese dog-meat fornicators are caught at the airport, and my shipment of guns is stolen by the fornicating police. Then, this afternoon, the tai-pan's letter arrived by hand. Greetings, honored old friend. On reflection, I suggest you put number 7 son with the enemy. Better for him, better for us. Ask Blackbeard to see you tonight. Telephone me afterwards. It was signed with the tai-pan's chop. And old friend.
Old friend to a Chinese was a particular person or company who had done you an extreme favour in the past, or someone in business who had proved trustworthy and profitable over the years. Sometimes the years went over generations.
Yes, Wu thought, this tai-pan's an old friend.
It was he who had suggested the birth certificate and the new name for his 7th son, who suggested sending him to the Golden Country, and had smoothed the waters there and the waters into the great university, and had watched over him there without his knowledge. The subterfuge solving his dilemma of how to have one of his sons trained in America without the taint of the opium connection.
What fools barbarians are! Yes, but even so, this tai-pan is not. He's truly an old friend, and so is the noble house.
Wu remembered all the profits he and his family had made secretly over the generations, with or without the help of the noble house, in peace and war, trading where barbarian ships could not. Contraband, gold, gasoline, opium, rubber, machinery, medical drugs, anything and everything in short supply. Even people, helping them escape from the mainland or to the mainland, their passage money considerable. With and without, but mostly with the assistance of the noble house, With this tai-pan, and before him old Hawknose, his old cousin, and before him Mad Dog, his father, and before him the cousin's father, the Wu clan had prospered. Now Four-Finger Wu had 6% of the noble house, purchased over the years and hidden with their help in a maze of nominees, but still in his sole control. The largest share of their gold transmittal business, along with heavy investments here, in Macau, Singapore and Indonesia, and in property, shipping, banking.
Banking,
he thought grimly.
I'll cut my nephew's throat after I've fed him his secret sack, if I lose 1 copper cash.
He was below now and went into the seamy-littered main cabin where he and his wife slept. She was in the big straw-filled bunk, and she turned over in half-sleep.
Are you finished now? Are you coming to bed? No. Go to sleep, he said kindly. I've work to do.
Obediently, she did as she was told. She was his tai-tai, his chief wife, and they had been married for 47 years. He took off his clothes and changed. He put on a clean white shirt and clean socks and shoes, and the creases of his grey trousers were sharp. He closed the cabin door quietly behind him and came nimbly on deck, feeling very uncomfortable and tied in by the clothes.
I'll be back before dawn, fourth grandson, he said.
Yes, grandfather.
You stay awake now.
Yes, grandfather. He cuffed the boy gently, then went across the gangways and stopped at the third junk.
Good weather, Poon,
he called out.
Yes, yes,
the sleepy voice said. The old man was curled up on old sacking, dozing.
Assemble all the captains. I'll be back within 2 hours.
Poon was immediately alert.
We sail?
He asked.
No, I'll be back in 2 hours. Assemble the captains.
Wu continued on his way and was bowed into his personal ferry sampan. He peered at the shore. His son was standing beside his big black Rolls with a good luck number plate. The single number, 8, that he had purchased for 150,000 Hong Kong in the government auction. His uniformed chauffeur and his bodyguard, 2 hatchet do, waiting deferentially beside him. As always, he felt pleasure seeing his great machine, and this overrode his growing concern. Of course, he was not the only dweller in the sea villages who owned a Rolls. But, by custom, his was always the largest and the newest. 8, ba, was the luckiest number because it rhymed with fa, which meant expanding prosperity. He felt the wind shift a point, and his anxiety increased.
This has been a bad day, but tomorrow will be worse. Has that lump of dog meat, John Chen, escaped to the Golden Country, or is he truly kidnapped? Without that piece of dung, I'm still the tai-pan's running dog. I'm tired of being a running dog. The 100,000 reward for John Chen is money well invested. I'd pay 12 times that for John Chen and his fornicating coin. Thank all gods I put spies in Noble House Chen's household.
He stabbed his hand shoreward.
Be quick, old man,
he ordered the boatman, his face grim.
I've a lot to do before dawn.
Chapter 19, 2:23 p.m. The day was hot and very humid, the sky sultry, clouds beginning a build-up. Since the opening this morning, there had been no let-up in the milling, noisy, sweating crowds inside and outside the small Aberdeen branch of the Hopak Bank.
I've no more money to pay out, Honourable Song,
the frightened teller whispered, sweat marking her neat cheongsam.
How much do you need? 7,457 for customer doxing. But there must be 50 more people waiting. Go back to your window, the equally nervous manager replied. Delay. Pretend to check the account further. Head office swore another consignment left their office an hour ago. Perhaps the traffic. Go back to your window, Miss Pan.
Hastily, he shut the door of his office after her, and sweating, once more got on the phone.
The Honourable Richard Kwan, please. Hurry!
Since the bank had opened promptly at 10 o'clock, 400 or 500 people had squirmed their way up to one of the 3 windows and demanded their money in full, and their savings in full, and then, blessing their joss, had shoved and pushed their way out into the world again. Those with safety deposit boxes had demanded access. One by one, accompanied by an official, they had gone below to the vault, ecstatic or faint with relief. There the official had used his key and the client his key, and then the official had left. Alone in the musty air, the sweating client had blessed the gods that his Joss had allowed him to be one of the lucky ones. Then his shaking hands had scooped the securities, or cash, or bullion, or jewels, and all the other secret things into a briefcase, or suitcase, or paper bag, or stuffed them into bulging pockets already full with banknotes. Then, suddenly frightened to have so much wealth, so open and vulnerable, all the wealth of their individual world, their happiness had evaporated, and they had slunk away to let another take their place, equally nervous and, initially, equally ecstatic. The line had started to form long before dawn. Four Finger Woo's people took the first 30 places. This news had rushed around the harbour, so others had joined instantly, then others, then everyone with any account whatsoever as the news spread, swelling the throng. By 10, the nervous, anxious gathering was of riot proportions. Now a few uniformed police were strolling among them, silent and watchful, their presence calming. More came as the day grew, their numbers quietly and carefully orchestrated by East Aberdeen Police Station. By noon, a couple of Black Maria police vans were in one of the nearby alleys, with a specially trained riot platoon in support. And European officers. Most of the crowd were simple fisher folk and locals, Hoklos and Cantonese. Perhaps 1 in 10 was born in Hong Kong. The rest were recent migrants from the People's Republic of China, the Middle Kingdom, as they called their land. They had poured into the Hong Kong sanctuary fleeing the communists, or fleeing the nationalists, or famine, or just simple poverty, as their forebears had done for more than a century. 98 of every 100 of Hong Kong's population were Chinese, and this proportion had been the same ever since the colony began. Each person who came out of the bank told anyone who asked that they had been paid in full. Even so, the others who waited were sick with apprehension. All were remembering the crash of last year and a lifetime in their home villages of other crashes and failures, frauds, rapacious moneylenders, embezzlements and corruptions, and how easy it was for a life's savings to evaporate through no fault of your own, whatever the government, communist, nationalist or warlord. For 4,000 years it had always been the same. And all loathed their dependence on banks. But they had to put their cash somewhere safe, life being what it was, and robbers as plentiful as fleas.
Dule lo mo on all banks,
most were thinking.
They're inventions of the devil, of the foreign devils.
Yes. Before foreign devils came to the Middle Kingdom, there was no paper money, just real money, silver or gold or copper, mostly silver and copper, that they could feel and hide, that would never evaporate.
Not like filthy paper. Rats can eat paper, and men. Paper money's another invention of the foreign devil. Before they came to the Middle Kingdom, life was good. Now, Dule lo mo on all foreign devils.
At 8 o'clock this morning, the anxious bank manager had called Richard Quan.
But, honoured lord, there must be 500 people already, and the queue goes from here all along the waterfront.
Never mind, Honourable Song. Pay those who want their cash. Don't worry, just talk to them. They're mostly just superstitious fisherfolk. Talk them out of withdrawing. But those who insist, pay. The Hopak's as strong as Black's or the Victoria. It's a malicious lie that we're overstretched. Pay. Check their savings books carefully, and don't hurry with each client. Be methodical. So the bank manager and the tellers had tried to persuade their clients that there was really no need for any anxiety, that false rumours were being spread by malicious people.
Of course you can have your money, but don't you think— Ayya! Give her the money, the next in line said irritably. She wants her money. I want mine. And there's my wife's brother behind me who wants his, and my auntie somewhere outside. Ayya! I haven't got all day. I've got to put to sea. With this wind there'll be a storm in a few days, and I have to make a catch.
And the bank had begun to pay out, in full. Like all banks, the Hopak used its deposits to service loans to others, all sorts of loans. In Hong Kong there were few regulations and few laws. Some banks lent as much as 80% of their cash assets because they were sure their clients would never acquire back all their money at the same time. Except today at Aberdeen. But fortunately, this was only one of 18 branches throughout the colony. The Hopak was not yet threatened. 3 times during the day, the manager had to call for extra cash from head office in Central, and twice for advice. At 10:01 this morning, Fourfinger Wu was grimly sitting beside the manager's desk with Paul Choi and Tu Hatchet Daw standing behind him.
You want to close all your Hopak accounts?
Mr. Song gasped shakily. Yes, now, Wu said, and Paul Choi nodded. The manager said weakly,
But we haven't enough.
Wu hissed.
I want all my money now. Cash or bullion. Now. Don't you understand?
Mr. Song winced. He dialed Richard Kwan and explained quickly.
Yes, Lord.
He offered the phone.
Honourable Kwan wants to speak to you, Honourable Wu.
But no amount of persuasion would sway the old seaman.
Now. My money and the money of my people. Now. And also from those other accounts. Those special ones, wherever they are.
But there isn't that amount of cash in that branch, honoured uncle, Richard Kwan said soothingly. I'd be glad to give you a cashier's cheque. Wu exploded.
I don't want cheques. I want money. Don't you understand? Money.
He did not understand what a cashier's cheque was, so the frightened Mr. Song began to explain. Paul Choi brightened. That'll be all right, honoured uncle, he said. A cashier's cheque's...
The old man roared. How can a piece of paper be like cash money? I want money. My money now.
Please let me talk to the Honourable Kwan, great uncle, Paul Choi said placatingly, understanding the dilemma. Perhaps I can help. Wu nodded sourly.
All right, talk, but get my cash money.
Paul Choi introduced himself on the telephone and said, Perhaps it'd be easier in English, sir. He talked a few moments, then nodded, satisfied. Just a moment, sir. Then in Hokklo, Great uncle, he said, explaining, the Honourable Kwan will give you payment in full in government securities, gold or silver, at his head office, and a piece of paper which you can take to Black's or the Victoria for the remainder. But, if I may suggest, because you've no safe to put all that bullion in, perhaps you'll accept Honourable Kwan's cashier's cheque, with which I can open accounts at either bank for you, immediately.
Banks! Banks are foreign devil lobster pot traps for civilized lobsters.
It had taken Paul Choi half an hour to convince him. Then they had gone to the Hopak's head office, but Wu had left Tu Hatchet Daw with the quaking Mr. Song.
You stay here, Daw. If I don't get my money, you will take it out of this branch. Yes, Lord.
So they had gone to Central, and by noon Fourfinger Wu had new accounts, half at Black's, half at the Victoria. Paul Choi had been staggered by the number of separate accounts that had to be closed and opened afresh, and the amount of cash. 20-odd million Hong Kong. In spite of all his pleading and explaining, the old seaman had refused to invest some of his money in selling Hopak short, saying that was a game for Guilo thieves. So Paul had slipped away and gone to every stockbroker he could find, trying to sell short on his own account. But, my dear fellow, you've no credit. Of course, if you'll give me your uncle's chop or assurance in writing, of course. He discovered that stockbrokering firms were European, almost exclusively, the vast majority British. Not one was Chinese. All the seats on the stock exchange were European held, again, the vast majority British. That just doesn't seem right, Mr. Smith, Paul Choi said. Oh, I'm afraid our locals, Mr. Chi, was it? Choi, Paul Choi. Ah, yes. I'm afraid all our locals aren't really interested in complicated modern practices like broking and stock markets. Of course, you know our locals are all immigrants. When we came here, Hong Kong was just a barren rock. Yes, but I'm interested, Mr. Smith. In the States, a stockbroker... Ah, yes, America. I'm sure they do things differently in America, Mr. Chi. Now, if you'll excuse me, good afternoon. Seething, Paul Choi had gone from broker to broker, but it was always the same. No one would back him without his father's chop. Now he sat on a bench in Memorial Square near the law courts and the Struan's high-rise and Rothwell-Gornt's, and looked out at the harbour and thought. Then he went to the law court library and talked his way past the pedantic librarian. "I'm from Sims, Darson and Dick," he said airily. "I'm their new attorney from the States. They want some quick information on stock markets and stockbroking." "Government regulations, sir?" the elderly Eurasian asked helpfully. "Yes." "There aren't any, sir." "Eh? Well, practically none." The librarian went to the shelves. The requisite section just a few paragraphs in a giant tome. Paul Choi gaped at him. "This is all of it?" "Yes, sir." Paul Choi's head reeled. "But then it's wide open. The market's wide open." The librarian was gently amused. "Yes, compared to London or New York. As to stockbroking, well, anyone can set up as a broker, sir, providing someone wants them to sell shares, and there's someone who wants them to buy, and both are prepared to pay commission. The problem is that the existing firms control the market completely." "How do you bust this monopoly?" "Oh, I wouldn't want to, sir. We're really for the status quo in Hong Kong." "How do you break in, then? Get a piece of the action?" "I doubt if you could, sir. The British control everything very carefully," he said delicately. "That doesn't seem right." The elderly man shook his head and smiled gently. He steepled his fingers, liking the young Chinese he saw in front of him, envying him his purity and his American education. "I presume you want to play the market on your own account?" he asked softly. "Yeah." Paul Choi tried to cover his mistake and stuttered. "At least, Darson said for me—" "Come now, Mr. Choi, you're not from Sims, Dawson and Dick," he said, chiding him politely. "If they'd had an American, an unheard-of innovation, I would have heard of it along with 100 others, long before you even arrived here. You must be Mr. Paul Choi, the great Wu Sang-fong's nephew, who has just come back from Harvard in America." Paul Choi gaped at him. "How do you know?" "This is Hong Kong, Mr. Choi. It's a very tiny place. We have to know what's going on. That's how we survive. You do want to play the market?" "Yes, Mr. "Manuel Pereira. I'm Portuguese from Macau." The librarian took out a fountain pen and wrote in beautiful copybook writing an introduction on the back of one of his visiting cards. "Here, Ishwa Shorjan, he's an old friend. His place of business is just off the Nathan Road in Kowloon. He's a Parsi from India and deals in money and foreign exchange and buys and sells stocks from time to time. He might help you, but remember, if he loans money or credit, it will be expensive, so you should not make any mistakes." "Gee, thanks, Mr. Pereira." Paul Choi stuck out his hand. Surprised, Pereira took it. Paul Choi shook warmly, then began to rush off, but stopped. "Say, Mr. Pereira, the stock market. Is there a long shot? Anything? Any way to get a piece of the action?" Manuel Pereira had silver-grey hair and long, beautiful hands and pronounced Chinese features. He considered the youth in front of him. Then he said softly, "There's nothing to prevent you from forming a company to set up your own stock market, a Chinese stock market. That's quite within Hong Kong law, or lack of it." The old eyes glittered. "All you need is money, contacts, knowledge, and telephones."
"My money, please!"
the old armour whispered hoarsely.
"Here's my savings book."
Her face was flushed from the heat within the Hopac branch at Aberdeen. It was 10 minutes to 3 now, and she had been waiting since dawn. Sweat streaked her old white blouse and black pants. A long greying ratty queue hung down her back.
"Ayah! Don't shove!"
she called out to those behind her.
"You'll get your turn soon."
Wearily, the young teller took the book and glanced again at the clock.
"Ayah! Thank all gods we close at 3,
she thought, and wondered anxiously through her grinding headache how they were going to close the doors with so many irritable people crammed in front of the grills, pressed forward by those outside. The amount in the savings book was 323 Hong Kong and 42 cents. Following Mr. Song's instructions to take time and to be accurate, she went to the files trying to shut her ears to the stream of impatient muttered obscenities that had gone on for hours. She made sure the amount was correct, then checked the clock again as she came back to her high stool and unlocked her cash drawer and opened it. There was not enough money in her till, so she locked the drawer again and went to the manager's office. An undercurrent of rage went through the waiting people. She was a short, clumsy woman. Eyes followed her, then went anxiously to the clock and back to her again. She knocked on his door and closed it after him.
"I can't pay old Artam," she said helplessly. "I've only 100 Hong Kong. I've delayed as much."
Manager Song wiped the sweat off his upper lip.
"It's almost 3, so make her your last customer, Miss Jo."
He took her through a side door to the vault. The safe door was ponderous. She gasped as she saw the empty shelves. At this time of the day, usually the shelves were filled with neat stacks of notes and paper tubes of silver, the notes clipped together in their hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands. Sorting the money after closing was the job she liked best, that and touching the sensuous bundles of new, crisp, fresh bills.
"Oh, this is terrible, Honourable Song,"
she said, near to tears. Her thick glasses were misted and her hair askew.
"It's just temporary, Miss Jo. Remember what the Honourable Hapley wrote in today's Guardian."
He cleared the last shelf, committing his final reserves, cursing the consignment that had not yet arrived.
"Here."
He gave her 15,000 for show, made her sign for it, and took 15 for each of the other 2 tellers. Now the vault was empty. When he came into the main room, there was a sudden electric, exciting hush at the apparently large amount of money, cash money. He gave the money to the other 2 tellers, then vanished into his office again. Miss Jo was stacking the money neatly in her drawer, all eyes watching her and the other tellers. 1 packet of 1,000 she left on the desk. She broke the seal and methodically counted out 320, and 3 ones and the change, recounted it and slid it across the counter. The old woman stuffed it into a paper bag, and the next in line irritably shoved forward and thrust his savings book into Miss Jo's face.
"Here, by all the gods, I want 7,000...
At that moment, the 3 o'clock bell went, and Mr. Song appeared instantly and said in a loud voice,
"Sorry, we have to close now. All tellers close your..."
The rest of his words were drowned by the angry roar.
"By all gods, I've waited since dawn. Dieu mo, but I've been here 8 hours. Just pay me. You've enough. Oh, please, 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 please."
Normally the bank would just have shut its doors and served those within, but this time, obediently, the 3 frightened tellers locked their tills in the uproar, put up their close signs, and backed away from the outstretched hands. Suddenly, the crowd within the bank became a mob. Those in front were shoved against the counter as others fought to get into the bank. A girl shrieked as she was slammed against the counter. Hands reached out for the grills that were more for decoration than protection. Everyone was enraged now. One old seaman who had been next in line reached over to try to jerk the till drawer open. The old armour was jammed in the seething mass of 100 or more people, and she fought to get to one side, her money clasped tightly in her scrawny hands. A young woman lost her footing and was trampled on. She tried to get up, but the milling legs defied her, so in desperation she bit into one leg and got enough respite to scramble up, stockings ripped, chongsam torn, and now in panic. Her panic whipped the mob further. Then someone shouted,
"Kill the motherless whore's son!"
and the shout was taken up.
"Kill!"
There was a split second of hesitation. Then, as one, they surged forward. "Stop!" The word blasted through the atmosphere in English, and then in Hoklo, and then in Cantonese, and then in English again. The silence was sudden and vast. The uniformed chief inspector stood before them, unarmed and calm, an electric megaphone in his hand. He had come through the back door into an inner office, and now he was looking at them. "It's 3:00, he said softly in Hoklo. "The law says banks close at 3:00. This bank is now closed. Please turn around and go home. Quietly." Another silence, angrier this time, then the beginning of a violent swell, and one man muttered sullenly,
"What about my fornicating money?"
and others almost took up the shout. But the police officer moved fast, very fast, directly at the man, fearlessly lifted the countertop and went straight at him into the mob. The mob backed off. "Tomorrow," the police officer said gently, towering over him. "You'll get all your money tomorrow." The man dropped his eyes, hating the cold blue fish eyes and the nearness of a foreign devil. Sullenly, he moved back a pace. The policeman looked at the rest of them, into their eyes. "You at the back," he ordered, instantly selecting the man with unerring care, his voice commanding, yet with the same quiet confidence. "Turn around and make way for the others." Obediently the man did as he was ordered. The mob became a crowd again. A moment's hesitation, then another turned and began to push for the door.
"Do little more. I haven't got all day. Hurry up,"
he said sourly. They all began to leave, muttering, furious, but individually, not as a mob. Song and the tellers wiped the sweat off their brows, then sat trembling behind the safety of the counter. The chief inspector helped the old armour up. A fleck of blood was at the corner of her mouth. "Are you all right, old lady?" he asked in Hoklo. She stared at him without understanding. He repeated it in Cantonese.
"Ah, yes, yes,"
she said hoarsely, still clasping her paper bag tight against her chest.
"Thank you, honoured lord."
She scuttled away into the crowd and vanished. The room emptied. The Englishman went out to the sidewalk after the last person and stood in the doorway, whistling tonelessly as he watched them stream away. "Sergeant!" "Yes, sir." "You can dismiss the men now. Have a detail here at 9 tomorrow. Put up barriers and let the buggers into the bank just 3 at a time. Yourself and 4 men will be more than enough." "Yes, sir." The sergeant saluted. The chief inspector turned back into the bank. He locked the front door and smiled at Manager Song. "Rather humid this afternoon, isn't it?" he said in English to give Song face. All educated Chinese in Hong Kong prided themselves in speaking the international language. "Yes, sir," Song replied nervously. Normally he liked him and admired this chief inspector greatly. Yes, he thought. But this was the first time he had actually seen a Guilo with the evil eye, daring a mob, standing alone like a malevolent god in front of the mob, daring it to move, to give him the opportunity to spit fire and brimstone. Song shuddered again. "Thank you, Chief Inspector. Let's go into your office and I can take a statement." "Yes, please." Song puffed himself up in front of his staff, taking command again. "The rest of you, make up your books and tidy up." He led the way into his office and sat down and beamed. "Tea, Chief Inspector?" "No, thank you." Chief Inspector Donald C.C. Smythe was about 5'10" and well-built, fair hair and blue eyes, and a taut, sunburnt face. He pulled out a sheaf of papers and put them on the desk. "These are the accounts of my men. At 9 tomorrow you will close their accounts and pay them. They'll come to the back door." "Yes, of course. I would be honoured. But I will lose face if so many valuable accounts leave me. The bank is as sound as it was yesterday, Chief Inspector." "Of course. Meanwhile, tomorrow at 9. In cash, please." He handed him some more papers and 4 savings books. "I'll take a cashier's cheque for all of these. Now." "But, Chief Inspector, today was extraordinary.
There's no problem with the Hopak. Surely you could—
Now. Smythe smiled sweetly. Withdrawal slips are all signed and ready. Song glanced at them. All were Chinese names that he knew were nominees of this man whose nickname was the Snake. The accounts totaled nearly 850,000 Hong Kong.
And that's just in this branch alone, he thought,
very impressed with the Snake's acumen.
What about the Victoria and Blacks and all the other branches in Aberdeen?
Very well, he said wearily.
But I'll be very sorry to see so many accounts leave the bank.
Smythe smiled again. The whole of the Hopak's not broke yet, is it?
Oh, no, Chief Inspector, Song said, shocked. We have published assets worth 1 billion Hong Kong and cash reserves of many tens of millions. It's just these simple people, a temporary problem of confidence. Did you see Mr. Hapley's column in The Guardian?
Yes.
Ah.
Song's face darkened.
Malicious rumours spread by jealous tai-pans and other banks. If Hapley claims that, of course it's true.
Of course. Meanwhile, I am a little busy this afternoon.
Yes, of course. I'll do it at once. I see in the paper you've caught one of those evil werewolves.
We've a triad suspect, Mr. Song.
Just a suspect.
Song shuddered.
Devils! But you'll catch them all. Devils, scenting an ear. They must be foreigners. I'll wager they're foreigners, never mind. Here, sir. I've made the checks.
There was a knock on the door. A corporal came in and saluted.
Excuse me, sir. A bank truck's outside. They say they're from Hopak's head office.
Aye, yeah, Song said, greatly relieved.
And about time. They promised the delivery at 2. It's more money.
How much? Smythe asked.
500,000,
the corporal volunteered at once, handing over the manifest. He was a short, bright man with dancing eyes.
Good,
Smythe said.
Well, Mr. Song, that'll take the pressure off you, won't it? Yes, it will.
Song saw the two men looking at him, and he said at once expansively,
If it wasn't for you and your men, with your permission, I'd like to call Mr. Richard Quillan now. I feel sure he would be honoured, as I would be, to make a modest contribution to your police benevolent fund, as a token of our thanks.
That's very thoughtful, but it's not necessary, Mr. Song.
But I will lose terrible face if you won't accept, Chief Inspector.
You're very kind, Smythe said, knowing truly that without his presence in the bank and that of his men outside, Song and the tellers and many others would be dead.
Thank you, but that's not necessary.
He accepted the cashier's checks and left. Mr. Song pleaded with the corporal, who at length sent for his superior. Divisional Sergeant Mock declined also.
20,000 times, he said.
But Mr. Song insisted, wisely, and Richard Quillan was equally delighted and equally honoured to approve the unsolicited gift. 20,000 Hong Kong, in immediate cash.
With the bank's great appreciation, Divisional Sergeant Mock.
Thank you, Honourable Manager Song, Mock said politely, pocketing it, pleased to be in the Snake's division and totally impressed that 20,000 was the exact fair market figure the Snake had considered their afternoon's work was worth.
I hope your great bank stays solvent and you weather this storm with your usual cleverness. Tomorrow will be orderly, of course. We will be here at 9 a.m. promptly for our cash.
The old armour still sat on the bench on the harbour wall, catching her breath. Her ribs hurt, but then they always hurt, she thought wearily. Joss. Her name was Artam, and she began to get up, but a youth sauntered up to her and said,
Sit down, old woman, I want to talk to you.
He was short and squat and 21, his face pitted with smallpox scars.
What's in that bag? What? What bag? The paper bag you clutched to your stinking old rags. This? Nothing, honoured lord. It's just my poor shopping that...
He sat on the bench beside her and leaned closer and hissed.
Shut up, old hag. I saw you come out of the fornicating bank. How much have you got there?
The old woman held onto the bag desperately. Her eyes closed in terror, and she gasped. "It's all my savings on—" He pulled the bag out of her grasp and opened it.
Ay-ya!
The notes were old, and he counted them.
$323, he said scornfully. Who are you armour to? A beggar? You haven't been very clever in this life.
"Oh, yes, you're right, Lord," she said, her little black eyes watching him now.
"My hang yow's 20%, he said, and began to count the notes.
"But honoured sir," she said, her voice whining now, 20 is too high. But I'd be honoured if you'd accept 5, with a poor old woman's thanks."
15.
6.
10, and that's my final offer. I haven't got all day.
"But, sir, you are young and strong, clearly a 489. The strong must protect the old and weak."
True.
He thought a moment, wanting to be fair.
Very well, 7%.
"Oh, how generous you are, sir. Thank you. Happily she watched him count $22, then reach into his jeans pocket and count out 61 cents.
"Here."
He gave her the change and the remainder of her money back. She thanked him profusely, delighted with the bargain she had made. "By all the gods," she thought ecstatically. 7% instead of, well, at least 15 would be fair. "Have you also money in the hopak, honoured lord?" she asked politely.
"Of course,"
the youth said importantly, as though it were true.
"My Brotherhood's account has been there for years. We have—"
He doubled the amount he first thought of.
"We have over 25,000 in this branch alone."
"Yee," the old woman crooned.
"To be so rich. The moment I saw you, I knew you were 14K. And surely an honourable 489. I'm better than that,"
the youth said proudly at once, filled with bravado. But he stopped, remembering their leader's admonition to be cautious, and so did not say,
"I'm Keen Supmeng, smallpox Keen, and I'm one of the famous werewolves, and there are 4 of us." "Run along, old woman," he said, tiring of her. "I've more important things to do than talk with you."
She got up and bowed, and then her old eyes spotted the man who had been in the line in front of her. The man was Cantonese, like her. He was a rotund shopkeeper she knew who had a poultry street stall in one of Aberdeen's teeming marketplaces.
"Yes,"
she said hoarsely.
"But if you want another customer, I see an easy one. He was in the queue before me. Over $8,000 he withdrew."
"Oh, where is he?" the youth asked at once.
"For a 15% share?" 7. And that's final. 7. All right, 7. "Look, over there," she whispered. "The fat man, plump as a mandarin, in the white shirt. The one who's sweating like he's just enjoyed the clouds and the rain."
"I see him." The youth got up and walked quickly away to intercept the man. He caught up with him at the corner. The man froze and bartered for a while, paid 16% and hurried off, blessing his own acumen. The youth sauntered back to her.
"Here, old woman," he said. "The fornicator had $8,162. 16% is $1,305.92. And my 7% of that is $91.41,
she said at once. He paid her exactly, and she agreed to come tomorrow to spot for him.
"What's your name?"
he asked.
"Asu, Lord,"
she said, giving a false name.
"And yours?"
"Mo Wu Fang," he said, using a friend's name.
"Until tomorrow,"
she said happily. Thanking him again, she waddled off, delighted with her day's profit. His profit had been good, too. Now he had over 3,000 in his pockets, where this morning he had had only enough for the bus. And it was all windfall, for he had come to Aberdeen from Glessing's Point to post another ransom note to Noblehouse Chen. "It's for safety," his father, their leader, had said. "To put out a false scent for the fornicating police."
"But it will bring no money,"
he had said to him and to the others disgustedly.
"How can we produce the fornicating son if he's dead and buried?" Would you pay off without some proof that he was alive? Of course not. It was a mistake to hit him with the shovel. But the fellow was trying to escape, his brother said. True, younger brother, but the first blow didn't kill him, only bent his head a little. You should have left it at that. I would have, but the evil spirits got into me, so I hit him again. I only hit him 4 times. But these high-born fellows have soft skulls.
Yes, you're right, his father had said. He was short and balding with many gold teeth. His name, Gin Ming Dai, Baldhead Gin.
Dulelo Mo, but it's done, so there's no point in remembering it. Joss, it was his own fault for trying to escape. Have you seen the early edition of the Times?
No, not yet, father, he had replied.
Here, let me read it to you. The chief of all the police said today that they have arrested a triad who they suspect is one of the werewolves, the dangerous gang of criminals who kidnapped John Chen. The authorities expect to have the case solved any moment.
They all laughed. He, his younger brother, his father, and the last member, his very good friend, Dog-Eared Chan, Punbo Chan, for they knew it was all lies. Not one of them was a triad or had triad connections, and none had ever been caught for any crime before, though they had formed their own brotherhood, and his father had, from time to time, run a small gambling syndicate in North Point. It was his father who had proposed the first kidnapping.
That was very clever,
he thought, remembering. And when John Chen had, unfortunately, had himself killed because he stupidly tried to escape, his father had also suggested cutting off the ear and sending it.
We will turn his bad Joss into our good. Kill one to terrify 10,000. Sending the ear will terrify all Hong Kong, make us famous, and make us rich.
Yes, he thought, sitting in the sun at Aberdeen.
But we haven't made our riches yet. Didn't I tell Father this morning? I don't mind going all the way to post the letter, Father. That's sensible, and what Humphrey Bogart would order. But I still don't think it will bring us any ransom. Never mind, and listen. I've a new plan worthy of Al Capone himself. We wait a few days. Then we phone Noble House Chen. If we don't get immediate cash, then we snatch the comprador himself. Great Miser Chen himself.
They had all stared at him in awe.
Yes, and if you don't think he'll pay up quickly after seeing his son's ear, of course we'll tell him it was his son's ear. Perhaps we'll even dig up the body and show him, Mayor.
Smallpox Keen beamed, recalling how they had all chortled. Oh, how they had chortled, holding their bellies, almost rolling on the floor of their tenement apartment.
Now to business. Dog-Eared Chan, we need your advice again.
Dog-Eared Chan was a distant cousin of John Chen and worked for him as a manager of one of the multitudinous Chen companies.
Your information about the son was perfect. Perhaps you can supply us with the father's movements too. Of course, Honored Leader. That's easy,
Dog-Eared Chan had said.
He's a man of habit and easily frightened. So is his tai-tai. Aiyah, that mealy-mouthed whore knows which side of the bed she sleeps in. She'll pay up very quickly to get him back. Yes, I'm sure he'll be very cooperative now. But we'll have to ask double what we would settle for, because he's an accomplished negotiator. I've worked for the fornicating house of Chen all my working life, so I know what a miser he is. Excellent. Now, by all the gods, how and when should we kidnap Noble House Chen himself?
Chapter 20, 4:01 p.m. Sir Dunstan Barr was ushered into Richard Kwan's office with the deference he considered his due. The Hopak building was small and unpretentious, off Icehouse Street in Central, and the office was like most Chinese offices, small, cluttered and drab, a place for working and not for show. Most times 2 or 3 people would share a single office, running 2 or 3 separate businesses there, using the same telephone and same secretary for all. And why not, a wise man would say. 1/3 of the overhead means more profit for the same amount of labour. But Richard Quillan did not share his office. He knew it did not please his Guilo customers, and the few that he had were important to his bank and to him for face and for the highly sought-after peripheral benefits they could bring. Like the possible, oh-so-important election as a voting member to the super-exclusive Turf Club, or membership in the Hong Kong Golf Club or Cricket Club, or even the club itself, or any of the other minor, though equally exclusive clubs that were tightly controlled by the British tai-pans of Great Hongs, where all the really big business was conducted. "Hello, Dunstan," he said affably. "How are things going?" "Fine. And you?" "Very good. My horse had a great workout this morning." "Yes, I was at the track myself." "Oh, I didn't see you." "Just popped in for a minute or two. My gelding's got a temperature. We may have to scratch him on Saturday. But Butterscotch Lass was really flying this morning." "She almost pipped the track record. She'll definitely be trying on Saturday." Bar chuckled. "I'll check with you just before race time, and you can tell me the inside story then. You can never trust trainers and jockeys, can you? Yours, or mine, or anyone's." They chatted inconsequentially, then Bar came to the point. Richard Quillan tried to cover his shock. "Close all your corporate accounts?" "Yes, old boy. Today. Sorry and all that, but my board thinks it wise for the moment until you weather—" "But surely you don't think we're in trouble?" Richard Quillan laughed. "Didn't you see Hapley's article in The Guardian? Malicious lies spread by certain tai-pans and a certain big bank." "Oh, yes, I saw that. More of his poppycock, I'd say. Ridiculous. Spread rumours? Why should anyone do that? I talked to both Paul Havergill and Sotheby this morning, and they said Hapley better watch out this time if he implies it's them, or he'll get a libel suit. That young man deserves a horsewhipping. However, I'd like a cashier's cheque now. Sorry, but you know how boards are." Yes, I do." Richard Quillan kept his smile on the surface of his face, but he hated the big florid man even more than usual. He knew that the board was a rubber stamp for Barr's decisions. "We've no problems. We're $1 billion bank. As to the Aberdeen branch, they're just a lot of superstitious locals." "Yes, I know." Barr watched him. "I heard you had a few problems at your Mongkok branch this afternoon too. Also at Tsim Sha Tsui, at Sha Tin in the New Territories, even, God help us, on Lantau." Lantau Island was half a dozen miles east of Hong Kong, the biggest island in the whole archipelago of almost 300 islands that made up the colony, but almost unpopulated because it was waterless. "A few customers withdrew their savings," Richard Quillan said with a scoff. "There's no trouble." But there was trouble. He knew it, and he was afraid everyone knew it. At first it was just at Aberdeen. Then, during the day, his other managers had begun to call with ever-increasing anxiety. He had 18 branches throughout the colony. At 4 of them, withdrawals were untoward and heavy. At Mongkok, a bustling hive within the teeming city of Kowloon, a line had formed in early afternoon. Everyone had wanted all their money. It was nothing like the frightening proportions at Aberdeen, but enough to show a clear indication of failing confidence. Richard Quillan could understand that the sea villages would hear about Four Finger Wu's withdrawals quickly and would rush to follow his lead. But what about Mongkok? Why there? And why Lantau? Why at Tsim Sha Tsui, his most profitable branch, which was almost beside the busy Golden Ferry terminal, where 150,000 persons passed by daily, to and from Hong Kong? It must be a plot. Is my enemy and arch-rival Smiler Jing behind it? Is it those fornicators, those jealous fornicators at Black's or the Victoria? Is Thin Tube of Dung Havergill masterminding the attack? Or is it Compton Sotheby of Black's? He's always hated me. These filthy Guilo. But why should they attack me? Of course I'm a much better banker than them, and they're jealous, but my business is with civilized people and hardly touches them. Why? Or has it leaked somehow that against my better judgment, over my objections, my partners who control the bank have been insisting that I borrow short and cheap and lend long and high on property deals, and now, through their stupidity, We are temporarily overextended and cannot sustain a run." Richard Quillan wanted to shout and scream and tear his hair out. His secret partners were Lando Matter and Tightfist Dong, major shareholders of Macau's gambling and gold syndicate, along with smuggler Mo, who had helped him form and finance the Hopak 10 years ago. "Did you see old Blind Dong's predictions this morning?" he asked, the smile still on his face. "No. What did he say?" Richard Quillan found the paper and passed it over. "All the portents show we're ready for boom. The lucky 8 is everywhere in the heavens, and we're in the 8th month. My birthday is the 8th of the 8th month." Barr read the column. In spite of his disbelief in soothsayers, he'd been too long in Asia to dismiss them totally. His heart quickened. Old Blind Dong had a vast reputation in Hong Kong. "If you believe him, we're in for the biggest boom in the history of the world," he said. "He's usually much more cautious." "Aye, that would be good. Here?" "Better than good. Meanwhile, Richard, old boy, let's finish our business, shall we?" "Certainly. It's all a typhoon in an oyster shell, Dunstan. We're stronger than ever. Our stock's hardly a point off." When the market had opened, there had been a mass of small offerings to sell, which, if not reacted to at once, would have sent their stock plummeting. Richard Quillan had instantly ordered his brokers to buy and to keep buying. This had stabilized the stock. During the day, to maintain the position, he had had to buy almost 5 million shares, an unheard-of number to be traded in one day. None of his experts could pinpoint who was selling big. There was no reason for a lack of confidence other than Four-Finger Wu's withdrawals. "All God's curse that old devil and his fornicating too-smart Harvard-trained nephew. Why not—" The phone rang. "Excuse me," then curtly into the phone. "I said no interruptions." "It's Mr. Hapley from The Guardian. He says it's important." His secretary, his niece, Mary Yock, said. "And the tai-pan secretary called. The Nelson Trading Board meetings brought forward to this afternoon at 5 o'clock. Mr. Matter called to say he would be there too." Richard Quillan's heart skipped 3 beats. "Why?" he asked himself, aghast. "July Lomo, it was supposed to be postponed to next week. Oh, go! Why?" Then quickly he put aside that question to consider Hapley. He decided that to answer now in front of Barr was too dangerous. "I'll call him back in a few minutes." He smiled at the red-faced man in front of him. "Leave everything for a day or two, Dunstan. We've no problems." "Can't, old boy, sorry. There was a special meeting, have to settle it today. The board insisted." "We've been generous in the past. You've 40 million of our money unsecured now. We're joint venturing another 70 million with you on your new building program." "Yes, indeed you are, Richard, and your profit will be substantial. But they're another matter, and those loans were negotiated in good faith months ago, and will be settled in good faith when they're due. We've never defaulted on a payment to the Hopak or anyone else." Barr passed the newspaper back, and with it signed documents imprinted with his corporate seal. "The accounts are consolidated, so 1 cheque will suffice." The amount was a little over 9.5 million. Richard Quillan signed the cashier's cheque and smiled Sir Dunstan Barr out. Then, when it was safe, cursed everyone in sight and went back into his office, slamming the door behind him. He kicked his desk, then picked up the phone and shouted at his niece to get Hapley, and almost broke the phone as he slammed it back onto its cradle. "Dieu le mot on all filthy guilo!" he shrieked to the ceiling, and felt much better. "That lump of dog meat! I wonder if I could prevail on the snake to forbid any lines at all tomorrow. Perhaps he and his men could break a few arms." Gloomily, Richard Quillan let his mind drift. It had been a rotten day. It had begun badly at the track. He was sure his trainer, or jockey, was feeding Butterscotch Lass pep pills to make her run faster to shorten her odds. She'd be favourite now. Then Saturday they'd stop the pills and back an outsider and clean up without him being in on the profit-making. "Dirty dog bones, all of them! Liars! Do they think I own a racehorse to lose money?" The banker hawked and spat into the spittoon. Maggot-mouthed Bar and dog-bone Uncle Wu. Those withdrawals will take most of my cash. Never mind. With Lando Matter, Smuggler Mo, Tight-Fist Dong, and the tai-pan, I'm quite safe. Oh, I'll have to shout and scream and curse and weep, but nothing can really touch me or the Hopak. I'm too important to them. Yes, it had been a rotten day. The only bright spot had been his meeting this morning with Casey. He had enjoyed looking at her, enjoyed her clean-smelling, smart, crisp Americanness of the great outdoors. They had fenced pleasantly about financing, and he felt sure he could get all or certainly part of their business. Clearly, the pickings would be huge. She's so naive, he thought. Her knowledge of banking and finance is impressive, but of the Asian world, nil. She's so naive to be so open with their plans. Thank all gods for Americans. I love America, Miss Casey. Yes, twice a year I go there, to eat good steaks and go to Vegas. And to do business, of course. Eee, he thought happily. The whores of the Golden Country are the best and most available guilo in the world. And guilos are so cheap compared to Hong Kong girls. Oh, oh, oh. I get such a good feeling pillowing them, with their great deodorized armpits, their great tits and thighs and rears. But in Vegas, it's the best. Remember the golden-haired beauty that towered over me, but lying down she... His private phone rang. He picked it up, irritated as always that he had had to install it. But he had had no option. When his previous secretary of many years had left to get married, his wife had planted her favourite niece firmly in her place. Of course, to spy on me, he thought sourly. What can a man do? Yes, he asked, wondering what his wife wanted now. You didn't call me all day. I've been waiting for hours. His heart leapt at the unexpected sound of the girl's voice. He dismissed the petulance, her Cantonese sweet like a jade gate. Listen, little treasure, he said, his voice placating. Your poor father's been very busy today. You just don't want your poor daughter any more. I'll have to throw myself in the harbour or find another person to cherish me. Oh. His blood pressure soared at the sound of her tears. Listen, little oily mouth, I'll see you this evening at 10. We'll have an 8-course feast at Wanchai at my 10's too late. And I don't want a feast. I want a steak. And I want to go to the penthouse at the V&A and drink champagne. His spirit groaned at the danger of being seen and reported secretly to his tai-tai. Oh. But, in front of his friends and his enemies in all Hong Kong, he would gain enormous face to escort his new mistress there, the young exotic rising star in TV's firmament, Venus Poon. At 10, I'll call... 10's too late. 9. Rapidly he tried to sort out all his meetings tonight to see how he could accommodate her. Listen, little treasure, I'll see... 10's too late. 9. I think I will die, now that you don't care any more. Listen, your father has 3 meetings, and I think... Oh, my head hurts to think you don't want me any more. Oh. This abject person will have to slit her wrists, or... He heard the change in her voice, and his stomach twisted at the threat. Or answer the phone calls of others, lesser than her revered father, of course, but just as rich nonetheless, and more... All right, little treasure. At 9. Oh, you do love me, don't you? Though she was speaking Cantonese, Venus Poon used the English word, and his heart flipped. English was the language of love for modern Chinese. There were no romantic words in their own language. Tell me, she said imperiously. Tell me you love me. He told her, abjectly, then hung up. The mealy-mouthed little whore, he thought irritably. But then, at 19, she's a right to be demanding and petulant and difficult if you're almost 60, and she makes you feel 20, and the imperial yang blissful. But Venus Poon's the best I've ever had. Expensive, but Eee, she's got muscles in her golden gully that only the legendary Emperor Kong wrote about. He felt his yang stir and scratched pleasantly. I'll give that little baggage what for tonight. I'll buy an extra specially large device. Ah, yes, a ring with bells on it. Oh. That'll make her wriggle. Yes, but meanwhile, think about tomorrow. How to prepare for tomorrow. Call your High Dragon friend, Divisional Sergeant Dangbo at Tsimsa Choi, and enlist his help to see that his branch and all branches in Kowloon are well policed. Phone Blacks and Cousin Dong of the huge Dongbo Bank, and Cousin Smiler Jing and Havagil to arrange extra cash against the Hopak securities and holdings. Ah, yes, phone your very good friend, Joe Jacobson, VP of the Chicago Federal and International Merchant Bank. His bank's got assets of $4 billion, and he owes you lots of favors. Lots. There are lots of Guilo who are deeply in your debt, and civilized people. Call them all. Abruptly, Richard Kwan came out of his reverie as he remembered the tai-pan summons. His soul twisted. Nelson Trading's deposits in bullion and cash were huge. Oh, go. If Nelson... The phone jangled irritably.
Uncle, Mr. Hapley's on the line.
Hello, Mr. Hapley. How nice to talk to you. Sorry I was engaged before.
That's all right, Mr. Kwan. I just wanted to check a couple of facts, if I may.
First, the riot at Aberdeen. The police were... Hardly a riot, Mr. Hapley. A few noisy, impatient people, that's all, he said, despising Hapley's Canadian-American accent and the need to be polite.
I'm looking at some photos right now, Mr. Kwan. The ones that are in this afternoon's Times. It looks like a riot, all right.
The banker squirmed in his chair and fought to keep his voice calm. Well, I wasn't there, so I'll have to talk to Mr. Song. I did, Mr. Kwan, at 3:30. Spent half an hour with him.
He said if it hadn't been for the police, they'd have torn the place apart.
There was a hesitation.
You're right to play it down, but say, I'm trying to help, and I can't without the facts. So if you'll level with me. How many folks wanted their money out at Lantau?
Richard Kwan said, 18, halving the real figure.
Our guy said 36, 82 at Shatin. How about Mongkok? A cupful? My guy said 48, and there was a good 100 left at closing. How about Tsimsa Choi?
I haven't got the figures yet, Mr. Hapley, Richard Kwan said smoothly, consumed with anxiety, hating the staccato questioning.
All the evening editions are heavy with the Hopak Gran. Some are even using the word.
Oh, go.
Yeah. I'd say you better get ready for a real hot day tomorrow, Mr. Kwan. I'd say your opposition's very well organized. Everything's too pat to be a coincidence.
I certainly appreciate your interest. Then Richard Kwan added delicately, if there's anything I can do. Again the irritating laugh.
Have any of your big depositors pulled out today?
Richard Kwan hesitated a fraction of a moment, and he heard Hapley jump into the breach.
Of course I know about Four Finger Wu. I meant the big British hongs.
No, Mr. Hapley, not yet.
There's a strong rumour that Hong Kong and Lantau Farm's going to change banks.
Richard Kwan felt that barb in his secret sack. Let's hope it's not true, Mr. Hapley. Who are the tai-pans, and what big bank or banks? Is it the Victoria or Blacks?
Perhaps it's Chinese. Sorry, I can't divulge a news source. But you'd better get organized. It sure as hell looks as though the big guys are after you.
Chapter 21, 4:25 p.m. They don't sleep together, Tai-pan, Claudia Chen said. Eh? Dunross looked up absently from the stack of papers he was going through. No, at least they didn't last night.
Who?
Bartlett and your Siranushi. Dunross stopped working.
Oh?
Yes. Separate rooms, separate beds, breakfast together in the main room, both neat and tidy and dressed in modest robes, which is interesting, because neither wears anything in bed. They don't? No, at least they didn't last night. Dunross grinned, and she was glad that her news pleased him. It was his first real smile of the day. Since she had arrived at 8 a.m., he had been working like a man possessed, rushing out for meetings, hurrying back again. The police, Philip Chen, the governor, twice to the bank, once to the penthouse to meet whom she did not know. No time for lunch, and, so the doorman had told her, the tai-pan had arrived with the dawn. She had seen the weight on his spirit today, the weight that sooner or later bowed all tai-pans, and sometimes broke them. She had seen Ian's father withered away by the enormous shipping losses of the war years, the catastrophic loss of Hong Kong, of his sons and nephews, bad Joss piling on bad Joss. It was the loss of mainland China that had finally crushed him. She'd seen how Suez had broken Alistair Struan, how that tai-pan had never recovered from that debacle, and how bad Joss had plied on bad Joss for him, until the gaunt-mounted run on their stock had shattered him. It must be a terrible strain, she thought. All our people to worry about, and our house, all our enemies, all the unexpected catastrophes of nature and of man that seem to be ever present, and all the sins and piracies and devil's work of the past that are waiting to burst forth from our own Pandora's box, as they do from time to time. It's a pity the tai-pans aren't Chinese, she thought. Then the sins of the past would be so much gossamer. What makes you sure, Claudia? No sleep things for either, pyjamas or filmy things. She beamed. How do you know? Please, Tai-pan, I can't divulge my sources. What else do you know? Ah, she said, then blandly changed the conversation. The Nelson Trading Board meetings in half an hour. You wanted to be reminded. Can I have a few minutes beforehand? Yes, in a quarter of an hour. Now, he said with a finality she knew too well, what else do you know? She sighed, then importantly consulted her notepad. She's never been married? Oh, lots of suitors, but none have lasted, Tai-pan. In fact, according to rumours, none have... Dunross's eyebrows shot up. You mean she's a virgin? Of that, we're not sure. Only that she has no reputation for staying out late or overnight with a gentleman. No, the only gentleman she goes out socially with is Mr. Bartlett, and that's infrequently, except on business trips. He, by the way, Tai-pan, he's quite a gadabout. Swinger was the term used. No one lady but... Used by whom? Ah, Mr. Handsome Bartlett doesn't have one special girlfriend, Tai-pan. Nothing steady, as they say. He was divorced in 1956, the same year that your Cyrenouche joined his firm. She's not my Cyrenouche, he said. Claudia beamed more broadly. She's 26. She's Sagittarius. You got someone to snitch her passport? Or got someone to take a peek? Very good gracious, no, Tai-pan. Claudia pretended to be shocked. I don't spy on people. I just ask questions. But 100 says she and Mr. Bartlett have been lovers at some time or another. That's no bet. I'd be astounded if they weren't. He's certainly in love with her, and she with him. You saw how they danced together. That's no bet at all. The lines around her eyes crinkled. Then what odds will you give me? They've never been lovers. Eh? What do you know? He asked suspiciously. Odds, Tai-pan? He watched her. Then he said, 1,000 to... I'll give you 10 to 1. Done. 100. Thank you, Tai-pan. Now, about the Nelson... Where'd you get all this information? Eh? She extracted a telex from the papers she was carrying. The rest she put into his in-tray. You telexed our people in New York the night before last for information on her, and to recheck Bartlett's dossier. This has just arrived. He took it and scanned it. His reading was very fast and his memory almost photographic. The telex gave the information Claudia had related in bald terms, without her embroidered interpretation, and added that Casey Chollock had no known police record, $46,000 in a savings account at the San Fernando Savings and Loan, and $8,700 in her checking account at the Los Angeles and California Bank. It's shocking how easy it is in the States to find out how much you've got in the bank, isn't it, Claudia? Shocking. I'd never use one, Tai-pan. He grinned. Except to borrow from. Claudia, just give me the telex next time. Yes, Tai-pan. But isn't my way of telling certain things more exciting? Yes, but where's it say about the nakedness? You made that up. Oh, no, that's from my own source here. Third toilet Claudia stopped just too late to avoid falling into his trap. His smile was seraphic. So, a spy in the V&A. Third toilet maid. Who? Which one, Claudia? To give him face, she pretended to be annoyed. A spy master may reveal nothing, ya? Her smile was kindly. Here's a list of your calls. I've put off as many as I can till tomorrow. I'll buzz you in good time for the meeting. He nodded, but she saw that his smile had vanished, and now he was lost in thought again. She went out, and he did not hear the door close. He was thinking about spy masters and AMG and his meeting with Brian Kwok and Roger Cross this morning at 10, and the one coming at 6 o'clock. The meeting this morning had been short, sharp, and angry. First, is there anything new on AMG? He had asked. Roger Cross had replied at once. It was, apparently, an accident. No suspicious marks on the body. No one was seen nearby. No car marks, impact marks, or skid marks, other than the motorcycle. Now the files, Ian. Oh, by the way, we know now you've got the only copies existent. Sorry, but I can't do what you asked. Why? There had been a sour edge to the policeman's voice. I'm still not admitting one way or the other that they exist, but... Oh, for Christ's sake, Ian, don't be ridiculous. Of course the copies exist. Do you take us for bloody fools? If they didn't, you would have come out with it last night, and that would have been that. I strongly advise you to let us copy them. And I strongly advise you to have a tighter hold on your temper. If you think I've lost my temper, Ian, then you know very little about me. I formally ask you to produce those documents. If you refuse, I'll invoke my powers under the Official Secrets Act at 6 o'clock this evening. And Tai-pan or not, of the noble house or not, friend or not, by 1 minute past 6, you'll be under arrest. You'll be held incommunicado, and we'll go through all your papers, safes, deposit boxes, until we've found them. Now, kindly produce the files. Dunross remembered the taut face and the iced eyes staring at him. His real friend Brian Kwok, in shock. No. Cross had sighed. The threat in the sound had sent a tremor through him. For the last time? Why? Because in the wrong hands, I think that'd be damaging to Her Good sweet Christ! I'm head of special intelligence. I know. Then kindly do as I ask. Sorry, I spent most of the night trying to work out a safe way to give... Roger Cross had got up. I'll be back at 6 o'clock for the files. Don't burn them, Ian. I'll know if you try, and I'm afraid you'll be stopped. 6 o'clock. Last night, while the house slept, Dunross had gone to his study and reread the files. Rereading them now with the new knowledge of AMG's death and possible murder, the involvement of MI5 and 6, probably the KGB, and Cross's astounding anxiety. And then the added thought that perhaps some of the material might not yet be available to the Secret Service, together with the possibility that many of the pieces he had dismissed as too far-fetched were not. Now all the reports took on new importance. Some of them blew his mind. To hand them over was too risky. To keep them now, impossible. In the quiet of the night, Dunross had considered destroying them. Finally, he concluded it was his duty not to. For a moment he considered leaving them openly on his desk, the French windows wide to the terrace darkness, and going back to sleep. If Cross was so concerned about the papers, then he and his men would be watching now. To lock them in the safe was unsafe. The safe had been touched once. It would be touched again. No safe was proof against an absolute, concerted professional attack. There in the darkness, his feet perched comfortably, he had felt the excitement welling, the beautiful, intoxicating, lovely warmth of danger surrounding him, physical danger, of enemies nearby, of being perched on the knife edge between life and void. The only thing that detracted from his pleasure was the knowledge that Struan's was betrayed from within, the same question always grinding. Is the Severin spy the same as he who gave their secrets to Bartlett? One of 7? Alistair, Philip, Andrew, Jacques, Linbar, David McStruan in Toronto, or his father? All unthinkable. His mind had examined each one, clinically, without passion. All had the opportunity, all the same motive, jealousy and hatred in varying degrees. But not one would sell the noble house to an outsider. Not one. Even so, one of them did. Who? The hours passed. Who? Severin? What to do about the files? Was AMG murdered? How much of the files are true? Who? The night was cool now, and the terrace had beckoned him. He stood under the stars. The breeze and the night welcomed him. He had always loved the night. Flying alone above the clouds at night, so much better than the day. The stars so near, eyes always watching for the enemy bomber or enemy night fighter, thumb ready on the trigger. Life was so simple then. Kill or be killed. He stood there for a while. Then, refreshed, he went back and locked the files away and sat in his great chair facing the French windows, on guard, working out his options, choosing one. Then, satisfied, he had dozed an hour or so and awoke, as usual, just before dawn. His dressing room was off his study, which was next door to their master bedroom. He had dressed casually and left silently. The road was clear. 16 seconds were clipped from his record. In his penthouse he bathed and shaved and changed into a tropical suit, then went to his office on the floor below. It was very humid today, with a curious look to the sky. A tropical storm's coming, he had thought. Perhaps we'll be lucky, and it won't pass us by like all the others, and it'll bring rain. He turned away from his windows and concentrated on running the noble house. There was a pile of overnight telexes to deal with on all manner of negotiations and enterprises, problems and business opportunities throughout the colony and the great outside, from all points of the compass. As far north as the Yukon, where Struan's had an oil prospecting joint venture with the Canadian timber and mining giant McLean Woodley. Singapore and Malaya, and as far south as Tasmania for fruit and minerals to carry to Japan. West to Britain, east to New York, the tentacles of the new international noble house that Dunross dreamed about were beginning to reach out, still weak, still tentative, and without the sustenance he knew was vital to their growth. Never mind. Soon they'll be strong. The Parkon deal will make our web like steel, with Hong Kong the centre of the earth and us the nucleus of the centre. Thank God for the telex and telephones. Mr. Bartlett, please. Hello? Ian Dunross, good morning. Sorry to disturb you so early. Could we postpone our meeting till 6:30? Yes? Is there a problem? No, just business. I've a lot to catch up with. Anything on John Chen? Not yet, no, sorry. I'll keep you posted, though. Give my regards to Casey. I will. Say, that was some party last night. Your daughter's a charmer. Thanks. I'll come to the hotel at 6:30. Of course, Casey's invited. See you then. Bye. Ah, Casey, he thought. Casey and Bartlett. Casey and Gornt. Gornt and Four-Finger Wu. Early this morning he had heard from Four-Finger Wu about his meeting with Gornt. A pleasant current had swept through him on hearing that his enemy had almost died. The Peak Road's no place to lose your brakes, he thought. Pity the bastard didn't die. That would have saved me lots of anguish. Then he dismissed Gornt and rethought Four-Finger Wu. Between the old seaman's pigeon and his hocklow, they could converse quite well. Wu had told him everything he could. Gornt's comment on the hopak, advising Wu to withdraw his money, was surprising, and cause for concern. That and Hapley's article. Does that bugger Gornt know something I don't? He'd gone to the bank. Paul, what's going on? About what? The hopak. Oh, the run. Very bad for our banking image, I must say. Poor Richard. We're fairly certain he's got all the reserves he needs to weather his storm, but we don't know the extent of his commitments. Of course I called him the moment I read Hapley's ridiculous article. I must tell you, Ian, I also called Christian Tox and told him in no uncertain terms he should control his reporters, and that he'd better cease and desist or else. I was told there was a queue at Simsa-Choi. Oh? I hadn't heard that. I'll check. Even so, surely the Jing Prosperity and the low-fat banks will support him. My God, he's built up the hopak into a major banking institution. If he went broke, God knows what'll happen. We even had some withdrawals at Aberdeen ourselves. No, Ian, let's hope it'll all blow over. Talking about that, do you think we'll get some rain? It feels dicey today, don't you think? The news said there might be a storm coming through. Do you think it'll rain? I don't know. Let's hope so. But not on Saturday. My God, yes. If the races were rained out, that would be terrible. We can't have that. Oh, by the way, Ian, it was a lovely party last night. I enjoyed meeting Bartlett and his girlfriend. How are your negotiations with Bartlett proceeding? First class. Listen, Paul. Dunross smiled to himself, remembering how he had dropped his voice, even though in Havergill's office. Havergill's office, which overlooked the whole of Central District, was book-lined and very carefully soundproofed. I've closed my deal. It's 2 years initially. We signed the papers within 7 days. They're putting up 20 million cash in each of the years, succeeding ones to be negotiated. Congratulations, my dear fellow! Heartiest congratulations! And the down payment? 7. That's marvellous. That covers everything nicely. It'll be marvellous to have the Toda Spectre away from the balance sheet. And with another million for all in, well, perhaps they'll give you more time. Then at long last you can forget all the bad years and look forward to a very profitable future. Yes. Have you got your ships chartered yet? No, but I'll have charterers in time to service our loan. I noticed your stocks jumped 2 points. It's on the way now. It's going to double within 30 days. Oh, what makes you think so? The boom. Eh? All the signs point that way, Paul. Confidence is up. Our Parkon deal will lead the boom. It's long overdue. That would be marvellous. When do you make the initial announcement about Parkon? Friday, after the market closes. Excellent. My thought entirely. By Monday, everyone will be on the bandwagon. But let's keep everything in the family until then. Of course. Oh, did you hear Quillan almost killed himself last night? It was just after your party. His brakes failed on the Peak Road. Yes, I heard. He should have killed himself. That would have sent second-grade company stock skyrocketing with happiness. Come now, Ian. A boom, eh? You really think so? Enough to want to buy heavily? How about 1 million credit to buy Struan's? Personal or for the house? Personal. We would hold the stock? Of course. And if the stock goes down? It won't. Say it does, Ian. What do you suggest? Well, it's all in the family, so why don't we say if it goes 2 points below market at today's closing, we can sell and debit your account with the loss? 3. Struan's is going to double. Yes. Meanwhile, let's say 2 until you sign the Parkon deal. The house is rather a lot over on its revolving credit already. Let's say 2, eh? All right. I'm safe at 2, Dunross thought again, reassuring himself. I think. Before he had left the bank, he had gone by John John's office. Bruce John, second deputy chief manager and heir apparent to Havergill, was a stocky, gentle man with a hummingbird's vitality. Dunross had given him the same news. John had been equally pleased. But he had advised caution on projecting a boom, and contrary to Havergill, was greatly concerned with the Hopak run.
"I don't like it at all, Ian. It's very smelly."
"Yes. What about Hapley's article?"
"Oh, it's all nonsense. We don't go in for those sort of shenanigans. Blacks, equally foolish. Why should we want to eliminate a major Chinese bank, even if we could? The Jing Bank might be the culprit. Perhaps. Perhaps old Smiler Jing would. He and Richard have been rivals for years. It could be a combination of half a dozen banks, Jing included. It might even be that Richard's depositors are really scared. I've heard all sorts of rumours for 3 months or so. They're in deep with dozens of dubious property schemes. Anyway, if he goes under, it'll affect us all. Be bloody careful, Ian."
"I'll be glad when you're upstairs, Bruce."
"Don't sell Paul short. He's very clever, and he's been awfully good for Hong Kong and the bank. But we're in for some hairy times in Asia, Ian. I must say, I think you're very wise to try to diversify into South America. It's a huge market and untapped by us. Have you considered South Africa?"
"What about it?"
"Let's have lunch next week. Wednesday? Good. I've an idea for you."
"Oh? What?"
"It'll wait, old chum. You heard about Gornt?"
"Yes."
"Very unusual for a Rolls, what?"
"Yes."
"He's very sure he can take Parkon away from you."
"He won't."
"Have you seen Philip today?"
"Philip Chen? No. Why?"
"Nothing."
"Why?"
"Bumped into him at the track. He seemed... Well, he looked awful and very distraught. He's taking the kidnapping very badly."
"Wouldn't you?"
"Yes. Yes, I would. But I didn't think he and his number one son were that close."
Dunross thought about Adrian and Glenna and his son Duncan, who was 15 and on holiday on a friend's sheep station in Australia. What would I do if one of them were kidnapped? What would I do if a mutilated ear came through the mails at me like that? I'd go mad. I'd go mad with rage. I'd forget everything else, and I'd hunt down the kidnappers, and then my vengeance would last 1,000 years. There was a knock on the door. "Yes?" "Oh, hello, Cathy," he said, happy as always to see his younger sister. "Sorry to interrupt, Ian, dear," Cathy Gavallan said in a rush from the door to his office. "But Claudia said you had a few minutes before your next appointment. Is it all right?" "Course it's all right," he said with a laugh, and put aside the memo he was working on. "Oh, good. Thanks." She closed the door and sat in the high chair that was near the window. He stretched to ease the ache in his back and grinned at her. "Hey, I like your hat." It was pale straw with a yellow band that matched her cool-looking silk dress. "What's up?" "I've got multiple sclerosis." He stared at her blankly. "What?" "That's what the tests say. The doctor told me yesterday, but yesterday I couldn't tell you or... Today he checked the tests with another specialist, and there's no mistake." Her voice was calm and her face calm, and she sat upright in the chair, looking prettier than he had ever seen her. "I had to tell someone. Sorry to say it so suddenly. I thought you could help me make a plan, not today, but when you've time, perhaps over the weekend." She saw his expression and she laughed nervously. "It's not as bad as that, I think." Dunross sat back in his big leather chair and fought to get his shocked mind working. "Multiple... That's dicey, isn't it?" Yes, it is. Apparently it's something that attacks your nervous system that they can't cure yet. They don't know what it is, or where, or how you get it. We'll get other specialists. No, even better, you go to England with Penn. There'd be specialists there or in Europe. There's got to be some form of cure, Cathy. Got to be." "There isn't, dear. But England is a good idea. Dr. Tooley said he'd like me to see a Harley Street specialist for treatment. I'd love to go with Penn. I'm not too advanced, and there's nothing to be too concerned about, if I'm careful." "Meaning?" "Meaning that if I take care of myself, take their medication, nap in the afternoon to stop getting tired, I'll still be able to take care of Andrew and the house and the children and play a little tennis and golf occasionally, but only 1 round in the mornings. You see, they can arrest the disease, but they can't repair the damage already done so far. He said, if I don't take care of myself and rest, it's rest mostly, he said. If I don't rest, it will start up again, and then each time you go down a plateau. Yes, and then you can never get back up again. Do you see, dear? He stared at her, keeping his agony for her bottled. His heart was grinding in his chest, and he had 8 plans for her, and he thought, "Oh, Christ, poor Cathy." "Yes, well, thank God you can rest all you want," he said, keeping his voice calm like hers. "Do you mind if I talk to Thule?" "I think that would be all right. There's no need to be alarmed, Ian. He said I'd be all right if I took care of myself, and I told him I'd be ever so good, so he needn't have any worries on that score." Cathy was surprised that her voice was calm and her hands and fingers rested in her lap so easily, betraying none of the horror she felt within. She could almost feel the disease bugs or microbes or viruses seeping through her system, feeding on her nerves, eating them away oh so slowly, second by second, hour by hour, until there would be more tingling and more numbness in her fingers and her toes, then her wrists and ankles and legs and... Oh, Jesus Christ, God Almighty! She took a little tissue out of her purse and gently dabbed beside her nose and forehead. "It's awfully humid today, isn't it?" "Yes." "Cathy, why is it so sudden?" "Well, it isn't, dear. Not really. They just couldn't diagnose it. That's what all the tests were for." It had begun as a slight dizziness and headaches about 6 months ago. She'd noticed it most when she was playing golf. She would be standing over her ball, steadying herself, but her eyes would go dizzy, and she could not focus, and the ball would split and become 2 and 3 and 2 again, and they would never stay still. Andrew had laughed and told her to see an optician. But it wasn't glasses, and aspirins did not help, nor stronger pills. Then dear old Thule, their family doctor forever, had sent her to Matilda Hospital on the Peak for tests and more tests and brain scans in case there was a tumour. But they had shown nothing, nor had all the other tests. Only the awful spinal tap gave a clue. Other tests confirmed it. Yesterday. Oh, sweet Jesus! Was it only yesterday they condemned me to the wheelchair, at length to become a helpless, slobbering thing? "You told Andrew?" "No, dear," she said, pulled once more back from the brink. "I haven't told him yet. I couldn't, not yet. Poor dear Andrew does get into a tizzy so easily. I'll tell him tonight. I couldn't tell him before I told you. I had to tell you first. We always used to tell you everything first, didn't we? Lecky, Scotty and I. You always used to know first." She was remembering when they were all young, all the lovely happy times here in Hong Kong and in Ayr at Castle Avisyard, at their lovely old rambling house on the crest of the hill amid the heather, overlooking the sea. Christmas and Easter and the long summer holidays, she and Ian, and Lecky, the oldest, and Scott, her twin brother. Such happy days when father wasn't there, all of them terrified of their father, except Ian, who was always their spokesman, always their protector, who always took the punishments. No supper tonight, and write 500 times, "I will not argue any more. A child's place is to be seen and not heard," who took all the beatings and never complained. "Oh, poor Lecky and Scotty." "Oh, Ian," she said, her tears welling suddenly. "I'm so sorry." Then she felt his arms wrap around her, and she felt safe at last, and the nightmare softened. But she knew it would never go away. Not now. Never. Nor would her brothers come back, except in her dreams, nor would her darling Johnny. "It's all right, Ian," she said through her tears. "It's not for me. Not me, really. I was just thinking about Lecky and Scotty and home at Ayr when we were small, and my Johnny, and I was, oh, ever so sad for all of them." Lecky was the first to die. Second Lieutenant, Highland Light Infantry. He was lost in 1940 in France. Nothing was ever found of him. One moment he had been there beside the road, and then he was gone, the air filled with acrid smoke from the barrage that the Nazi panzers had laid down on the little stone bridge over the stream on the way to Dunkirk. For all the war years, they had all lived in the hope that Lecky was now a POW in some good prison camp, not one of those terrible ones. And after the war, the months of searching, but never a sign, never a witness, not even the littlest sign, and then they, the family, and at length father, had laid Lecky's ghost to rest. Scott had been 16 in 39, and he'd gone to Canada for safety, there to finish schooling, and then, already a pilot, the day he was 18, in spite of father's howling protests, he had joined the Canadian Air Force, wanting blood vengeance for Lecky. And he had got his wings at once, and joined a bomber squadron, and had come over well in time for D-Day. Gleefully, he had blown many a town to pieces, and many a city to pieces, until February the 14th, 1945. Now squadron leader DFC in Bar, coming home from the supreme Holocaust of Dresden. His Lancaster had been jumped by a Messerschmitt, and though his co-pilot had brought the crippled plane to rest in England, Scotty was dead in the left seat. Kathy had been at his funeral, and Ian had been there, in uniform, come home on leave from Chungking, where he'd been attached to Chiang Kai-shek's Air Force after he was shot down and grounded. She had wept on Ian's shoulder, wept for Lecky and wept for Scotty and wept for her Johnny. She was a widow then. Flight Lieutenant John Selkirk, DFC, another happy god of war, inviolate, invincible, had been blown out of the sky, torched out of the sky, the debris burning on the way to Earth. Johnny had had no funeral. There was nothing to bury. Like Lecky. Just a telegram came, one for each of them.
"Oh, Johnny, my darling, my darling, my darling. What an awful waste Ian did, all of them. And for what?"
"I don't know, little Kathy," he said, still holding her. "I don't know. And I don't know why I made it and why they didn't."
"Oh, I'm ever so glad you did."
She gave him a little hug and gathered herself. Somehow she put away her sadness for all of them. Then she dried her tears, took out a small mirror and looked at herself.
"God, I look a mess. Sorry."
His private bathroom was concealed behind a bookcase, and she went there and repaired her makeup. When she came back, he was still staring out of the window. "Andrew's out of the office at the moment, but the moment he comes back, I'll tell him," he said.
"Oh, no, dear. That's my job. I must do that. I must. That's only fair."
She smiled up at him and touched him.
"I love you, Ian."
"I love you, Kathy." Chapter 22, 4:55 p.m. The cardboard box that the werewolves had sent to Philip Chan was on Roger Cross's desk. Beside the box was the ransom note, keyring, driver's license, pen, even the crumpled pieces of torn newspaper that had been used for packing. The little plastic bag was there, and the mottled rag. Only its contents were missing. Everything had been tagged. Roger Cross was alone in the room, and he stared at the objects, fascinated. He picked up a piece of the newspaper. Each had been carefully smoothed out. Most were tagged with a date and the name of the Chinese newspaper it had come from. He turned it over, seeking hidden information, a hidden clue, something that might have been missed. Finding nothing, he put it back neatly and leaned on his hands, lost in thought. Alan Medford Grant's report was also on his desk, near the intercom. It was very quiet in the room. Small windows overlooked Wanchai and part of the harbour toward Glessing's Point. His phone jangled. "Yes?" "Mr. Rosemont, CIA, and Mr. Langan, FBI, sir." "Good." Roger Cross replaced his phone. He unlocked his top desk drawer and carefully put the AMG file on top of the decoded telex and relocked it. The middle drawer contained a high-quality tape recorder. He checked it and touched a hidden switch. Silently, the reels began to turn. The intercom on his desk contained a powerful microphone. Satisfied, he relocked this drawer. Another hidden desk switch slid a bolt open on the door soundlessly. He got up and opened the door. "Hello, you two. Please come in," he said affably. He closed the door behind the two Americans and shook hands with them. Unnoticed, he slid the bolt home again. "Take a seat. Tea?" "No, thanks," the CIA man said. "What can I do for you?" Both men were carrying manila envelopes. Rosemont opened his and took out a sheaf of good quality 8x10 photos, clipped into 2 sections. "Here," he said, passing over the top section. There were various shots of Varansky running across the wharf, on the streets of Kowloon, getting into and out of taxis, phoning, and many more of his Chinese assassins. One photograph showed the 2 Chinese leaving the phone booth, with a clear glimpse of the crumpled body in the background. Only Cross's superb discipline kept him from showing astonishment, then blinding rage. "Good, very good," he said gently, putting them on the desk, very conscious of the ones Rosemont had retained in his hand. "So?" Rosemont and Ed Langan frowned. "You were tailing him too?" "Of course," Cross said, lying with his marvellous sincerity. "My dear fellow, this is Hong Kong. But I do wish you'd let us do our job and not interfere." "Raj, we don't want to interfere, just want to backstop you." "Perhaps we don't need backstopping." There was a sharpness to his voice now. "Sure." Rosemont took out a cigarette and lit it. He was tall and thin, with grey, crew-cut hair and good features. His hands were strong, like all of him. "We know where the 2 killers are holed up. We think we know," he said. "One of our guys thinks he's pegged them." "How many men have you got watching the ship?" 10. Our guys didn't notice any of yours tailing this one. The diversion almost spooked us, too." "Very dicey," Cross said agreeably, wondering what diversion. "Our guys never got to go through his pockets. We know he made 2 calls from the booth." Rosemont noted Cross's eyes narrow slightly. "That's curious," he thought. "Cross didn't know that. If he doesn't know that, maybe his operators weren't tailing the target either. Maybe he's lying, and the commie was loose in Hong Kong until he was knifed. We radioed a mugshot back home. We'll get a call back fast. Who was he?" "His paper said Igor Varansky, seaman first class, Soviet merchant marine." "You have a file on him, Raj?" "It's rather unusual for you two to call together, isn't it? I mean, in the movies, we're always led to believe the FBI and CIA are always at odds." Ed Langan smiled. "Sure we are, like you and MI5, like the KGB, GRU, and 50 other Soviet operations. But sometimes our case is cross. We're internal US, Stan's external, but we're both out for the same thing, security. We thought, we're asking if we could all cooperate. This could be a big one, and Stan and I are out of our depth." "That's right," Rosemont said, not believing it. "All right," Cross said, needing their information. "But you first." Rosemont sighed. "Okay, Raj. We've had a buzz for some time there's something hotting up in Hong Kong. We don't know what, but it sure as hell's got tie-ins to the States. I figure the AMG file's the link. Look it, take Banastasio. He's mafia, big time. Narcotics, the lot. Now take Bartlett and the guns. Guns. Is Bartlett tied into Banastasio? We're not sure. We're checking. We're sure the guns were put aboard in L.A., Los Angeles, where the airplane's based. Guns. Guns, narcotics, now growing interest in Vietnam. Where do narcotics come from? The Golden Triangle. Vietnam, Laos, and the Yunnan province of China. Now we're into Vietnam and... Yes, and you're ill-advised to be there, old chum. I've pointed that out 50 times. We don't make policy, Raj, any more than you do. Next, our nuclear carrier's here, and the goddamn Savetsky Ivanov arrives last night. That's too convenient. Maybe the leak came from here. Then Ed tips you off, and we get AMG's wild-ass letters from London, and now they're severing. Turns out the KGB have plants all over Asia, and you've a high-placed hostile somewheres. That's not yet proved. Right, but I know about AMG. He's nobody's fool. If he says Severin's in place and you've a mole, you've a mole.
Sure, we got hostiles in the CIA too, so have the KGB. I'm sure Ed has in the FBI.
That's doubtful, Ed Langan interrupted sharply. Our guys are hand-picked and trained. You get your firemen from all over.
Sure, Rosemont said, then added to Cross. Back to narcotics. Red China's our big enemy, and...
Again, you're wrong, Stanley. The PRC's not the big enemy anywhere. Russia is.
China's commie. Commies are the enemy. Now, it'd be real smart to flood the States with cheap narcotics, and Red China, okay, the People's Republic of China, can open the damn gates.
But they haven't. Our narcotics branch is the best in Asia. They've never come up with anything to support your misguided official theory that they're behind the trade. Nothing. The PRC are as anti-drug traffic as the rest of us.
Have it your way, Rosemont said. Raj, you got a file on this agent? He's KGB, isn't he?
Cross lit a cigarette. Varansky was here last year. That time, he went under the cover name of Sergei Kudrov. Again, seaman first class. Again, off the same ship. They're not very inventive, are they? Neither of the two men smiled. His real name's Major Yuri Bakan, First Directorate, KGB, Department 6. Rosemont sighed heavily. The FBI man glanced at him. Then you're right. It all ties in.
Maybe.
The tall man thought a moment.
Raj, what about his contacts from last year?
He acted like a tourist, staying at the Nine Dragons in Kowloon.
That's in AMG's report. That hotel's mentioned, Langan said.
Yes, we've been covering it for a year or so. We found nothing. Bakan, Varansky, did ordinary tourist activities. We had him on 24-hour surveillance. He stayed a couple of weeks, then, just before the ship sailed, sneaked back aboard.
Girlfriend?
No. Not a regular one. He used to hang out at the Good Luck dance hall in Wonshai. Quite a coxman, apparently, but he asked no questions and met no one out of the ordinary.
He ever visit Sinclair Towers?
No.
Pity, Langan said. That'd have been dandy. Tzu Yun's got a place there. Tzu Yun knows Banastasio, John Chen knows Banastasio, and we're back to guns, narcotics, AMG, and Severin.
Yeah, Rosemont said, then added,
Have you caught up with Tzu Yun yet?
No. He got to Taipei safely, then vanished.
You think he's holed up there?
I would imagine so, Cross said. But inside he believed him dead, already eliminated by nationalist, communist, mafia or triad. I wonder if he could have been a double agent, or the supreme devil of all intelligence services, a triple agent.
You'll find him, or we will, or the Taiwan boys will.
Roger, did Varansky lead you anywhere? Langan asked. No, nowhere, even though we've had tabs on him for years. He's been attached to the Soviet Trade Commission in Bangkok. He spent time in Hanoi and Seoul, but no covert activities we know of. Once the cheeky bugger even applied for a British passport, and almost got one. Luckily, our fellows vet all applications and spotted flaws in his cover. I'm sorry he's dead. You know how hard it is to identify nasties. Waste of a lot of time and effort. Cross paused and lit a cigarette. His major's rank is quite senior, which suggests something very smelly. Perhaps he was just a number of their specials who was ordered to cruise Asia and get into deep cover for 20 or 30 years.
Those bastards have had their game plan set for so long, it stinks.
Rosemont sighed.
What are you going to do with the corpse?
Cross smiled. I got one of my Russian-speaking fellows to call the captain of the ship, Gregor Suslev. He's a party member, of course, but fairly harmless. Has a sporadic girlfriend with a flat in Mongkok. A bar girl who gets a modest allowance from him and entertains him when he's here. He goes to the races, theatre, Macau gambling a couple of times. Speaks good English. Suslev's under surveillance. I don't want any of your hotshots ponging on one of our known hostiles.
So Suslev's regular here, then? Yes, he's been plying these waters for years, based out of Vladivostok. He's an ex-submarine commander, by the way. He wanders around the fringe here, mostly under the weather.
What do you mean?
Drunk, but not badly so. Cavorts with a few of our British pinkos like Sam and Molly Finn.
The ones who are always writing letters to the papers.
Yes. They're more of a nuisance than a security risk. Anyway, under instructions, my Russian-speaking fellow told Captain Suslov we were frightfully sorry, but it seemed that one of his seamen had had a heart attack in a phone booth at Golden Ferry Terminal. Suslov was suitably shocked and quite reasonable. In Varansky's pocket, there happened to be an accurate, verbatim report of the assassin's phone conversation. We put it in Russian as a further sign of our displeasure. They're all professionals aboard that ship, and sophisticated enough to know we don't remove their agents without very great cause and provocation. They know we just watch the ones we know about, and, if we're really very irritated, we deport them.
Cross looked across at Rosemont, his eyes hard, though his voice stayed matter-of-fact.
We find our methods more effective than the knife, garrote, poison, or bullet.
The CIA man nodded. But who would want to kill him? Cross glanced at the photos again. He did not recognize the two Chinese, but their faces were clear, and the body in the background unbelievable evidence.
We'll find them, whoever they are. The one who phoned our police station claimed they were 14K, but he only spoke Shanghainese with a Ningpo dialect, so that's unlikely. Probably he was a triad of some sort. He could be Green Pang. He was certainly a trained professional. The knife was used perfectly, with great precision. One moment alive, the next dead, and no sound. Could be one of your CIA's trainees in Chiang Kai-shek's intelligence agency. Or perhaps the Korean CIA, more of your trainees. They're anti-Soviets too, aren't they? Possibly PRC agents, but that's improbable. Their agents don't usually go in for Guilo murder, and certainly not in Hong Kong.
Rosemont nodded and let the censure pass. He gave Cross the remaining photos, wanting the Englishman's cooperation and needing it.
These are shots of the house they went into, and the street sign. Our guy couldn't read characters, but it translates Street of the First Season, number 14. It's a rotten little alley in back of the bus depot in North Point.
Cross began to examine them with equal care. Rosemont glanced at his watch, then got up and went to the single window that faced part of the harbour.
"Look," he said proudly.
The other two went over to him. The great nuclear carrier was just rounding North Point, heading for the Navy Yard, Hong Kong side. She was dressed overall, all her obligatory flags stiff in the breeze, crowds of white-clothed sailors on her vast deck, with neat lines of her vicious fighter jet airplanes. Almost 84,000 tons. No smokestack, just a vast, ominous bridge complex, with an 1,100-foot angled runway that could retrieve and launch jets simultaneously. The first of a generation.
"That's some ship,"
Cross said enviously. This was the first time the Colossus had entered Hong Kong since her commissioning in 1960.
"Pretty,"
he said, hating the fact she was American and not British.
"What's her top speed?"
"I don't know. That's classified along with most everything else."
Rosemont turned to watch him.
"Can't you send that goddamn Soviet spy ship to hell out of port?"
"Yes, and we could blow it up, but that would be equally foolish. Stanley, relax. You have to be a little civilized about these things. Repairing their ships, and some of them really do need it, is a good source of revenue and intelligence, and they pay their bills promptly. Our ways have been tried and tested over the years."
"Yes," Rosemont was thinking without rancour,
"but your ways don't work anymore. The British Empire's no more. The British Raj no more. And we've a different enemy now. Smarter, rougher, dedicated totalitarian fanatic, with no Queensberry rules and a worldwide plan that's lavishly funded by whatever it takes. You British have no dough now.
no clout, no navy, no army, no air force, and your goddamn government's filled with socialist and enemy pus, and we think they sold you out. You've been screwed from within. Your security's the pits, from Klaus Fuchs and Philby on down. Jesus, we won both goddamn wars for you, paid for most of it, and both times you've screwed up the peace. And if it wasn't for our strategic air command, our missiles, our nuclear strike force, our navy, our army, our air force, our taxpayers, our dough, you'd all be dead or in goddamn Siberia. Meanwhile, like it or not, I got a deal with you. We need Hong Kong as a window, and right now, your cops to guard the carrier.
Raj, thanks for the extra men, he said.
We sure appreciate it. We wouldn't want any trouble while she's here either. Pretty ship. I envy you having her. Her captain'll have the ship and crew under tight wraps. The shore parties'll all be briefed and warned, and will cooperate 100%. I'll see you get a copy of the list of bars I've suggested your sailors stay out of. Some are known communist hangouts, and some are frequented by our lads off HMS Dart.
Cross smiled.
There'll still be the odd brawl.
Sure. Raj, this Veransky killing's too much of a coincidence. Can I send a Shanghai speaker to assist the interrogation?
I'll let you know if we need help.
Can we have our copies of the Tai-pan's other AMG reports now? Then we can get out of your hair.
Cross stared back at him, twisting uneasily, even though he was prepared for the question. I'll have to get approval from Whitehall.
Rosemont was surprised. Our top man in England's been on to your great white father, and it's approved. You should have had it an hour ago.
Oh?
Sure. Hell, we'd no idea AMG was on the Tai-pan's payroll, let alone passing classified stuff, for Christ's sake. The wires have been red hot since Ed got the top copy of AMG's last will and testament. We got an all points from Washington on getting copies of the other reports, and we're trying to trace the call to Switzerland, but...
Say again?
Kiernan's call. The second call he made.
I don't follow you,
Rosemont explained.
Cross frowned. My people didn't tell me about that, nor did Dunross. Now why should Dunross lie, or avoid telling me that?
He related to them exactly what Dunross had told him.
There was no reason for him to hide that, was there?
No. All right, Raj. Is the Tai-pan kosher?
Cross laughed.
If you mean, is he a 100% British royalist freebooter whose allegiance is to his house, himself, and the Queen, not necessarily in that order, the answer's an emphatic yes. Then if we can have our copies now, Raj, we'll be on our way.
When I've got Whitehall's approval?
If you'll check your decoding room, it's a priority 14A. It says to let us have copies on receipt.
14As were very rare. They called for immediate clearance and immediate action. Cross hesitated, wanting to avoid the trap he was in. He dared not tell them he did not yet have possession of the AMG reports. He picked up the phone and dialed. This is Mr. Cross. Is there anything for me from source? A 14A?
No, sir. Other than the one we sent up an hour ago, that you signed for, the SI woman said.
Thank you. Cross put the phone down.
Nothing yet, he said.
Shit,
Rosemont muttered, then added, They swore they'd already beamed it out, and you'd have it before we got here. It's got to be here any second. If you don't mind, we'll wait.
I've an appointment in Central shortly. Perhaps later this evening?
Both men shook their heads. Langan said, We'll wait. We've been ordered to send them back instantly by hand, with a 24-hour guard. An army transport's due now at Kaitak to carry the courier. We can't even copy them here.
Aren't you overreacting?
You could answer that. What's in them?
Cross toyed with his lighter. It had Cambridge University emblazoned on it. He had owned it since his undergraduate days. Is it true what AMG said about the CIA and the Mafia? Rosemont stared back at him.
I don't know.
You guys used all sort of crooks during World War II. We learned from you to take advantage of what we've got. That was your first rule. Besides, Rosemont added with utter conviction, this war's our war, and whatever it takes, we're going to win. Yes, we must, Langan echoed, equally sure. Because if we lose this one, the whole world's gone, and we'll never get another chance. On the closed-in bridge of the Savetsky Ivanov, 3 men had binoculars trained on the nuclear carrier. One of the men was a civilian, and he wore a throat mic that fed into a tape recorder. He was giving an expert, technical running commentary of what he saw. From time to time, the other 2 would add a comment. Both wore light naval uniform. One was Captain Gregor Suslev, the other his first officer. The carrier was coming up the roads nicely, tugs in attendance, but no tug ropes. Ferries and freighters tooted a jaunty welcome. A marine band played on her aft deck. White-clad sailors waved at passing ships. The day was very humid, and the afternoon sun cast long shadows. "The captain's expert," the first officer said. "Yes, but with all that radar, even a child could handle her," Captain Suslev replied. He was a heavy-shouldered, bearded man, his Slavic brown eyes deep-set in a friendly face. "Those sweepers aloft look like the new GEs for very long-range radar. Are they, Vasily?" The technical expert broke off his transmission momentarily. "Yes, Comrade Captain. But look aft. They've 4 F-5 interceptors parked on the right flight deck." Suslev whistled tonelessly. "They're not supposed to be in service till next year." "No," the civilian said. "Report that separately as soon as she docks. That news alone pays for our voyage." "Yes." Suslev fine-tuned his focus now as the ship turned slightly. He could see the airplane's bomb racks. "How many more F-5s does she carry in her guts? And how many atomic warheads for them?" They all watched the carrier for a moment. "Perhaps we'll get lucky this time, Comrade Captain," the first officer said. "Let's hope so. Then Voransky's death won't be so expensive." "The Americans are fools to bring her here. Don't they know every agent in Asia will be tempted by her?" "It's lucky for us they are. It makes our job so much easier." Once more, Suslev concentrated on the F-5s that looked like soldier hornets among other hornets. Around him, the bridge was massed with advanced surveillance equipment. One radar was sweeping the harbour. A grey-haired impassive sailor watched the screen, the carrier a large clear blip among the myriad of blips. Suslev's binoculars moved to the carrier's ominous bridge complex, then wandered the length of the ship. In spite of himself, he shivered at her size and power. "They say she's never refueled, not since she was launched in 1960. Behind him, the door to the radio room that adjoined the bridge opened, and a radio operator came up to him and saluted, offering the cable. "Urgent from center, Comrade Captain." Suslev took the cable and signed for it. It was a meaningless jumble of words. A last look at the carrier, and he let the binoculars rest on his chest and strode off the bridge. His sea cabin was just aft on the same deck. The door was guarded, like both entrances to the bridge. He relocked his cabin door behind him and opened the small, concealed safe. His cipher book was secreted in a false wall. He sat at his desk. Quickly, he decoded the message. He read it carefully, then stared into space for a moment. He read it a second time, then replaced the cipher book, closed the safe, and burned the original of the cable in an ashtray. He picked up his phone. "Bridge, send Comrade Metkin to my cabin." While he waited, he stood by the porthole, lost in thought. His cabin was untidy. Photographs of a heavy-set woman, smiling self-consciously, were on his desk in a frame. Another of a good-looking youth in naval uniform, and a girl in her teens. Books, a tennis racket, and a newspaper on the half-made bunk. A knock. He unlocked the door. The sailor who had been staring at the radar screen stood there. "Come in, Dmitri." Suslev motioned at the decoded cable and relocked the door after him. The sailor was short and squat, with greying hair and a good face.
He was, officially, political commissar and therefore senior officer on the ship. He picked up the decoded message. It read, Priority 1, Gregor Suslov. You will assume Voransky's duties and responsibilities at once. London reports optimum CIA and MI6 interest in information contained in blue-covered files leaked to Ian Dunross of Struan's by the British Intelligence Coordinator, AMG. Order Arthur to obtain copies immediately. If Dunross has destroyed the copies, cable feasibility plan to detain him for chemical debriefing in depth. The sailor's face closed. He looked across at Captain Suslov. AMG? Alan Medford Grant? Yes. May that one burn in hell for 1,000 years. He will, if there's any justice in this world or the next. Suslov smiled grimly. He went to his sideboard and took out a half-full vodka bottle and 2 glasses. Listen, Dmitri. If I fail or don't return, you take command. He held up the key. Unlock the safe. There are instructions about decoding and everything else. Let me go tonight in your place. You're more important. No. Thank you, old friend. Suslov clapped him warmly on the shoulders. In case of an accident, you assume command and carry out our mission. That's what we've been trained for. He touched glasses with him. Don't worry. Everything will be fine, he said, glad he could do as he wished, and very content with his job and his position in life. He was, secretly, Deputy Controller in Asia for the KGB's First Directorate, Department 6, that was responsible for all covert activities in China, North Korea and Vietnam. A senior lecturer in Vladivostok University's Department of Foreign Affairs, 2A Counterintelligence. A colonel in the KGB. And, most important of all, a senior party member in the Far East. Center's given the order. You must guard our tails here, eh? Of course. You needn't worry about that, Gregor. I can do everything. But I worry about you, Metkin said. They had sailed together for several years, and he respected Suslov very much, though he did not know from where his overriding authority came. Sometimes he was tempted to try to find out. You're getting on, he told himself. You retire next year, and you may need powerful friends, and the only way to have the help of powerful friends is to know their skeletons. But Suslov or no Suslov, your well-earned retirement will be honorable, quiet, and at home in the Crimea. Metkin's heart beat faster at the thought of all that lovely countryside and grand climate on the Black Sea. Dreaming the rest of his life away with his wife, and sometimes seeing his son, an up-and-coming KGB officer presently in Washington, no longer at risk and in danger from within or without. Oh God, protect my son from betrayal or making a mistake, he prayed fervently, then at once felt a wave of nausea, as always, in case his superiors knew that he was a secret believer, and that his parents, peasants, had brought him up in the church. If they knew, there would be no retirement in the Crimea, only some icy backwater and no real home ever again. Voransky, he said, as always cautiously hiding his hatred of the man. He was a top operator, eh? Where did he slip? He was betrayed. That was his problem, Suslov said darkly. We will find his murderers, and they will pay, if my name is on the next knife. The big man shrugged, then poured more vodka with a sudden laugh. So what, eh? It's in the name of the cause, the party, and Mother Russia. They touched glasses and drained them. When are you going ashore? Suslov bit on the raw liquor. Then, thankfully, he felt the great good warmth begin inside, and his anxieties and terrors seemed less real. He motioned out of the porthole. As soon as she's moored and safe, he said, with his rolling laugh. Ah, but she's a pretty ship, eh? We've got nothing to touch that bastard, Captain, have we? Or those fighters? Nothing. Suslov smiled as he poured again. No, comrade, but if the enemy has no real will to resist,
They can have 100 of those carriers, and it doesn't matter. Yes, but Americans are erratic. One general can go off at half-cock, and they can smash us off the face of the earth. I agree. Now they can, but they won't. They've no balls. Suslov drank again. And soon, just a little more time, and we'll stick their noses up their asses. He sighed. It will be good when we begin. It'll be terrible. No, a short, almost bloodless war against America, and then the rest'll collapse like the pus-infected corpse it is. Bloodless? What about their atom bombs? Hydrogen bombs? They'll never use atomics or missiles against us. They're too scared, even now, of ours, because they're sure we'll use them. Will we? I don't know. Some commanders would. I don't know. We'll certainly use them back. But first, I don't know. The threat will always be enough. I'm sure we'll never need a fighting war. He lit a corner of the decoded message and put it in the ashtray. Another 20 years of détente? Ha! What Russian genius invented that? We'll have a navy bigger and better than theirs, an air force bigger and better than theirs. We've got more tanks now and more soldiers, but without ships and airplanes, we must wait. 20 years is not long to wait for Mother Russia to rule the earth. And China? What about China? Suslov gulped the vodka and refilled both glasses again. The bottle was empty now, and he tossed it onto his bunk. His eyes saw the burning paper in the ashtray twist and crackle, dying. Perhaps China's the one place to use our atomics, he said matter-of-factly. There's nothing there we need. Nothing. That'd solve our China problem once and for all. How many men of military age did they have, at last estimate? 116 million between the ages of 18 and 25. Think of that! 116 million yellow devils sharing 5,000 miles of our frontiers. And then foreigners call us paranoiac about China. Huh. He sipped the vodka, this time making it last. Atomics would solve our China problem once and for all. Quick, simple, and permanent. The other man nodded. And this Dunross? The papers of AMG? We'll get them from him. After all, Dmitri, one of our people is family, another one of his partners, another's in special intelligence. There's Arthur and Severin everywhere he turns, and then we've a dozen decadents to call on in his parliament, some in his government. They both began laughing. And if he's destroyed the papers? Suslov shrugged. They say he's got a photographic memory. You'd do the interrogation here? It'd be dangerous to do an in-depth chemic quickly. I've never done one. Have you? No. The captain frowned. When you report tonight, get sent to ready an expert, in case we need one. Koronsky from Vladivostok, if he's available. Dmitri nodded, lost in thought. This morning's Guardian, lying half-crumpled on the captain's bunk, caught his eye. He went over and picked it up, his eyes alight. Gregor, if we have to detain Dunross, why not blame them? Then you've all the time you'll need. The screaming headline read, Suspects in Werewolf's Kidnap Case. If Dunross doesn't return, perhaps our man had become tai-pan, eh? Suslov began to chuckle. Dmitri, you're a genius. Rosemont glanced at his watch. He had waited long enough. Raj, can I use your phone? Certainly, Cross said. The CIA man stubbed out his cigarette and dialed the Central CIA Exchange in the consulate. This is Rosemont. Give me 2022. That was the CIA Communications Center. 2022. Chapman. Who's this? Rosemont. Hi, Phil. Anything new? Nope, excepting Marty Povitz reports a lot of activity on the bridge of the Ivanov. High-powered binoculars. 3 guys, Stan. One's a civilian. Others are the captain and the first officer. One of their short-range radar sweeps working overtime. You want us to notify the Corregidor's captain? Hell no. No need to make his tail wriggle more than needs be. Say, Phil, we gotta confirm on our 4041? Sure, Stan. It came in at... Standby one. It came in at 1603 local. Thanks, Phil. See you. Rosemont lit another cigarette. Sourly, Langan, a non-smoker, watched him but said nothing as Cross was smoking too. Rog, what are you pulling? Rosemont asked harshly, to Langan's shock. You got your priority 14A at 1603, same time as we did. Why the stall? I find it presently convenient, Cross replied, his voice pleasant. Rosemont flushed, so did Langan. Well, I don't, and we've instructions, official instructions, to pick up our copies right now. So sorry, Stanley. Rosemont's neck was now very red, but he kept his temper. You're not going to obey the 14A? Not at the moment. Rosemont got up and headed for the door. Okay, Raj, but they'll throw the book at you. He ripped the bolt back, jerked the door open, and left. Langan was on his feet, his face also set. What's the reason, Roger? He asked. Cross stared back at him calmly. Reason for what? Ed Langan began to get angry, but stopped, suddenly appalled. Jesus, Roger, you haven't got them yet. Is that it? Come now, Ed, Cross said easily. You, of all people, should know we're efficient. That's no answer, Roger. Have you or haven't you? The FBI man's level eyes stayed on Cross, and did not faze Cross at all. Then he walked out, closing the door after him. At once, Cross touched the hidden switch. The bolt slid home. Another hidden switch turned off his tape recorder. He picked up his phone and dialed. Brian, have you heard from Dunross? No, sir. Meet me downstairs at once, with Armstrong. Yes, sir. Cross hung up. He took out the formal arrest document that was headed Detainment Order under the Official Secrets Act. Quickly he filled in Ian Struan Dunross and signed both copies. The top copy he kept, the other he locked in his drawer. His eyes roamed his office, checking it. Satisfied, he delicately positioned a sliver of paper in the crack of his drawer so that he alone would know if anyone had opened it or tampered with it. He walked out. Heavy security locks slid home after him. Chapter 23. 5:45 p.m. Dunross was in the Struan boardroom with the other directors of Nelson Trading, looking at Richard Kwan. No, Richard. Sorry, I can't wait till after closing tomorrow. It'll make no difference to you, Tai-pan. It will to me. Richard Kwan was sweating. The others watched him. Philip Chen, Lando Matter, and Zeppelin Dong. I disagree, Richard, Lando Matter said sharply. Madonna, you don't seem to realize the seriousness of the run. Yes, Zeppelin Dong said, his face shaking with suppressed rage. Dunross sighed. If it wasn't for his presence, he knew they would all be raving and screaming at each other, the obscenities flying back and forth as they do at any formal negotiation between Chinese, let alone one as serious as this. But it was a noble house law that all board meetings were to be conducted in English, and English inhibited Chinese swearing, and also unsettled Chinese, which was, of course, the whole idea. The matter has to be dealt with now, Richard. I agree. Lando Matter was a handsome, sharp-featured Portuguese in his 50s, his mother's Chinese blood clear in his dark eyes and dark hair and golden complexion. His long, fine fingers drummed continuously on the conference table, and he knew Richard Kwan would never disclose that he, Tight-Fist Dong, and Smuggler Mo controlled the bank. Our bank's one enterprise, he thought angrily, but our bullion's something else. We can't have our bullion or our cash in jeopardy. Never, Zeppelin Dong said nervously.
My father wanted me to make that clear too. He wants his gold.
Madre de Dios, we've almost 50 tons of gold in your vaults.
Actually, it's over 50 tons, Zeppelin Dong said, the sweat beading his forehead. My old man gave me the figures. It's 1,792,668 ounces in 298,778 five-tail bars. The air in the large room was warm and humid, the windows open. Zeppelin Dong was a well-dressed, heavy-set man of 40, with small, narrow eyes, the eldest son of Tightfist Dong, and his accent was upper-class British. His nickname came from a movie that Tightfist had seen the day of his birth. Richard, isn't that right? Richard Quillan shifted the agenda paper in front of him, which listed the quantity of gold and Nelson Trading's current balance. If he had to give up the bullion and cash tonight, it would severely hurt the bank's liquidity. And when the news leaked, as of course it would, that would rock their whole edifice.
What are you going to do, you dumbhead dogbone?
His wife had screamed at him just before he had left his office. Delay, and hope that—
No! Pretend to be sick. If you're sick, you can't give them our money. You can't go to the meeting. Rush home, and we'll pretend—
I can't. The tai-pan called personally. And so did that dogbone matter. I daren't not go. Oh!
Then find out who's hounding us and pay him off. Where's your head? Who have you offended? You must have offended one of those dirty Guilos. Find the man and pay him off, or we'll lose the bank, lose our membership in the turf club, lose the horses, lose the rolls, and lose face forever. Aye-ya! If the bank goes, you'll never be Sir Richard Quillan. Not that being Lady Quillan matters to me. Oh, no. Do something. Find the—
Richard Quillan felt the sweat running down his back, but he kept his composure and tried to find a way out of the maze. The gold's as safe as it could be, and so's your cash. We've been Nelson Trading bankers since the beginning. We've never had a sniff of trouble. We gambled heavily with you in the beginning.
Come now, Richard,
Matter said, keeping his loathing hidden.
You don't gamble on gold. Certainly not on our gold.
The gold belonged to the Great Good Luck Company of Macau, which had also owned the gambling monopoly for almost 30 years. The present worth of the company was in excess of $2 billion US. Tightfist Dong owned 30% personally, Lando Matter 40% personally, and the descendants of Smuggler Mo, who had died last year, the other 30%.
And between us,
Matter was thinking,
we own 50% of the Hopak, which you stupid lump of dog turd, have somehow put into jeopardy. So sorry, Richard, but I vote Nelson Trading changes its bank, at least temporarily. Tightfist Dong is really very upset, and I have the Chin family's proxy.
But Lando, Richard Quillan began, there's nothing to worry about. His finger stabbed at the half-opened newspaper, the China Guardian, that lay on the table. Hapley's new article says again that we're sound, that it's all a storm in an oyster shell, all started by malicious bank—
That's possible, but Chinese believe rumors, and the run's a fact.
My old man believes rumors, Zeppelin Dong said fervently. He also believes Four Finger Wu. Four Fingers phoned him this afternoon, telling him he'd taken out all his money and suggested he do the same. And within the hour, we, Lando and I, we were in our Catalina and heading here, and you know how I hate flying. Richard, you know jolly well if the old man wants something done now, it's done now. Yes, Richard Quillan thought disgustedly. That filthy old miser would climb out of his grave for 50 cents cash. I suggest we wait a day or so. Dunross was letting them talk for face. He had already decided what to do. Nelson Trading was a wholly owned subsidiary of Struan's, so the other directors really had little say. But even though Nelson Trading had the Hong Kong government's exclusive gold importing license, without the Great Good Luck Company's gold business, which meant without Tightfist Dong and Lando Matter's favour, Nelson Trading's profits would be almost zero. Nelson Trading got a commission of $1 an ounce on every ounce imported for the company, delivered to the jetty at Macau, a further $1 an ounce on exports from Hong Kong. As a further consideration for suggesting the overall Hong Kong scheme to the company, Nelson Trading had been granted 10% of the real profit. This year, the Japanese government had arbitrarily fixed their official rate of gold at $55 an ounce, a profit of $15 an ounce. On the black market, it would be more. In India, it would be almost $98. Dunross glanced at his watch. In a few minutes, Cross would arrive.
"We've assets over $1 billion, Lando," Richard Quandt repeated.
"Good," Dunross said, crisply jumping in, finalising the meeting. "Then, Richard, it really makes no difference one way or another. There's no point in waiting. I've made certain arrangements. Our transfer truck will be at your side door at 8 o'clock precisely."
"But—"
"Why so late, Tai-pan?" Matter asked. "It's not 6 o'clock yet." "It'll be dark then, Lando. I wouldn't want to shift 50 tons of gold in daylight. There might be a few villains around. You never know, eh?"
"My God, you think triads?"
Zeppelin Dong was shocked. "I'll phone my father. He'll have some extra guards." "Yes," Matter said. "Call at once." "No need for that," Dunross told him. "The police suggested that we don't make too much of a show. They said they'll be there in depth." Matter hesitated. "Well, if you say so, Tai-pan. You're responsible." "Of course," Dunross said politely. "How do we know the Victoria is safe?" "If the Victoria fails, we might as well not be in China." Dunross picked up the phone and dialed John John's private number at the bank. "Bruce? Ian. We'll need the vault. 8:30 on the dot." "Very well. Our security people will be there to assist. Use the side door, the one on Dirk Street." "Yes." "Have the police been informed?" "Yes." "Good. By the way, Ian, about... is Richard still with you?" "Yes." "Give me a call when you can. I'm at home this evening. I've been checking, and things don't look very good at all for him. My Chinese banking friends are all very nervous. Even the Mok Dong had a mini run at Aberdeen, so did we. Of course, we'll advance Richard all the money he needs against his securities, bankable securities. But if I were you, I'd get any cash you control out. Get Blacks to deal with your cheque first at clearing tonight." All bank clearing of cheques and bank loans was done in the basement of the Bank of London, Canton and Shanghai at midnight, 5 days a week. "Thanks, Bruce. See you later." Then to the others. "That's all taken care of. Of course, the transfer should be kept quiet. Richard, I'll need a cashier's cheque for Nelson Trading balance." "And I'll have one for my father's balance," Zeppelin echoed. Richard Quandt said, "I'll send the cheques over first thing in the morning." "Tonight," Matter said. "Then they can clear tonight." His eyes lit it even more. "And, of course, another for my personal balance." "There isn't enough cash to cover those 3 cheques. No bank could have that amount," Richard Quandt exploded. "Not even the Bank of England." "Of course. Please call whomever you wish to pledge some of your securities, or Havergill, or Southerby." Matter's fingers stopped drumming. "They're expecting your call." "What?" "Yes, I talked to both of them this afternoon." Richard Quandt said nothing. He had to find a way to avoid giving the money over tonight. If not tonight, he would gain a day's interest, and by tomorrow, perhaps it would not be necessary to pay. "Dure lo mo, on old filthy Guilo and half Guilo, or worse." His smile was as sweet as Matter's. "Well, as you wish. If you'll both meet me at the bank in an hour." "Even better," Dunross said. "Philip will go with you now. You can give him all the cheques. Is that all right with you, Philip?" Oh, yes, Tai-pan." "Good, thank you. Then if you'll take them right over to Black's, they'll clear at midnight. Richard, that gives you plenty of time, doesn't it?" "Oh, yes, Tai-pan," Richard Quandt said, brightening. He had just thought of a brilliant answer. "A pretended heart attack. I'll do it in the car going back to the bank, and then—" Then he saw the coldness in Dunross's eyes, and his stomach twisted, and he changed his mind. "Why should they have so much of my money?" he thought as he got up. "You don't need me for anything more at the moment?" "Good. Come along, Philip." They walked out. There was a vast silence. "Poor Philip," He looks ghastly, Matter said. Yes, it's no wonder. Dirty triads, Zeppelin Dong said with a shudder. The werewolves must be foreigners to send his here like that. Another shudder. I hope they don't come to Macau. There's a strong rumour Philip's dealing with them already, negotiating with the werewolves in Macau. There's no truth to that, Dunross said. He wouldn't tell you if he was, Tai-pan. I'd keep that secret from everyone too. Zeppelin Dong stared gloomily at the phone. Dule Lomo on all filthy kidnappers. Is the Hopak finished? Matter asked. Unless Richard Quan can stay liquid, yes. This afternoon, Dunstan closed all his accounts. Ah, so once again our rumour's correct. Afraid so. Dunross was sorry for Richard Quan and the Hopak, but tomorrow he would sell short. His stock's going to plummet. How will that affect the boom you forecast? Have I? You're buying Struans heavily, so I hear. Matter smiled thinly. So has Philip and his tai-tai and her family. Anyone's wise to buy our stock, Lando, at any time. It's very underpriced. Zeppelin Dong was listening very carefully. His heart quickened. He too had heard rumours about the noble house Chen's buying today. Did you see old Blind Dong's column today? About the coming boom? He was very serious. Yes, Dunross said gravely. When he had read it this morning, he had chortled, and his opinion of Diane Chen's influence had soared. In spite of himself, Dunross had reread it and had wondered briefly if the soothsayer had really been forecasting his own opinion. Is old Blind Dong a relation, Zep? He asked. No, Tai-pan, no, not that I know of. Dule lo mo, but it's hot today. I'll be glad to get back to Macau. The weather's much better in Macau. Are you in the motor race this year, Tai-pan? Yes, I hope so. Good. Damn the Hopak. Richard will give us our checks, won't he? My old man will bust a blood vessel if 1 penny cash is missing. Yes, Dunross said, then noticed a strangeness in Matter's eyes. What's up? Nothing. Matter glanced at Zeppelin. Zep, it's really important we have your father's approval quickly. Why don't you and Claudia track him down? Good idea. Obediently, the Chinese got to his feet and walked out, closing the door. Dunross turned his attention to Matter. And? Matter hesitated. Then he said quietly, Ian, I'm considering taking all my funds out of Macau and Hong Kong and putting them in New York. Dunross stared at him, perturbed. If you did that, you'd rattle our whole system. If you withdraw, Tight Fist will too, and the Chins, Four Fingers, and all the others. Which is more important, Tai-pan, the system or your own money? I wouldn't want the system shaken like that. You've closed with Parkon? Dunross watched him. Verbally, yes. Contracts in 7 days. Withdrawing will hurt us all, Lando. Badly. What's bad for us will be very bad for you, and very, very bad for Macau. I'll consider what you say. So Parkon's coming into Hong Kong. Very good. And if American Superfoods takeover of the Hong Kong general stores goes through, that'll add another boost to the market. Perhaps old Blind Dong wasn't exaggerating again. Perhaps we'll be lucky. Has he ever been wrong before? I don't know. Personally, I don't think he has a private connection with the Almighty, though a lot of people do. A boom would be very good. Very good indeed. Perfect timing. Yes, Matter added strangely. We could add a little fuel to the greatest boom in our history, eh? Would you assist? 10 million US between myself and the Chins. Tightfist won't be interested, I know. You suggest where and when? 500,000 into Struan's last thing Thursday. The rest spread over Rothwell-Gornt, Asian Properties, Hong Kong Wharf, Hong Kong Power, Golden Ferries, Kowloon Investments, and Hong Kong General Stores. Why Thursday? Why not tomorrow? The Hopak will bring the market down. If we buy in quantity Thursday just before closing, we'll make a fortune. When do you announce the Parkon deal? Dunross hesitated. Then he said, Friday, after the market closes. Good. I'm with you, Ian. 15 million. 15 instead of 10. You'll sell the Hopak short tomorrow? Of course. Lando, do you know who's behind the run on the Hopak? No. But Richard is overextended, and he hasn't been too wise. People talk. Chinese always distrust any bank, and they react to rumors. I think the bank will crash. Christ. Joss. Matter's fingers stopped drumming. I want to triple our gold imports. Dunross stared at him. Why? You're up to capacity now. If you push them too fast, they'll make mistakes, and your seizure rate will go up. At the moment, you've balanced everything perfectly. Yes, but Four Fingers and others assure us they can make some substantial bulk shipments safely. No need to push them, or your market. No need at all. Ian, listen to me a moment. There's trouble in Indonesia, trouble in China, India, Tibet, Malaya, Singapore, ferment in the Philippines, and now the Americans are going into Southeast Asia, which will be marvelous for us and dreadful for them. Inflation will soar, and then, as usual, every sensible businessman in Asia, particularly Chinese businessmen, will want to get out of paper money and into gold. We should be ready to service that demand. What have you heard, Lando? Lots of curious things, tai-pan. For example, that certain top U.S. generals want a full-scale confrontation with the communists. Vietnam's chosen. But the Americans will never win there. China can't let them, any more than they could in Korea. Any history book will tell them China always crosses her borders to protect her buffer zones when any invader approaches. Even so, the confrontation will take place. Dunross studied Lando Matter, whose enormous wealth and long-time involvement in the honourable profession of trading, as he described it, gave him vast entree into the most secretive of places. What else have you heard, Lando? The CIA has had its budget doubled? That has to be classified. No one could know that. Yes, but I know. Their security's appalling. Ian, the CIA's into everything in Southeast Asia. I believe some of their misguided zealots are even trying to wheedle into the opium trade in the Golden Triangle for the benefit of their friendly Mekong Hill tribes, to encourage them to fight the Viet Cong. Christ! Yes. Our brethren in Taiwan are furious. And there's a growing abundance of U.S. government money pouring into airfields, harbours, roads, in Okinawa, Taiwan, and particularly in South Vietnam. Certain highly connected political families are helping to supply the cement and steel on very favourable terms. Who? Who makes cement? Perhaps in, say, in New England? Good sweet Christ! Are you sure? Matter smiled humorlessly. I even heard that part of a very large government loan to South Vietnam was expended on a non-existent airfield that's still impenetrable jungle. Oh yes, Ian, the pickings are already huge. So please order triple shipments from tomorrow. We institute our new hydrofoil services next month. That'll cut the time to Macau from 3 hours to 75 minutes. Wouldn't the Catalina still be safer? No, I don't think so. The hydrofoils can carry much more gold and can outrun anything in these waters. We'll have constant radar communications, the best, so we can outrun any pirates. After a pause, Dunross said, So much gold could attract all sorts of villains, perhaps even international crooks. Matter smiled his thin smile. Let them come. They'll never leave. We've long arms in Asia. His fingers began drumming again. Ian, we're old friends. I would like some advice. Glad to. Anything. Do you believe in change? Business change? Yes. It depends, Lando, Dunross answered at once. The noble house has changed little in almost a century and a half. In other ways, it's changed vastly. He watched the older man, and he waited. At length, Matter said, In a few weeks, the Macau government is obliged to put the gambling concession up for bids again. Instantly, Dunross's attention zeroed. All big business in Macau was conducted on monopoly lines, the monopoly going to the person or company that offered the most taxes per year for the privilege. This is the 5th year. Every 5 years, our department asks for closed bids. The auction's open to anyone, but, in practice, We scrutinize very particularly those who are invited to bid." The silence hung a moment, then Matter continued, "My old associate, Smuggler Mo's already dead. His offspring are mostly profligate or more interested in the Western world, gambling in southern France or playing golf, than in the health and future of the syndicate. For the Mo, it's the age-old destiny. 1 in 10,000 coolie strikes gold, harbors money, invests in land, saves money, becomes rich, buys young concubines who use him up quickly. Second generation discontented, spend money, mortgage land to buy face and ladies' favors. Third generation sell land, go bankrupt for same favors. Fourth generation, coolie." His voice was calm, even gentle. "My old friend's dead, and I've no feeling for his sons or their sons. They're rich, hugely rich, because of me, and they'll find their own level, good, bad, or very bad. As to Tightfist—" Again his fingers stopped. "Tightfist is dying." Dunross was startled. "But I saw him only a week or so ago, and he looked healthy, frail as always, but full of his usual piss and vinegar." "He's dying, Ian. I know because I was his interpreter with the Portuguese specialists. He didn't want to trust any of his sons. That's what he told me. It took me months to get him to go to see them, but both doctors were quite sure. Cancer of the colon. His system's riddled with it. They gave him a month, 2 months. This was a week ago." Matter smiled. "Old Tightfist just swore at them, told them they were wrong and fools, and that he'd never pay for a wrong diagnosis." The lithe Portuguese laughed without humor. "He's worth over 600 million US, but he'll never pay that doctor bill, or do anything but continue to drink foul-smelling, foul-tasting Chinese herbal brews and smoke his occasional opium pipe. He just won't accept a Western, Aguilo diagnosis. You know him." "You know him very well, eh?" "Yes." When Dunross was on his school holidays, his father would send him to work for certain old friends. Tightfist Dong had been one of them, and Dunross remembered the hideous summer he had spent sweating in the filthy basement of the Syndicate Bank in Macau, trying to please his mentor and not to weep with rage at the thought of what he had to endure while all his friends were out playing. But now he was glad for that summer. Tightfist had taught him much about money, the value of it, how to make it, hold on to it, about usury, greed, and the normal Chinese lending rate, in good times, of 2% a month.
Take twice as much collateral as you need, but if he has none, then look at the eyes of the borrower.
Tightfist would scream at him.
No collateral? Then of course charge a bigger interest. Now think, can you trust him? Can he repay the money? Is he a worker or a drone? Look at him, fool. He's your collateral. How much of my hard-earned money does he want? Is he a hard worker? If he is, what's 2% a month to him? Or 4? Nothing. But it's my money that'll make the fornicator rich, if it's his just to be rich. The man himself's all the collateral you ever need. Lend a rich man's son anything if he's borrowing against his heritage and you have the father's chop. It'll all be thrown away on sing-song girls, but never mind. It's his money, not yours. How do you become rich? You save. You save money. Buy land with 1/3, lend 1/3, and keep 1/3 in cash. Lend only to civilized persons and never trust a Guilo, he would cackle. Dunross remembered well the old man with his stony eyes, hardly any teeth, an illiterate who could read but 3 characters and could write but 3 characters, those of his name, who had a mind like a computer, who knew to the nearest copper cash who owed him what and when it was due. No one had ever defaulted on one of his loans. It wasn't worth the incessant hounding. That summer he had been 13, and Lando Matter had befriended him. Then, as now, Matter was almost a wraith, a mysterious presence who moved in and out of Macau's government spheres as he wished, always in the background, hardly seen, barely known, a strange Asian who came and went at whim, gathered what he liked, harvesting unbelievable riches as and when it pleased him. Even today, there were but a handful of people who knew his name, let alone the man himself.
Even Dunross had never been to his villa on the street of the Broken Fountain, the low sprawling building hidden behind the iron gates and the huge stone encircling walls, or knew anything about him, really. Where he came from, who his parents were, or how he had managed to acquire those two monopolies of limitless wealth. "I'm sorry to hear about old Tightfist," Dunross said. "He was always a rough old bastard, but no rougher to me than to any of his own sons." "Yes, he's dying. Joss. And I've no feeling for any of his heirs. Like the Chins, they'll be rich, all of them. Even Zeppelin," Lando Matter said with a sneer. "Even Zeppelin'll get 50 to 75 million US. Christ, when you think of all the money gambling makes." Matter's eyes lidded. "Should I make a change? If you want to leave a monument, yes. At the moment, the syndicate only allows Chinese gambling games, Fantan, dominoes and dice. If the new group was modern, far-seeing, and they modernized, if they built a grand new casino with tables for roulette, 21, chemin de fer, even American craps, you'd have all Asia flocking to Macau. What are the chances of Hong Kong legalizing gambling? None. You know better than I do that without gambling and gold, Macau would drift into the sea, and it's a cornerstone of British and Hong Kong business policy never to let that happen. We have our horse racing, you've the tables. But with modern ownership, new hotels, new games, new hydrofoils, you'd have so much revenue you'd have to open your own bank." Lando Matter took out a slip of paper, glanced at it, then handed it over. "Here are 4 groups of 3 names of people who might be allowed to bid. I'd like your opinion." Dunross did not look at the list. "You'd like me to choose the group of 3 you've already decided on?" Matter laughed. "Hi, Ian! You know too much about me. Yes, I've chosen the group that should be successful, if their bid is substantial enough. Do any of the groups know now that you might take them as partners?" "No." "What about Tightfist and the Chins? They won't lose their monopoly lightly. If Tightfist dies before the auction, a new syndicate will come to pass. If not, the change will be made, but differently." Dunross glanced at the list and gasped. All the names were well-known Hong Kong and Macau Chinese, all substantial people, some with curious pasts. "Well, they're certainly all famous, Lando." "Yes, to earn such great wealth, to run a gambling empire, needs men of vision." Dunross smiled with him. "I agree. Then why is it I'm not on the list?" "Resign from the noble house within the month, and you can form your own syndicate. I guarantee your bid will be successful. I take 40%. "Sorry, that's not possible, Lando." "You could have a personal fortune of $500 million to $1 billion within 10 years. Dunross shrugged. "What's money?" "Mo Ching, Mo Meng." "No money, no life." "Yes, but there's not enough money in the world to make me resign. Still, I'll make a deal with you. Struans will run the gambling for you, through nominees." "Sorry, no. It has to be all or nothing." "We could do it better and cheaper than anyone, with more flair." "If you resign. All or none, tai-pan." Dunross's head hurt at the thought of so much money, but he heard Lando Matter's finality. "Fair enough. Sorry, I'm not available," he said. "I'm sure you personally, would be welcomed as a consultant." "If I choose the correct group?" "Perhaps." The Portuguese smiled. "Well?" Dunross was wondering whether or not he could risk such an association. To be part of the Macau gambling syndicate was not like being a steward of the turf club. "I'll think about that and let you know." "Good, Ian. Give me your opinion within the next 2 days, eh?" "All right. Will you tell me what the successful bid is, if you decide to change?" "An associate or consultant should have that knowledge. Now, a last item and I must go. I don't think you'll ever see your friend Su Yan again." Dunross stared at him. "What?" "He called me from Taipei yesterday morning, in quite a state. He asked if I'd send the Catalina for him, to pick him up privately. It was urgent, he said. He'd explain when he saw me. He'd come straight to my home the moment he arrived." Matter shrugged and examined his perfectly manicured nails. Tsuyan's an old friend. I've accommodated old friends before, so I authorized the flight. He never appeared, Ian. Oh, he came with the flying boat. My chauffeur was on the jetty to meet him. Matter looked up. It's all rather unbelievable. Tsuyan was dressed in filthy coolie rags with a straw hat. He mumbled something about seeing me later that night and jumped into the first taxi and took off as though all the devils from hell were at his heels. My driver was stunned. There's no mistake. You're sure it was he? Oh, yes. Tsuyan's well known. Fortunately, my driver's Portuguese and can take some initiative. He charged in pursuit. He says Tsuyan's taxi headed north. Near the barrier gate, the taxi stopped, and then Tsuyan fled on foot, as fast as he could run, through the barrier gate into China. My man watched him run all the way up to the soldiers on the PRC side, and then he vanished into the guardhouse. Dunross stared at Matter in disbelief. Tsuyan was one of the best-known capitalists and anti-communists in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Before the fall of the mainland, he had been almost a minor warlord in the Shanghai area. Tsuyan'd never be welcome in the PRC, he said. Never. He must be top of their shit list. Matter hesitated. Unless he was working for them. It's just not possible. Anything's possible in China. 20 stories below, Roger Cross and Brian Kwok were getting out of the police car, followed by Robert Armstrong. A plainclothes SI man met them. Dunross is still in his office, sir? Good. Robert Armstrong stayed at the entrance, and the other two went for the elevator. On the 20th floor, they got out. Ah, good evening, sir, Claudia said, and smiled at Brian Kwok. Zeppelin Dong was waiting by the phone. He stared at the policeman in sudden shock, obviously recognizing them. Roger Cross said, Mr. Dunross is expecting me. Yes, sir. She pressed the boardroom button and in a moment spoke into her phone. Mr. Cross is here, tai-pan. Dunross said, Give me a minute, then show him in, Claudia. He replaced his phone and turned to Matter. Cross is here. If I miss you at the bank tonight, I'll catch up with you tomorrow morning. Yes, Please call me, Ian. Yes, I want a few minutes with you privately. Tonight or tomorrow? At 9 tonight, Dunross said at once. Or any time tomorrow. Call me at 9, or tomorrow. Thank you. Matter walked across the room and opened a hardly noticeable door that was camouflaged as part of the bookshelves. This opened onto a private corridor which led to the floor below. He closed the door behind him. Dunross stared after him thoughtfully. I wonder what's on his mind. He put the agenda papers in a drawer and locked it, then leaned back at the head of the table, trying to collect his wits, his eyes on the door, his heart beating a little quicker. The phone rang, and he jumped. Yes? Father, Adrian said in her usual rush. Sorry to interrupt, but Mother wanted to know what time you'd be in for dinner. I'll be late. Ask her to go ahead. I'll get something on the run. What time did you get in last night? He asked, remembering that he'd heard her car return just before dawn. Early, she said, and he was going to give her both barrels, but he heard unhappiness under her voice. What's up, pet? He asked. Nothing. What's up? Nothing, really. I had a grand day, had lunch with your Link Bartlett. We went shopping, but that twit Martin stood me up. What? Yes, I waited a bloody hour for him. We had a date to go to the V&A for tea, but he never showed up. Rotten twit. Dunross beamed. You just can't rely on some people, can you, Adrian? Fancy standing you up. What cheek, he told her, suitably grave, delighted that Hapley was going to get what for. He's a creep, a 24-carat creep. The door opened. Cross and Brian Kwok came in. He nodded to them, beckoned them. Claudia shut the door after them. Got to go, darling. Hey, pet. Love you. Bye. He put the phone down. Evening, he said, no longer perturbed. The files, please, Ian. Certainly, but first we've got to see the governor. First, I want those files. Cross pulled out the warrant as Dunross picked up the phone and dialed. He waited only a moment. Evening, sir. Superintendent Cross is here. Yes, sir. He held out the phone. For you. Cross hesitated, hard-faced, then took it. Superintendent Cross? He said into the phone. He listened for a moment. Yes, sir. Very well, sir. He replaced the phone.
Now what the hell shenanigans are you up to?
None. Just being careful. Cross held up the warrant.
If I don't get the files, I've clearance from London to serve this on you at 6 p.m. today, governor or no.
Dunross stared back at him, just as hard.
Please go ahead. You're served, Ian Struan Dunross. Sorry, but you're under arrest.
Dunross's jaw jutted a little. All right, but first, by God, we will see the governor. Chapter 24, 6:20 p.m. The tai-pan and Roger Cross were walking across the white pebbles toward the front door of the governor's palace. Brian Kwok waited beside the police car. The front door opened, and the young equerry in Royal Navy uniform greeted them politely, then ushered them into an exquisite antechamber. His Excellency, Sir Geoffrey Allison, DSO OBE, was a sandy-haired man in his late 50s, neat, soft-spoken, and very tough. He sat at an antique desk and watched them. Evening, he said easily and waved them to seats. His equerry closed the door, leaving them. It seems we have a problem, Roger. Ian has some rather private property that he legally owns and is reluctant to give you. That you want.
Legally want, sir? I've London's authority under the Official Secrets Act.
Yes, I know that, Roger. I talked to the minister an hour ago. He said, and I agree, we can hardly arrest Ian and go through the noble house like a dose of salt. That really wouldn't be very proper, or very sensible, however serious we are in obtaining the AMG files. And equally, it wouldn't be very proper or sensible to acquire them with cloaks and daggers, that sort of thing. Would it? Cross said,
With Ian's cooperation, none of that would be necessary. I've pointed out to him that Her Majesty's government was completely involved. He just doesn't seem to get the message, sir. He should cooperate.
I quite agree. The minister said the same. Of course, when Ian came here this morning, he did explain his reasons for being so cautious. Quite proper reasons, if I may say so. The minister agrees too. The grey eyes became piercing. Just exactly who is the deep-cover communist agent in my police? Who are the Severin plants? There was a vast silence.
I don't know, sir.
Then would you be kind enough to find out very quickly? Ian was kind enough to let me read the AMG report you rightly intercepted. The governor's face mottled, quoting from it. This information should be leaked privately to the police commissioner or governor, should they be considered loyal. Bless my soul, what's going on in the world? I don't know, sir. Well, you're supposed to, Roger. Yes. The governor watched them. Now, what about the mole? What sort of man would he be? You, me, Dunross, Havergill, Armstrong? Anyone, Cross said at once. But with one characteristic. I think this one's so deep that he's probably almost forgotten who he really is, or where his real political interest and loyalty lie. He'd be very special, like all of Severin. The thin-faced man stared at Dunross. They must be special. SI's checks and balances are really very good, and the CIA's. But we've never had a whiff of Severin before, not a jot or a tittle. Dunross said, How are you going to catch him? How are you going to catch your plant in Struan's? I've no idea. Would the Severin spy be the same as the one who betrayed our secrets to Bartlett? Dunross was asking himself uneasily. If he's top echelon, he's one of 7. All unthinkable. There you have it, Cross said. All unthinkable, but one's a spy. If we get one, we can probably break the others out of him if he knows them. Both the other men felt icy at the calm viciousness in his voice. But to get the one, someone has to make a slip, or we have to get a little luck. The governor thought a moment, Then he said, "Ian assures me there's nothing in the previous reports that names anyone or gives any clues, so the other reports wouldn't help us immediately." "They could, sir, in other areas, sir." "I know." The words were quietly spoken, but they said, "Shut up, sit down, and wait till I've finished." Sir Geoffrey let the silence hang for a while. "So our problem seems to be simply a matter of asking Ian for his cooperation. I repeat, I agree that his caution is justified." His face tightened. "Philby, Burgess, and MacLean taught us all a fine lesson. I must confess, every time I make a call to London, I wonder if I'm talking to another bloody traitor." He blew his nose in a handkerchief. "Well, enough of that. Ian, kindly tell Roger the circumstances under which you'll hand over the AMG copies." "I'll hand them, personally, to the head or deputy head of MI6 or MI5, providing I have His Excellency's guarantee in writing that the man I give them to is who he purports to be." "The Minister agrees to this, sir?" "If you agree, Roger." Again it was said politely, but the undercurrent said, "You'd better agree, Roger." "Very well, sir. Has Mr. Cinders agreed to the plan?" "He will be here on Friday, BOAC willing." "Yes, sir." Roger Cross glanced at Dunross. "I'd better keep the files, then, until then. You can give me a sealed—" Dunross shook his head. "They're safe until I deliver them." Cross shook his head. "No. If we know, others would know. The others are not so clean-handed as we are. We must know where they are. We'd better have a guard around the clock." Sir Geoffrey nodded. "That's fair enough, Ian." Dunross thought a moment. "Very well. I've put them in a vault at the Victoria Bank." Cross's neck became pink as Dunross produced a key and laid it on the desk. The numbers were carefully defaced. "There are about 1,000 safety deposit boxes. I alone know the number. This is the only key. If you'll keep it, Sir Geoffrey. Then, well, that's about the best I can do to avoid risks. Roger?" "Yes, sir, if you agree." "They're certainly safe there. Certainly not possible to break open all of them." "Good. Then that's all settled. Ian, the warrant's cancelled. You do promise, Ian, to deliver them to Cinders the moment he arrives?" Again the eyes became piercing. "I have really gone to a lot of trouble over this." "Yes, sir." "Good. Then that's settled. Nothing yet on poor John Chen, Roger?" "No, sir. We're trying everything." "Terrible business. Ian, what's all this about the Hopak? Are they really in trouble?" "Yes, sir." "Will they go under?" "I don't know. The word seems to be they will." "Damnable. I don't like that at all. Very bad for our image." "And the Parkon deal?" "It looks good. I hope to have a favourable report for you next week, sir." "Excellent. We could use some big American firms here." He smiled. "I understand the girl's a stunner. By the way, the parliamentary trade delegation's due from Peking tomorrow. I'll entertain them Thursday. You'll come, of course?" "Yes, sir." "Will the dinner be stag?" "Yes, good idea." "I'll invite them to the races Saturday. The overflow can go into the bank's box, sir." "Good. Thank you, Ian. Roger, if you'll spare me a moment." Dunross got up and shook hands and left. Though he had come with Cross in the police car, his own Rolls was waiting for him. Brian Kwok intercepted him. "What's the poop, Ian?" "I was asked to let your boss tell you," he said. "Fair enough. Is he going to be long?" "I don't know. Everything's all right, Brian. No need to worry. I think I dealt with the dilemma correctly." "Hope so. Sorry. Bloody business." "Yes." Dunross got into the back of the Silver Cloud. "Golden Ferry," he said crisply. Sir Geoffrey was pouring the fine sherry into 2 exquisite eggshell porcelain cups. "This AMG business is quite frightening, Roger," he said. "I'm afraid I'm still not inured to treachery, betrayal, and the rotten lengths the enemy will go to, even after all this time." Sir Geoffrey had been in the diplomatic corps all of his working life, except for the war years when he was a staff officer in the British Army. He spoke Russian, Mandarin, French, and Italian. Dreadful. Yes, sir. Cross watched him. You're sure you can trust Ian? On Friday, you won't need London's clearance to proceed. You have an order in council. On Friday, we take possession. Yes, sir. Cross accepted the porcelain cup, its fragility bothering him. Thank you, sir. I suggest you have 2 men in the bank vaults at all times, 1 SI, 1 CID for safety, and a plainclothes guard on the tai-pan. Quietly, of course. I'll arrange about the bank before I leave. I've already put him under blanket surveillance. You've already done it? On him? Yes, sir. I presumed he'd manipulate the situation to suit his purposes. Ian's a very tricky fellow. After all, the tai-pan of the noble house is never a fool. No. Health. They touched glasses delicately. The ring of the pottery was beautiful. This tai-pan's the best I've dealt with. Did Ian mention if he had reread all the files recently, sir? Last night, for instance. Sir Geoffrey frowned, rethinking their conversation this morning. I don't think so. Wait a minute, he did say... Exactly, he said, when I first read the reports, I thought some of AMG's ideas were too far-fetched. But now, and now that he's dead, I've changed my mind. That could imply he's reread them recently. Why? Cross was examining the paper-thin porcelain cup against the light. I've often heard he's got a remarkable memory. If the files in the vaults are untouchable, well, I wouldn't want the KGB tempted to snatch him. Good God! You don't think they'd be that stupid, do you? The tai-pan? It depends what importance they put on the reports, sir, Cross said dispassionately. Perhaps our surveillance should be relatively open. That should scare them off if they happen to have that in mind. Would you mention it to him, sir? Certainly. Sir Geoffrey made a note on his pad. Good idea. Damnable business. Could there be a link between the smuggled guns and the John Chen kidnapping? I don't know, sir. Yet. I've put Armstrong and Brian Kwok onto the case. If there's a connection, they'll find it. He watched the dying sunlight on the pale powder-blue translucence of the porcelain that seemed to enhance the golden sheen of the dry Laina sherry. Interesting, the play of colours. Yes, they're Tang Ying, named after the director of the Emperor's factory in 1736. Emperor Chen Long, actually. Sir Geoffrey looked up at Cross. A deep-cover spy in my police, in my colonial office, my Treasury Department, the Naval Base, the Victoria, Telephone Company, and even the Noble House. They could paralyze us and create untold mischief between us and the PRC. Yes, sir. Cross peered at the cup. Seems impossible that it should be so thin. I've never seen such a cup before. You're a collector? No, sir. Afraid I don't know anything about them. These are my favourites, Roger. Quite rare. They're called toe-tie, without body. They're so thin that the glazes, inside and out, seem to touch. I'm almost afraid to hold it. Oh, they're quite strong. Delicate, of course, but strong. Who could be Arthur? Cross sighed. There's no clue in this report. None. I've read it 50 times. There must be something in the others, whatever Dunross thinks. Possibly. The delicate cup seemed to fascinate Cross. Porcelain's a clay, isn't it? Yes, but this type is actually made from a mixture of 2 clays, Roger. Kaolin, after the hilly district of Kintetjan, where it's found, and Pangdonje, the so-called little white blocks. Chinese calls these the flesh and the bones of porcelain. Sir Geoffrey walked over to the ornate leather-topped table that served as a bar and brought back the decanter. It was about 8 inches high and quite translucent, almost transparent. The blue's remarkable too. When the body's quite dry, cobalt in powder form's blown onto the porcelain with a bamboo pipe. Actually, the colour's thousands of individual tiny specks of blue. Then it's glazed and fired at about 1,300 degrees. He put it back on the bar, the touch of the workmanship and the sight of it pleasing him. Remarkable. There was always an imperial edict against their export. We Guilo were only entitled to articles made out of huashi, slippery stone, or tuni, brick mud. He looked at his cup again, as a connoisseur. The genius who made this probably earned $100 a year. Perhaps he was overpaid, Cross said, and the two men smiled with one another. Perhaps. I'll find Arthur, sir, and the others. You can depend on it. I'm afraid I have to, Roger. Both the Minister and I agree. He will have to inform the Prime Minister and the Chiefs of Staff. Then the information has to go through all sorts of hands and tongues, and the enemy will be bound to find out that we may be onto them. Yes, so we'll have to work fast. I bought you 4 days' grace, Roger. The Minister won't pass anything on for that time. Bought, sir? Figuratively speaking. In life one acquires and gives IOUs, even in the diplomatic corps. Yes, sir. Thank you. Nothing on Bartlett and Miss Casey? No, sir. Rosemont and Langan have asked for up-to-date dossiers. There seems to be some connection between Bartlett and Banastasio. We're not sure yet what it is. Both he and Miss Chollock were in Moscow last month. Ah. Sir Geoffrey replenished the cups. What did you do about that poor fellow Varansky? I sent the body back to his ship, sir. Cross told him the gist of his meeting with Rosemont and Langan, and about the photographs. That's a stroke of luck. Our cousins are getting quite smart, the governor said. You'd better find those assassins before the KGB do, or the CIA, eh? I have teams around the house now. As soon as they appear, we'll grab them. We'll hold them incommunicado, of course. I've tightened security all around the Ivanov. No one else will slip through the net, I promise you. No one. Good. The police commissioner said he had ordered CID to be more alert too. Sir Geoffrey thought a moment. I'll send a minute to the secretary about your not complying with the 14A. American liaison in London's sure to be very upset, but under the circumstances, how could you obey? If I might suggest, it might be better to ask him not to mention we haven't got the files yet, sir. That information might also get into the wrong hands. Leave well alone, as long as we can. Yes, I agree. The governor sipped his sherry. There's lots of wisdom in laissez-faire, isn't there? Yes, sir. Sir Geoffrey glanced at his watch. I'll phone him in a few minutes. Catch him before lunch. Good. But there's one problem I can't leave alone. The Ivanov. This morning I heard from our unofficial intermediary that Peking views that ship's presence here with the greatest concern. The quite unofficial spokesman for the PRC in Hong Kong and the ranking communist appointment was believed to be, presently, one of the deputy chairmen of the Bank of China, China's central bank, through which passed all foreign exchange and all the billion US dollars earned by supplying consumer goods and almost all Hong Kong's food and water. Britain had always maintained, bluntly, that Hong Kong was British soil, a crown colony. In all of Hong Kong's history since 1841, Britain had never allowed any official Chinese representative to reside in the colony. None. He went out of his way to jiggle me about the Ivanov, Sir Geoffrey continued, and he wanted to register Peking's extreme displeasure that a Soviet spy ship was here. He even suggested I might think it wise to expel it. After all, he said, we hear one of the Soviet KGB spies, posing as a seaman, had actually got himself killed on our soil. I thanked him for his interest and told him I'd advise my superiors in due course. Sir Geoffrey sipped some sherry. Curiously, he didn't appear irritated that the nuclear carrier was here. That's strange. Cross was equally surprised. Does that indicate another policy shift? A distinct significant foreign policy change? A desire for peace with the US? I can't believe that. Everything indicates pathological hatred of the USA. The governor sighed and refilled the cups. If it leaked that Severin's in existence, that we're undermined here, God almighty, they'd go into convulsions, and rightly so.
We'll find the traitors, sir. Don't worry. We'll find them.
Will we? I wonder. Sir Geoffrey sat down at the window seat and stared out at the manicured lawns and English garden, shrubs, flower beds surrounded by the high white wall. The sunset good. His wife was cutting flowers, wandering among the beds at the far end of the gardens, followed by a sour-faced, disapproving Chinese gardener. Sir Geoffrey watched her a moment. They had been married 30 years and had 3 children, all married now, and they were content and at peace with each other. "Always traitors," he said sadly. "The Soviets are past masters in their use. So easy for the Severin traitors to agitate, to spread a little poison here and there. So easy to get China upset. Poor China, who's xenophobic anyway. Oh, how easy it is to rock our boat here. Worst of all, who's your spy, the police spy? He must be at least a chief inspector to have access to that information."
"I've no idea. If I had, he'd have been neutralized long since."
"What are you going to do about General Jen and his nationalist undercover agents?"
"I'm going to leave them alone. They've been pegged for months. Much better to leave known enemy agents in situ than to have to ferret out their replacements."
"I agree. They'll certainly all be replaced. Theirs and ours. Sad. So sad. We do it and they do it. So sad and so stupid. This world's such a paradise. Could be such a paradise." A bee hummed in the bay windows, then flew back to the garden again as Sir Geoffrey eased the curtain aside. "The Minister asked me to make sure our visiting MPs, our trade delegation to China that returns tomorrow, to make sure their security was optimum, judicious, though totally discreet." "Yes, sir, I understand. It appears that 1 or 2 of them might be future cabinet ministers, if the Labour Party get in. It'd be good for the colony to create a fine impression on them."
"Do you think they've a chance next time? The Labour Party?"
"I don't comment on those sort of questions, Roger." The governor's voice was flat and reproving. "I'm not concerned with party politics. I represent Her Majesty the Queen. But personally, I really do wish some of their extremists would go away and leave us to our own devices. For clearly much of their left-wing socialist philosophy is alien to our English way of life." Sir Geoffrey hardened. "It's quite obvious some of them do assist the enemy, willingly, or as dupes. Since we're on the subject, are any of our guests security risks?"
"It depends what you mean, sir. 2 are left-wing trades unionists, backbenchers, fire-eaters, Robin Gray and Lochin Donald MacLean. MacLean openly flaunts his BCP, British Communist Party, affiliations. He's fairly high on our S list. All the other socialists are moderates. The Conservative members are moderate, middle class, all ex-service. One's rather imperialist, the Liberal Party representative, Hugh Guthrie."
"And the fire-eaters? They're ex-service?"
MacLean was a miner, at least his father was. Most of his communist life's been as a shop steward and unionist in the Scottish coalfields. Robin Gray was army, a captain, infantry.
Sir Geoffrey looked up. "You don't usually associate ex-captains with being fire-eating trades unionists, do you?"
"No, sir."
Cross sipped his sherry, appreciating it, savouring his knowledge more.
"Nor with being related to a tai-pan."
"Eh?"
"Robin Gray's sister is Penelope Dunross."
"Good God!"
Sir Geoffrey stared at him, astounded.
"Are you sure?"
"Yes, sir."
"But why hasn't Ian mentioned it before?"
"I don't know, sir. Perhaps he's ashamed of him. Mr. Gray is certainly the complete opposite of Mrs. Dunross."
"But, bless my soul, you're sure?"
"Yes, sir. Actually, it was Brian Kwok who spotted the connection. Just by chance. The MPs had to furnish the usual personal information to the PRC to get their visas, date of birth, profession, next of kin, etc. Brian was doing a routine check to make sure all the visas were in order to avoid any problem at the border. Brian happened to notice Mr. Grey had put sister, Penelope Grey, as his next of kin, with an address, Castle Avisyard in Ayr. Brian remembered that that was the Dunross family home address. Cross pulled out his silver cigarette case. "Do you mind if I smoke, sir?"
No, please go ahead.
"Thank you. That was a month or so ago. I thought it important enough for him to follow up the information. It took us relatively little time to establish that Mrs. Dunross really was his sister and next of kin. As far as we know now, Mrs. Dunross quarrelled with her brother just after the war. Captain Grey was a POW in Changi, caught in Singapore in 1942. He got home in the later part of 1945. By the way, their parents were killed in the London Blitz in 43. At that time, she was already married to Dunross. They'd married in 1943, sir, just after he was shot down. She was a waff. We know brother and sister met when Grey was released. As far as we can tell now, they've never met again.
Of course, it's none of our affair anyway, but the quarrel must have been... Cross stopped as there was a discreet knock, and Sir Geoffrey called out testily, "Yes?" The door opened. "Excuse me, sir," his aide said politely. "Lady Allison asked me to tell you that the water's just gone on." "Oh, marvellous. Thank you." The door closed. At once, Cross got up, but the governor waved him back to his seat. "No, please finish, Roger. A few minutes won't matter, though I must confess I can hardly wait. Would you like to shower before you go?"
"Thank you, sir, but we've our own water tanks at Police HQ.
"Oh, yes, I forgot. Go on. You were saying, the quarrel."
"The quarrel must have been pretty serious, because it seems to have been final. A close friend of Grey told one of our people a few days ago that as far as he knew, Robin Grey had no living relatives. They really must hate each other." Sir Geoffrey stared at his cup, not seeing it. Suddenly he was remembering his own rotten childhood, and how he had hated his father, hated him so much that for 30 years he had never called him or written to him, and when he was dying last year, had not bothered to go to him to make peace with the man who had given him life.
"People are terrible to each other," he muttered sadly. "I know. Yes. Family quarrels are too easy. And then, when it's too late, you regret it. Yes, you really regret it. People are terrible to each other." Cross watched and waited, letting him ramble, letting him reveal himself, cautious not to make the slightest movement to distract him, wanting to know the man's secrets and skeletons. Like Alan Medford Grant, Cross collected secrets. God damn that bastard and his God-cursed files. God curse Dunross and his devilry. How in the name of Christ can I get those files before cinders? Sir Geoffrey was staring into space. Then the water gurgled delightedly in the pipes somewhere in the walls, and he came back into himself. He saw Cross watching him. Thinking aloud. Bad habit for a governor, eh?" Cross smiled and did not fall into the trap. "Sir?" "Well, as you said, it's really none of our business." The governor finished his drink with finality, and Cross knew that he was dismissed. He got up. "Thank you, sir." When he was alone, the governor sighed. He thought a moment, then picked up the special phone and gave the operator the minister's private number in London. "This is Geoffrey Allison. Is he in, please?" "Hello, Geoffrey." "Hello, sir. I've just seen Roger. He assures me that the hiding place and Dunross will be completely guarded. Is Mr. Cinders en route?" "He'll be there on Friday. I presume there have been no repercussions from that seaman's unfortunate accident." "No, sir. Everything seems to be under control." "The PM was most concerned." "Yes, sir." The governor added, "About the 14A. Perhaps we shouldn't mention anything to our friends. Yet." "I've already heard from them. They were distressingly irritated. So were our fellows." "All right, Geoffrey. Fortunately, it's a long weekend this week, so I'll inform them Monday and draft his reprimand then." "Thank you, sir." "Geoffrey, that American senator you have with you at the moment. I think he should be guided." The governor frowned. Guided was a code word between them, meaning watched very carefully. Senator Wilf Tillman, a presidential hopeful, was visiting Hong Kong en route to Saigon for a well-publicized fact-finding mission. "I'll take care of it as soon as I'm off the phone. Was there anything else, sir?" he asked, impatient now to bathe. "No, just give me a private minute on what the Senator's program has been." Program was another code which meant to furnish the Colonial Office with detailed information. "When you've time." "I'll have it on your desk Friday." "Thank you, Geoffrey. We'll chat at the usual time tomorrow." The line went dead. The governor replaced the phone thoughtfully. Their conversation would have been electronically scrambled, and at either end, unscrambled. Even so, they were guarded. They knew the enemy had the most advanced and sophisticated eavesdropping equipment in the world. For any really classified conversation or meeting, he would go to the permanently guarded, concrete, cell-like room in the basement that was meticulously rechecked by security experts for possible electronic bugs every week. "Bloody nuisance," Sir Geoffrey thought. "Bloody nuisance, all this cloak and dagger stuff. Roger? Unthinkable. Even so, once there was Philby." Chapter 25, 6:20 p.m. Captain Gregor Susslev waved jauntily to the police at the dockyard gates in Kowloon, his two plainclothes detectives 50 yards in tow. He was well-dressed in well-cut civilians, and he stood by the curb a moment, watching the traffic, then hailed a passing taxi. The taxi took off, and a small grey Jaguar with Sergeant Lee, CID, and another plainclothes CID man driving, followed smartly. The taxi went along Chatham Road in the usual heavy traffic, southward, skirting the railway line, then turned west along Salisbury Road on the southmost tip of Kowloon, passing the railway terminus near the Golden Ferry Terminal. There it stopped. Susslev paid it off and ran up the steps of the Victoria and Albert Hotel. Sergeant Lee followed him as the other detective parked the police Jag. Susslev walked with an easy stride, and he stood for a moment in the immense crowded foyer with its high ceilings, lovely and ornate, and old-fashioned electric fans overhead, and looked for an empty table among the multitude of tables. The whole room was alive with the clink of ice and cocktail glasses and conversation. Mostly Europeans. A few Chinese couples. Susslev wandered through the people, found a table, loudly ordered a double vodka, sat and began to read his paper. Then the girl was standing near him. "Hello," she said. "Ginny, daragaya," he said, with a great beam, and hugged her, lifting her off her little feet to the shocked disapproval of every woman in the place and the covert envy of every man. "It's been a long time, Goldupchik." "Ayya," she said, with a toss of her head, her short hair dancing, and sat down, conscious of the stairs, enjoying them, hating them. "You late? What for you keep me wait? A lady no like wait in Victoria by herself, hey ya?" "You're right, Golubchik." Susslev pulled out a slim package and gave it to her with another beam. "Here, all the way from Vladivostok." "Oh, how thank you." Ginny Fu was 28, and most nights she worked at the Happy Drinkers Bar in an alley off Mongkok, half a mile or so to the north. Some nights she went to the Good Luck Ballroom. Most days she would pinch hit for her friends behind the counter of tiny shops within shops when they were with a client. White teeth and jet eyes and jet hair and golden skin, her gaudy cheongsam slit high on her long, stocking thighs. She looked at the present excitedly. "Oh, thank, Gregor, thank very much." She put it in her large purse and grinned at him. Then her eyes went to the waiter who was strolling up with Susslev's vodka, along with the smug, open contempt reserved by all Chinese for all young Chinese women who sat with Guilo. They must, of course, be third-class whores. Who else would sit with a Guilo in a public place, particularly in the foyer of the Vic? He set down the drink with practiced insolence and stared back at her. "Dule Lomo on all your pig-swill ancestors," she hissed in gutter Cantonese. "My husband here is a 489 in the police, and if I say the word, he'll have those insignificant peanuts you call your balls crushed off your loathsome body an hour after you leave work tonight." The waiter blanched. "Eh?" "Hot tea. Bring me fornicating hot tea, and if you spit in it, I'll get my husband to put a knot in that straw you call your stalk." The waiter fled. "What did you say to him?" Suslef asked, understanding only a few words of Cantonese, though his English was very good. Ginny Fu smiled sweetly.
I just ask him bring tea.
She knew the waiter would automatically spit in her tea now, or more probably, for safety, get a friend to do it for him, so she would not drink it and thus cause him to lose even more face.
Dirty dogbone! Next time, no like meat here, lots of nasty peoples,
she said imperiously, looking around, then crinkled her nose at a group of middle-aged Englishwomen who were staring at her.
Too much body stinky,
she added loudly, tossing her hair again, and chortled to herself, seeing them flush and look away.
This gift, Greggy. Thanks so very.
Nothing, Suslef said. He knew she would not open the gift now, or in front of him, which was very good, sensible Chinese manners. Then, if she did not like the gift, or was disappointed, or cursed aloud that what was given was the wrong size, or wrong colour, or at the miserliness of the giver, or bad taste, or whatever, then he could not lose face, and she could not lose face. Very sensible.
What?
Nothing.
You looks good.
You too. It was 3 months since his last visit, and though his mistress in Vladivostok was a Eurasian with a white Russian mother and Chinese father, he enjoyed Ginny Fu.
Greggy,
she said, then dropped her voice, her smile saucy.
Finish drink. We begin holiday. I got vodka. I got other things.
He smiled back at her. That you have, Golubchik.
How many day you got?
At least 3, but...
Oh.
She tried to hide her disappointment. I'm back and forth to my ship. We've tonight, most of it, and tomorrow, and all tomorrow night. And the stars will shine.
3 month long time, Greggy.
I'll be back soon.
Yes.
Ginny Fu put away her disappointment and became pragmatic again.
Finish drink, and we begin.
She saw the waiter hurrying with her tea. Her eyes ground into the man as he put it down.
Huh! Clearly it's cold and not fresh,
she said disgustedly.
Who am I, a dirty lump of foreign devil dog meat? No, I'm a civilized person from the 4 provinces, who, because her rich father gambled away all his money, was sold by him into concubinage to become number 2 wife for this chief of police of the foreign devils. So go piss in your hat.
She got up. The waiter backed off a foot. What's up? Suslef asked.
Don't pay for teas, Greggy. Not hot,
she said imperiously.
No give tip.
Nonetheless, Suslef paid, and she took his arm and they walked out together, eyes following them. Her head was high, but inside she hated the looks from all the Chinese, even the young, starched bellboy who opened the door. The image of her youngest brother, whose life and schooling she paid for. Dunross was coming up the steps. He waited for them to pass by, an amused glint in his eyes. Then he was bowed in politely by the beaming bellboy. He headed through the throng for the house phone. Many noticed him at once, and eyes followed him. He walked around a group of tourists, camera bedecked, and noticed Jacques de Ville and his wife Suzanne at a corner table. Both were set-faced, staring at their drinks. He shook his head, wearily amused. Poor old Jacques has been caught again, and she's twisting his infidelity in its well-worn wound. Joss! He could almost hear old Chen laugh.
Man's life is to suffer, young Ian. Yes, it's the eternal yin warring on our oh-so-vulnerable yang.
Normally Dunross would have pretended not to notice them, leaving them to their privacy, but some instinct told him otherwise. Hello, Jacques. Suzanne. How are things? Oh, hello. Hello, tai-pan. Jacques de Ville got up politely. Would you care to join us? No, thanks. Can't. Then he saw the depth of his friend's agony, and he remembered the car accident in France. Jacques' daughter Avril and her husband. What's happened? Exactly. Dunross said it as a leader would say it, requiring an instant answer. Jacques hesitated. Then he said, Exactly, tai-pan. I heard from Avril. She phoned from Cannes just as I was leaving the office. She said, Daddy, Borger's dead. Can you hear me? I've been trying to reach you for 2 days. It was head on, and the other man was... My Borgia's dead. Can you hear me? Jacques' voice was flat. Then the line went dead. We know she's in the hospital at Cannes. I thought it best for Suzanne to go at once. Her flight's delayed, so we're just waiting here. They're trying to get a call through to Cannes, but I don't hope for much. Christ, I'm so sorry, Dunross said, trying to dismiss the twinge that had rushed through him as his mind had substituted Adrian for Avril. Avril was just 20, and Borgia Escari a fine young man. They had been married just a year and a half, and this was their first holiday after the birth of a son. What time's the flight? 8 o'clock now. Suzanne, would you like us to look after the baby? Jacques, why not get on the flight? I'll take care of everything here. No, Jacques said. Thanks, but no. It's best that Suzanne go. She'll bring Avril home. Yes, Suzanne said, and Dunross noticed that she seemed to have sagged. We have the armors. It's best just me, tai-pan. Merci, but no. This way is best. A spill of tears went down her cheeks. It's not fair, is it? Borgia was so nice a boy. Yes. Suzanne, I'll get Pen to go over daily, so don't worry. We'll make sure the babe's fine, and Jacques too. Dunross weighted them both. He was confident that Jacques was well in control. Good, he thought. Then he said as an order, Jacques, when Suzanne's safely on the flight, go back to the office. Telex our man in Marseille. Get him to arrange a suite at the capital, to meet her with a car and $10,000 worth of francs. Tell him from me he's to be at her beck and call as long as she's there. He's to call me tomorrow with a complete report on Avril, the accident, who was driving, and who the other driver was. Yes, tai-pan. You sure you're all right? Jacques forced a smile. Oui. Merci, mon ami. Rien. I'm so sorry, Suzanne. Call collect if we can do anything. He walked away. Our man in Marseille is good, he thought. He'll take care of everything. And Jacques a man of iron. Have I covered everything? Yes, I think so. It's dealt with for the moment. God protect Adrian and Glenna and Duncan and Pen, he thought. And Cathy and all the others. And me, until the noble house is inviolate. He glanced at his watch. It was exactly 6:30. He picked up a house phone. Mr. Bartlett, please. A moment, then he heard Casey's voice. Hello? Hello, Cyranoche, Dunross said. Would you tell him I'm in the lobby? Oh, hello, sure. Would you like to come up? Why don't you come down? I thought if you're not too busy, I'd take you on my next appointment. It might be interesting for you. We could eat afterwards, if you're free. I'd love that. Let me check. He heard her repeat what he had said, and he wondered very much about his bet with Claudia. Impossible that those two aren't lovers, he thought, or haven't been lovers, living so close together. Wouldn't be natural. We'll be right down, tai-pan. He heard the smile in her voice as he hung up. The most high head waiter was hovering beside him now, waiting for the rare honour of seating the tai-pan. He had been summoned by the second head waiter the moment the news had arrived that Dunross had been seen approaching the front door. His name was Afternoon Pock, and he was grey-haired, majestic, and ruled this shift with a bamboo whip. Ah, honoured lord, this is a pleasure, the old man said in Cantonese with a deferential bow. Have you eaten rice today? This was the polite way of saying good day or good evening or how are you in Chinese. Yes, thank you, elder brother, Dunross replied. He had known Afternoon Pock most of his life. As long as he could remember, Afternoon Pock had been the head waiter in the foyer from noon till 6. And many times when Dunross was young, sent on an errand here, sore from a whipping or cuffing, the old man would seat him in a corner table, slip him a pastry, tap him kindly on the head, and never give him a bill. You're looking prosperous. Thank you, tai-pan. Oh, you are looking very healthy too. But you've still only one son. Don't you think it's time your revered chief wife found you a second wife? They smiled together. Please follow me, the old man said importantly, and led the way to the choice table that had miraculously appeared in a spacious favoured place, acquired by 4 energetic waiters who had squeezed other guests and the tables out of the way. Now they stood, almost at attention, all beaming. Your usual, sir, the wine waiter asked.
I've a bottle of the 52.
Perfect, Dunross said, knowing this would be the La Doucette that he enjoyed so much. He would have preferred tea, but it was a matter of face to accept the wine. The bottle was already there in an ice bucket. I'm expecting Mr. Bartlett and Miss Chollock. Another waiter went at once to wait for them at the elevator.
If there's anything you need, please call me.
Afternoon Pock bowed and walked off, every waiter in the foyer nervously conscious of him. Dunross sat down and noticed Peter and Fleur Marlowe trying to control two pretty boisterous girls of 4 and 8, and he sighed and thanked God his daughters were past that age. As he sipped the wine approvingly, he saw old Willie Tusk look over at him and wave. He waved back. When he was a boy, he used to come over from Hong Kong 3 or 4 times a week with business orders for Tusk from old Sir Ross Struan, Alistair's father. Or, more likely, they were orders from his own father, who, for years, had run the foreign division of the noble house. Occasionally, Tusk would service the noble house in areas of his expertise, anything to do with getting anything out of Thailand, Burma or Malaya, and shipping it anywhere, with just a little hung yao and his standard trading fee of 7.5%.
What's the 0.5% for, Uncle Tusk?
He remembered asking one day, peering up at the man he now towered over.
That's what I call my dolly money, young Ian.
What's dolly money?
That's a little extra for your pocket to give away to dollies, to ladies of your choice.
But why do you give money to ladies?
Well, that's a long story, laddie.
Dunross smiled to himself. Yes, a very long story. That part of his education had had various teachers, some good, some very good, and some bad. Old Uncle Chen Chen had arranged for his first mistress when he was 14.
Oh, do you really mean it, Uncle Chen Chen? Yes, but you're not to tell anyone, or your father will have my guts for garters. Huh?
The lovely old man had continued.
Your father should have arranged it, or asked me to arrange it, but never mind. Now, but when do I... Oh, are you sure? I mean, how much do I pay and when, Uncle Chen Chen? When? I mean, before or after or when? That's what I don't know. You don't know lots. You still don't know when to talk and when not to talk. How can I instruct you if you talk? Have I all day?
No, sir.
Old Chen Chen had said with that huge smile of his.
But how lucky you are. Your first time in a gorgeous gorge. It will be the first time, won't it? Tell the truth.
Yes.
Good.
It wasn't till years after that Dunross had discovered that some of the most famous houses in Hong Kong and Macau had secretly bid for the privilege of servicing the first pillow time of a future tai-pan and the great-great-grandson of Green-Eyed Devil himself. Apart from the face the house would gain for generations to be the one chosen by the comprador of the noble house, it would also be enormous joss for the lady herself. First-time essence of even the meanest personage was an elixir of marvellous value, just as in Chinese law, for the elderly man, the yin juices of the virgin were equally prized and sought after to rejuvenate the yang.
Good sweet Christ, Uncle Chen Chen, he had exploded. It's true. You actually sold me. You mean to tell me you sold me to a bloody house? Me?
Of course.
The old man had peered up at him and chuckled, bedridden now in the great house of the Chens on the ridge of Struan's lookout, almost blind now and near death, but sweetly unresisting and content.
Who told you? Who, eh? Young Ian?
It was Tusk, a widower, a great frequenter of Kowloon's dance halls and bars and houses, who had been told it as a legend by one of the Mamasans, who had heard that it was a custom in the noble house that the comprador had to arrange the first pillow time for the progeny of Green-Eyed Devil Struan.
Yes, old boy, Tusk had told him. Doak Struan said to Sir Gordon Chen, old Chen Chen's father, he'd put his evil eye on the house of Chen if they didn't choose correctly.
Balls, Dunross had said to Tusk, who had continued, pained, that he was just passing on a legend which was now part of Hong Kong's folklore, and, balls or not, Ian, old chum, your first bang-ditty-bang-bang was worth thousands Hong Kong to that old rake. I think that's pretty bloody awful, Uncle Chen.
But why? It was a most profitable auction. It cost you nothing, but gave you enormous pleasure. It cost me nothing, but gave me 20,000 Hong Kong. The girl's house gained vast face, and so did the girl. It cost her nothing, but gave her years of a huge clientele who would want to share the specialness of your number one choice.
Elegant Jade had been the only name he knew her by. She had been 22 and very practiced, a professional since she had been sold to the house by her parents when she was 12. Her house was called the House of 1,000 Pleasures. Elegant Jade was sweet and gentle when it pleased her, and a total dragon when it pleased her. He had been madly in love with her, and their affair had lasted over 2 summer holidays from boarding school in England, which was the contract time that Chen had arranged. The moment he had returned on the first day of the 3rd summer, he had hurried to the house, but she had vanished. Even today, Dunross could remember how distraught he had been, how he had tried to find her. But the girl had left no trace in her wake. What happened to her, Uncle Chen? Really happened? The old man sighed, lying back in his huge bed, tired now.
It was time for her to go. It is always too easy for a young man to give too much to a girl, too much time, too much thought. It was time for her to go. After her, you would choose for yourself, and you needed to put your mind on the house, and not on her. Oh, don't try to hide your desire. I understand. Oh, how I understand. Don't worry. She was well paid, my son. You had no child by her.
Where is she now?
She went to Taiwan. I made sure she had enough money to begin her own house. She said that's what she wanted to do, and part of my arrangement was that I bought her out of her contract. That cost me, it was 5 or 10,000. I can't remember. Please excuse me. I'm tired now. I must sleep a little. Please come back tomorrow, my son.
Dunross sipped his wine, remembering. That was the only time that old Chen ever called me my son, he thought. What a grand old man. If only I could be so wise, so kind, and so wise, and worthy of him. Chen had died a week later. His funeral was the greatest Hong Kong had ever seen, with 1,000 professional wailers and drums following the coffin to its burial place. The white-clad women had been paid to follow the coffin, wailing loudly to the heavens, petitioning the gods to grease the way of this great man's spirit to the void, or rebirth, or to whatever happens to the spirit of the dead. Chen was a nominal Christian, so he had had 2 services for safety, one Christian, the other Buddhist. Hello, tai-pan. Casey was there with Link Bartlett beside her. Both were smiling, though both were looking a little tired. He greeted them, and Casey ordered a scotch and soda, and Link a beer. How's your day been? Casey asked. Up and down, he said after a pause. How was yours? Busy, but we're getting there, she said. Your attorney, Dawson, cancelled our date this morning. That's on again for tomorrow at noon. The rest of my day was on the phone and the telex to the States, getting things organized. Service is good here. This is a great hotel. We're all set to complete our side of the agreement. Good. I think I'll attend the meeting with Dawson, Dunross said. That'll expedite matters. I'll get him to come over to our offices. I'll send a car for you at 11:10. No need for that, tai-pan. I know my way on the ferry, she said. I went back and forth this afternoon. Best 5 cents American I've ever spent. How do you keep the fares so low? We carried 47 million passengers last year. Dunross glanced at Bartlett. Will you be at the meeting tomorrow? Not unless you want me for something special, he said easily. Casey handles the legals initially. She knows what we want, and we've got Seymour Steigler III coming in on Pan Am's flight Thursday. He's our head counsel and tax attorney. He'll keep everything smooth with your attorneys, so we can close in 7 days. Easy. Excellent. A smiling, obsequious waiter brought their drinks and topped up Dunross's glass. When they were alone again, Casey said quietly, Tai-pan,
Your ships. You want them as a separate agreement? If the attorneys draw it up, it won't be private. How do we keep it private?
I'll draw up the document and put our chop on it. That'll make it legal and binding. Then the agreement stays secret between the three of us, eh? What's a chop, Ian? Bartlett asked. It's the equivalent of a seal. Dunross took out a slim, oblong bamboo container, perhaps 2 inches long and half an inch square, and slid back the tight-fitting top. He took out the chop, which fitted the scarlet silk-lined box, and showed it to them. It was made of ivory. Some Chinese characters were carved in relief on the bottom. This is my personal chop. It's hand-carved, so almost impossible to forge. You stick this end in the ink. The ink was red and almost solid, neatly in its compartment in one end of the box. And imprint the paper. Quite often in Hong Kong you don't sign papers, you just chop them. Most aren't legal without a chop. The company seal's the same as this, only a little bigger.
What do the characters mean?
Casey asked. They're a pun on my name and ancestor. Literally they mean, illustrious, razor-sharp, throughout the noble green seas. The pun's on Green-Eyed Devil, as Dirk was called, the noble house, and a dirk or knife. Dunross smiled and put it away. It has other meanings. The surface one's tai-pan of the noble house. In Chinese. He glanced around at the sound of a bicycle bell. The young bellhop was walking through the crowds carrying a small paging board aloft on a pole that bore the scrawled name of the person wanted. The page was not for them, so he continued. With Chinese writing, there are always various levels of meanings. That's what makes it complex and interesting. Casey was fanning herself with the menu. It was warm in the foyer, though the ceiling fans were creating a gentle breeze. She took out a tissue and pressed it beside her nose.
Is it always this humid?
She asked. Dunross smiled. It's relatively dry today. Sometimes it's 90 degrees and 95 humidity for weeks on end. Autumn and spring are the best times to be here. July, August, September are hot and wet. Actually, though, they're forecasting rain. We might even get a typhoon. I heard on the wireless there's a tropical depression gathering southeast of us. Yes, if we're lucky, it'll rain. There's no water rationing in the V&A yet, is there? No, Bartlett said. But after seeing the pails in your house last night, I don't think I'll ever take water for granted again.
Nor me, Casey said. It must be terribly hard.
Oh, you get used to it. By the way, my suggestion about the document is satisfactory? Dunross asked Bartlett, wanting it settled and irritated with himself that he was trapped into having to ask. He was grimly amused to notice that Bartlett hesitated a fraction of a second and glanced imperceptibly at Casey before saying, Sure. Ian, Bartlett continued, I've got Forrester, the head of our foam division, coming in on the same flight. I thought we might as well get the show on the road. There's no reason to wait until we have papers, is there? No? Dunross thought a moment and decided to test his theory. How expert is he? Expert. Casey added, Charlie Forrester knows everything there is to know about polyurethane foam, manufacturing, distribution, and sales. Good. Dunross turned to Bartlett and said innocently, Would you like to bring him to Taipei? He saw a flash behind the American's eyes and knew that he had been correct. Squirm, you bastard, he thought. You haven't told her yet. I haven't forgotten the rough time you gave me last night with all your secret information. Squirm out of this one with face. While we're golfing or whatever, I'll put Forrester with my experts. He can check out possible sites and set that in motion. Good idea, Bartlett said, not squirming at all, and Dunross's opinion of him went up.
Taipei? Taipei in Taiwan?
Casey asked excitedly.
We're going to Taipei? When?
Sunday afternoon, Bartlett said, his voice calm. We're going for a couple of days. Ian and...
Perfect, Link, she said with a smile. While you're golfing, I can check things out with Charlie. Let me play next time around. What's your handicap, tai-pan?
10, Dunross answered. And since Link Bartlett knows, I'm sure you do too. She laughed.
I'd forgotten that vital statistic. Mine's 14 on a very good day.
Give or take a stroke or two?
Sure. Women cheat in golf as much as men.
Oh?
Yes. But unlike men, they cheat to lower their handicap. A handicap's a status symbol, right? The lower the score, the more the status. Women don't usually bet more than a few dollars, so a low handicap's not that vital except for face. But men? I've seen them hit one deliberately into the rough to pick up 2 extra strokes if they were on a dynamite round that would drop their handicap a notch. Of course, that was only if they weren't playing that particular round for money. What's the stake between your pairs?
500 Hong Kong. She whistled.
A hole?
Hell no, Bartlett said. The game.
Even so, I think I'd better kibitz this one.
Dunross said, What's that mean?
To watch. If I'm not careful, Link will put my end of Parcon on the line.
Her smile warmed both of them, and then, because Dunross had deliberately dropped Bartlett into the trap, he decided to extract him. That's a fine idea, Casey, he said, watching her carefully. But on second thought, perhaps it would be better for you and Forrester to check out Hong Kong before Taipei. This will be our biggest market. And if your lawyer arrives Thursday, you might wish to spend time with him here. He looked at Bartlett directly, the picture of innocence. If you want to cancel our trip, that's all right too. You've plenty of time to go to Taipei. But I must go. No, Bartlett said. Casey, you cover this end. Seymour will need all the help you can give him. I'll make a preliminary tour this time, and we can do it together later. She sipped her drink and kept her face clear. So I'm not invited, huh? She thought with a flash of irritation. You're off Sunday? Yes, Dunross said, sure that the finesse had worked, detecting no change in her. Sunday afternoon. I may be doing a hill climb in the morning, so that's the earliest I can make it. Hill climb? Mountain climbing, Tai-pan? Oh no, just with a motorcar, in the New Territories. You're both welcome if you're interested. He added to Bartlett, We could go directly to the airport. If I can clear your aircraft, I will. I'll ask about that tomorrow. Link, Casey said, what about Armstrong and the police? You're grounded here. I arranged that today, Dunross said. He's paroled into my custody. She laughed. Fantastic. Just don't jump bail. I won't. You're off Sunday, Tai-pan. Back when? Tuesday, in time for dinner. Tuesday's when we sign? Yes. Link, isn't that cutting it tight? No. I'll be in constant touch. The deal's set. All we need is to put it on paper. Whatever you say, Link. Everything will be ready for signature when you two get back. Tai-pan, I'm to deal with Andrew if there's any problem? Yes, or Jacques. Dunross glanced at the far corner. Now their table was occupied by others. Never mind, he told himself. Everything was done that could be done. The phone service is good to Taipei, so there's no need to worry. Now, are you free for dinner? We certainly are, Bartlett said. What sort of food would you like? How about Chinese? Sorry, but you've got to be more specific, Dunross said. That's like saying you want European cooking, which would run the gamut from Italian to boiled English. Link, shouldn't we leave it to the Tai-pan? Casey said, and added, Tai-pan, I have to confess, I like sweet and sour, egg rolls, chop suey, and fried rice. I'm not much on anything far out. Nor am I, Bartlett agreed. No snake, dog, or anything exotic. Snake's very good in season, Dunross said, especially the bile, mixed with tea. It's very invigorating, a great pick-me-up. And little young chow dog stewed in oyster sauce is just perfect. You've tried it? You've tried dog? She was shocked. I was told it was chicken. It tasted a lot like chicken. But never eat dog and drink whiskey at the same time, Casey. They say it turns the meat into lumps of iron that'll give you a very hard time indeed. He was listening to himself make jokes and inconsequential small talk while he was watching Jacques and Suzanne getting into a taxi. His heart went out to them and to Kathy and to all the others, and he wanted to get on the plane himself to rush there and bring Avril back safely. Such a nice girl, part of his family. How in the name of Christ do you live as a man, rule the noble house, and stay sane? How do you help the family and make deals and live with all the rest of it? That's the joy and the hurt of being Tai-pan, Dirk Struan had said to him in his dreams, many times. Yes, but there's very little joy. You're wrong, and Dirk's right, and you're being far too serious, he told himself. The only serious problems of Parcon, the boom, Kathy, AMG's papers, Cross, John Chen, Toda Shipping, and the fact that you turned down Lando Matter's offer. Not necessarily in that order. So much money. What is it I want out of life? Money? Power? Or all China? He saw Casey and Bartlett watching him. Since these two have arrived, he thought, I've had nothing but trouble. He looked back at them. She was certainly worth looking at with her tight pants and clinging blouse. Leave it to me, he said, deciding that tonight he would like some Cantonese food. They heard the page bell and saw the paging board, and the name was Miss Casey Sherlock. Dunross beckoned the youth. He'll show you to the phone, Casey. Thanks. She got up. Eyes followed the long, elegant legs and her sensuous walk, the women jealous, hating her. You're a son of a bitch, Bartlett said calmly. Oh? Yes. He grinned, and that took the curse off everything. 20-1 says Taipei was a probe. But I'm not calling you on it, Ian. No. I was rough last night. Had to be. So maybe I deserved a roasting. But don't do that a second time with Casey, or I'll hand you your head. Will you now? Yes. She's off limits. Bartlett's eyes went back to Casey. He saw her pass the Marlowe table, stop a second and greet them and their children, then go on again. She knows she wasn't invited. Dunross was perturbed. Are you sure? I thought I didn't cover properly. The moment I realized you hadn't told her yet. Sorry, thought I'd covered. Hell, you were perfect. But 5 will still get you 10. She knows she wasn't invited. Bartlett smiled again, and once more Dunross wondered what was under the smile. I'll have to watch this bugger more closely, he thought. So Casey's off limits, is she? I wonder what he really meant by that. Dunross had chosen the foyer deliberately, wanting to be seen with the now famous or infamous Bartlett and his lady. He knew it would fuel rumours of their impending deal, and that would further agitate the stock market and put the punters off balance. If the Hope Pack crashed, provided it did not bring other banks down with it, the boom could still happen. If Bartlett and Casey would bend a little, he thought, and if I could really trust them, I could make a killing of killings. So many ifs. Too many. I'm out of control of this battle at the moment. Bartlett and Casey have all the momentum. How far will they cooperate? Then something Superintendent Armstrong and Brian Kwok had said triggered a vagrant thought, and his anxiety increased. What do you think of that fellow Banastasio? He asked, keeping his voice matter-of-fact. Vincenzo? Bartlett said at once. Interesting guy. Why? Just wondering, Dunross said, outwardly calm but inwardly shocked that he had been right. Have you known him long? 3 or 4 years. Casey and I have gone to the track with him a few times, to Del Mar. He's a big-time gambler there and in Vegas. He'll bet 50,000 on a race, so he told us. He and John Chen are quite friendly. Is he a friend of yours? No, I've never met him, but I heard John mention him once or twice, he said. And Su Yun. How is Su Yun? He's another gambler. When I saw him in L.A., he couldn't wait to get to Vegas. He was at the track the last time we were there with John Chen. Nothing yet on John or the kidnappers? No. Rotten luck. Dunross was hardly listening. The dossier he had prepared on Bartlett had given no indication of any mafia connections, but Banastasio linked everything. The guns, John Chen, Tzu Yun, and Bartlett. Mafia meant dirty money and narcotics, with a constant search for legitimate fronts for the laundering of money. Tzu Yun used to deal heavily in medical supplies during career, and now, so the story went, he was heavily into gold smuggling in Taipei, Indonesia and Malaya, with Four-Finger Wu. Could Banastasio be shipping guns to whom? Had poor John Chen stumbled onto something, and was he kidnapped for that reason? Does that mean part of Parkon's money is mafia money? Is Parkon mafia-dominated or controlled by mafia? I seem to remember John saying Banastasio was one of your major stockholders, he said, stabbing into the dark again. Vincenzo's got a big chunk of stock, but he's not an officer or director. Why? Dunross saw that now Bartlett's blue eyes were concentrated, and he could almost feel the mind waves reaching out, wondering about this line of question. So he ended it. It's curious how small the world really is, isn't it? Casey picked up the phone, inwardly seething.
Operator, this is Miss Charlock. You've a call for me? One moment, please. So I'm not invited to Taipei, she was thinking furiously. Why didn't the tai-pan just come out and say it, and not twist things around? And why didn't Link tell me about it too? Jesus, is he under the tai-pan spell like I was last night? Why the secret? What else are they cooking? Taipei, eh? Well, I've heard it's a man's place, so if all they're after's a dirty weekend, it's fine with me, but not if it's business. Why didn't Link say? What's there to hide?
Casey's fury began to grow. Then she remembered what the Frenchwoman had said about beautiful chinoise, so readily available, and her fury turned to an untoward anxiety for Link.
Goddamn men! Goddamn men and the world they've made exclusively to fit themselves. And it's worse here than anywhere I've ever been. Goddamn the English. They're all so smooth and smart, and their manners great, and they say please and thank you, and get up when you come in and hold your chair for you. But just under the surface, they're just as rotten as any others. They're worse. They're hypocrites. That's what they are. Well, I'll get even. One day we'll play golf, Mr. Tai-pan Dunross, and you'd better be good, because I can play down to 10 on a good day. I learned about golf in a man's world early, so I'll rub your nose in it. Yes, or maybe a game of pool, or billiards. Sure, and I know what reverse English is too.
Casey thought of her father with a sudden shaft of joy, and how he had taught her the rudiments of both games. But it was Link who taught her how to stab low on the left side with the cue, to give the ball a twist to the right, to swerve around the 8-ball. Showed her when, foolishly, she had challenged him to a game. He had slaughtered her before he gave her any lessons. Casey, you'd better make sure you know all a man's weak points before you battle with him. I wipe the board with you to prove a point. I don't play games for pleasure, just to win. I'm not playing games with you. I want you. Nothing else matters. Let's forget the deal we made and get married and... That was just a few months after she had started working for Link Bartlett. She was just 20 and already in love with him. But she still wanted revenge on the other man more, and independent wealth more, and to find herself more. So she had said, "No, Link, we agreed 7 years. We agreed up front as equals. I'll help you get rich, and I'll get mine on the way to your millions. And neither of us owes the other anything. You can fire me any time for any reason, and I can leave for any reason. We're equals. I won't deny that I love you with all my heart, but I still won't change our deal. But if you're still willing to ask me to marry you when I reach my 27th birthday, then I will. I'll marry you, live with you, leave you, whatever you want, but not now. Yes, I love you, but if we become lovers now, I'll never be able to. I just can't, Link, not now. There's too much I have to find out about myself." Casey sighed. What a twisted, crazy deal it is. Has all the power and dealing and wheeling, and all the years and tears and loneliness been worth it? I just don't know. I just don't know. And Parkon? Can I ever reach my goal? Parkon and Link? Or will I have to choose between them? "Cyranouche!" came through the earpiece. "Oh, hello, Mr. Gornt." She felt a surge of warmth. "This is a pleasant surprise," she added, collecting her wits. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Not at all. What can I do for you?" "I wondered if you are able to confirm this Sunday yet, if you and Mr. Bartlett are available. I want to plan my boat party, and I'd like the two of you as my honored guests." "I'm sorry, Mr. Gornt, but Link can't make it. He's all tied up." She heard the hesitation and then the covered pleasure in his voice. "Would you care to come without him? I was thinking of having a few business friends. I'm sure you'd find it interesting." It might be very good for Parkon if I went, she thought. Besides, if Link and the Tai-pan are going to Taipei without me,
Why can't I go boating without them? I'd love to, she said, warmth in her voice, if you're sure I won't be in the way.
Of course not. We'll pick you up at the wharf, just opposite the hotel, near the Golden Ferry. 10 o'clock. Casual. Do you swim?
Sure.
Good. The water's refreshing. Water ski?
Love it.
Very good.
Can I bring anything? Food or wine or anything?
No, I think we'll have everything aboard. We'll go to one of the outer islands and picnic, water ski. Be back just after sunset.
Mr. Gornt, I'd like to keep this excursion to ourselves. I'm told Confucius said, a closed mouth catches no flies.
Confucius said many things. He once likened a lady to a moonbeam.
She hesitated, the danger signals up. But then she heard herself say lightly, should I bring a chaperone?
Perhaps you should, he said,
and she heard his smile. How about Dunross?
It'd hardly be a chaperone, merely the destruction of what could perhaps be a perfect day.
I look forward to Sunday, Mr. Gornt.
Thank you.
The phone clicked off instantly. You arrogant bastard, she almost said aloud. How much are you taking for granted? Just thank you and click, and no goodbye. I'm Lynx, and not up for grabs. Then why did you play the coquette on the phone and at the party? She asked herself. And why did you want that bastard to keep your Sunday date quiet? Women like secrets too, she told herself grimly. Women like a lot of things men like.
Chapter 26, 8:35 p.m. The coolie was in the dingy gold vaults of the Hopak Bank. He was a small old man who wore a tattered grimy undershirt and ragged shorts. As the two porters lifted the canvas sack onto his bent back, he adjusted the forehead halter and leaned against it, taking the strain with his neck muscles, his hands grasping the two worn straps. Now that he had the full weight, he felt his overtaxed heart pumping against the load, his joints shrieking for relief. The sack weighed just over 90 pounds, almost more than his own weight. The tally clerks had just sealed it. It contained exactly 250 of the little gold smuggler bars, each of 5 taels, a little over 6 ounces, just one of which would have kept him and his family secure for months. But the old man had no thought of trying to steal even one of them. All of his being was concentrated on how to dominate the agony, how to keep his feet moving, how to do his share of the work, to get his pay at the end of his shift, and then to rest.
Hurry up, the foreman said sourly. We've still more than 20 fornicating tons to load. Next!
The old man did not reply. To do so would take more of his precious energy. He had to guard his strength zealously tonight if he was to finish. With an effort he set his feet into motion, his calves knotted and varicosed and scarred from so many years of labour. Another coolie took his place as he shuffled slowly out of the dank concrete room, the shelves laden with a seemingly never-ending supply of meticulous stacks of little gold bars that waited under the watchful eyes of the 2 neat bank clerks. Waited to be loaded into the next canvas sack, to be counted and recounted, then sealed with a flourish. On the narrow stairway the old man faltered. He regained his balance with difficulty, then lifted a foot to climb another step.
Only 28 more now.
And then another, and he had just made the landing when his calves gave out. He tottered against the wall, leaning against it to ease the weight, his heart grinding, both hands grasping the straps, knowing he could never resettle the load if he stepped out of the harness, terrified lest the foreman or a sub-foreman would pass by. Through the spectrum of pain, he heard footsteps coming toward him, and he fought the sack higher onto his back and into motion once more. He almost toppled over.
Hey, 9-carat Chew, are you all right?
The other coolie asked in Shandong dialect, steadying the sack for him.
Yes.
He gasped with relief, thankful it was his friend from his village far to the north and the leader of his gang of 10.
Fornicate all gods, I just slipped.
The other man peered at him in the coarse light from the single bare light overhead. He saw the tortured, rheumy old eyes and the stretched muscles.
I'll take this one. You rest a moment, he said.
Skillfully, he eased off the weight and swung the sack to the floorboards.
I'll tell that motherless foreigner who thinks he's got brains enough to be a foreman that you've gone to relieve yourself.
He reached into his ragged, torn pants pocket and handed the old man one of his small, screwed-up pieces of cigarette foil.
Take it. I'll deduct it from your pay tonight.
The old man mumbled his thanks. He was all pain now, barely thinking. The other man swung the sack onto his back, grunting with the effort, leaned against the headband, then, his calves knotted, slowly went back up the stairs, pleased with the deal he had made. The old man slunk off the landing into a dusty alcove and squatted down. His fingers trembled as he smoothed out the cigarette foil with its pinch of white powder. He lit a match and held it carefully under the foil to heat it. The powder began to blacken and smoke. Carefully he held the smoking powder under his nostrils and inhaled deeply, again and again, until every grain had vanished into the smoke that he pulled oh so gratefully into his lungs. He leaned back against the wall. Soon the pain vanished and left euphoria. It was all-pervading. He felt young again and strong again, and now he knew that he would finish his shift perfectly, and this Saturday, when he went to the races, he would win the double quinella. Yes, this would be his lucky week, and he would put most of his winnings down on a piece of property.
Yes, a small piece of property at first, but with the boom, my property will go up and up and up. And then I'll sell that piece and make a fortune, and buy more and more, and then I'll be an ancestor, my grandchildren flocking around my knees.
He got up and stood tall, then went back down the stairs again and stood in line, waiting his turn impatiently.
Dule Lomo, hurry up, he said in his lilting Shandong dialect. I haven't all night. I've another job at midnight.
The other job was on a construction site in Central, not far from the Hopak, and he knew he was blessed to have 2 bonus jobs in one night, on top of his regular day job as a construction labourer. He knew, too, that it was the expensive white powder that had transformed him and taken his fatigue and pain away. Of course, he knew the white powder was dangerous, but he was sensible and cautious and only took it when he was at the limit of strength. That he took it most days now, twice a day most days now, did not worry him.
Joss,
he told himself with a shrug, taking the new canvas sack on his back. Once he had been a farmer and the eldest son of land-owning farmers in the northern province of Shandong, in the fertile shifting delta of the Yellow River, where, for centuries, they had grown fruit and grain and soybeans, peanuts, tobacco, and all the vegetables they could eat.
Ah, our lovely fields,
he thought happily, climbing the stairs now, oblivious of his pounding heart.
Our lovely fields, rich with growing crops. So beautiful. Yes, but then the bad times began 30 years ago. The devils from the Eastern Sea came with their guns and their tanks and raped our earth. And then, after Warlord Mao Zedong and Warlord Chiang Kai-shek beat them off, they fought among themselves, and again the land was laid waste. So we fled the famine, me and my young wife and my 2 sons, and came to this place, Fragrant Harbour, to live among strangers, southern barbarians and foreign devils. We walked all the way. We survived. I carried my sons most of the way, and now my sons are 16 and 14, and we have 2 daughters, and they all eat rice once a day, and this year will be my lucky year. Yes, I'll win the quinella or the daily double, and one day we'll go home to my village, and I'll take our lands back and plant them again, and Chairman Mao will welcome us home and let us take our lands back, and we'll live so happily, so rich, and so happy.
He was out of the building now, in the night, standing beside the truck. Other hands lifted the sack and stacked it with all the other sacks of gold, more clerks checking and rechecking the numbers. There were 2 trucks in the side street. One was already filled and waiting under its guards. A single unarmed policeman was watching idly as the traffic passed. The night was warm. The old man turned to go. Then he noticed the 3 Europeans, 2 men and a woman, approaching. They stopped near the far truck, watching him. His mouth dropped open.
Dieu le lomo! Look at that whore! The monster with the straw hair!
He said to no one in particular.
Unbelievable,
another replied.
Yes,
he said.
It's revolting the way their whores dress in public, isn't it?
A wizened old loader said disgustedly.
Flaunting their loins with those tight trousers. You can see every fornicating wrinkle in her lower lips. I'll bet you could put your whole fist and whole arm in it and never reach bottom,
another said with a laugh.
Who'd want to?
9 Carat Chew asked, and hawked loudly and spat, and let his mind drift pleasantly to Saturday as he went below again.
I wish they wouldn't spit like that. It's disgusting,
Casey said queasily. It's an old Chinese custom, Dunross said. They believe there's an evil god spirit in your throat, which you've got to get rid of constantly, or it will choke you. Of course, spitting's against the law, but that's meaningless to them.
What did that old man say?
Casey asked, watching him plod back into the side door of the bank, now over her anger, and very glad to be going to dinner with them both. I don't know. I didn't understand his dialect.
I'll bet it wasn't a compliment.
Dunross laughed. You'd win that one, Casey. They don't think much of us at all.
That old man must be 80 if he's a day, and he's carried his load as though it was a feather. How'd they stay so fit?
Dunross shrugged and said nothing. He knew. Another coolie heaved his burden into the truck, stared at her, hawked, spat, and plodded away again.
Up yours, too,
Casey muttered, and then parodied an awful hawk and a 20-foot spit, and they laughed with her. The Chinese just stared. Ian, what's all this about? What are we here for? Bartlett asked. I thought you might like to see 50 tons of gold. Casey gasped.
Those sacks are filled with gold?
Yes. Come along. Dunross led the way down the dingy stairs into the gold vault. The bank officials greeted him politely, and the unarmed guards and loaders stared. Both Americans felt disquieted under the stairs. But their disquiet was swamped by the gold. Neat stacks of gold bars on the steel shelves that surrounded them. 10 to a layer, each stack 10 layers high.
Can I pick one up?
Casey asked. Help yourself, Dunross told them, watching them, trying to test the extent of their greed. I'm gambling for high stakes, he thought again. I have to know the measure of these too. Casey had never touched so much gold in her life, nor had Bartlett. Their fingers trembled. She caressed one of the little bars, her eyes wide, before she lifted it.
It's so heavy for its size, she muttered.
These are called smuggler bars because they're easy to hide and to transport, Dunross said, choosing his words deliberately. Smugglers wear a sort of canvas waistcoat with little pockets in it that hold the bars snugly. They say a good courier can carry as much as 80 pounds a trip. That's almost 1,300 ounces. Of course, they have to be fit and well-trained. Bartlett was hefting 2 in each hand, fascinated by them. How many make up 80 pounds? About 200, give or take a little. Casey looked at him, her hazel eyes bigger than usual.
Are these yours, tai-pan?
Good God, no. They belong to a Macau company. They're shifting it from here to the Victoria Bank. Americans or English aren't allowed by law to own even one of these. But I thought you might be interested, because it's not often you see 50 tons all in one place.
I never realized what real money was like before, Casey said. Now I can understand why my dad's and uncle's eyes used to light up when they talked about gold.
Dunross was watching her. He could see no greed in her, just wonder. Do banks make many shipments like this? Bartlett asked, his voice throaty. Yes, all the time, Dunross said, and he wondered if Bartlett had taken the bait and was considering a mafioso-style hijack with his friend Banastasio. We've a very large shipment coming in about 3 weeks, he said, increasing the lure. What's 50 tons worth? Bartlett asked. Dunross smiled to himself, remembering Zeppelin Dong with his exactitude of figures. As if it mattered. $63 million legally, give or take a few thousand.
And you're moving it just with a bunch of old men. 2 trucks that are not even armored, and no guards?
Of course. That's no problem in Hong Kong, which is one of the reasons our police are so sensitive about guns here. If they've the only guns in the colony, well, what can the crooks and nasties do except curse?
But where are the police? I didn't see but one, and he wasn't armed.
Oh, they're around, I suppose, Dunross said, deliberately underplaying it.
Casey peered at the gold bar, enjoying the touch of the metal. It feels so cool and so permanent. Tai-pan, if it's $63 million legal, what's it worth on the black market?
Dunross noticed tiny beads of perspiration now on her upper lip. However much someone's prepared to pay. At the moment, I hear the best market's India. They'd pay about $80 to $90 an ounce US, delivered into India. Bartlett smiled crookedly and reluctantly put his 4 bars back onto their pile.
That's a lot of profit.
They watched in silence as another canvas bag was sealed, the bars checked and rechecked by both clerks. Again, the 2 loaders lifted the sack onto a bent back, and the man plodded out.
What are those?
Casey asked, pointing to some much bigger bars that were in another part of the vault. They're the regulation 400-ounce bars, Dunross said. They weigh around 25 pounds apiece. The bar was stamped with a hammer and sickle, and 99,999. This is Russian. It's 99.99% pure. South African gold is usually 99.98% pure, so the Russian's sought after. Of course, both are easy to buy in the London gold market. He let them look a while longer, then said, "Shall we go now?" On the street there was still only 1 policeman and the sloppy, unarmed bank guards, the 2 truck drivers smoking in their cabins. Traffic eased past from time to time. A few pedestrians. Dunross was glad to get out of the close confinement of the vault. He had hated cellars and dungeons ever since his father had locked him in a cupboard when he was very small, for a crime he could not now remember. But he remembered old Artat, his armour, rescuing him and standing up for him, him staring up at his father, trying to hold back the terror tears that would not be held back.
"It's good to be out in the air again,"
Casey said. She used a tissue. Inexorably, her eyes were dragged to the sacks in the nearly full truck.
"That's real money,"
she muttered, almost to herself. A small shudder racked her, and Dunross knew at once that he had found her jugular. "I could use a bottle of beer," Bartlett said. "So much money makes me thirsty." "I could use a scotch and soda," she said, and the spell was broken. "We'll stroll over to the Victoria and see the delivery begin. Then we'll eat." Dunross stopped. He saw the 2 men chatting near the trucks, partially in shadow. He stiffened slightly. The 2 men saw him. Martin Hapley of the China Guardian and Peter Marlowe. "Oh, hello, Tai-pan," young Martin Hapley said, coming up to him with his confident grin. "I didn't expect to see you here. Evening, Miss Casey, Mr. Bartlett." "Tai-pan, would you care to comment on the Hopak matter?" "What Hopak matter?"
"The run on the bank, sir."
"I didn't know there was one."
"Did you happen to read my column about the various branches and the rumour?"
"My dear Hapley," Dunross said with his easy charm, "you know I don't seek interviews or give them lightly, and never on street corners." "Yes, sir." Hapley nodded at the sacks.
"Transferring all this gold out's kind of rough for the Hopak, isn't it? That'll put the kiss of death on the bank when all this leaks."
Dunross sighed. "Forget the Hopak, Mr. Hapley. Can I have a word in private?" He took the young man's elbow and guided him away with velvet firmness. When they were alone, half covered by one of the trucks, he let go of the arm. His voice dropped. Involuntarily, Hapley flinched and moved back half a pace.
"Since you are going out with my daughter, I just want you to know that I'm very fond of her, and among gentlemen there are certain rules. I'm presuming you're a gentleman. If you're not, God help you. You'll answer to me personally, immediately, and without mercy."
Dunross turned and went back to the others, full of sudden bonhomie. Evening, Marlowe. How are things?
Fine, thank you, Tai-pan. The tall man nodded at the trucks. Astonishing, all this wealth.
Where did you hear about the transfer?
A journalist friend mentioned it about an hour ago. He said that some 50 tons of gold were being moved from here to the Victoria. I thought it'd be interesting to see how it was done. Hope I'm not treading on any corns.
Not at all. Dunross turned to Casey and Bartlett. There, you see? I told you Hong Kong was just like a village. You can never keep any secrets here for long. But all this, he waved at the sacks, this is all lead, fool's gold. The real shipment was completed an hour ago. It wasn't 50 tons, only a few thousand ounces. The majority of the Hopak bullion's still intact. He smiled at Hapley, who was not smiling but listening, his face set.
This is all fake, after all,
Casey gasped. Peter Marlowe laughed. I must confess I did think this whole operation was a bit haphazard. Well, good night, you two, Dunross said breezily to Marlowe and Martin Hapley. He took Casey's arm momentarily. Come on, it's time for dinner. They started down the street, Bartlett beside them.
But Tai-pan, the ones we saw, Casey said, the one I picked up, that was fake. I'd have bet my life. Wouldn't you have, Link?
Yes, Bartlett agreed. But the diversion was wise. That's what I'd have done. They turned the corner, heading along toward the huge Victoria Bank building, the air warm and sticky. Casey laughed nervously.
That golden metal was getting to me, and it was fake all the time.
Actually, it was all real, Dunross said quietly, and she stopped. Sorry to confuse you, Casey. I only said that for Hapley and Marlowe's benefit, to pour suspicion on their source. They could hardly prove it one way or another. I was asked to make the arrangements for the transfer little more than an hour ago, which I did, obviously, with great caution. His heart quickened. He wondered how many other people knew about the AMG papers and the vault and the box number in the vault. Bartlett watched him. I bought what you said, so I guess they did, he said. But he was thinking, why did you bring us to see the gold? That's what I'd like to know.
It's curious, Tai-pan,
Casey said, with a little nervous laugh.
I just knew the gold was real to begin with. Then I believed you when you said it was fake, and now I believe you back again. Is it that easy to fake?
Yes and no. You only know for certain if you put acid on it. You've got to put it to the acid test. That's the only real test for gold, isn't it? He added to Bartlett, and saw the half-smile, and he wondered if the American understood. Guess that's right, Ian. For gold. Or for people. Dunross smiled back. Good, he thought grimly. We understand each other perfectly. It was quite late now. Golden ferries had stopped running, and Casey and Link Bartlett were in a small private hire launch chugging across the harbour. The night grand, a good sea smell on the wind, the sea calm. They were sitting on one of the thwarts facing Hong Kong, arm in arm. Dinner had been the best they had ever eaten, the conversation filled with lots of laughter, Dunross charming. They'd ended with cognac atop the Hilton. Both were feeling marvellously at peace with the world and with themselves. Casey felt the light pressure of his arm, and she leaned against him slightly.
It's romantic, isn't it, Link? Look at the peak and all the lights. Unbelievable. It's the most beautiful and exciting place I've ever been.
Better than the south of France.
That was so different.
They'd had a holiday on the Côte d'Azur 2 years ago. It was the first time they'd holidayed together, and the last. It had been too much of a strain on both of them to stay apart.
Ian's fantastic, isn't he?
Yes, and so are you.
Thank you, kind sir, and so are you.
They laughed, happy together. At the wharf Kowloon's side, Link paid the boat off, and they strolled to the hotel, arm in arm. A few waiters were still on duty in the lobby.
Evening, sir. Evening, missy,
the old elevator man said sibilantly, and on their floor, nighttime Chang scurried ahead of them to open the door of the suite. Automatically, Link gave him $1 and they were bowed in. Nighttime Chang closed the door. She bolted it. "Drink?" he asked.
"No, thanks. It'd spoil that brandy."
She saw him looking at her. They were standing in the centre of the living room, the huge picture window displaying all of Hong Kong behind him, his bedroom to the right, hers to the left. She could feel the vein in her neck pulsing, her loins seemed liquid, and he looked so handsome to her.
"Well, thanks for a lovely evening, Link. I'll see you tomorrow," she said.
But she did not move. "It's 3 months to your birthday, Casey."
13 weeks and 6 days.
"Why don't we finesse them and get married now? Tomorrow."
You've been so wonderful to me, Link. So good to be patient and put up with my craziness."
She smiled at him. It was a tentative smile.
"It's not long now. Let's do it as we agreed. Please?"
He stood there and watched her, wanting her. Then he said, "Sure." At his door, he stopped. "Casey, you're right about this place. It is romantic and exciting. It's got to me, too. Maybe you'd better get another room." His door closed. That night, she cried herself to sleep. Wednesday. Chapter 27, 5:45 a.m. The two racehorses came out of the turn into the final stretch, going very fast. It was false dawn, the sky still dark to the west, and the Happy Valley racecourse was spotted with people at the morning workout. Dunross was up on Buccaneer, the big bay gelding, and he was neck and neck with Noble Star, ridden by his chief jockey, Tom Leung. Noble Star was on the rails, and both horses were going well, with plenty in reserve. Then Dunross saw the winning post ahead, and he had that sudden urge to jam in his heels and best the other horse. The other jockey sensed the challenge and looked across at him. But both riders knew that they were there just to exercise and not to race, there to confuse the opposition, so Dunross bottled his almost blinding desire. Both horses had their ears down now. Their flanks were wet with sweat. Both felt the bit in between their teeth. And now, well into the stretch, they pounded toward the winning post excitedly, the inner training sand track not as fast as the encircling grass, making them work harder. Both riders stood high in the stirrups, leaning forward, reins tight. Noble Star was carrying less weight. She began to pull away. Dunross automatically used his heels and cursed Buccaneer. The pace quickened. The gap began to close. His exhilaration soared. This gallop was barely half a lap, so he thought he would be safe. No opposing trainer could get an accurate timing on them, so he kicked harder, and the race was on. Both horses knew. Their strides lengthened. Noble Star had her nose ahead, and then, feeling Buccaneer coming up fast, she took the bit, laid to, and charged forward on her own account, and drew away and beat Dunross by half a length. Now the riders slackened speed, and standing easily, continued around the lovely course, a patch of green surrounded by massed buildings and tiers of high-rises that dotted the mountainsides. When Dunross had cantered up the final stretch again, he broke off the exercising, reined in beside where the winner's circle would normally be, and dismounted. He slapped the filly affectionately on the neck, threw the reins to a stable hand. The man swung into the saddle and continued her exercise. Dunross eased his shoulders, his heart beating nicely, the taste of blood in his mouth. He felt very good, his stretched muscles aching pleasantly. He had ridden all of his life. Horse racing was still officially all amateur in Hong Kong. When he was young, he had raced 2 seasons, and he would have continued, but he had been warned off the course by his father, then tai-pan and chief steward, and again by Alistair Struan when he took over both jobs, and ordered to quit racing on pain of instant dismissal. So he had stopped racing, though he continued to exercise the Struan stable at his whim, and he raced in the dawn when the mood was on him. It was the getting up when most of the world slept, to gallop in half-light, the exercise and excitement, the speed and the danger that cleared his head. Dunross spat the sweet, sick taste of not winning out of his mouth. "That's better," he thought. "I could have taken Noble Star today. but I'd have done it in the turn, not in the stretch. Other horses were exercising on the sand track, more joining the circuit or leaving it. Knots of owners and trainers and jockeys were conferring, marfoos, stable hands, walking horses in their blankets. He saw Butterscotch Lass, Richard Quan's great mare, canter past, a white star on her forehead, neat fetlocks, her jockey riding her tightly, looking very good. Over on the far side, Pilotfish, Gaunt's prize stallion, broke into a controlled gallop, chasing another of the Struan string, Impatience, a new, young, untried filly, recently acquired in the first balloting of this season. Dunross watched her critically and thought she lacked stamina. Give her a season or two, and then we'll see, he thought. Then Pilotfish ripped past her, and she skittered in momentary fright, then charged in pursuit until her jockey pulled her in, teaching her to gallop at his whim and not at hers.
So, tai-pan,
his trainer said. He was a leather-faced, iron-hard Russian émigré in his late 60s, with greying hair, and this was his third season with Struans. So, Alexei.
So the devil got into you, and you gave him your heel, and did you see Noble Star surge ahead?
She's a trier. Noble Star's a trier. Everyone knows that, Dunross replied calmly.
Yes, but I'd have preferred only you and I to be reminded of it today, and not.
The small man jerked a callous thumb at the onlookers and grinned.
And not every Vibliedak in Asia.
Dunross grinned back. You notice too much.
I'm paid to notice too much.
Alexei Travkin could outride, outdrink, outwork, and outstay a man half his age. He was a loner among the other trainers. Over the years he had told various stories about his past. Like most of those who had been caught in the great turmoils of Russia and her revolutions, China and her revolutions, and now drifted the byways of Asia, seeking a peace they could never find. Alexei Ivanovich Travkin had come out of Russia to Harbin in Manchuria in 1919, then worked his way south to the international settlement of Shanghai. There he began to ride winners. Because he was very good and knew more about horses than most men knew about themselves, he soon became a trainer. When the exodus happened again in 1949, he fled south, this time to Hong Kong, where he stayed a few years, then drifted south again to Australia and the circuits there. But Asia beckoned him, so he returned. Dunross was trainerless at that time and offered him the stable of the noble house.
I'll take it, tai-pan,
he had said at once. We haven't discussed money, Dunross had said.
You're a gentleman, so am I. You'll pay me the best for face, and because I'm the best.
Are you?
Why else do you offer me the post? You don't like to lose either.
Last season had been good for both of them. The first not so good. Both knew this coming season would be the real test. Noble Star was walking past, settling down nicely. What about Saturday? Dunross asked.
She'll be trying.
And Butterscotch Lass?
She'll be trying. So will Pilotfish. So will all the others, in all 8 races. This is a very special meeting. We'll have to watch our entries very carefully.
Dunross nodded. He caught sight of Gaunt talking with Sir Dunstan Barr by the winner's circle. I'll be very peed off if I lose to Pilotfish. Alexei laughed, then added wryly,
In that case, perhaps you'd better ride Noble Star yourself, tai-pan. Then you can shove Pilotfish into the rails in the turn if he looks like a threat, or put the whip across his jockey's eyes, eh?
The old man looked up at him.
Isn't that what you'd have done with Noble Star today, if it had been a race?
Dunross smiled back. As it wasn't a race, you'll never know. Will you? A marfoo came up and saluted Travkin, handing him a note.
Message, sir. Mr. Choy'd like you to look at Chardistan's bindings when you've a moment.
I'll be there shortly. Tell him to put extra bran in Buccaneer's feed today and tomorrow.
Travkin glanced back at Dunross, who was watching Noble Star closely. He frowned.
You're not considering riding Saturday?
Not at the moment.
I wouldn't advise it.
Dunross laughed. I know. See you tomorrow, Alexei. Tomorrow I'll work in patience. He clapped him in friendly style and left. Alexei Travkin stared after him, his eyes straight to the horses that were in his charge and their opposition that he could see. He knew this Saturday would be vicious and that Noble Star would have to be guarded. He smiled to himself, pleased to be in a game where the stakes were very high. He opened the note that was in his hands. It was short and in Russian.
Greetings from Kurgan, Highness. I have news of Niestrova.
Alexei gasped. The colour drained from his face.
By the blood of Christ,
he wanted to shout.
No one in Asia knows my home was in Kurgan, in the flatlands on the banks of the river Tobol. Know that my father was Prince of Kurgan and Tobol. Know that my darling Niestrova, my child wife of 1,000 lifetimes ago, swallowed up in the revolution while I was with my regiment. I swear to God, I've never mentioned her name to anyone, not even to myself.
In shock, he reread the note.
Is this more of the devilment, the Soviets, the enemy of all the Russians? Or is it a friend? Oh, Christ Jesus, let it be a friend.
After Niestrova, the note had ended,
Please meet me at the Green Dragon restaurant, in the alley just off 189 Nathan Road, the back room, at 3 this afternoon.
There was no signature. Across the paddock near the winning post, Richard Kwan was walking toward his trainer when he saw his sixth cousin, Smiler Jing, chairman of the huge Jing Prosperity Bank, in the stands, his binoculars trained on pilotfish. "Hello, sixth cousin," he said affably in Cantonese. "Have you eaten rice today?" The sly old man was instantly on guard.
You won't get any money out of me,
he said coarsely, his lips sliding back from protruding teeth that gave him a perpetual smiling grimace. "Why not?" Richard Kwan said, equally rudely. "I've got 17 fornicating millions on loan to you, and—"
Yes, but that's on 90-day call, and well invested. We've always paid the 40% interest.
The old man snarled. "You miserable old dogbone! I helped you when you needed money. Now it's time to repay."
Repay what? What?
Smiler Jing spat.
I've repaid you a fortune over the years. I've taken the risks, and you've reaped the profit. This whole disaster couldn't happen at a worse time. I've every copper cash out, everyone. I'm not like some bankers. My money's always put to good use.
The good use was narcotics, so legend went. Of course, Richard Kwan had never asked, and no one knew for certain, but everyone believed that Smiler Jing's bank was secretly one of the main clearinghouses for the trade, the vast majority of which emanated from Bangkok. "Listen, cousin, think of the family," Richard Kwan began. "It's only a temporary problem. The fornicating foreign devils are attacking us. When that happens, civilized people have to stick together."
I agree. But you're the cause of the run on the Hope Pack. You are. It's on you, not on my bank. You've offended the fornicators somehow. They're after you. Don't you read the papers? Yes, and you've got all your cash out on some very bad deals, so I hear. You, cousin, you've put your own head into the Kang. Get money out of that evil son of a Malayan whore, half-caste partner of yours. He's got billions. Or out of Tight Fist.
The old man suddenly cackled.
I'll give you 10 for every one that old fornicator loans you.
If I go down the toilet, the Jing Prosperity Bank won't be far behind.
Don't threaten me,
the old man said angrily. His lips had a flick of saliva permanently in the corners, and then they worked over his teeth once and fell apart again in his grimace.
If you go down, it won't be my fault. Why wish your rotten Joss on family? I've done nothing to hurt you.
Why try and pass your bad joss on to me? If today your bad joss spills over and those dog-bone depositors start a run on me, I won't last the day."
Richard Quillan momentarily felt better that the Jing Empire was equally threatened. Good. Very good. I could use all his business, particularly the Bangkok connection. Then he saw the big clock over the totalizator and groaned. It was just past 6 now, and at 10, banks would open and the stock market would open. And though arrangements had been made with Blacks, the Victoria and the Bombay and Eastern Bank of Kowloon to pledge securities that should cover everything and to spare, he was still nervous and enraged. He had to make some very tough deals that he had no wish to honour. "Come on, cousin. Just 50 million for 10 days. I'll extend the 17 million for 2 years and add another 20 in 30 days.
50 million for 3 days at 10% interest a day. Your present loan to be collateral, and I'll also take deed to your property in Central as further collateral."
"Go fornicate in your mother's ear. That property's worth 4 times that." Smiler Jing shrugged and turned his binoculars back on Pilot Fish.
"Is the big black going to beat Butterscotch Lass too?"
Richard Quillan looked at Gornt's horse sourly. "Not unless my weevil-mouthed trainer and jockey join together to pull her or dope her."
"Filthy thieves! You can't trust one of them. My horse has never come in the money once. Never. Not even third. Disgusting."
50 million for 1 week. 2% a day.
5. Plus the Central
Never.
I'll take a 50% share of the property."
6%? Richard Quillan said. Smiler Jing estimated his risk and his potential profit. The profit was huge if the Hopak didn't fail. But even if it did, the loan would be well covered by the property. Yes, the profit would be huge, provided there wasn't a real run on himself.
"Perhaps I could gamble and pledge some future shipments and raise the 50 million. 15%, and that's final," he said, knowing that he would withdraw or change by noon once he saw how the market was, and the run was, and he would continue to sell Hopak short to great profit. "And also you can throw in Butterscotch Lass."
Richard Quillan swore obscenely, and they bargained back and forth, then agreed that the 50 million was on call at 2 o'clock, in cash. He would also pledge Smiler Jing 39% of the Central property as added collateral and a quarter share in his mare. Butterscotch Lass was the clincher.
"What about Saturday?"
"Eh?" Richard Quillan said, loathing the grimace and buck teeth.
"Our horse is in the 5th race, ya? Listen, 6th cousin, perhaps we'd better make an accommodation with Pilot Fish's jockey. We pull our horse, she'll be favourite, and back Pilot Fish and Noble Star for safety."
"Good idea. We'll decide Saturday morning."
"Better to eliminate Golden Lady too, eh?"
"John Chen's trainer suggested that."
That fool! To get himself kidnapped! I'll expect you to give me the real information on who's going to win. I want the winner too."
Smiler hawked and spat. "All gods defecate, don't we all? Those filthy trainers and jockeys. Disgusting the way they puppet us owners. Who pays their salaries, here?"
"The Turf Club, the owners, but most the punters who aren't in the know. I hear you were at the Old Vic last night for foreign devil food."
Richard Quillan beamed. His dinner with Venus Poon had been an enormous success. She had worn the new knee-length Christian Dior he had bought for her, black clinging silk and gossamer underneath. When he had seen her get out of his rolls and come up the steps of the Old Vic, his heart had turned over and his secret sack had jiggled. She had been all smiles at the effect her entrance had on the entire foyer, her chunky gold bracelets glittering, and had insisted on walking up the grand staircase instead of using the elevator. His chest had been tight with suppressed glee and terror. They had walked through the formal, well-groomed diners, European and Chinese, many in evening dress. Husbands and wives, tourists and locals, men at business dinners, lovers and would-be lovers of all ages and nationalities. He was wearing a new Savile Row dark suit of the most expensive lightweight cashmere wool. As they moved toward the choice table that had cost him a red, $100, he had waved to many friends and groaned inwardly 4 times as he saw 4 of his Chinese intimates with their wives, bouffant and over-jewelled. The wives had stared at him glassily. Richard Quillan shuddered.
Wives really are dragons, and all the same, he thought. Oh! And your lies sound false to them, even before you've spoken them.
He had not gone home yet to face Mai Ling, who would have already been told by at least 3 very good friends about Venus Poon. He would let her rant and scream and weep and tear her hair for a while to release her devil wind, and would say that enemies had filled her head with bile.
How can she listen to such evil women?
And then he would meekly tell her about the full-length mink that he had ordered 3 weeks ago, that he was to collect today in time for her to wear to the races Saturday. Then there would be peace in the house, until the next time. He chortled at his acumen in ordering the mink. That he had ordered it for Venus Poon and had this morning, just an hour ago, in the warmth of her embrace, promised it to her tonight so she would wear it to the races on Saturday, did not bother him at all.
It's much too good for the strumpet anyway, he was thinking. That coat cost 40,000 Hong Kong. I'll get her another one. Perhaps I could find a second-hand one.
He saw Smiler Jing leering at him.
What?
Venus Poon, hey ya?
I'm thinking of going into film production and making her a star,
he said grandly, proud of the cover story he had invented as part of his excuse to his wife. Smiler Jing was impressed.
But that's a risky business, hey ya?
Yes, but there are ways to ensure your risk.
He winked knowingly.
Yeah. You mean a nudie film? Oh, let me know when you set the production. I might take a point or 2. Venus Poon, naked. Oh, yeah. All Asia'd pay to see that. What's she like at the pillow?
Perfect, now that I've educated her. She was a virgin when I first—
What's Dios?
Smiler Jing said, then added,
How many times did you scale the ramparts?
Last night? 3 times. Each time stronger than before.
Richard Quillan leaned forward.
Her flower heart's the best I've ever seen. Yes, and her triangle. Lovely silken hair, and her inner lips pink and delicate. And her jade gate. Her jade gate's really heart-shaped, and her 1 square inch is a perfect oval. Pink, fragrant, and the pearl on the step also pink.
Richard Quillan felt himself beginning to sweat as he remembered how she had spread herself on the sofa and handed him a big magnifying glass.
Here,
she had said proudly.
Examine the goddess your bald-headed monk's about to worship.
And he had, meticulously.
The best pillow partner I've ever had,
Richard Quillan continued expansively, stretching the truth.
I was thinking about buying her a large diamond ring. Poor little mealy-mouth wept this morning when I left the apartment I've given her. She was swearing suicide because she's so in love with me.
He used the English word.
You're a lucky man.
Smiler Jing spoke no English except the words of love. He felt eyes on his back and he glanced around. In the next section of the stands, 50 yards away, slightly above him, was the foreign devil policeman Big Mountain of Dung, the hated chief of the CID Kowloon. The cold fish eyes were staring at him, binoculars hanging from the man's neck.
Yeah,
Ching muttered to himself, his mind darting over the various checks and traps and balances that guarded his main source of revenue.
Hey, what? What's the matter with you, Smiler Jing?
Nothing. I want to piss, that's all. Send the papers over at 2:00 if you want my money.
Sourly, he turned away to go to the toilet, wondering if the police were aware of the imminent arrival of the foreign devil from the Golden Mountain, a high tiger of the white powders, with the outlandish name of Vincenzo Banastasio. He hawked and spat loudly.
Just if they do, just if they don't. They can't touch me. I'm only a banker.
Robert Armstrong had noted that Smiler Jing was talking to Banker Quan, and knew surely that the pair of them were up to no good. The police were well aware of the whispers about Jing and his Prosperity Bank and the narcotics trade, but so far had no real evidence implicating him or his bank. Not even enough circumstantial evidence to merit SB detention, interrogation, and summary deportation.
Well, he'll slip sometime,
Robert Armstrong thought calmly, and turned his binoculars back onto Pilotfish, then to Noble Star, then to Butterscotch Lass, and then to Golden Lady, John Chen's mare.
Which one's got the form?
He yawned and stretched wearily. It had been another long night, and he had not yet been to bed. Just as he was leaving Kowloon Police HQ last night, there had been a flurry of excitement as another anonymous caller phoned to say that John Chen had been seen out in the new territories, in the tiny fishing village of Saotogo, which bisected the eastern tip of the border. He had rushed out there with a team and searched the village, hovel by hovel. His search had to be done very cautiously, for the whole border area was extremely sensitive, particularly at the village where there was one of the 3 border checkpoints. The villagers were a hardy, tough, uncompromising, bellicose lot that wanted to be left alone, particularly by foreign devil police. The search had proved to be just another false alarm, though they had uncovered 2 illegal stills, a small heroin factory that converted raw opium into morphine, and thence into heroin, and had broken up 6 illegal gambling dens. When Armstrong had got back to Kowloon HQ, there was another call about John Chen, this time Hong Kong side in Wan Chai, down near Glessing's Point in the dock area. Apparently John Chen had been seen being bundled into a tenement house, a dirty bandage over his right ear. This time the caller had given his name and driver's license number so that he could claim the reward of 50,000 Hong Kong, offered by Struan's and Noble House Chen. Again Armstrong had brought units to surround the area and had led the meticulous search. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning by the time he called off the operation and dismissed his men.
Brian, it's me for bed, he said. Waste of another Fong-Pei night.
Brian Kwok yawned too. Yes, but while we're on this side, how about breakfast at the Para and then let's go and look at the morning workouts? At once most of Robert Armstrong's tiredness fell away.
Great idea.
The Para restaurant in Wan Chai Road near Happy Valley Racecourse was always open. The food was excellent, cheap, and it was a well-known meeting place for triads and their girls. When the 2 policemen strode into the large, noisy, bustling, plate-clattering room, a sudden silence fell. The proprietor, 1 Foot Ko, limped over to them and beamed them to the best table in the place.
Dulé Lo Mo and you too, old friend,
Armstrong said grimly, and added some choice obscenities in gutter Cantonese, staring back pointedly at the nearest group of gaping young thugs, who nervously turned away. 1 Foot Ko laughed and showed his bad teeth.
Ha, lords, you honour my poor establishment. A dim sum?
Why not?
Dim sum, small chow or small foods, were bite-sized dough envelopes packed with minced shrimps or vegetables or various meats, then steamed or deep-fried and eaten with a touch of soya, or sauces of chicken and other meats in various sauces, or pastries of all kinds.
Your worships are going to the track?
Brian Kwok nodded, sipping his jasmine tea, his eyes roving the diners, making many of them very nervous.
Who's going to win the 5th?
He asked. The restaurateur hesitated, knowing he'd better tell the truth. He said carefully in Cantonese,
They say that neither Golden Lady, Noble Star, Pilotfish, or Butterscotch Lass has yet been touted as having an edge.
He saw the cold black-brown eyes come to rest on him, and he tried not to shudder.
By all the gods, that's what they say.
Good. I'll come here Saturday morning, or I'll send my sergeant. Then you can whisper in his ear if some foul play's contemplated. Yes. And if it turns out one of those are doped or cut, and I don't know about it on Saturday morning, perhaps your soups will addle for 50 years. One Foot smiled nervously.
Yes, Lord. Let me see to your food. No.
Before you go, what's the latest gossip on John Chen?
None. Oh, very none, honoured Lord,
the man said, a little perspiration on his upper lip.
Fragrant harbours as clean of information on him as a virgin's treasure. Nothing, Lord. Not a dog's fart of a real rumour, though everyone's looking. I hear there's an extra great reward.
What? How much?
100,000 extra dollars, if within 3 days.
Both policemen whistled. Offered by whom? Armstrong asked. One Foot shrugged, his eyes hard.
No one knows, sire. They say by one of the dragons, or all the dragons. 100,000 and promotion, if within 3 days, if he's recovered alive. Please, now let me see about your food.
They watched him go. Why did you lean on One Foot? Armstrong asked. I'm tired of his mealy-mouthed hypocrisy, and all these rotten little thugs. The cat o' nine tails would solve our triad problems. Armstrong called for a beer. When I leaned on Sergeant Dangbo, I didn't think I'd get such action so fast. 100,000's a lot of money. This can't be just a simple kidnapping. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of reward. There's got to be something special about John. Yes, if it's true. But they had arrived at no conclusions, and when they came to the track, Brian Quok had gone to check in with HQ, and now Armstrong had his binoculars trained on the mare. Butterscotch Lass was leaving the track to walk back up the hill to the stables. She looks in great fettle, he thought. They all do.
Shit, which one?
Robert? Oh, hello, Peter. Peter Marlowe smiled at him. Are you up early or going to bed late? Late. Did you notice the way Noble Star charged without her jockey doing a thing? You've sharp eyes. Peter Marlowe smiled and shook his head. He pointed at a group of men around one of the horses. Donald McBride told me. Ah! McBride was an immensely popular racing steward, a Eurasian property developer who had come to Hong Kong from Shanghai in '49. Has he given you the winner? He'll know if anyone does. No, but he invited me to his box on Saturday. Are you racing? Do you mind? I'll see you in the members' box. I don't cavort with the knobs. They both watched the horses for a while. Golden Lady looks good. They all do. Nothing on John Chen yet? Nothing. Armstrong caught sight of Dunross in his binoculars, talking to some stewards. Not far away was the SI guard that Cross had assigned to him. Roll on Friday, the policeman thought. The sooner we see those AMG files, the better. He felt slightly sick, and he could not decide if it was apprehension about the papers, or Severin, or if it was just fatigue. He began to reach for a cigarette. Stopped. You don't need a smoke, he ordered himself. You should give up smoking, Peter. It's very bad for you. Yes, I should. How's it going with you? No trouble. Which reminds me, Peter, the old man approved your trip around the border road. Day after tomorrow, Friday, 6 a.m. on the dot at Kowloon HQ. That all right? Peter Marlowe's heart leaped. At long last he could look into mainland China, into the unknown. In all the borderland of the new territories, there was only one accessible lookout that tourists could use to see into China. But the hill was so far away you could not see much at all, even with binoculars. How terrific, he said, elated. At Armstrong's suggestion, he had written to the commissioner and applied for this permission. The border road meandered from shore to shore. It was forbidden to all traffic and all persons, except locals in certain areas. It ran in a wide stretch of no man's land between the colony and China. Once a day it was patrolled under very controlled circumstances. The Hong Kong government had no wish to rock any PRC boats. One condition, Peter. You don't mention it or talk about it for a year or so. My word on it. Armstrong suppressed another yawn. You'll be the only Yank who's ever gone along it, perhaps ever will. Terrific. Thanks. Why did you become a citizen? After a pause, Peter Marlowe said, I'm a writer. All my income comes from there, almost all of it. Now people are beginning to read what I write. Perhaps I'd like the right to criticize. Have you ever been to any Iron Curtain countries? Oh, yes. I went to Moscow in July for the film festival. One of the films I wrote was the American entry. Why? Nothing, Armstrong said, remembering Bartlett's and Casey's Moscow francs. He smiled. No reason. One good turn deserves another. I heard a buzz about Bartlett's guns. Oh? Armstrong was instantly attentive. Peter Marlowe was very rare in Hong Kong, inasmuch as he crossed social strata and was accepted as a friend by many normally hostile groups. It's just talk, probably, but some friends have a theory. Chinese friends? Yes. They think the guns were a sample shipment bound for one of our piratical Chinese citizens, at least one with a history of smuggling, for shipment to one of the guerrilla bands operating in South Vietnam, called Viet Cong. Armstrong grunted. That's far-fetched, Peter. Hong Kong's not the place to transit guns. Yes, but this shipment was special, the first, and it was asked for in a hurry and was to be delivered in a hurry. You've heard of Delta Force? No, Armstrong said, staggered that Peter Marlowe had already heard of what Rosemont, CIA, had assured them in great secrecy was a very classified operation. I understand it's a group of specially trained U.S. combat soldiers, Robert. A special force who are operating in Vietnam in small units under the control of the American Technical Group, which is a cover name for the CIA. It seems they're succeeding so well that the Viet Cong need modern weapons fast and in great quantity, and are prepared to pay handsomely. So these were rushed here on Bartlett's plane. Is he involved? My friends doubt it, he said after a pause. Anyway, the guns are U.S. Army issue, Robert, right? Well, once this shipment was approved, delivery in quantity was going to be easy. Oh? How? The U.S. is going to supply the arms. What? Sure. Peter Marlowe's face settled. It's really very simple. Say these Viet Cong guerrillas were provided in advance with all exact U.S. shipment dates, exact destinations, quantities and types of arms, small arms to rockets, when they arrived in Vietnam. Christ! Yes, you know Asia. A little Hung Yao here and there, and constant hijacking would be simple. It would be like them having their own stockpile, Armstrong said, appalled. How are the guns going to be paid for? A bank here? Peter Marlowe looked at him. Bulk opium. Delivered here. One of our banks here supplies the financing. The police officer sighed. The beauty of it fell into place. Flawless, he said. Yes, some rotten bastard traitor in the States just passes over schedules. That gives the enemy all the guns and ammunition they need to kill off our own soldiers. The enemy pays for the guns with a poison that costs them nothing. I imagine it's about the only saleable commodity they've got in bulk and can easily acquire. The opium's delivered here by the Chinese smuggler and converted to heroin because this is where the expertise is. The traitors in the States make a deal with the mafia who sell the heroin at enormous profit to more kids and so subvert and destroy the most important bloody asset we have. Youth. As I said, flawless. What some buggers'll do for money. Armstrong sighed again and eased his shoulders. He thought a moment. The theory tied in everything very neatly. Does the name Banastasio mean anything? Sounds Italian. Peter Marlowe kept his face guileless. His informants were two Portuguese Eurasian journalists who detested the police. When he had asked them if he could pass on the theory, De Vega had said, Of course, but the police'll never believe it.
Don't quote us and don't mention any names. Not Four-Finger Wu, Smuggler Pa, the Jing Prosperity, or Banastasio, or anyone.
After a pause, Armstrong said, "What else have you heard?" "Lots, but that's enough for today. It's my turn to get the kids up, cook breakfast, and get them toddling off to school." Peter Marlowe lit a cigarette, and again Armstrong achingly felt the smoke need in his own lungs. "Except one thing, Robert. I was asked by a friendly member of the press to tell you he'd heard there's to be a big narcotics meeting soon in Macau." The blue eyes narrowed. "When?" "I don't know." "What sort of meeting?" "Principals, suppliers, importers, exporters, distributors," was the way he put it. "Where in Macau?" "He didn't say." "Names?" "None. He did add that the meeting will include a visiting VIP from the States." "Bartlett?" "Christ, Robert, I don't know, and he didn't say that. Link Bartlett seems a jolly nice fellow, and straight as an arrow. I think it's all gossip and jealousy trying to implicate him." Armstrong smiled his jaundiced smile. "I'm just a suspicious copper. Villains exist in very high places, as well as in the boghole. Peter, old fellow, give your friendly journalist a message. If he wants to give me information, phone me direct." "He's frightened of you. So am I." "In my hat you are." Armstrong smiled back at him, liking him, very glad for the information and that Peter Marlowe was a safe go-between who could keep his mouth shut. "Peter, ask him where in Macau, and when, and who, and—" At a sudden thought, Armstrong said, stabbing into the unknown, "Peter, if you were to choose the best place in the colony to smuggle in and out, where'd you pick?" "Aberdeen or Mears Bay. Any fool knows that. They're just the places that have always been used first, ever since there was a Hong Kong." Armstrong sighed. "I agree. Aberdeen," he thought. "What Aberdeen smuggler? Any one of 200. Four-Finger would be first choice. Four Fingers with his big black rolls and lucky 8 number plate. That bloody thug, Two Hatchet Daw, and that young nephew of his, the one with the Yankee passport, the one from Yale. Was it Yale? Four Fingers would be first choice. Then Goodweather Poon, Smuggler Pa, Dysap Foe, Fisherman Po. Christ, the list's endless, just of the ones we know about. In Mears Bay, northeast beside the New Territories. The Pa brothers, Big Mouth Fong, and 1,000 others." "Well," he said, very, very glad now for the information, something tweaking him about Four-Finger Wu, though there had never been any rumour that he was in the heroin trade. "One good turn deserves another. Tell your journalist friend our visiting members of Parliament, the trade delegation, come in today from Peking." "What's up?" "Nothing," Peter Marlowe said, trying to keep his face clear. "You were saying—" Armstrong watched him keenly, then added, "The delegation arrives on the afternoon train from Canton. They'll be at the border, transferring trains at 4:32. We just heard of the change of plan last night, so perhaps your friend could get an exclusive interview. Seems they've made very good progress." "Thanks. On my friend's behalf. Yes, thanks. I'll pass it on at once. Well, I must be off." Brian Kwok came hurrying toward them. "Hello, Peter." He was breathing quite hard. "Robert, sorry, but Cross wants to see us right now." "Bloody hell," Armstrong said wearily. "I told you it'd be better to wait before checking in. That bugger never sleeps." He rubbed his face to clear his tiredness away, his eyes red-rimmed. "You get the car, Brian, and I'll meet you at the front entrance." "Good." Brian Kwok hurried away. Perturbed, Armstrong watched him go. Peter Marlowe said as a joke, "The town hall's on fire?" "In our business, the town hall's always on fire, lad, somewhere." The policeman studied Peter Marlowe. "Before I leave, Peter, I'd like to know what's so important about the trade delegation to you." After a pause, the man with the curious eyes said, "I used to know one of them during the war. Lieutenant Robin Gray. He was Provost Marshal of Changi for the last 2 years." His voice was flat now, more flat and more icy than Armstrong had imagined possible.
I hated him, and he hated me. I hope I don't meet him, that's all. Across the winner's circle, Gaunt had his binoculars trained on Armstrong as he walked after Brian Quock. Then, thoughtfully, he turned them back on Peter Marlowe, who was wandering toward a group of trainers and jockeys. "Nosy bugger," Gaunt said. "Eh? Who?" "Oh, Marlowe?" Sir Dunstan Barr chuckled. "He's not nosy, just wants to know everything about Hong Kong. It's your murky past that fascinates him, old boy. Yours and the tai-pans." "You've no skeletons, Dunstan?" Gaunt asked softly. "You're saying you and your family are lily-white?" "God forbid!" Barr was hastily affable, wanting to turn Gaunt's sudden venom into honey. "Good God, no. Scratch an Englishman, find a pirate. We're all suspect. That's life, what?" Gaunt said nothing. He despised Barr, but needed him. "I'm having a bash on my yacht on Sunday, Dunstan. Would you care to come? You'll find it interesting." "Oh? Who's the honoured guest?" "I thought of making it stag only. No wives, eh?" "Ah, count me in," Barr said at once, brightening. "I could bring a lady friend." "Bring two, if you like, old chap. The more the merrier. It'll be a small, select, safe group. Plum, he's a good sort, and his girlfriend's lots of fun." Gaunt saw Marlowe change direction as he was called over to a group of stewards, dominated by Donald McBride. Then, at a sudden thought, he added, "I think I'll invite Marlowe too." "Why, if you think he's nosy?" "He might be interested in the real stories about the Struans, our founding pirates, and the present-day ones." Gaunt smiled with the front of his face, and Barr wondered what devilment Gaunt was planning. The red-faced man mopped his brow. "Christ, I wish it would rain. Did you know Marlowe was in the Hurricanes? He got 3 of the bloody Boche in the Battle of Britain before he got sent out to Singapore, and that bloody mess. I'll never forgive those bloody Japs for what they did to our lads, there, here, or in China." "Nor will I," Gaunt agreed darkly. "Did you know my old man was in Nanking in 37, during the rape of Nanking?" "No. Christ! How did he get out?" "Some of our people hid him for a few days. We'd had associates there for generations. Then he pretended to the Japs that he was a friendly correspondent for the London Times and talked his way back to Shanghai. He still has nightmares about it." "Talking about nightmares, old chap, were you trying to give Ian one last night by going to his party? You think he got even by taking care of my car?" "Eh?" Barr was appalled. "Good God! You mean your car was tampered with?" "The master cylinder was ruptured by a blow of some kind. The mechanic said it could have been done by a rock thrown up against it." Barr stared at him and shook his head. "Ian's not a fool. He's wild, yes, but he's no fool. That'd be attempted murder." "It wouldn't be the first time." "If I were you, I'd not say that sort of thing publicly, old chap." "You're not public, old chap, are you?" "No, of course. Good." Gaunt turned his dark eyes on him. "This is going to be a time when friends should stick together." "Oh?" Barr was instantly on guard. "Yes, the market's very nervous. This Hopak mess could foul up a lot of all our plans." "My Hong Kong and Lantau farms, as solid as the peak." "You are, providing your Swiss bankers continue to grant you your new line of credit." Barr's florid face whitened. "Eh? Without their loan, you can't take over Hong Kong docks and wharves, Royal Insurance of Hong Kong and Malaya, expand into Singapore, or complete a lot of other tricky little deals you've on your agenda. You and your newfound friend, Mason Loft, the whiz kid of Threadneedle Street. Right?" Barr watched him, cold sweat running down his back, shocked that Gaunt was privy to his secrets. "Where did you hear about those?" Gaunt laughed.
I've friends in high places, old chap. Don't worry, your Achilles' heel's safe with me. We're in no danger? Of course not. Gaunt turned his binoculars back on his horse. Oh, by the way, Dunstan, I might need your vote at the next meeting of the bank. On what? I don't know yet. Gaunt looked down at him. I just need to know that I can count on you. Yes, of course. Barr was wondering nervously what Gaunt had in mind and where the leak was. Always happy to oblige, old chap. Thank you. You're selling Hopac short? Of course. I got all my money out yesterday, thank God. Why? I heard Dunross's Parkon deal won't go through. I'm considering selling him short too. Oh? The deal's not on? Why? Gaunt smiled sardonically. Because, Dunstan. Hello, Quillan. Dunstan. Sorry to interrupt, Donald McBride said, bustling up to them, 2 men in tow. May I introduce Mr. Charles Blitzman, Vice President of American Superfoods. He'll be heading up the new General Stores Superfoods merger and based in the colony from now on. Mr. Gaunt and Sir Dunstan Barr. The tall, sandy-haired American wore a grey suit and tie and rimless glasses. He stuck out his hand affably. Glad to meet you. This is a nice little track you've got here. Gaunt shook hands without enthusiasm. Next to Biltzman was Richard Hamilton Pugmire, the present tai-pan of Hong Kong General Stores, a steward of the Turf Club, a short, arrogant man in his late 40s who carried his smallness as a constant challenge. Hello, you two. Well, who's the winner of the 5th? Gaunt towered over him. I'll tell you after the race. Oh, come on, Quinlan. You know it'll be fixed before the horses even parade. If you can prove that, I'm sure we'd all like to know. I certainly would. Wouldn't you, Donald? I'm sure Richard was just joking, Donald McBride replied. He was in his 60s, his Eurasian features pleasing, and the warmth of his smile pervaded him. He added to Biltzman, There are always these rumours about race-fixing, but we do what we can, and when we catch anyone, off with his head. At least off the course he goes. Hell, races get fixed in the States too, but I guess here, where it's all amateur and wide open, it's got to be easier, Biltzman said breezily. That stallion you have, Quillan, he's Australian, partial pedigree, isn't he? Yes, Gaunt said abruptly, detesting his familiarity. Don here was explaining some of the rules of your racing. I'd sure like to be part of your racing fraternity. Hope I can get to be a voting member too. The Turf Club was very exclusive and very tightly controlled. There were 200 voting members and 4,000 non-voting members. Only voting members could get into the members' box. Only voting members could own horses. Only voting members could propose 2 persons a year to be non-voting members. The steward's decision, approval or non-approval being final, their voting secret. And only voting members could become a steward. Yes, Biltzman repeated. That'd be just great. I'm sure that could be arranged, McBride said with a smile. The club's always looking for new blood and new horses. Do you plan to stay in Hong Kong, Mr. Biltzman? Gaunt asked. Call me Chuck. I'm here for the duration, the American replied. I suppose I'm Superfoods of Asia's new tai-pan. Sounds great, doesn't it? Marvellous, Barr said witheringly. Biltzman continued happily, not yet tuned to English sarcasm. I'm the fall guy for our board in New York. As the man from Missouri said, the buck stops here. He smiled, but no one smiled with him. I'll be here at least a couple of years, and I'm looking forward to every minute. We're getting ready to settle in right now. My bride arrives tomorrow, and... You're just married, Mr. Biltzman? Oh, no, that's just an American expression. We've been married 20 years. Soon as our new place is fixed the way she wants it, we'd be happy for you to come to dinner. Maybe a barbecue. We got the steaks organized, all prime, T-bones and New Yorks being flown over once a month. And Idaho potatoes, he added proudly. I'm glad about the potatoes, Gaunt said. and the others settled back, waiting, knowing that he despised American cooking, particularly charcoaled steaks and hamburgers, and cooped-up baked potatoes, as he called them. When does the merger finalize? End of the month. Our bid's accepted, everything's agreed. I certainly hope our American know-how will fit into this great little island. I presume you'll build a mansion. No, sir. Dickie here, Biltzman continued, and everyone winced. Dickie's got us the penthouse of the company's apartment building on Bloor Street, so we're in Fat City. That's convenient, Gornt said. The others bit back their laughter. The oldest and most famous of the colony's houses of easy virtue had always been on Bloor Street at number 1. Number 1 Bloor Street had been started by one of Mrs. Fotheringill's young ladies, Nellie Bloor, in the 1860s, with money reportedly given her by Cullum Struan, and was still operating under its original rules. European or Australian ladies only, and no foreign gentlemen or natives allowed. Very convenient, Gornt said again. But I wonder if you'd qualify. Sir? Nothing. I'm sure Bloor Street is most apt. Great view, but the plumbing's no good, Biltzman said. My bride'll soon fix that. She's a plumber, too? Gornt asked. The American laughed. Hell no, but she's mighty handy around the house. If you'll excuse me, I have to see my trainer. Gornt nodded to the others and turned away with, Donald, have you a moment? It's about Saturday. Of course. See you in a moment, Mr. Biltzman. Sure, but call me Chuck. Have a nice day. McBride fell into step beside Gornt. When they were alone, Gornt said, You're surely not seriously suggesting he should be a voting member? Well, yes. McBride looked uncomfortable. It's the first time a big American company's made a bid to come into Hong Kong. He'd be quite important to us. That's no reason to let him in here, is it? Make him a non-voting member. Then he can get into the stands. And if you want to invite him to your box, that's your affair. But a voting member? Good God, he'll probably have superfoods as his racing colours. He's just new and out of his depth, Quillan. I'm sure he'll learn. He's decent enough, even though he does make a few gaffes. He's quite well off, and... Since when has money been an open sesame to the Turf Club? Good God, Donald, if that was the case, every upstart Chinese property gambler or stock market gambler who'd made a killing on our market would swamp us. We wouldn't have room to fart. I don't agree. Perhaps the answer's to increase the voting membership. No, absolutely not. Of course, you stewards will do what you like, but I suggest you reconsider. Gornt was a voting member, but not a steward. The 200 voting members elected the 12 stewards annually by secret ballot. Each year, Gornt's name was put on the open list of nominees for steward, and each year he failed to get enough votes. Most stewards were re-elected by the membership automatically until they retired, though from time to time there was lobbying. Very well, McBride said. When his name's proposed, I'll mention your opposition. Gornt smiled thinly. That'll be tantamount to getting him elected. McBride chuckled. I don't think so, Quillan. Not this time. Pug asked me to introduce him around. I must admit he gets off on the wrong foot every time. I introduced him to Paul Havergill, and Biltzman immediately started comparing banking procedures here with those in the States, and not very pleasantly either. And with the tai-pan. McBride's greying eyebrows soared. He said he was sure glad to meet him, as he wanted to learn about Hag Struan and Dirk Struan and all the other pirates and opium smugglers in his past. He sighed. Ian and Paul will certainly blackball him for you, so I don't think you've much to worry about. I really don't understand why Pug sold out to them anyway. Because he's not his father. Since old Sir Thomas died, general stores have been slipping. Still, Pug makes $6 million US personally and has a 5-year unbreakable contract. So he has all the pleasure and none of the headaches, and the family's taken care of. He wants to retire to England, Ascot and all that. Ah, That's a very good deal for old Pug. McBride became more serious. Quillan, the fifth race. The interest's enormous. I'm worried there'll be interference. We're going to increase surveillance on all the horses. There are rumours that... About doping? Yes. There are always rumours, and someone will always try. I think the stewards do a very good job. The stewards agreed last night that we'd institute a new rule. In future, we'll have an obligatory chemical analysis before and after each race, as they do at the major tracks in England or America. In time for Saturday? How are you going to arrange that? Dr. Meng, the police pathologist, has agreed to be responsible until we have an expert arranged. Good idea, Gornt said. McBride sighed. Yes, but the mighty dragon's no match for the local serpent. He turned and left. Gornt hesitated, then went to his trainer, who stood beside Pilotfish, talking with the jockey, another Australian, Bluey White. Bluey White was ostensibly a manager of one of Gornt's shipping divisions, the title given to him to preserve his amateur status. "Good day, Mr. Gornt," they said. The jockey touched his forelock. "Morning." Gornt looked at them a moment, and then he said quietly, "Bluey, if you win, you've a 5,000 bonus. If you finish behind Noble Star, you're fired." The tough little man whitened. "Yes, Gov." "You'd better get changed now," Gornt said, dismissing him. "I'll win," Bluey White said as he left. The trainer said uneasily, "Pilotfish is in very good fettle, Mr. Gornt. He'll be If Noble Star wins, you're fired. If Noble Star finishes ahead of Pilotfish, you're fired." "My oath, Mr. Gornt." The man wiped the sudden sweat off his mouth. "I don't fix who gets—" "I'm not suggesting you do anything. I'm just telling you what's going to happen to you." Gornt nodded pleasantly and strode off. He went to the club restaurant, which overlooked the course, and ordered his favourite breakfast, Eggs Benedict with his own special hollandaise that they kept for his exclusive use, and Javanese coffee that he also supplied. On his third cup of coffee, the waiter came over. "Excuse me, sir. You're wanted on the telephone." He went to the phone. "Gornt?" "Hello, Mr. Gornt. This is Paul Choi, Mr. Wu's nephew. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Gornt covered his surprise. "You're calling rather early, Mr. Choi." "Yes, sir, but I wanted to be in early the first day," the young man said in a rush. "So I was the only one here a couple of minutes ago when the phone rang. It was Mr. Bartlett, Link Bartlett, you know, the guy with the smuggled guns, the millionaire." Gornt was startled. "Bartlett?" "Yes, sir. He said he wanted to get hold of you, implied it was kind of urgent, said he'd tried your home. I put two and two together and came up with you might be at the workout, and I'd better get off my butt. I hope I'm not disturbing you." "No. What did he say?" Gornt asked. "Just that he wanted to talk to you, and were you in town? I said I didn't know, but I'd check around and leave a message and give him a call back." "Where was he calling from?" "The Vic and Albert, Kowloon side 662-233, extension 773. That's his office extension, not his suite." Gornt was very impressed. "A closed mouth catches no flies, Mr. Choi." "Jesus, Mr. Gornt, that's one thing you never need worry about," Paul Choi said fervently. "My old Uncle Wu whopped that into us all like there was no tomorrow." "Good. Thanks, Mr. Choi. I'll see you shortly." "Yes, sir." Gornt hung up, thought a moment, then dialed the hotel. 773, please. Link Bartlett. Good morning, Mr. Bartlett. This is Mr. Gornt. What can I do for you? Hey, thanks for returning my call. I've had disturbing news which sort of ties in with what we were discussing. Oh? Yes. Does Toda Shipping mean anything to you? Gornt's interest soared. Toda Shipping's a huge Japanese conglomerate. Shipyards, steel mills, heavy engineering. Struans have a 2-ship deal with them. Bulk vessels, I believe. Why? It seems Toda have some notes due from Struans. $6 million in 3 installments. on the 1st, 11th, and 15th of next month, and another $6 million in 90 days. Then there's another $6.8 million due on the 8th to Orlin International Bank. You know them? With a great effort, Gornt kept his voice matter-of-fact. I've heard of them, he said, astounded that the American would have such details of the debts. So? He asked. So I heard Struans have only $1.3 million in cash, with no cash reserves and not enough cash flow to make payment. They're not expecting a significant block of income until they get $17 million as their share of one of Kowloon Investments' property deals, not due until November, and they're 20% overextended at the Victoria Bank. That's very intimate knowledge, Gornt gasped, his heart thumping in his chest, his collar feeling tight. He knew about the 20% overdraft. Plum had told him. All the directors of the bank would know, but not the details of their cash or their cash flow. Why are you telling me this, Mr. Bartlett? How liquid are you? I've already told you, I'm 20 times stronger than Struan's, he said automatically, the lie coming easily, his mind churning the marvellous opportunities all this information unlocked. Why? If I go through with the Struan deal, he'll be using my cash down payment to get off the Toda and Allin hooks, if his bank doesn't extend his credit. Yes? Will the Vic support him? They always have. Why? If they don't, then he's in big trouble. Struans are substantial stockholders. The bank is obliged to support them. But he's overdrawn there, and Havergill hates him. Between Chenstock, Struans, and their nominees, they've 21%. Gornt almost dropped the phone. Where the hell did you get that information? No outsider could possibly know that. That's right, he heard the American say calmly. But that's a fact. Could you muster the other 79%? What? If I had a partner who could put the bank against him just this once, and he couldn't get credit elsewhere. Bluntly, it's a matter of timing. Dunross is mortally overextended, and that means he's vulnerable. If his bank won't give him credit, he's got to sell something, or get a new line of credit. In either case, he's wide open for an attack, and ripe for a takeover at a fire sale price. Gornt mopped his brow, his brain reeling. Where the hell did you get all this information? Later, not now. When? When we're down to the short strokes. How sure are you your figures are correct? Very. We've his balance sheets for the last 7 years. In spite of his resolve, Gornt gasped. That's impossible. Want to bet? Gornt was really shaken now, and he tried to get his mind working. Be cautious, he admonished himself. For Christ's sake, control yourself. If you've all that, if you know that and get one last thing, the interlocking corporate structure, if you knew that, we could do anything we want with Struans. We've got that too. You want in? Gornt heard himself say calmly, not feeling calm at all. Of course. When could we meet? Lunch? How about now? But not here, and not at your office. This has to be kept very quiet. Gornt's heart hurt in his chest. There was a rotten taste in his mouth, and he wondered very much how far he could trust Bartlett. I'll send a car for you. We could chat in the car. Good idea. But why don't I meet you Hong Kong side, the Golden Ferry Terminal, in an hour? Excellent. My car's a Jag. License is 8888. I'll be by the taxi rank. He hung up and stared at the phone a moment, then went back to his table. Not bad news, I hope, Mr. Gornt? No, not at all. Thank you. Some more of your special coffee. It's freshly made. No, thank you. I'd like a half bottle of the Tattinger Blanc de Blancs, the 55. He sat back, feeling very strange. His enemy was almost in his grasp, if the American's facts were true, and if the American was to be trusted, and not in some devious plot with Dunross. The wine came, but he hardly tasted it. His whole being was concentrated, sifting, preparing. Gornt saw the tall American come through the crowds, and for a moment he envied him his lean, trim figure and the easy, careless dress. Jeans, open-neck shirt, sports coat, and his obvious confidence. He saw the elaborate camera, smiled sardonically, then looked for Casey. When it was obvious Bartlett was alone, he was disappointed. But this disappointment did not touch the glorious anticipation that had possessed him ever since he had put the phone down. Gornt leaned over and opened the side door. "Welcome Hong Kong side, Mr. Bartlett," he said with forced joviality, starting the engine. He drove off along Gloucester Road toward Glessing's Point and the yacht club. "Your inside information's astonishing. Without spies, you can't operate, can you?" "You can, but then that's amateur. How's Miss Casey? I thought she'd be with you." "She's not in this. Not yet." "Oh?" "No. No, she's not in on the initial attack. She's more valuable if she knows nothing." "She knows nothing of this? Not even your call to me?" "No, nothing at all." After a pause, he said, "I thought she was your executive VP, your right arm, you called her." "She is, but I'm boss of Parkon, Mr. Gornt." Gornt saw the level eyes, and for the first time felt that that was true and that his original estimation was wrong. "I've never doubted it," he said, waiting, his senses honed, waiting him out. Then Bartlett said, "Is there somewhere we can park? I've got something I want to show you." "Certainly." Gornt was driving along the seafront on Gloucester Road in the usual heavy traffic. In a moment he found a parking place near Causeway Bay Typhoon Shelter, with its massed, floating islands of boats of all sizes. "Here." Bartlett handed him a typed folder. It was a detailed copy of Struan's balance sheet for the year before the company went public. Gornt's eyes raced over the figures. "Christ," he muttered. "So lasting clouds cost them 12 million? It almost broke them. Seems they had all sorts of wild-ass cargo aboard. Jet engines for China, uninsured." "Of course they'd be uninsured. How the hell can you insure contraband?" Gornt was trying to take in all the complicated figures. His mind was dazed. "If I'd known half of this, I'd have got them the last time. Can I keep it? When we've made a deal, I'll give you a copy." Bartlett took the folder back and gave him a paper. "Try this one on for size." It showed, graphically, Struan's stock holdings in Kowloon Investments, and detailed how, through nominee companies, the tai-pan of Struan's exercised complete control over the huge insurance property wharfing company that was supposedly a completely separate company and quoted as such on the stock exchange. "Marvellous," Gornt said with a sigh, awed by the beauty of it. "Struans have only a tiny proportion of the stock publicly held, but retain 100% control and perpetual secrecy. In the States, whoever figured this out would be in jail. Thank God Hong Kong laws aren't the same, and that this is all perfectly legal, if a trifle devious." The two men laughed. Bartlett pocketed the paper. "I've got similar details of the rest of their holdings." "Bluntly, what have you in mind, Mr. Bartlett?" "A joint attack on Struan's, starting today. A blitzkrieg. We go 50-50 on all spoils. You get the great house on the peak, the prestige, his yacht, and 100% of the box at the Turf Club, including his stewardship." Gornt glanced at him keenly. Bartlett smiled. "We know that's kind of special to you, but everything else right down the middle." "Except their Kai-Tak operations. I need that for my airline." "All right, but then I want Kowloon Investments." "No," Gornt said, immediately on guard. "We should split that 50-50, and everything 50-50. No, you need Kai-Tak, I need Kowloon Investments. It'll be a great nucleus for Parkon's jump into Asia." "Why?" "Because all great fortunes in Hong Kong are based on property. KI will give me a perfect base." "For further raids?" "Sure," Bartlett said easily. "Your friend Jason Plum's next on the list. We could swallow his Asian properties easy. 50-50, right?" Gornt said nothing for a long time. And after him? Hong Kong and Lantau Farms. Again, Gaunt's heart leapt. He had always hated Dunstan Bar, and that hatred was tripled last year when Bar had been given a knighthood in the Queen's birthday honours list. An honour manoeuvred, Gaunt was sure, with judicious contributions to the Conservative Party fund. And how would you swallow him? There's always a time when any army, any country, any company's vulnerable. Every general or company president has to take chances sometime to stay ahead. You've got to stay ahead. There's always some enemy snapping at your heels, wanting yours, wanting your place in the sun, wanting your territory. You've got to be careful when you're vulnerable. Are you vulnerable now? No. I was 2 years ago, but not now. Now I've the muscle I need. We need. If you're in. A flock of seabirds were dipping and weaving and cawing overhead. What do you want me to do? You're the pathfinder, the spearhead. I defend the rear. Once you've punched a hole through his defense, I'll deliver the knockout. We sell Struan short. I guess you've already taken a position on the Hopac. I've sold short, yes. Modestly. Gornt told the lie easily. Good. In the States, you could get their own accountants to leak the cash flow facts to the right big mouth. That'd soon be all over town. Could the same ploy work here? Probably, but you'd never get their accountants to do that. Not for the right fee? No, but rumours could be started. Gornt smiled grimly. It's very bad of Dunross to hide his inept position from his shareholders. Yes, that's possible. And then? You sell Struan short as soon as the market opens. Big. Gornt lit a cigarette. I sell short, and what do you do? Nothing openly. That's our ace in the hole. Perhaps it really is, and I'm being set up, Gornt said. What if I cover all losses? Would that be proof enough I'm with you? What? I pay all losses and take half the profit for today, tomorrow, and Friday. If we haven't got him on the run by Friday afternoon, you buy back in just before closing, and we've failed. If it looks like we've got him, we'll sell heavily, to the limit, just before closing. That'll sweat him out over the weekend. Monday, I jerk the rug, and our blitzkrieg's on. It's infallible. Yes, if you're to be trusted. I'll put $2 million in any Swiss bank you name by 10 o'clock today. That's 10 million Hong Kong, which sure as hell's enough to cover any shorting losses you might have. $2 million with no strings, no paper, no promissory note, just your word it's to cover any losses. That if we win, we split profits and the rest of the deal as it's been laid out. 50-50, except Kowloon investments for me, Struan's at Kai Tak Airport for you, and for Casey and me, voting membership at the Turf Club. We'll put it to paper Tuesday, after he's crashed. You'll put up $2 million US, and it's my decision as to when I buy to cover any losses? Gornt was incredulous. Yes, $2 million's the extent of my gamble. So how can you get hurt? You can't. And because he knows how you feel about him, if you mount the attack, he won't be suspicious, won't be prepared for a flanking blitz from me. This all depends on whether your figures are correct, the amounts and the dates. Check them out. There must be a way you can do that, enough to convince yourself. Why the sudden change, Mr. Bartlett? You said you'd wait till Tuesday, perhaps later. We've done some checking, and I don't like the figures I've come up with. We owe Dunross nothing. Would be crazy to go with him when he's so weak. As it is, what I'm offering you is a great gamble, great odds. The noble house against 2 lousy millions. If we win, that'll be parlayed into hundreds of millions. And if we fail? Bartlett shrugged. Maybe I'll go home. Maybe we'll work out a Rothwell-Gornt park-on deal. You win sometimes, and you lose a lot more times. But this raid's too good not to try it. Without you, it'd never work. I've seen enough of Hong Kong to know it has its own special rules. I've no time to learn them. Why should I, when I've got you? Or Dunross. Bartlett laughed, and Gornt read no guile in him. You're not stretched. You're not vulnerable. He is. That's his bad luck. What do you say? Is the raid on? I'd say you're very persuasive. Who gave you the information? And the document? Tuesday, I'll tell you, when Struans have crashed. Ah, there's a payoff to Mr. X? There's always a payoff. It'll come off the top, but no more than 5%. Any more comes out of my share. 2:00 Friday, Mr. Bartlett. That's when I decide to buy back in and perhaps lose your 2 million. Or we confer and continue the surge. Friday at 2. If we continue over the weekend, you'll cover any further risk with further funds? No, you won't need any more. 2 million's tops. By Friday afternoon, either his stock will be way down and we'll have him running scared, or not. This is no long-term, well-organized raid. It's a one-time attempt to fool's mate an opponent. Bartlett grinned happily. I risk 2 lousy million for a game that will go down in history books. In less than a week, we knock off the noble house of Asia. Gornt nodded, torn. How far can I trust you, Mr. Bloody Raider? You with the key to Devil Dunross. He glanced out of the window and watched a child sculling a boat among the junks, the sea as safe and familiar to her as dry land. I'll think about what you said. How long? Till 11. Sorry, this is a raid, not a business deal. It's now or not at all. Why? There's a lot to do, Mr. Gornt. I want this settled now, or not at all. Gornt glanced at his watch. There was plenty of time. A call to the right Chinese newspaper, and whatever he told them would be on the stands in an hour. He smiled grimly to himself. His own ace in the hole was Havergill. Everything dovetailed perfectly. A seabird cawed and flew inland, riding some thermals toward the peak. He watched it. Then his eyes noticed the great house on the crest, white against the green of the slopes. It's a deal, he said, and stuck out his hand. Bartlett shook. Great. This is strictly between us? Yes. Where do you want the 2 million? The Bank of Switzerland and Zurich, in Zurich, account number 181819. Gornt reached into his pocket, noticing his fingers were trembling. I'll write it down for you. No need. The account's in your name? Good God, no. Canberra Limited. Canberra Limited's 2 million richer, and in 3 days, with any luck, you'll be tai-pan of the noble house. How about that? Bartlett opened the door and got out. See you. Wait, Gornt said, startled. I'll drop you where... No thanks. I've got to get to a phone. Then, at 9:15, I have an interview with your friend Orlando, Miss Ramos. Thought there was no harm in it. After that, maybe I'll take a few pictures. He waved cheerily and walked off. Gornt wiped the sweat off his hands. Before leaving the club, he had phoned Orlando to phone Bartlett and make the date. That's very good, he thought, still in shock. She'll keep an eye on him once they're lovers, and they will be, Casey or not. Orlando has too much to gain. He watched Bartlett, envying him. In a few moments, the American had vanished into the crowds of Wanchai. Suddenly, he was very tired. It's all too pat, too fine, too easy, he told himself. And yet... Shakily, he lit a cigarette. Where did Bartlett get those papers? Inexorably, his eyes went back to the great house on the peak. He was possessed by it, and by a hatred so vast that it swept his mind back to his ancestors, to Sir Morgan Brock, whom the Struans broke, to Gorth Brock, whom Dirk Struan murdered, to Tyler Brock, whom his daughter betrayed. Without wishing it, he renewed the oath of vengeance that he had sworn to his father, that his father had sworn to his, back to Sir Morgan Brock, who, penniless, destroyed by his sister Hag Struan, paralysed, a shell of a man, had begged for vengeance on behalf of all the Brock ghosts on the noble house and all the descendants of the most evil man who had ever lived.
Oh, gods, give me strength,
Quillan Gornt prayed.
Let the American be telling the truth. I will have vengeance.
Chapter 28, 10:50 a.m. The sun bore down on Aberdeen through a slight overcast. The air was sultry, 92 degrees Fahrenheit, with 90% humidity. It was low tide. The smell of rotting kelp and offal and exposed mudflats added to the oppressive weight of the day. There were 500 or more sullen, impatient people jamming against one another, trying to surge through the bottleneck of barriers ahead that the police had erected outside this branch of Hopak. The barriers allowed only one person through at a time. Men and women of all ages, some with infants, were constantly jostling each other, no one waiting a turn, everyone trying to inch forward to get to the head of the line. "Look at the bloody fools," Chief Inspector Donald C.C. Smythe said. "If they'd stretch out and not crowd, they'd all get through quicker, and we could leave one copper here to keep order, and the rest of us could go to lunch instead of getting the riot squad ready." "Do it."
"Yes, sir,"
Divisional Sergeant Mock said politely.
"Aye-ya,"
he was thinking as he walked over to the squad car.
"The poor fool still doesn't understand that we Chinese are not stupid foreign devils, or devils from the Eastern Sea, who'll line up patiently for hours. Oh, no. We civilized persons understand life, and it's every man for himself."
He clicked on the police transmitter.
"Divisional Sergeant Mock, the Chief Inspector wants the riot squad here on the double. Park just behind the fish market, but keep in contact." "Yes, sir."
Mock sighed and lit a cigarette. More barriers had been erected across the street, outside Black's and the Victoria Aberdeen branches, and more at the Jing Prosperity Bank around the corner. His khaki uniform was iron-sharp on the creases, and there were big sweat rings under his arms. He was very concerned. This crowd was very dangerous, and he did not want a repetition of yesterday. If the bank shut its doors before 3, he was sure the crowd would tear the place apart. He knew that if he still had any money in there, he would be the first to tear the door open to get his money.
"Aye-ya,"
he thought, very thankful for the Snake's authority that had unlocked all their money this morning to the last penny.
"Piss on all banks,"
Mock muttered to no one.
"All gods, let the Hopak pay all customers today. Let it fail tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day off, so let it fail tomorrow."
He stubbed out his cigarette.
"Sergeant Major." "Yes?" "Look over there,"
the eager young plainclothes detective said, hurrying up to him. He wore spectacles and was in his early 20s.
"By the Victoria Bank. The old woman. The old Amma."
"Where?"
"Oh, yes, I see her."
Mock watched her for a while but detected nothing untoward. Then he saw her scuttle through the crowd and whisper to a young tough, wearing jeans, who was leaning against a railing. She pointed to an old man who had just come out of the bank. At once the young tough sauntered after him, and the old armour squeezed and squirmed and cursed her way back to the head of the barrier, where she could see those who entered and those who came out.
"That's the third time, sir," the young detective said. "The old armour points out someone who's just come out of the bank to the tough. Then off he goes. In a few minutes he comes back again. That's the third time. I'm sure I saw him slip her something once. I think it was money." "Good. Very good, Spectacles Wu. It's bound to be a triad shakedown. The old hag's probably his mother. You follow the young bastard, and I'll intercept him the other way. Keep out of sight."
Divisional Sergeant Mark slipped around the corner, down a busy alley lined with stalls and street hawkers and open shops, moving carefully through the crowds. He turned into another alley just in time to catch a glimpse of some money being passed over by the old man. He waited until Wu had blocked the other end of the alley, then he walked ponderously forward.
"What's going on here?" "What? Hey? Nothing. Nothing at all,"
the old man said nervously, sweat running down his face.
"What's the matter? I've done nothing. Why did you give this young man money? Hey-ya? I saw you give him money."
The young thug stared back at Mock insolently, unafraid, knowing he was smallpox kin, one of the werewolves who had all Hong Kong petrified.
Is he accosting you? Trying to squeeze you? He looks like a triad.
Oh, I owed him $500. I've just got it out of the bank, and I paid him. The old man was clearly terrified, but he blustered on.
He's my cousin.
A crowd began to collect. Someone hawked and spat.
Why are you sweating so much? All gods fornicate all pigs. It's hot. Everyone's sweating. Everyone. That's fornicating right,
someone called out. Mock turned his attention on the youth, who waited truculently.
What's your name? Six-Son Wong. Liar, turn out your pockets. Me? I've done nothing. I know the law. You can't search people without a warrant.
Mock's iron fist snapped out and twisted the youth's arm, and he squealed. The crowd laughed. They fell silent as Spectacles Wu came out of nowhere to search him. Mock held Smallpox Kin in a vice. Another uneasy undercurrent swept through the onlookers as they saw the rolls of money and change.
Where did you get all this?
Mock snarled.
It's mine. I'm a moneylender, and I'm collecting for... Where's your place of business? It's in Third Alley, off Aberdeen Road. Come on, we'll go and look.
Mock released the young man, who, unafraid, still stared back angrily.
First give me my money.
He turned to the crowd and appealed to them.
You saw him take it. I'm an honest moneylender. These are servants of the foreign devils, and you all know them. Foreign devil law forbids honest citizens being searched.
Give him back his fornicating money, someone shouted.
If he's a moneylender...
The crowd began to argue back and forth, and then Smallpox Kin saw a small opening in the crowd, and he darted for it. The crowd let him pass, and he fled up the alley, vanishing into the traffic. But when Spectacles Wu charged in pursuit, they closed up and jostled him and became a little uglier. Mock called him back. In the momentary melee, the old man had disappeared. Wearily, Mock said,
Let the motherless turd go. He was just a triad, another triad turd who preys on law-abiding people.
What are you going to do with his fornicating money? Someone called out from the back of the crowd.
I'm going to give it to an old woman's rest home,
Mock shouted back, equally rudely.
Go defecate in your grandmother's ear.
Someone laughed, and the crowd began to break up, and then they all went about their business. In a moment, Mock and Spectacles Wu were standing like stones in a river, the passers-by eddying around them. Once back on the main street, Mock wiped his brow.
Do les lo mo? Yes. Why are they like that, Sergeant Major?
The young detective asked.
We're only trying to help them. Why didn't the old man just admit that triad bastard was squeezing him? You don't learn about mobs of people in school books, Mock said kindly, knowing the anxiety of the youth to succeed. Spectacles Wu was new, one of the recent university graduates to join the force. He was not one of Mock's private unit. Be patient. Neither of them wanted anything to do with us because we're police, and they all still believe we'll never help them, only ourselves. It's been the same in China since the first policeman. But this is Hong Kong, the youth said proudly. We're different. We're British police. Yes. Mock felt a sudden chill. He did not wish to disillusion the youth. I used to be loyal too, loyal to the Queen and to the Guilo flag. I learned differently. When I needed help and protection and security, I got none. Never once. The British used to be rich and powerful, but they lost the war to those Eastern Sea Devils. The war took all their face away and humbled them, and put the great tai-pans into Stanley Prison like common thieves. Even the tai-pans of the noble house and great bank, and even the great High Governor himself, put them away like common criminals into Stanley with all their women and all the children, and treated them like turds. And then, after the war, even though they had humbled the Eastern Devils, they never regained their power or their face. Now in Hong Kong and in all Asia,
Now it's not the same, and never will be as before. Now, every year, the British get poorer and less powerful. And how can they protect me and my family from evildoers if they're not rich and powerful? They pay me nothing and treat me like dog meat. Now my only protection is money. Money in gold, so that we can flee if need be. Or money in land or houses if we do not need to flee. How can I educate my sons in England or America without money? Will the grateful government pay? Not a fornicating brass cash. And yet I'm supposed to risk my life to keep the streets clean of fornicating triads and pickpockets and rioting lumps of leper turd. Mark shivered. The only safety for my family is in my own hands, as always. Oh, how wise the teachings of our ancestors are. Was the police commissioner loyal to me when I needed money, even steerage money, for my son to go to school in America? No. But the snake was. He loaned me $10,000 at only 10% interest, so my son went like a mandarin by Pan American aircraft, with 3 years of school money. And now he's a qualified architect with a green card, and next month he'll have an American passport, and then he can come back, and no one will be able to touch him. He can help protect my generation, and will protect his own, and his sons, and his sons' sons. Yes, the snake gave me the money, long since paid back with full interest out of money he helped me to earn. I shall be loyal to the snake, until he turns. One day he'll turn. All Gwylo do. All snakes do. But now I'm a high dragon, and neither gods, nor devils, nor the snake himself can hurt my family, or my bank accounts in Switzerland and Canada. Come along, we'd better go back, young Spectacles Woo, he said kindly, and when he got back to the barriers, he told Chief Inspector Smythe what had happened.
Put the money in our kitty, Major, Smythe said. Order a grand banquet for our lads tonight.
Yes, sir.
It was Detective Constable Woo, the one who wants to join SI?
Yes, sir. Spectacles is very keen.
Smythe sent for Woo, commended him. Now, where's that old armour?
Woo pointed her out. They saw her looking at the corner the thug had gone around, waiting impatiently. After a minute she squirmed out of the swarm and hobbled away, muttering obscenities.
Woo, Smythe ordered. Follow her. Don't let yourself be seen. She'll lead you to the rotten little bugger who fled. Be careful, and when she goes to ground, phone the Major.
Yes, sir.
Do not take any risks. Perhaps we can catch the whole gang. There's bound to be a gang.
Yes, sir.
Off you go. They watched him following her. That lad's going to be good, but not for us, Major, eh?
No, sir.
I think I'll recommend him to SI. Perhaps...
Suddenly there was an ominous silence, then shouts and an angry roar. The two policemen rushed back around the corner. In their absence, the crowd had shoved aside parts of the barricade, overpowering the 4 policemen, and now were surging into the bank. Manager Song and his assistant were vainly trying to close the doors against the shouting, cursing throng. The barricades began to buckle.
Get the riot squad!
Mock raced for the squad car. Fearlessly, Smythe rushed to the head of the line with his bullhorn. The tumult drowned his order to stop fighting. More reinforcements came running from across the street. Quickly and efficiently, they charged to Smythe's support, but the mob was gathering strength. Song and his tellers slammed the door shut, but it was forced open again. Then a brick came out of the crowd and smashed one of the plate glass windows. There was a roar of approval. The people in front were trying to get out of the way, and those at the back were trying to get to the door. More bricks were hurtled at the building, then pieces of wood grabbed from a building site nearby. Another stone went through the glass, and it totally shattered. Roaring, the mob surged forward. A girl fell and was crushed.
"Come on!" Smythe shouted. "Give me a hand!"
He grabbed one of the barriers and with 4 other policemen used it as a shield and shoved it against the front of the mob, forcing them back. Above the uproar, he shouted for them to use their shoulders, and they fought the frenzied crowd. Other policemen followed his lead. More bricks went into the bank, and then the shout went up.
Kill the fornicating bank thieves! Kill them! They've stolen our money! Kill the fornicators! I want my money! Kill the foreign devils!
Smythe saw the mood of those near him change, and his heart stopped as they took up the shout and forgot the bank, and their hands reached out for him. He had seen that look before, and knew he was a dead man. That other time was during the riots of '56, when 200,000 Chinese suddenly went on a senseless rampage in Kowloon. He would have been killed then if he had not had a Sten gun. He had killed 4 men and blasted a path to safety. Now he had no gun, and he was fighting for his life. His hat was ripped away. Someone grabbed his Sam Brown belt, and a fist went into his groin, another into his face, and talons clawed at his eyes. Fearlessly, Mock and others charged into the milling mess to rescue him. Someone hacked at Mock with a brick, another with a piece of wood that tore a great gash in his cheek. Smythe was engulfed, his hands and arms desperately trying to protect his head. Then the riot squad's Black Maria, siren screaming, skidded around the corner. The 10-man team fell on the crowd roughly and pulled Smythe away. Blood seeped from his mouth, his left arm dangled uselessly.
You all right, sir? Yes! For Christ's sake, get those sodding barriers up! Get those bastards away from the bank! Fire hoses!
But the fire hoses weren't necessary. At the first violent charge of the riot squad, the front of the mob had wilted, and now the rest had retreated to a safe distance and stood there watching sullenly, some of them still shouting obscenities. Smythe grabbed the bullhorn. In Cantonese he said, "If anyone comes within 20 yards, he'll be arrested and deported." He tried to catch his breath.
"If anyone wants to visit the Hopak, line up 100 yards away."
The scowling crowd hesitated. Then, as Mock and the riot squad came forward fast, they retreated hastily and began to move away, treading on each other.
"I think my bloody shoulder's dislocated,"
Smythe said, and cursed obscenely.
"What do we do about those bastards, sir?"
Mock asked, in great pain, breathing hard, his cheek raw and bleeding, his uniform ripped. Smythe held his arm to take the growing pain away and looked across the street at the sullen, gawking crowd.
"Keep the riot squad here. Get another from West Aberdeen. Inform Central. Where's my bloody hat? If I catch the bust—" "Sir!"
one of his men called out. He was kneeling beside the girl who had been trampled on. She was a bar girl or a dancehall girl. She had that sad, sweet, oh-so-hard young-old look. Blood was dribbling from her mouth, her breathing coming in hacking gasps.
"Christ! Get an ambulance!"
As Smythe watched helplessly, the girl choked in her own blood and died. Christian Tox, editor of The Guardian, was scribbling notes, the phone jammed against his ear.
"What was their name, Dan?"
he asked over the hubbub of the newsroom.
"I'm not sure. One savings book said Sojay Lan."
Dan Yip, the reporter on the other end of the phone at Aberdeen, told him.
"There was $4,360 in it. The other was in the name—" "Hang on a second, the ambulance is just leaving now. Can you hear all right, Chris? The traffic's heavy here." "Yes. Go on. The second savings book?" "The second book was in the name of Da Kung Fa. Exactly 3,000 in that one."
Da Kung Fa seemed to touch a memory.
"Do any of the names mean anything?"
Tox asked. He was a tall, rumpled man in his untidy cubbyhole of an office.
"No, except one means Wisteria Sue and the other Fragrant Flower Dak. She was pretty, Chris. Might have been Eurasian."
Tox felt a sudden ice shaft in his stomach as he remembered his own 3 daughters, 6 and 7 and 8, and his lovely Chinese wife. He tried to push that perpetual cross back into the recess of his mind. The secret worry of, was it right to mix East and West? And what does the future hold for them, my darlings, in this lousy, rotten, bigoted world? With an effort, he concentrated again.
"That's quite a lot of money for a dancehall girl, isn't it?" "Yes, I'd say she had a patron. One interesting bit in her purse was a crumpled envelope dated a couple of weeks ago, with a mushy love letter in it. It was addressed to... hang on... to
Dak Kung Fa, apartment 14, 5th Alley, Jongpen Street in Aberdeen. It was soppy, swearing eternal love. Educated writing, though. English? Tox asked, surprised, writing swiftly. No, characters. There was something about the writing. Could be a guilo. Did you get a copy? The police wouldn't let... Get a photocopy. Beg, borrow, or steal a photocopy in time for the afternoon edition. A week's bonus if you do it. Cash, this afternoon? All right. You have it. Any signature? Your only love. The love was in English. Mr. Tox, Mrs. Publishers on line 2. The English secretary called out through the open door, her desk just outside the glass partition. Oh, Christ, I'll call her back. Tell her I've got a big story breaking. Then into the phone again. Dan, keep on this story. Keep close to the police. Go with them to the dead girl's flat. If it's her flat. Find out who owns it, who her people are, where they live. Call me back. Tox hung up and called out to his assistant editor. Hey, Mac! The lean, dour, grey-haired man got up from his desk and wandered in. Hey? I think we should put out an extra. Headline. He scrawled on a piece of paper. Mob kills fragrant flower. How about mob murders fragrant flower? Or first death at Aberdeen? Mob murders is better. That's it then. Martin! Tox called out. Martin Hapley looked up from his desk and came over. Tox ran his fingers through his hair as he told them both what Dan Yip had related. Martin, do a follow-up. The beautiful young girl was crushed by the feet of the mob. But who were the real killers? Is it an incompetent government who refuses to regulate our outdated banking system? Are the killers those who started the rumours? Is the run on the Hopak as simple as it sounds? Etc. Got it. Hapley grinned and went back to his desk in the main office. He gulped a cold cup of coffee out of a plastic cup and started to type, his desk piled high with reference books, Chinese newspapers and stock market reports. Teletypes chattered in the background. A few silent copy boys and trainees delivered or picked up copy. Hey, Martin! What's the latest from the stock market? Martin Hapley dialed a number without looking at the phone, then called back to the editor. Hopak's down to 24.60, 4 points from yesterday. Struan's are down a point, though there's been some heavy buying. Hong Kong Lantau up 3 points. The story's just been confirmed. Dunstan Bar took their money out yesterday. They did. Then you were right again. Shit. Victoria's off 0.5 point. All banks are edgy, and no buyers. There's a rumour of lines forming outside Black's and the Victoria's head office in Central. Both men gasped. Send someone to check the Vic. Mac hurried out. Jesus Christ, Tox thought, his stomach churning. Jesus Christ, if a run starts on the Vic, the whole sodding island will collapse, and my sodding savings with it. He leaned back in his old chair and put his feet on the desk, loving his job, loving the pressure and immediacy. Do you want me to call her? His secretary asked. She was round and unflappable. Who? Oh, shit, Peg, I'd forgotten. Yes, call the Dragon. The Dragon was the wife of the publisher, Mong Pak Tok, the present head of the sprawling Mong family, who owned this paper and 3 Chinese newspapers and 5 magazines, whose antecedents went back to the earliest days. The Mongs were supposed to have descended from the first editor-owner-publisher of the paper, Morley Skinner. The story was that Dirk Struan had given Skinner control of the paper in return for helping him against Tyler Brock and his son Gorth by hushing up the killing of Gorth in Macau. It was said Dirk Struan had provoked the duel. Both men had used fighting irons. Once, some years ago, Tox had heard old Sarah Chen in her cups relate that when the Brocks came to collect Gorth's body, they did not recognize him. The old woman had added that her father, Sir Gordon Chen, had had to mobilize most of Chinatown to prevent the Brocks from setting afire the Struan warehouses. Tyler Brock had set Taiping San alight instead. Only the great typhoon that came that night stopped the whole city from going up in flames. The same holocaust that had destroyed Dirk Struan's great house, and him and his secret Chinese wife, Mei Mei. She's on line 2. Eh? Oh, all right, Peg. Tox sighed. Ah, Mr. Tox, I was waiting your call, here. What can I do for you? Or Mr. Mong?
Your pieces on the Hopak Bank, yesterday and today, that the adverse rumours about the Hopak are untrue and started by tai-pans and another big bank. I see more today.
Yes, Hapley's quite sure.
My husband and I hear this not true. No tai-pans or banks are putting out rumours, or have put out rumours. Perhaps wise to drop this attack.
It's not an attack, Mrs. Mong, just an attitude. You know how susceptible Chinese are to rumours. The Hopak's as strong as any bank in the colony. We feel sure the rumours were started by a big...
Not by tai-pans and not big bank. My husband and I not like this attitude. Never mind. Please to change,
she said, and he heard the granite in her voice. That's editorial policy, and I have control over editorial policy, he said grimly.
We are publisher. It is our newspaper. We tell you to stop, so you will stop.
You're ordering me to stop?
Of course, it is order.
Very well. As you order it, it's stopped.
Good.
The phone went dead. Christian Tox snapped his pencil and threw it against the wall and began to curse. His secretary sighed and discreetly closed the door, and when he was done, Tox opened the door. Peg, how about some coffee? Mac? Martin? Tox sat back at his desk. The chair creaked. He mopped the sweat off his cheeks and lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. Yes, Chris? Hapley asked. Martin, cancel the piece I asked for and do another on Hong Kong banking and the need to have some form of banking insurance. Both men gaped at him. Our publisher doesn't like the rumours approach. Martin Hapley flushed. Well, screw him. You heard the guys yourself at the tai-pan's party. That proves nothing. You've no proof. We're stopping that approach. It's not proven, so I can't take a stand. But look, Tox's neck went purple. It's bloody well stopped, he roared. Understand? Hapley began to say something, but changed his mind. Choked with rage, he turned on his heel and left. He walked across the big room and jerked the front door open and slammed it behind him. Christian Tox exhaled. He's got a lousy bloody temper, that lad. He stubbed his cigarette out and lit another. Christ, I'm smoking too much. Still seething, his brown eyes watched the older man. Someone must have called her, Mac. Now what would you like as a return favour if you were Mrs. Dragon Mong? Suddenly Mac beamed. Not a voting membership of the Turf Club. Go to the head of the class. Singh, the Indian reporter, came in with a foot of teletype. You might need this for the extra, Chris. It was a series of Reuters reports from the Middle East. Tehran, 0832 hours. High-level diplomatic sources in Iran report sudden extensive Soviet military maneuvers have begun close to their north border, near the oil-rich border area of Azerbaijan, where more rioting took place. Washington is reported to have asked permission to send observers to the area. The next paragraph was, Tel Aviv, 0600 hours. The Knesset confirmed late last night that another huge irrigation project had been funded to further divert the waters of the River Jordan into the southern Negev desert. There was immediate adverse and hostile reaction from Jordan, Egypt, and Syria. Negev? Isn't Israel's brand spanking new atomic plant in the Negev? Togs asked. Aye. Now there's another splendid addition to the peace conference tables. Would the water be for that? I don't know, Mac, but this is certainly going to parch a few Jordanian and Palestinian throats. Water, water everywhere, but not a drop to shower in. I wish to Christ it would rain. Singh, tidy up these reports and we'll put them on the back page. They won't sell a single bloody paper. Do a follow-up piece on the werewolves for the front page. The police have a vast dragnet out, but the vicious kidnappers of Mr. John Chen continue to elude them. According to sources close to the family of his father, comprador of Struan's, no ransom note has yet been received, but one is expected imminently. The China Guardian asks all its readers to assist in the capture of these fiends. That sort of thing. At Aberdeen, Spectacles Wu saw the old woman come out of the tenement building,
a shopping basket in her hand, and joined the noisy crowds in the narrow alley. He followed cautiously, feeling very pleased with himself. While he had waited for her to reappear, he had struck up a conversation with a street hawker whose permanent place of business was a patch of broken pavement opposite. The hawker sold tea and small bowls of hot congee, rice gruel. Wu had ordered a bowl, and during his meal, the hawker had told him about the old woman, Tam, who had been in the neighbourhood since last year. She'd come to the colony from a village near Canton with the huge waves of immigrants who had flooded over the border last summer. She didn't have any family of her own, and the people she worked for had no sons around 20, though he had seen her with a young man early this morning.
She says her village was Ningdok.
It was then that Wu had felt a glow at this stroke of luck. Ningdok was the same village his own parents had come from, and he spoke that dialect. Now he was 20 paces behind her, and he watched her haggle brilliantly for vegetables, selecting only the very best onions and greens, all just a few hours fresh from the fields in the new territories. She bought very little, so he knew that the family she worked for was poor. Then she was standing in front of the poultry stall with its layers of barely alive, scrawny chickens, crammed helplessly into cages, their legs tied. The rotund stall owner bartered with her, both sides enjoying the foul language, insults, choosing this bird, then that, then another, prodding them, discarding them, until the bargain was made. Because she was a good salty trader, the man allowed his profit to be shaved. Then he strangled the bird deftly without thought, tossing the carcass to his 5-year-old daughter, who squatted in a pile of feathers and offal, for plucking and cleaning.
"Hey, Mr. Poultryman," Wu called out. "I'd like a bird at the same price. That one."
He pointed at a good choice and paid no attention to the man's grumbling.
"Elder sister," he said to her politely, "clearly you have saved me a great deal of cash. Would you like to have a cup of tea while we wait for our birds to be cleaned?"
"Ah, thank you, yes. These old bones are tired. We'll go there."
Her gnarled finger pointed to a stall opposite.
"Then we can watch to make sure we get what we paid for."
The poultryman muttered an obscenity, and they laughed. She shoved away across the street, sat down on a bench, ordered tea and a cake, and was soon telling Wu how she hated Hong Kong and living among strangers. It was easy for him to butter her up by using the odd word of Ningdok patois, then pretending to be equally surprised when she switched to that dialect and told him she came from the same village, and oh, how wonderful it was to find a neighbour after all these months among foreigners. She told him that she had worked for the same family in Ningdok ever since she was 7. But sadly, 3 years ago, her mistress, the child that she had brought up, now an old lady like herself, had died.
"I stayed in the house, but it had fallen on hard times. Then last year the famine was bad. Many in the village decided to come to this place. Chairman Mao's people didn't mind. In fact, they encouraged us. Useless mouths, as they called us. Somehow we got split up, and I managed to get over the border and found my way to this place here. Penniless, hungry, with no family, no friends, nowhere to turn. At length I got a job, and now I work as a cook-armour for the family Zhong, who are street cleaners. The dog bones pay me nothing but my keep and my food, and Chief Wife Zhong's a maggot-mouthed hag, but soon I'll be rid of all of them. You said your father came here with his family 10 years ago.
"Yes, we owned a field near the bamboo glade beside the river. His name was Wu Choi Tam, and—"
"Ah, yes, I think I remember the family. Yes, I think so. Yes, and I know the field. My family was Wu Ting Top, and their family owned the pharmacy at the crossroads for more than 100 years.
"Ah, Honourable Pharmacy Wu. Oh, yes, of course."
Spectacles Wu did remember the family well. Pharmacy Wu had always been a Maoist sympathiser. Once he had had to flee the nationalists. In this village of 1,000 souls, he had been well liked and trusted, and he had kept life in the village as calm and as protected from outsiders as he could.
"So, you're one of Wu Choi Tam's sons, younger brother,"
Tam was saying.
"In the early days, it was so wonderful in Ningdok. But for the last years, terrible.
Yes, we were lucky. Our field was fertile, and we tilled the soil like always. But after a few years, outsiders came and accused all the landowners, as if we were exploiters. We only tilled our own field. Even so, from time to time, some landowners were taken away, some shot. So one night 10 years ago, my father fled with all of us. Now my father is dead, but I live with my mother not far away.
There were many fleeings and famines in the early days. I hear that now it is better. Did you hear too? Outsiders came, wasn't it? They would come and they would leave. The village is not so bad again, younger brother. Oh, no. Outsiders leave us alone. Yes, they left my mistress and us alone because father was important and one of Chairman Mao's supporters from the beginning. My mistress's name was Fong Ling. She's dead now. There's no collective near us, so life is like it's always been, though we all have to study Chairman Mao's Red Book. The village isn't so bad. All my friends are there. Hong Kong is a foul place, and my village is home. Life without family is nothing. But now...
Then the old woman dropped her voice and chortled, carried away with pleasure.
But now the gods have favoured me. In a month or two, I'm going home forever. I'll have enough money to retire on, and I'll buy the small house at the end of my street, and perhaps a little field, and...
Retire? Wu said, leading her on. Who has that sort of money, elder sister? You said you were paid nothing that...
Ah,
the old woman replied, puffed up.
I've an important friend.
What sort of friend?
A very important business friend who needs my help. Because I've been so useful, he's promised to give me a huge amount of money.
You're making this all up, elder sister, he scoffed.
Am I a foolish stranger who, I tell you, my friend's so important he can hold the whole island in thrall? There are no such persons. Oh, yes, there are.
She dropped her voice and whispered hoarsely,
What about the werewolves?
Spectacles Wu gaped at her. What? She chortled again, delighted with the impact of her confidence.
Yes.
The young man took hold of his blown mind and put the pieces quickly back together. If this were true, he would get the reward and the promotion and maybe an invitation to join Special Intelligence.
You're making this up. Would I lie to someone from my own village? My friend's one of them, I tell you. He's also a 489, and his brotherhood's going to be the richest in all Hong Kong.
Eee, how lucky you are, elder sister. And when you see him again, please ask if perhaps he can use someone like me. I'm a street fighter by trade, though my triad's poor and the leader stupid and a stranger.
Is he from Ningdog? No, he's my nephew,
she said, and the young man knew it was a lie.
I'm seeing him later. Yes, he's coming later. He owes me some money.
That's good. But don't put it in a bank, and certainly not in the Hopak or you...
Hopak?
She said suspiciously, her little eyes narrowing suddenly in the creases of her face.
Why do you mention the Hopak? What has the Hopak to do with me?
Nothing, elder sister, Wu said, cursing himself for the slip, knowing her guard was now up. I saw the queues this morning, that's all. She nodded, not convinced, then saw that her chicken was packaged and ready, so she thanked him for the tea and cake and scuttled off, muttering to herself. Most carefully, he followed her. From time to time, she would look back, but she did not see him. Reassured, she went home. The CIA man got out of his car and walked quickly into police headquarters. The uniformed sergeant at the information desk greeted him.
Afternoon, Mr. Rosemont. I've an appointment with Mr. Cross.
Yes, sir. He's expecting you.
Sourly, Rosemont went to the elevator.
This whole goddamn piss-poor island makes me want to shit, and the goddamn British along with it.
"Hello, Stanley," Armstrong said. "What are you doing here?"
"Oh, hi, Robert. Got a meeting with your chief."
"I've already had that displeasure once today, at 7:01 precisely." The elevator opened. Rosemont went in, and Armstrong followed.
"I hope you've got some good news for Cross,"
Armstrong said with a yawn.
"He's really in a foul mood."
"Oh? You're in this meeting too?"
"Afraid so."
Rosemont flushed.
"Shit. I asked for a private meeting."
"I'm private."
"You sure are, Robert. And Brian, and everyone else. But some bastard isn't."
Armstrong's humour vanished. "Oh?"
"No."
Rosemont said nothing more. He knew he had hurt the Englishman, but he didn't care.
"It's the truth," he thought bitterly. "The sooner these goddamn limeys open their goddamn eyes, the better."
The elevator stopped. They walked down the corridor and were ushered into Cross's room by Brian Kwok. Rosemont felt the bolt slide home behind him, and he thought,
how goddamn foolish and useless and unnecessary. The man's a knucklehead. "I asked for a private meeting, Raj."
"It's private. Robert's very private. Brian is. What can I do for you, Stanley?" Cross was politely cool.
"Okay, Raj, today I got a long list for you. First, you're personally 100% in the creek with me, my whole department, up to the director in Washington himself. I'm told to tell you, among other things, your mole surpassed himself this time."
"Oh?" Rosemont's voice was grating now.
"For starters, we just heard from one of our sources in Canton that Fong Fong and all your lads were hit last night. Their cover's gone. They're blown."
Armstrong and Brian Kwok looked shocked. Cross was staring back at him, and he read nothing in his face.
"Got to be your mole, Raj. Got to be fingered from the tai-pan's AMG papers."
Cross looked across at Brian Kwok. "Use the emergency wireless code. Check it." As Brian Kwok hurried out, Rosemont said again,
"They're blown, the poor bastards."
"We'll check it anyway. Next?" Rosemont smiled mirthlessly.
"Next. Almost everything that was in the tai-pan's AMG papers is spread around the intelligence community in London. On the wrong side."
"God curse all traitors," Armstrong muttered.
"Yeah, that's what I thought, Robert. Next, another little gem. AMG was no accident."
"What?"
"No one knows the who, but we all know the why. The bike was hit by an auto. No make, no serial number, no witnesses, no nothing yet. But he was hit. And, of course, fingered from here."
"Then why haven't I been informed by source? Why is the information coming from you?" Cross asked. Rosemont's voice sharpened.
"I just got off the phone to London. It's just past 5 a.m. there, so maybe your people plan to let you know when they get to the office after a nice, leisurely bacon and eggs and a goddamn cup of tea."
Armstrong shot a quick glance at Cross and winced at the look on his face. Your point's well taken, Stanley," Cross said. "Next?"
"The photos we gave you of the guys who knocked off Orensky. What happened?"
"We had their place covered. The two men never reappeared, so I raided the place in the early hours. We went through that whole tenement, room by room, but found no one who looked anything like the photographs. We searched for a couple of hours, and there were no secret doors or anything like that. They weren't there. Perhaps your fellow made a mistake."
"Not this time. Marty Povitz was sure. We had the place staked out soon as we deciphered the address, but there was a time when it wasn't all covered, front and back. I think they were tipped, again by your mole."
Rosemont took out a copy of a telex and passed it over. Cross read it, reddened, and passed it over to Armstrong. "Decoded from Director, Washington, to Rosemont, Deputy Director Station, Hong Kong. Cinder's MI6 brings orders from Source, London, that you are to go with him Friday to witness the handover of the papers and get an immediate photocopy."
"You'll get your copy in today's mail, Raj," the American said.
"I can keep this?" Cross asked.
"Sure. By the way, we have a tale on Dunross, too.
Cross said angrily,
Would you kindly not interfere in our jurisdiction? I told you you were in Shitsville, Raj. Tautly, Rosemont placed another cable on the table. Rosemont, Hong Kong. You will hand this cable to Chief of SI personally. Until further orders, Rosemont is authorized to proceed independently to assist in the uncovering of the hostile in any way he chooses. He is, however, required to stay within the law and keep you advised personally of what he is doing. Source 898/3. Rosemont saw Cross bite back an explosion. What else have you authorized? Cross asked. Nothing. Yet. Next, we'll be at the bank on Friday. You know where Dunross has put the files? It's all over town, among the community. I told you your mole's been working overtime. Abruptly, Rosemont flared. Come on, for Christ's sake, Raj. You know if you tell a hot item to someone in London, it's all over town. We've all got security problems, but yours are worse. With an effort, the American simmered down. You could have leveled with me about the Dunross screw-up. It would have saved us all a lot of heartache and a lot of face. Cross lit a cigarette. Perhaps, perhaps not. I was trying to maintain security. Remember me? I'm on our side. Are you? You bet your ass! Rosemont said it very angrily. And if it was up to me, I'd have every safety deposit box open before sundown. And the hell with the consequences. Thank God you can't do that. For Christ's sake, we're at war, and God only knows what's in those other files. Maybe they'll finger your goddamn mole, and then we can get the bastard and give him his. Yes, Cross said, his voice a whiplash. Or maybe there's nothing in the papers at all. What do you mean? Dunross agreed to hand the files over to Cinders on Friday. What if there's nothing in them? Or what if he burned the pages and gives us just the covers? What the hell do we do then? Rosemont gaped at him. Jesus, is that a possibility? Of course it's a possibility. Dunross is clever. Perhaps they're not there at all, or the vault ones are false or non-existent. We don't know he put them there. He just says he put them there. Jesus Christ, there are 50 possibilities. You're so smart, you CIA fellows. You tell me which deposit box, and I'll open it myself. Get the key from the governor. Give me and some of my boys private access for 5 hours and out of the question, Cross snarled, suddenly red-faced, and Armstrong felt the violence strongly. Poor Stanley, you're the target today. He suppressed a shudder, remembering the times he had had to face Cross. He had soon learned that it was easier to tell the man the truth, to tell everything at once. If Cross ever really went after him in an interrogation, he knew beyond doubt he would be broken. Thank God he's never yet had reason to try, he thought thankfully, then turned his eyes on Rosemont, who was flushed with rage. I wonder who Rosemont's informants are, and how he knows for certain that Fong Fong and his team have been obliterated. Out of the question, Cross said again. Then what the hell do we do? Sit on our goddamn lard till Friday? Yes, we wait. We've been ordered to wait. Even if Dunross has torn out pages, or sections, or disposed of whole files, we can't put him in prison, or force him to remember, or tell us anything. If the director or source decide he should be leaned on, there are ways. That's what the enemy'd do. Cross and Armstrong stared at Rosemont. At length Armstrong said coldly, But that doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it wrong either. Next, for your ears only, Raj. At once Armstrong got up, but Cross motioned him to stay. Robert's my ears? Armstrong hid the laughter that permeated him at so ridiculous a statement. No, sorry, Raj. Orders. Your brass and mine. Armstrong saw Cross hesitate perfectly. Robert, wait outside. When I buzz, come back in. Check on Brian. Yes, sir. Armstrong went out and closed the door, sorry that he would not be present for the kill. Well? The American lit another cigarette. Top secret. At 0400 today, the whole 92nd Airborne dropped into Azerbaijan, supported by large units of Delta Force, and they fanned out all along the Iran-Soviet border. Cross's eyes widened. This was at the direct request of the Shah, in response to massive Soviet military preparations just over the border, and the usual Soviet-sponsored riots all over Iran. Jesus, Raj, can't you get some air conditioning in here? Rosemont mopped his brow. There's a security blanket all over Iran now. At 0600, support units landed at Tehran Airport. Our 7th Fleet's heading for the Gulf. The 6th, that's the Mediterranean, is already at battle stations off Israel. The 2nd, Atlantic, is heading for the Baltic. NORAD's alerted, NATO's alerted. And all Poseidons are one step from red. Jesus Christ, what the hell's going on? Khrushchev is making another real play for Iran. Always an optimum Soviet target, right? He figures he has the advantage. It's right on his own border, where his own lines of communications are short and ours huge. Yesterday, the Shah's security people uncovered a democratic socialist insurrection, scheduled to explode in the next few days in Azerbaijan. So the Pentagon's reacting like mashed cats. If Iran goes, so does the whole Persian Gulf, then Saudi Arabia, and that wraps up Europe's oil, and that wraps up Europe. The Shah's been in trouble before. Isn't this more of your overreacting? The American hardened. Khrushchev backed down over Cuba. First goddamn time there's been a Soviet backoff, because JFK wasn't bluffing. And the only thing commies understand is force. Big, massive, honest-to-goddamn force. The big K better back off this time, too, or we'll hand him his head. You'll risk blowing up the whole bloody world over some illiterate, rioting fanatic nutheads who probably got some right on their side anyway? I'm not into politics, Raj, only into winning. Iran oil, Persian Gulf oil, Saudi oil are the West's jugular. We're not going to let the enemy get it. If they want it, they'll take it. Not this time they won't. We're calling the operation Dry Run. The idea is to go in heavy, frighten them off and get out fast, quietly, so no one's the wiser except the enemy, and particularly no goddamn liberal fellow traveler congressman or journalist. The Pentagon figures the Soviets don't believe we could possibly respond so fast, so massively from so far away, so they'll go into shock and run for cover and close everything down. Until next time. The silence thickened. Cross's fingers drummed. What am I supposed to do? Why are you telling me this? Because the brass ordered me to. They want all Allied chief SIs to know, because if the stuff hits the fan, there'll be sympathy riots all over. As usual, well-coordinated rent-a-mob riots, and you'll have to be prepared. AMG's papers said that Severin had been activated here. Maybe there's a tie-in. Besides, you here in Hong Kong are vital to us. You're the back door to China, the back door to Vladivostok, and the whole of East Russia. And our best shortcut to their Pacific naval and atomic sub-bases. Rosemont took out another cigarette, his fingers shaking. Listen, Raj, he said, controlling his grumbling anger. Let's forget all the inner office shit, huh? Maybe we can help each other. What atomic subs? Cross said with a deliberate sneer, baiting him. They haven't got atomic subs yet, and— Jesus Christ! Rosemont flared. You guys have got your heads up your asses, and you won't listen. You spout détente and try to muzzle us, and they're laughing their goddamn heads off. They got nuclear subs and missile sites and naval bases all over the Sea of Okhotsk. Rosemont got up and went to the huge map of China and Asia that dominated one wall, and stabbed the Kamchatka Peninsula, north of Japan. Petropavlovsk, Vladivostok. They've giant operations along this whole Siberian coast, here at Komsomolsk at the mouth of the Amur, and on Sakhalin. But Petropavlovsk's the big one. In 10 years, that'll be the greatest warport in Asia, with support airfields, atomic-protected subpens, and atomic-safe fighter strips and missile silos. And from there, they threaten all Asia. Japan, Korea, China, the Philippines. And not forgetting Hawaii and our west coast. U.S. forces are preponderant, and always will be. You're overreacting again. Rosemont's face closed. People call me a hawk. I'm not. Just a realist. They're on our war footing. Our Midas threes have pinpointed all kinds of crap. He stopped and almost kicked himself for letting his mouth run on. Well, we know a lot of what they're doing right now, and they're not making goddamn plowshares. I think you're wrong. They don't want war any more than we do. You want proof? You'll get it tomorrow, soon as I've clearance, the American said, stung. If it's proved, can we cooperate better? I thought we were cooperating well now. Will you? Whatever you want. Does Source want me to react in any specific way? No, just to be prepared. I guess this'll all filter down through channels today. Yes. Cross was suddenly gentle. What's really bothering you, Stanley? Rosemont's hostility left him. We lost one of our best setups in East Berlin. Last night. A lot of good guys. A buddy of mine got hit, crossing back to us, and we're sure it's tied into AMG. Oh, sorry about that. It wasn't Tom Owen, was it? No, he left Berlin last month. It was Frank O'Connell. Don't think I ever met him. Sad. Listen, Raj, this mole thing's the shits. He got up and went to the map. He stared at it a long time. You know about Iman? Sorry? Rosemont's stubby finger stabbed a point on the map. The city was inland, 180 miles north of Vladivostok, at a rail junction. It's an industrial center, railways, lots of factories. So? Cross asked. You know about the airfield there? What airfield? It's underground, whole goddamn thing, just out of town, built into a gigantic maze of natural caves. It's got to be one of the wonders of the world. It's atomic capable, Raj. The whole base was constructed by Japanese and Nazi slave labor in 45, 6, and 7. 100,000 men, they say. It's all underground, Raj, with space for 2,500 airplanes, air crews, and support personnel. It's bomb-proof, even atomic-proof, with 80 runways that lead out onto a gigantic airstrip that circles 18 low hills. It took one of our guys 9 hours to drive around it. That was back in 46. So what's it like now? Improved, if it exists. It's operational now. A few guys, intelligence, ours and yours, even a few of the better newspaper guys, knew about it even in 46. So why the silence now? That base alone's a massive threat to all of us, and no one screams a shit. Even China, and she sure as hell's got to know about Iman. I can't answer that. I can. I think that info's being buried, deliberately, along with a lot of other things. The American got up and stretched. Jesus, the whole world's falling apart and I got a backache. You know a good chiropractor? Have you tried Doc Thomas on Pedder Street? I use him all the time. I can't stand him. He makes you wait in line. Won't give you an appointment. Thank God for chiropractors. Trying to get my son to be one instead of an MD. The phone rang and Cross answered it. Yes, Brian? Rosemont watched Cross as he listened. Just a minute, Brian. Stanley, are we through now? Sure, just a couple of open, routine things. Right. Brian, come in with Robert as soon as you come up. Cross put the phone down. We couldn't establish contact with Fong. You're probably correct. They'll be MPD'd or MPC'd in 48 hours. I don't understand. Missing presumed dead or missing presumed captured. Rough. Sorry to bring bad news. Joss, with Dry Run and AMG, how about pulling Dunross into protective custody? Out of the question. You have the Official Secrets Act. Out of the question. I'm going to recommend it. By the way, Ed Langen's FBI boys tied Banastasio in with Bartlett. He's a big shareholder in Parcon. They say he supplied the dough for the last merger that put Parcon into the big time. Anything on the Moscow visas for Bartlett and Cholok? Best we can find is that they went as tourists. Maybe they did. Maybe it was a cover. Anything on the guns? This morning, Armstrong had told Cross of Peter Marlowe's theory, and he had ordered an immediate watch on Four Finger Wu and offered a great reward for information. The FBI are sure they were put aboard in L.A. It'd be easy. Parkon's hangar's got no security. They also checked on the serial numbers you gave us. They were all out of a batch that had gotten mislaid en route from the factory to Camp Pendleton. That's the Marine Depot in Southern California. Could be we've stumbled onto a big arms smuggling racket. Over 700 M14s have gotten mislaid in the last 6 months. Talking about that... He stopped at the discreet knock. He saw Cross touch the switch. The door opened and Brian Kwok and Armstrong came back in. Cross motioned them to sit. Talking about that, you remember the Care case? The suspected corruption here in Hong Kong? That's the one. We might have a lead for you. Good. Robert, you were handling that at one time, weren't you? Yes, sir. Robert Armstrong sighed. 3 months ago, one of the vice-consuls at the U.S. consulate had asked the CID to investigate the handling of the charity to see whether some light-fingered administrators were involved in a little takeaway for personal profit. The digging and interviewing were still proceeding. What have you got, Stanley? Rosemont searched in his pockets, then pulled out a typed note. It contained 3 names and an address. Thomas K.K. Lim, Foreigner Lim. Mr. Dak Jiao Lan, Big Hands Dak. Mr. Lo Tup Lin, Bucktooth Lo. Room 720, Prince's Building, Central. Thomas K.K. Lim is American, well-heeled and well-connected in Washington, Vietnam, and South America. He's in business with the other 2 jokers at that address. We got a tip that he's mixed up in a couple of shady deals with aid, and that Big Hands Dak is heavy in care. It's not in our bailiwick, so it's over to you. Rosemont shrugged and stretched again. Maybe it's something. The whole world's on fire, but we still gotta deal with crooks. Crazy. I'll keep in touch. Sorry about Fong Fong and your people. He left. Cross told Armstrong and Brian Kwok briefly what he had been told about Operation Dry Run. Brian Kwok said sadly, "One day, one of those Yankee madmen are going to make a mistake. It's stupid putting atomics into hair-trigger situations." Cross looked at them, and their guards came up. I want that mole. I want him before the CIA uncover him. If they get him first... The thin-faced man was clearly very angry. Brian, go and see Dunross. Tell him AMG was no accident, and not to go out without our people nearby. Under any circumstances. Say I would prefer him to give us the papers early. Confidentially. Then he has nothing to fear. Yes, sir. Brian Kwok knew that Dunross would do exactly as he wanted, but he kept his mouth shut. Our normal riot planning will cover any byproduct of the Iran problem and from Dry Run. However, you'd better alert CID and... He stopped. Robert Armstrong was frowning at the piece of paper Rosemont had given him. What is it, Robert? Didn't Su Yun have an office at Prince's Building? Brian? We followed him there several times, sir. He visited a business acquaintance. Brian Kwok searched his memory. Shipping. Name of Ung. YG Ung, nicknamed Photographer Ung. Room 721. We checked him out, but everything was above board. YG Ung runs Asian and China shipping and about 50 other small allied businesses. Why? This address is 720. Su Yun could tie in with John Chen, the guns, Banastasio, Bartlett, even the werewolves, Armstrong said. Cross took the paper. After a pause, he said, Robert, take a team and check 720 and 721 right now. It's not in my area, sir. How right you are, Cross said at once, heavy with sarcasm. Yes, I know. You're CID Kowloon, Robert, not Central. However, I authorize the raid. Go and do it. Now. Yes, sir. Armstrong left, red-faced. The silence gathered. Brian Kwok waited, staring stoically at the desktop. Cross selected a cigarette with care, lit it, then leaned back in his chair. Brian, I think Robert's the mole. Chapter 29, 1:38 p.m. Robert Armstrong and a uniformed police sergeant got out of the squad car and headed through the crowds into the vast maw of the Prince's Arcade, with its jewellery and curio shops,
camera shops, and radio shops stuffed with the latest electronic miracles that was on the ground floor of the old-fashioned high-rise office building in Central. They eased their way toward a bank of elevators, joining the swarm of waiting people. Eventually, he and the sergeant squeezed into an elevator. The air was heavy and fetid and nervous. The Chinese passengers watched them obliquely and uncomfortably. On the 7th floor, Armstrong and the sergeant got out. The corridor was dingy and narrow, with nondescript office doors on either side. He stood for a moment looking at the board. Room 720 was billed as Ping Sing Hua Developments, 721 as Asian and China Shipping. He walked ponderously down the corridor, Sergeant Yat alongside. As they turned the corner, a middle-aged Chinese wearing a white shirt and dark trousers was coming out of room 720. He saw them, blanched, and ducked back in. When Armstrong got to the door, he expected it to be locked, but it wasn't, and he jerked it open just in time to see the man in the white shirt disappearing out of the back door, another man almost jamming him in equal haste to flee. The back door slammed closed. Armstrong sighed. There were 2 rumpled secretaries in the sleazy, untidy office suite of 3 cramped rooms, and they were gawking at him, one with her chopsticks poised in mid-air over a bowl of chicken and noodles. The noodles slid off her chopsticks and fell back into the soup. "Afternoon," Armstrong said. The 2 women gaped at him, then looked at the sergeant and back to him again. "Where are Mr. Leem, Mr. Dack and Mr. Lowe, please?" One of the girls shrugged, and the other, unconcerned, began to eat again, noisily. The office suite was untidy and unkempt. There were 2 phones, papers strewn around, plastic cups, dirty plates and bowls and used chopsticks, a teapot and teacups, full garbage cans. Armstrong took out the search warrant and showed it to them. The girls stared at him. Irritably, Armstrong harshened his voice. "You speak English?" Both girls jumped. "Yes, sir," they chorused. "Good. Give your names to the sergeant and answer his questions." At that moment, the back door opened again, and the 2 men were herded back into the room by 2 hard-faced uniformed policemen who had been waiting in ambush. "Ah, good. Well done. Thank you, Corporal. Now, where were you 2 going?" At once, the 2 men began protesting their innocence in voluble Cantonese. "Shut up!" Armstrong snarled. They stopped. "Give me your names." They stared at him. In Cantonese he said, "Give me your names, and you better not lie, or I will become very fornicating angry." "He's Tak Cha Lan," the one with pronounced buck teeth said, pointing at the other. "What's your name?" Lo Toop Sop, Lord. But I haven't done any—" "Lo Toop Sop? Not Lo Toop Lin?" "Oh, no, Lord Superintendent. That's my brother." "Where is he?" The buck-toothed man shrugged. "I don't know. Please, Where were you going in such a hurry, Bucktooth Lo?" "I'd forgotten an appointment, Lord. Oh, it was very important. It's urgent, and I will lose a fortune, sir, if I don't go immediately. May I now please go, honoured Lord—" "No. Here's my search warrant. We're going to search and take away any papers that—" At once, both men began to protest strenuously. Again, Armstrong cut them short. "Do you want to be taken to the border right now?" Both men blanched and shook their heads. "Good. Now, where's Thomas K.K. Leem?" Neither answered, so Armstrong stabbed his finger at the younger of the 2 men. "You, Mr. Bucktooth Lo, where's Thomas K.K. Leem?" "In South America, Lord," Lo said nervously. "Where?" "I don't know, sir. He just shares the office. That's his fornicating desk." Bucktooth Lo waved a nervous hand at the far corner. There was a messy desk and a filing cabinet and a phone there. "I've done nothing wrong, Lord. Foreigner Leem's a stranger from the Golden Mountain. 4th cousin Dack here just rents him space, Lord. Foreigner Leem just comes and goes as it pleases him, and he's nothing to do with me. Is he a foul criminal? If there's anything wrong, I don't know anything about it." "Then what do you know about the thieving of funds from the CARE program?" "Eh?" Both men gaped at him. "Informers have given us proof you're all thieving charity money that belongs to starving women and children." At once both began protesting their innocence. "Enough! The judge will decide. You will go to headquarters and give statements." Then he switched back into English once more. "Sergeant, take them both back to headquarters. Corporal, let's—"
"Honoured, sir,"
Bucktooth Low began in halting, nervous English.
"If I may to talk in office, please."
He pointed at the inner, equally untidy and cluttered office. "All right." Armstrong followed Low, towering over him. The man closed the door nervously and began talking Cantonese quickly and very quietly.
"I don't know anything about anything criminal, Lord. If something's amiss, it's those other two fornicators. I'm just an honest businessman who wants to make money and send his children to university in America, and—"
"Yes, of course. What did you want to say to me privately before you go down to police headquarters?" The man smiled nervously and went to the desk and began to unlock a drawer.
"If anyone's guilty, it's not me, Lord. I don't know anything about anything."
He opened the drawer. It was filled with used red $100 notes. They were clipped into thousands.
"If you let me go, Lord."
He grinned up at him, fingering the notes. Armstrong's foot lashed out, and the drawer slammed and caught Low's fingertips, and he let out a howl of pain. He tore the drawer open with his good hand.
Ow! My fornicate!"
Armstrong shoved his face close to the petrified Chinese.
"Listen, you dog-meat turd. It's against the law to try to bribe a policeman. And if you claim your fingers are police brutality, I'll personally grind your fornicating secret sack to mincemeat."
He leaned back against the desk, his heart pounding, sickness in his throat, enraged at the temptation and sight of all that money. How easy it would be to take it and pay his debts and have more than enough left over to gamble on the market and at the races, and then to leave Hong Kong before it was too late. So easy. So much more easy to take than to resist. This time or all the other 1,000 times. There must be 30,000-40,000 in that drawer alone. And if there's one drawer full, there must be others. And if I lean on this bastard, he'll cough up 10 times this amount. Roughly, he reached out and grabbed the man's hand. Again, the man cried out. One fingertip was mashed, and Armstrong thought Low would lose a couple of fingernails and have plenty of pain, but that was all. He was angry with himself that he had lost his temper, but he was tired and knew it was not just tiredness. "What do you know about Tzu Yun?"
"What? Me? Nothing. Tzu Yun who?"
Armstrong grabbed him and shook him. "Tzu Yun, the gun-runner Tzu Yun."
"Nothing, Lord."
"Liar! The Tzu Yun who visits Mr. Ung next door."
"Tzu Yun? Oh, him! Gunrunner? I didn't know he's a gunrunner. I always thought he was a businessman. He's another northerner, like Photographer Ung."
"Who?"
"Photographer Ung, Lord. A YG Ung from next door. He and this Tzu Yun never come in here or talk to us. Oh, I need a doctor. Oh, my hand."
"Where's Tzu Yun now?"
"I don't know, Lord. Oh, my fornicating hand. Oh. I swear by all the gods, I don't know him. Oh.
Irritably, Armstrong shoved him in a chair and jerked open the door. The 3 policemen and 2 secretaries stared at him silently. "Sergeant, take this bugger to HQ and charge him with trying to bribe a policeman. Look at this." He beckoned him in and pointed at the drawer. Sergeant Yat's eyes widened.
"Dieu les morts."
"Count it and get both men to sign the amount as correct and take it to HQ with them and turn it in."
"Yes, sir."
"Corporal, you start going through the files. I'm going next door. I'll be back shortly."
"Yes, sir."
Armstrong strode out. He knew that this money would be counted quickly, and any other money in the offices. If this drawer was full, others would be. Then the amount to be turned in would be quickly negotiated by the principals, Sergeant Yat and Low and Dak, and the rest split among them. Low and Dak would believe him to be in for a major share, and his own men would consider him mad not to be. Never mind. He didn't care. The money was stolen, and Sergeant Yat and his men were all good policemen, and their pay totally inadequate for their responsibilities. A little Hung Ya wouldn't do them any harm. It would be a godsend, won't it? In China, you have to be pragmatic, he told himself grimly, as he knocked on the door of 721 and went in. A good-looking secretary looked up from her lunch, a bowl of pure white rice and slivers of roast pork and jet green broccoli steaming nicely. "Afternoon," Armstrong flashed his ID card. "I'd like to see Mr. Y.G. Ung, please."
"Sorry, sir,"
the girl said, her English good and her eyes blank.
"He's out. Out for lunch."
"Where?"
"At his club, I think. He won't be back today until 5.
"Which club?" She told him. He had never heard of it, but that meant nothing, as there were hundreds of private Chinese lunching or dining or at mahjong clubs. "What's your name?"
"Virginia Tong, sir,"
she added as an afterthought. "Do you mind if I look around?" He saw her eyes flash nervously. "Here's my search warrant." She took it and read it, and he thought, "Full marks, young lady."
"Do you think you could wait? Wait till 5 o'clock?"
she asked. "I'll take a short look now." She shrugged and got up and opened the inner office. It was small and empty, but for untidy desks, phones, filing cabinets, shipping posters, and sailing schedules. 2 inner doors let off it, and a back door. He opened one door on the 720 side, but it was a dank, evil-smelling toilet and dirty wash basin. The back door was bolted. He slid the bolts back and went onto the dingy backstairs landing that served as a makeshift fire escape and alternate means of exit. He rebolted it, watched all the time by Virginia Tong. The last door, on the far side, was locked. "Would you open it, please?"
"Mr. Y.G. has the only key, sir."
Armstrong sighed. "I do have a search warrant, Miss Tong, and the right to kick the door in, if necessary." She stared back at him, so he shrugged and stood away from the door and readied to kick it in. Truly.
Just a moment, sir," she stammered. I'll see if he left his key before he went out."
"Good. Thank you." Armstrong watched her open a desk drawer and pretend to search, then another drawer and another, and then, sensing his impatience, she found a key under a money box.
"Ah, here it is,"
she said, as though a miracle had happened. He noticed she was perspiring now. Good, he thought. She unlocked the door and stood back. This door opened directly onto another. Armstrong opened it and whistled involuntarily. The room beyond was large, luxurious, thick-carpeted, with elegant suede leather sofas and rosewood furniture and fine paintings. He wandered in. Virginia Tong watched from the doorway. The fine antique rosewood, tooled leather desk was bare and clean and polished, a bowl of flowers on it, and some framed photographs, all of a beaming Chinese leading in a garlanded racehorse, and one of the same Chinese in dinner jacket, shaking hands with the governor, Dunross, nearby. "That's Mr. Ung?"
"Yes, sir."
Top-quality hi-fi and record player were to one side, and a tall cocktail cabinet. Another doorway let off this room. He pushed the half-opened door aside. An elegant, very feminine bedroom with a huge unmade king-sized bed, mirror-lined ceiling, and a decorator's bathroom off it, with perfumes, aftershave lotions, gleaming modern fittings, and many buckets of water. "Interesting," he said, and looked at her. She said nothing, just waited. Armstrong saw that she had nylon-clad legs and was very trim with well-groomed nails and hair. "I'll bet she's a dragon, and expensive." He turned away from her and looked around thoughtfully. Clearly this self-contained apartment had been made out of the adjoining suite. "Well," he told himself with a touch of envy, "if you're rich and you want a private secret flat for an afternoon's nookie behind your office, there's no law against that. None. And none against having an attractive secretary. Lucky bastard. I wouldn't mind having one of these places myself." Absently he opened a desk drawer. It was empty. All the drawers were empty. Then he went through the bedroom drawers but found nothing of interest. One cupboard contained a fine camera and some portable lighting equipment and cleaning equipment, but nothing suspicious. He came back into the main room, satisfied that he had missed nothing. She was still watching him, and though she tried to hide it, he could sense a nervousness. "That's understandable," he told himself. "If I were her and my boss was out, and some rotten guilo came prying, I'd be nervous too. No harm in having a private place like this. Lots of rich people have them in Hong Kong." His eye was caught by the rosewood cocktail cabinet. The key in the lock beckoned him. He opened it. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then his sharp, well-trained eyes noticed the untoward width of the doors.
A moment's inspection, and he opened the false doors. His mouth dropped open. The side walls of the cabinet were covered with dozens of photographs of jade gates in all their glory. Each photograph was neatly framed and tagged with a typed name and a date. Involuntarily, he let out a bellow of embarrassed laughter, then glanced around. Virginia Tong had vanished. Quickly, he scanned the names. Hers was third from the last. Another paroxysm of laughter was barely contained. The policeman shook his head helplessly. What some buggers'll do for fun, and I suppose some ladies for money. I thought I'd seen it all, but this. Photographer Ung, eh? So that's where the nickname came from. Now over his initial shock, he studied the photographs. Each of them had been taken with the same lens from the same distance. Good God, he thought after a minute, astounded. There's really quite a lot of difference between... I mean, if you can forget what you're looking at and just look... Well, there's a fantastic amount of difference in the shape and size of the hole, the position and protuberance of the pearl on the step, the quality and quantity of pubicity and... Ah, yeah, there's one piece, Batjam Guy. He looked at the name. Mona Leung. Now, where have I heard that name before? That's curious. Chinese usually consider lack of pubicity unlucky. Now, why? Oh, my God. He peered at the next name tag to make sure. There was no mistake. Venus Poon. Ay, yeah, he thought elatedly. So that's hers. That's what she really looks like. The darling of the telly, who daily projects such sweet virginal innocence so beautifully. He concentrated on her, his senses bemused. I suppose if you compare hers with, say Virginia Tong's, well, she does have a certain delicacy. Yes, but if you want my considered opinion, I'd still rather have had the mystery and not seen these at all. None of them. Idly, his eyes went from name to name. Bloody hell, he said, recognizing one. Elizabeth Mithy. She was once a secretary at Struan's, one of the band of wanderers from the small towns in Australia and New Zealand, girls who aimlessly found their way to Hong Kong for a few weeks, to stay for months, perhaps years, to fill minor jobs until they married or vanish forever. I'll be damned, Liz Mithy. Armstrong was trying to be dispassionate, but he could not help comparing Caucasian with Chinese, and he found no difference. Thank God for that, he told himself, and chuckled. Even so, he was glad the photographs were black and white and not in colour. Well, he said out loud, still very embarrassed, there's no law against taking photos that I know of and sticking them in your own cabinet. The young ladies must have cooperated. He grunted, amused, and at the same time disgusted. Damned if I'll ever understand the Chinese. Liz Mithy, eh? He muttered. He had known her slightly when she was in the colony, known that she was quite wild, but what could have possessed her to pose for Ung? If her old man knew, he'd hemorrhage. Thank God we don't have children, Mary and I. Be honest. You bleed for sons and daughters, but you can't have them, at least Mary can't, so the doctors say. So you can't. With an effort, Armstrong buried that everlasting curse again and relocked the cabinet and walked out, closing the doors after him. In the outer office, Virginia Tong was polishing her nails, clearly furious. Can you get Mr. Ung on the phone, please? No, not until 4, she said sullenly, without looking at him. Then please call Mr. Tzu Yun instead, Armstrong told her, stabbing in the dark. Without looking up the number, she dialed, waited impatiently, chatted gutturally for a moment in Cantonese, and slammed the phone down. He's away. He's out of town, and his office doesn't know where he is. When did you last see him? 3 or 4 days ago. Irritably, she opened her appointments calendar and checked it. It was Friday. Can I look at that, please? She hesitated, shrugged, and passed it over, then went back to polishing her nails. Quickly, he scanned the weeks and the months. Lots of names he knew. Richard Kwan, Jason Plum, Dunross several times, Thomas K.K. Lim, the mysterious American Chinese from next door, John from the Victoria Bank, Donald McBride, Mata several times. Now who's Mata? He asked himself, never having heard the name before.
He was about to give the calendar back to her, then he flipped forward. Saturday, 10 a.m. V. Banastasio. His heart twisted. This coming Saturday. He said nothing, just put the appointment calendar back on her desk and leaned back against one of the files, lost in thought. She paid no attention to him. The door opened.
"Excuse me, sir. Phone for you,"
Sergeant Yatt said. He was looking much happier, so Armstrong knew the negotiation must have been fruitful. He would have liked to have known how much, exactly, but then Face would be involved, and he would have to take action, one way or another. "All right, Sergeant, stay here till I get back," he said, wanting to make sure no secret phone calls were made. Virginia Tong did not look up as he left. In the other office, Bucktooth Lowe was still moaning, nursing his hand, and the other man, Big Hands Dak, was pretending to be nonchalant, going through some papers, loudly berating his secretary for her inefficiency. As he came in, both men started loudly protesting their continued innocence, and Lowe groaned with increasing vigour. "Quiet! Why did you jam your fingers in the drawer?" Armstrong asked, and added without waiting for a reply, "People who try to bribe honest policemen deserve to be deported at once." In the aghast silence, he picked up the phone. "Armstrong?" "Hello, Robert. This is Don Smythe at East Aberdeen." "Oh, hello." Armstrong was startled, not expecting to hear from the snake, but he kept his voice polite, though he loathed him and loathed what he was suspected of doing within his jurisdiction. It was one thing for constables in the lower ranks of Chinese police to supplement their income from illicit gambling. It was another for a British officer to sell influence and to squeeze like an old-fashioned mandarin. But though almost everyone believed Smythe was on the make, there was no proof. He had never been caught and had never been investigated. Rumour had it that he was protected by certain VIP individuals who were deeply involved with him as well as in their own graft. "What's up?" he asked. "Had a bit of luck, I think. You're heading up the John Chen kidnapping, aren't you?" "That's right." Armstrong's interest soared. Smythe's graft had nothing to do with the quality of his police work. East Aberdeen had the lowest crime rate in the colony. "Yes. What have you got?" Smythe told him about the old armour and what had happened with Sergeant Mock and Spectacles Wu, then added, "He's a bright young chap, that, Robert. I'd recommend him for SI, if you want to pass it on. Wu followed the old bird back to her fairly filthy lair, then called us. He obeys orders, too, which is rare these days. On a hunch, I told him to wait around, and if she came out, to follow her. What do you think?" "A 24-carat lead." "What's your pleasure? Wait, or pull her in for real questioning?" "Wait. I'll bet the werewolf never comes back, but it's worth waiting until tomorrow. Keep the place under surveillance and keep me posted." "Good. Oh, very good." Armstrong heard Smythe chortle down the phone, and he could not think why he was so happy. Then he remembered the huge reward that the High Dragons had offered. "How's your arm?" "It's my shoulder. Bloody thing's dislocated, and I lost my favourite sodding hat. Apart from that, everything's fine. Sergeant Mock's going through all our mugshots now, and I've got one of my lads doing an identikit on him. I think I even saw the sod myself. His face is quite pockmarked. If we've got him on file, we'll have him nailed by sundown." "Excellent. How's it going down there?" "Everything under control, but it's bad. The Hope Pack's still paying out, but too slowly. Everyone knows they're stalling. I hear it's the same all over the colony. They're finished, Robert. The queue'll go on till every last cent's out. There's another run on the Vic here, and no let-up in the crowds." Armstrong gasped. "The Vic?" "Yes, they're handing out cash by the bagful and taking nothing in. Triads are swarming. The pickings must be huge. We arrested 8 pickpockets and busted up 20-odd fights. I'd say it's very bad." "Surely the Vic's okay?" "Not in Aberdeen, it isn't, old lad. Me, I'm liquid. I've closed all my accounts. I took every cent out. I'm all right. If I were you, I'd do the same." Armstrong felt queasy. His life savings were in the Victoria. "The Vic's got to be all right. All the government funds are in it." "Right you are, but nothing in their constitution says your money's protected too. Well, I've got to get back to work. Yes, thanks for the info. Sorry about your shoulder. I thought I was going to have my bloody head bashed in. The sods had just started the old kill the guilo bit. I thought I was a goner. Armstrong shivered in spite of himself. Ever since the 56 riots, it was a recurring nightmare of his that he was back in that insane, screaming mob again. It was in Kowloon. The mob had just overturned the car with the Swiss consul and his wife in it and set it afire. He and other policemen had charged through the mob to rescue them. When they got to the car, the man was already dead and the young wife afire. By the time they'd dragged her out, all her clothes had burned off her and her skin came away like a pelt. And all around, men, women and young people were raving, "Kill the guilo!" He shivered again, his nostrils still smelling burnt flesh. Christ, what a bastard! Yes, but all in the day's work. I'll keep you posted. If that bloody werewolf comes back to Aberdeen, he'll be in a net tighter than a gnat's arsehole. Chapter 30, 2:20 p.m. Philip Chen stopped flipping through his mail, his face suddenly ashen. The envelope was marked, Mr. Philip Chen, to open personally. "What is it?" his wife asked. "It's from them." Shakily he showed it to her. "The werewolves. Oh!" They were at their lunch table that was set haphazardly in a corner of the living room of the house, far up on the crest of Struan's lookout. Nervously she put down her coffee cup. "Open it, Philip. But better use your handkerchief in case of fingerprints," she added uneasily. Yes, of course, Diane. How stupid of me." Philip Chen was looking very old. His coat was over his chair and his shirt damp. There was a slight breeze from the open window behind him, but it was hot and humid, and a brooding afternoon haze had settled over the island. Carefully he used an ivory paper knife and unfolded the paper. "Yes, it's from the werewolves. It's about the ransom." "Read it out." "All right. To Philip Chen, comprador of the noble house, greetings. I beg to inform you now how the ransom money is to be paid. 500,000 to you is as meaningless as a pig's scream in a slaughterhouse, but to us poor farmers would be a heritage for our star—" "Liars!" Diane hissed, her lovely gold and jade necklace glittering in a shaft of muted sunlight. "As if farmers would kidnap John or mutilate him like that. Dirty, stinky foreign triads. Go on, Philip." "Would be a heritage for our starving grandchildren. That you have already consulted the police is to us like pissing in the ocean. But now you will not consult. No, now you will keep secret, or the safety of your son will be endangered, and he will not return, and everything bad will be your own fault. Beware, our eyes are everywhere. If you try to betray us, the worst will happen, and everything will be your own fault. Tonight, at 6 o'clock, I will phone you. Tell no one, not even your wife. Meanwhile, dirty triads, dirty whore's sons, to try to spread trouble between husband and wife," Diane said angrily. "Meanwhile, prepare the ransom money in used $100 notes." Irritably, Philip Chen glanced at his watch. "I don't have much time to get to the bank. I'll have—" "Finish the letter." "All right, be patient, my dear," he said placatingly, his overtaxed heart skipping a beat as he recognized the edge to her voice. "Where was I? Ah, yes. Notes. If you obey my instructions faithfully, you may have your son back tonight." "Oh, God, I hope so," he said, breaking off momentarily, then continued. "Do not consult the police or try to trap us. Our eyes are watching you, even now. Written by the werewolf." He took off his glasses. His eyes were red-rimmed and tired. Sweat was on his brow. "Watching you even now? Could one of the servants or the chauffeur be in their pay?" No, of course not. They've all been with us for years." He wiped the sweat off, feeling dreadful, wanting John back, wanting him safe, wanting to strangle him. "That means nothing. I'd better call the police.
Forget them. Forget them until we know what you have to do. Go to the bank. Get 200,000 only. You should be able to settle for that. If you get more, you might be tempted to give it all to them if they really mean what they say. Yes, very wise. If we could settle for that. He hesitated. What about the tai-pan? Do you think I should tell the tai-pan, Diane? He might be able to help. Huh, she said scornfully. What help can he give us? We're dealing with dog-bone triads, not foreign devil crooks. If we need help, we have to stay with our own. Her eyes began boring into him. And now you'd better tell me what's really the matter. Why you were so angry the night before last, and why you've been like a spiteful cat with a thorn in its rump ever since, and not attending to business. I've been attending to business, he said defensively. How many shares have you bought, eh? Struan shares. Have you taken advantage of what the tai-pan told us about the coming boom? Do you remember what old blind Dong forecast? Of course I remember, he stuttered. I've secretly doubled our holdings and have equally secret orders out with various brokers for half as much again. Diane Chen's abacus mind glowed at the thought of that vast profit, and all the private profit she would be making on all the shares she had bought on her own behalf, pledging her entire portfolio. But she kept her face cold and her voice icy. And how much did you pay? They averaged out at 28.90. Huh! According to today's paper, Noble House opened at 28.80, she said with a disapproving sniff, furious that he had paid 5 cents less a share than she had. You should have been at the market this morning instead of moping around here, sleeping your life away. I wasn't feeling very well, dear. It all goes back to the night before last. What sent you into that unbelievable rage? Hey, It was nothing. He got up, hoping to flee. Sit down! Nothing that you shouted at me, your faithful wife, in front of the servants? Nothing that I was ordered into my own dining room like a common whore? Her voice began rising, and she let herself go, knowing instinctively that this was the perfect time, now that they were alone in the house, knowing that she was defenseless and she could press her advantage. You think it's nothing that you abuse me? Me who has given you the best years of her life, working and slaving and guarding you for 23 years? Me, Diana Mei Jong, who has the blood of the great Dirk Struan in her veins? Who came to you virgin, with property in Wanchai, North Point, and even on Lantau, with stocks and shares and the best schooling in England? Me, who never complains about your snoring and whoring or about the brat you sired out of that dance-hall girl you've sent to school in America? Eh? Oh, I know all about you and her, and all the others, and all the other nasty things you do, and that you never loved me, but just wanted my property and a perfect decoration to your drab life. Philip Chen was trying to close his ears, but he could not. His heart was pounding. He hated rows and hated the shriek to her voice that somehow was perfectly tuned to set his teeth on edge, his brain oscillating and his bowels in turmoil. He tried to interrupt her, but she overrode him, battering him, accusing him of all sorts of dalliances and mistakes and private matters that he was shocked she knew about. And what about your club? Eh? What club? The private Chinese lunch club with 43 members called the 74 in a block off Pedder Street that contains a gourmet chef from Shanghai, teenage hostesses, and bedrooms and saunas and devices that dirty old men need to raise their steamless stalks. Eh? It's nothing like that at all, Philip Chen spluttered, aghast that she knew. It's a play. Don't lie to me! You put up 87,000 good US greenbacks as the down payment with C.T. Jong and those two mealy-mouthed friends of yours, and even now pay 4,000 Hong Kong a month fees. Fees for what? You'd better. Where do you think you're going? Meekly he sat down again. I want to go to the bathroom. Huh! Whenever we have a discussion, you want the bathroom. You're just ashamed of the way you treat me, and guilty. Then, seeing him about to explode back at her, she switched abruptly, her voice crooningly gentle. Poor Philip.
Poor boy. Why were you so angry? Who's hurt you? So he told her, and once he began the telling, he felt better, and his anguish and fear and fury started to melt away. Women are clever and cunning in these things, he told himself confidently, rushing on. He told her about opening John's safety deposit in the bank, about the letters to Link Bartlett, and about finding a duplicate key to his own safe in their bedroom. I brought all the letters back, he said, almost in tears. They're upstairs. You can read them for yourself. My own son! He's betrayed us! My God, Philip, she gasped. If the tai-pan found out you and Father Chen were keeping... If he knew, he'd ruin us. Yes, I know. That's why I've been so upset. By the rules of Dirk's legacy, he has the right and the means. We'd be ruined. But that's not all. John knew where our secret safe was in the garden, and... What? Yes, and he dug it up. He told her about the coin. Yeah! She stared at him in absolute shock, half her mind filled with terror, the other half with ecstasy. For now, whether John came back or not, he had destroyed himself. John would never inherit now. My Kevin's #1 son now, and future comprador to the noble house. Then her fears drowned her excitement, and she muttered, aghast, If there's still a house of Chen. What? What did you say? Nothing. Never mind. Wait a minute, Philip. Let me think. Oh, the rotten boy! How could John do this to us? We who have cherished him all his life. You'd better go to the bank. Get 300,000 out, in case you need to barter more. We must get John back at all costs. Would he keep the coin with him, on him, or would it be in his other safety deposit box? It'd be in the box, or hidden at his flat in Sinclair Towers. Her face closed. How can we search that place with her in residence? That wife of his, that strumpet Barbara. If she suspects we're after something... Her mind caught a vagrant thread. Philip, does it mean whoever presents the coin gets whatever they want? Yes. What power! Yes. Now her mind was working cleanly. Philip, she said, in control again, everything else forgotten. We need all the help we can get. Phone your cousin Four Fingers. He looked at her, startled, then began to smile. Arrange with him to have some of his street fighters follow you secretly to protect you when you pay over the ransom. Then to follow the werewolf to his lair and to rescue John, whatever the cost. Whatever you do, don't tell him about the coin. Just that you want help to rescue poor John. That's it. We must get poor John back at all costs. Yes, he replied, much happier now. Four Fingers is the perfect choice. He owes us a favour or two. I know where I can reach him this afternoon. Good. Off you go to the bank. But give me the key to the safe. I'll cancel my hairdressing appointment and I'll read John's papers at once. Very good. He got up immediately. The key's upstairs, he said, lying, and hurried out, not wanting her prying into the safe. There were a number of things there he did not want her to know about. I'd better hide them somewhere else, he thought uneasily, just in case. His euphoria evaporated and his overwhelming anxiety returned. Oh, my poor son, he told himself near tears. Whatever possessed you? I was a good father to you, and you'll always be my heir, and I've loved you like I loved your mother. Poor Jennifer, poor little thing, dying birthing my firstborn son. Oh, all gods, let me get my poor son back again, safe again, whatever he's done. Let us extract ourselves from all this madness, and I'll endow a new temple for all of you equally. The safe was behind the brass bedstead. He pulled it away from the wall, opened the safe, and took out all of John's papers. Then his very private deeds, letters, and promissory notes, which he stuffed into his coat pocket, and went downstairs again. Here are John's letters, he said. I thought I'd save you the trouble of moving the bed. She noticed the bulge in his coat pocket, but said nothing. I'll be back by 5:30 p.m. sharp. Good. Drive carefully, she said absently, her whole being concentrated on a single problem: how to get the coin for Kevin and herself. Secretly. The phone rang. Philip Chen stopped at the front door as she picked it up.
We?
Her eyes glazed.
Oh, hello, Tai-pan. How are you today?
Philip Chen blanched. Just fine, thank you, Dunross said. Is Philip there?
Yes, just a minute.
She could hear many voices behind Dunross's voice, and she thought she heard an undercurrent of covered urgency, which increased her dread. Philip, it's for you, she said, trying to keep the nervousness out of her voice. The Tai-pan. She held up the phone, motioning him silently to keep the earpiece a little away from his ear so she could hear too. Yes, Tai-pan? Hello, Philip. What are your plans this afternoon? Nothing particular. I was just leaving to go to the bank. Why? Before you do that, drop by the exchange. The market's gone mad. The run on the Hope Pack's colony-wide now, and the stock's teetering even though Richard's supporting it for all he's worth. Any moment it'll crash. The run's spilling over to lots of other banks, I hear. The Jing Prosperity, even the Vic. Philip Chen and his wife glanced at each other, perturbed. I heard the Vic's got problems at Aberdeen and at Central. Everything's down, all our blue chips. The V&A, Kowloon Investments, Hong Kong Power, Rothwell-Gornt, Asian Properties, HKLF, Zong Securities, Solomon Textiles, us, everyone. How many points are we off? From this morning? 3 points. Philip Chen gasped and almost dropped the phone. What? Yes, Dunross agreed pleasantly. Someone started rumours about us. It's all over the market that we're in trouble, that we can't pay total shipping next week, nor the all-in instalment. I think now we're being sold short. Chapter 31, 2:45 p.m. Gaunt was sitting beside his stockbroker, Joseph Stern, in the exchange watching the big board delightedly. It was warm and very humid in the large room that was packed and noisy, phones ringing, sweating brokers, Chinese clerks and runners. Normally the exchange was calm and leisurely. Today it was not. Everyone was tense and concentrating, and uneasy. Many had their coats off. Gaunt's own stock was off a point, but that did not bother him a bit. Struan's was down 350 now, and Hopak tottering. Time's running out for Struan's, he thought. Everything's primed, everything's begun. Bartlett's money had been put into his Swiss bank within the hour, no strings, just 2 million transferred from an unknown account into his. 7 phone calls began the rumours. Another call to Japan confirmed the accuracy of the Struan payment dates. Yes, he thought, the attack's begun. His attention went to the Hopak listing on the board as some more sell offerings were written up by a broker. There were no immediate buyers. Since he had secretly started selling Hopak short on Monday, just before the market closed at 3 o'clock, long before the run had started in earnest, he was millions ahead. On Monday, the stock had sold at 28.60, and now, even with all the support Richard Kwan was giving it, it was down to 24.30. Off more points than the stock had moved ever since the bank was formed 11 years ago. 430 times 500,000 makes 2,150,000, Gaunt was thinking happily. All in honest-to-God Hong Kong currency, if I wanted to buy back in right now, which isn't bad for 48 hours of labour. But I won't buy back in yet. Oh, dear no, not yet. I'm sure now that the stock will crash, if not today, tomorrow, Thursday, if not then, Friday, Monday at the latest, for no bank in the world can sustain such a run. Then, when the crash comes, I'll buy back in at a few cents on the dollar and make 20 times $500,000. Sell 200,000, he said, beginning to sell short openly now. The other shares hidden carefully among his secret nominees. Good God, Mr. Gaunt, his stockbroker gasped. The Hopak will have to put up almost 5 million to cover. That'll rock the whole market. Yes, he said jovially. We'll have a hell of a time borrowing the stock. Then do it. Reluctantly, his stockbroker began to leave, but one of the phones rang. Yes?
"Oh, hello, Daytime Chang," he said in passable Cantonese. "What can I do for you?" "I hope you can save all my money, honourable middleman. What is Noble House selling for?" 25.30. There was a screech of dismay. "Whoa, whoa, whoa! There's barely half a dog-bone hour of trading left! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Please sell! Please sell all Noble House companies at once! Noble House, Good Luck Properties and Golden Ferry also! What's second-grade company selling at?" 23.30. "Aye, 1 point off from this morning. All gods bear witness to foul joss. Sell! Please to sell everything at once." "But Daytime Chang, the market's really quite sound, and—" "At once! Haven't you heard the rumours? Noble House will crash! Sell! Waste not a minute! Hold a moment. My associate, Fong Da, wants to talk to you too." "Yes, a third toilet mate Fong?" "Just like Daytime Chang, honourable middleman. Sell, before I'm lost. Sell and call us back with prices. Oh! Please hurry." He put the phone down. This was the 5th panic call he had had from old customers, and he did not like it at all. Stupid to panic, he thought, checking his stockbook. Between the two of them, Daytime Chang and third toilet maid Fong had invested over 40,000 Hong Kong in various stocks. If he sold now, they would be ahead, well ahead, but for the Struan losses today, which would shave off most of their profit. Joseph Stern was head of the firm of Stern & Jones that had been in Hong Kong for 50 years. They had become stockbrokers only since the war. Before that, they were moneylenders, dealers in foreign exchange, and ship's chandlers. He was a small, dark-haired man, mostly bald, in his 60s, and many people thought he had Chinese blood in him a few generations back. He walked to the front of the board and stopped beside the column that listed Golden Ferry. He wrote down the combined Chang and Fong holdings in the sell column. It was a minor offering. "I'll buy at 30 cents off listing," a broker said. "There's no run on Golden Ferry," he said sharply. "No, but it's a Struan company. Yes or no?" "You know very well Golden Ferry's profits are up this quarter." "Tough titty. Christ, isn't it bloody hot? Don't you think we could afford air conditioning in the exchange? Is it yes or no, old chap?" Joseph Stern thought a moment. He did not want to fuel the nervousness. Only yesterday, Golden Ferry had soared $1 because all the business world knew their annual meeting was next week. It had been a good year, and it was rumoured there was going to be a stock split. But he knew the first rule of all exchanges. Yesterday has nothing to do with today. The client had said, sell. 20 cents off market? He asked. 30. Last offer. What the hell do you care? You still get paid. Is it 30 off? All right. Stern worked his way down the board, selling most of their stocks without trouble, though each time he had to concede on price. With difficulty, he borrowed the Hopak stock. Now he stopped at the column listing the bank. There were many sell orders. Most of them were small figures. He wrote 200,000 at the bottom of the list in the sell column. A shockwave went through the room. He paid no attention, just looked at Forsyth, who was Richard Kwan's broker. Today, he was the only buyer of Hopak. "Is Quillan trying to wreck the Hopak?" a broker asked. "It's already under siege. Do you want to buy the shares?" "Not on your bloody life. Are you selling Struan short too?" No, I'm not." "Christ, I don't like this at all." "Keep calm, Harry," someone else said. "The market's come alive for once. That's all that counts." "Great day, what?" another broker said to him. "Is the crash on? I'm totally liquid myself, sold out this morning. Is it going to be a crash?" "I don't know." "Shocking about Struan's, isn't it?" "Do you believe all the rumours?" "No, of course not. But one word to the wise is sufficient, they say. What?" "I don't believe it." "Struan's off 3.5 points in one day, old boy. A lot of people believe it," another broker said. "I sold out my Struan's this morning. Will Richard sustain the run?" "That's in the hands of—" Joseph Stern was going to say God, but he knew that Richard Kwan's future was in the hands of his depositors and that they had already decided. "Joss," he said sadly. "Yes. Thank God we get our commissions either way. Feast or famine. Jolly good, what?" "Jolly good," Stern echoed.
privately loathing the smug, self-satisfied upper-class English accent of the exclusive British public schools, schools that because he was Jewish, he had never been able to attend. He saw Forsyth put the phone down and look at the board. Once more he tapped his offering. Forsyth beckoned him. He walked through the throng, eyes watching him. "Are you buying?" he asked. "In due course, Joseph, old boy," Forsyth added softly. "Between you and me, can't you get Quillan off our backs? I've reason to believe he's in cahoots with that Burke Sotheby."
"Is that a public accusation?"
"Oh, come on, it's a private opinion, for Christ's sake. Haven't you read Hapley's column? Tai-pans and a big bank spreading rumours? You know Richard's sound. Richard's as sound as the Rothschilds. You know Richard's got over $1 billion in
I saw the crash of 29, old chap. There were trillions in reserve then, but even so everyone went broke. It's a matter of cash, credit and liquidity, and confidence. You'll buy our offering, yes or no?"
"Probably."
"How long can you keep this up?"
Forsyth looked at him. "Forever. I'm just a stockbroker. I just follow orders. Buy or sell, I make 0.25%.
"If the client pays?"
"He has to. We have his stock, eh? We have rules. But while I think of it, go to hell." Stern laughed. "I'm British. I'm going to heaven. Didn't you know?" Uneasily, he walked back to his desk.
"I think he'll buy before the market closes."
It was 2:45.
"Good,"
Gornt said.
"Now I want—"
He stopped. They both looked back as there was an undercurrent. Dunross was escorting Casey and Link Bartlett to the desk of Alan Holbrook, Struan's in-house broker, on the other side of the hall.
"I thought he'd left for the day,"
Gornt said with a sneer.
"The tai-pan never runs away from trouble. It's not in his nature."
Stern watched them thoughtfully.
"They look pretty friendly. Perhaps the rumours are all wrong, and Ian'll make the Parkon deal and make the payments." "He can't. That deal's going to fall through," Gornt said. "Bartlett's no fool. Bartlett'd be mad to throw in with that tottering empire." "I didn't even know until a few hours ago that Struans were indebted to the All-In Bank, or that the Toda payments were due in a week or so, or the even more nonsensical rumour that the Vic won't support the Noble House. Lot of nonsense. I called Havergill, and that's what he said." "What else would he say?"
After a pause, Stern said,
"Curious that all that news surfaced today." "Very. Sell 200,000 Struans."
Stern's eyes widened and he plucked at his bushy eyebrows.
"Mr. Gornt, don't you think that—" "No. Please do as I ask." "I think you're wrong this time. The tai-pan's too clever. He'll get all the support he needs. You'll get burned." "Times change. People change. If Struans have extended themselves and can't pay— Well, my dear fellow, this is Hong Kong, and I hope the buggers go to the wall. Make it 300,000. "Sell at what figure, Mr. Gornt?" "At market. It'll take time to borrow the shares. I'll have to sell in much smaller lots. Are you suggesting my credit's not good enough, or you can't perform normal stockbroking functions?" No, of course not," Stern replied, not wanting to offend his biggest customer. "Good. Then sell Struan short. Now."
Gornt watched him walk away. His heart was beating nicely. Stern went to Sir Louis Basilio, of the old stockbroking firm of Basilio and Sons, who had a great block of Struans personally, as well as many substantial clients with more. He borrowed the stock, then walked to the board and wrote the huge offering in the sell column. The chalk scraped loudly. Gradually the room fell silent. Eyes switched to Dunross and Alan Holbrook and the Americans, then to Gornt and back to Dunross again. Gornt saw Link Bartlett and Casey watching him, and he was glad she was there. Casey was wearing a yellow silk skirt and blouse, very Californian, a green scarf tying her golden hair back.
"Why is she so sexual?"
Gornt asked himself absently. A strange invitation seemed to surround her.
"Why? Is it because no man yet has ever satisfied her?"
He smiled at her, nodding slightly. She half-smiled back, and he thought he noticed a shadow there. His greeting to Bartlett was polite, and returned equally politely. His eyes held Dunross, and the two men stared at each other. The silence mounted. Someone coughed nervously. Everyone was conscious of the immensity of the offering and the implications of it. Stern tapped his offering again. Holbrook leaned forward and consulted with Dunross, who half shrugged and shook his head, then began talking quietly to Bartlett and Casey. Joseph Stern waited. Then someone offered to buy a portion, and they haggled back and forth. Soon 50,000 shares had changed hands, and the new market price was $24.90. He changed the 300,000 to 250,000, and again waited. He sold a few more, but the bulk remained. Then, as there were no takers, he came back to his seat. He was sweating.
If that number stays there overnight, it'll do Struan's no good at all.
Yes. Gornt still watched Casey. She was listening intently to Dunross. He sat back and thought a moment.
Sell another 100,000 Hopak, and 200,000 Struans. Good God, Mr. Gornt! If Struan gets brought down, the whole market'll totter. Even your own company'll lose. There'll be an adjustment. Lots of adjustments, certainly. There'll be a bloodbath. If Struans go, so will other companies. Thousands of investors will be wiped out, and I really don't need a lecture on Hong Kong economics, Mr. Stern, Gornt said coldly. If you don't want to follow instructions, I'll take my business elsewhere.
Stern flushed.
I'll have to round up the shares first. That number, to get that sum? Then I suggest you hurry up. I want that on the board today.
Gornt watched him go, enjoying the moment immensely.
Cocky bastard, he was thinking. Stockbrokers are just parasites, every one of them.
He felt quite safe. Bartlett's money was in his account. He could buy back Hopak and Struan's even now and be millions ahead. Contentedly, his eyes strayed back to Casey. She was watching him. He could read nothing in her expression. Joseph Stern was weaving through the brokers. Again he stopped at the Basilio desk. Sir Louis Basilio looked away from the board and smiled up at him.
So, Joseph, you want to borrow more Noble House shares?
Yes, please.
For Quillan?
Sir Louis asked. He was a fine old man, small, elegant, very thin, and in his 70s. This year's chairman of the committee that ran the exchange.
Yes. Come, sit down. Let's talk a moment, old friend. How many do you want now? 200,000.
Sir Louis frowned.
300,000 on the board. Another 2? Is this an all-out attack? He didn't say, but I think it is. It's a great pity those two can't make peace with one another.
Yes. The older man thought a moment, then said even more quietly,
I'm considering suspending dealing in Hopak shares, and since lunch, Noble House shares. I'm very worried. At this precise moment, a Hopak crash coupled with a Noble House crash could wreck the whole market. Madonna, it's unthinkable for the Noble House to crash. It would pull down hundreds of us, perhaps all Hong Kong. Unthinkable. Perhaps the Noble House needs overhauling. Can I borrow 200,000 shares? First, answer me this. Yes or no? And if yes, when? Should we suspend the Hopak? Should we suspend Struan's? I've polled all the other members of the committee, except you. They're divided almost equally. Neither have ever been suspended. It would be bad to suspend either. This is a free society, in its best sense, I think. You should let it work itself out. Let them sort themselves out. The Struans and the Gornts and all the rest. Let the best get to the top, and the worst.
Stern shook his head wearily.
But it's easy for me to say that, Louis. I'm not a big investor in either. Where's your money? Diamonds? All Jews need small things. Things you can carry and things you can hide. Things you can convert easily. There's no need for you to be afraid here, Joseph. How many years has your family been here and prospered? Look at Solomon.
Surely he and his family are the richest in all Asia. For Jews, fear is a way of life, and being hated. Again the old man sighed. Ah, this world, this lovely world, how lovely it should be. A phone rang and he picked it up delicately, his hands tiny, his Portuguese sounding sweet and liquid to Stern, though he understood none of it. He only caught Senor Mata, said deferentially several times, but the name meant nothing to him. In a moment, Sir Lewis replaced the receiver very thoughtfully. The financial secretary called just after lunch, greatly perturbed. There's a deputation from Parliament here, and a bank crash would look extremely bad for all of us, he said. He smiled a pixie-ish smile. I suggested he introduce legislation for the governor's signature to govern banks like they had in England, and the poor fellow almost had a fit. I really mustn't pull his leg so much. Stern smiled with him. As if we need government interference here. The eyes sharpened. So, Joseph, do you want to vote to let well alone, or suspend either or both of the stocks? If so, when? Stern glanced at the clock. If he went to the board now, he would have plenty of time to write up both sell offerings and still be able to challenge Forsyth. It was a good feeling to know that he held the fate of both houses in his hands, if only temporarily. Perhaps it would be very good, perhaps bad. What's the voting so far? I said, almost equal. There was another burst of excitement, and both men looked up. Some more Struan shares were changing hands. The new market price dropped to 24.70. Now Philip Chen was leaning over Holdbrook's desk. Poor Philip. He doesn't look well at all, Sir Lewis said compassionately. No, pity about John. I liked him. What about the werewolves? Do you think the papers are overplaying it? No, I don't. The old eyes twinkled. No more than you, Joseph. What? You've decided to pass. You want to let today's time run out, don't you? That's what you want, isn't it? What better solution could there be? If I wasn't so old, I'd agree with you. But being so old and not knowing about tomorrow, or if I shall live to see tomorrow, I prefer my drama today. Very well. I'll discount your vote this time, and now the committee's deadlocked, so I will decide, as I'm allowed to do. You can borrow 200,000 Noble House shares until Friday at 2. Then I may ask for them back. I have to think of my own house, eh? The sharp but kindly eyes in the lined face urged Stern to his feet. What are you going to do now, my friend? Joseph Stern smiled sadly. I'm a stockbroker. He went to the board and wrote in the Hopak sell column with a firm hand. Then, in the new silence, he went to the Struan column and wrote the figure clearly, conscious that he was on centre stage now. He could feel the hate and the envy. More than 500,000 Noble House shares were now on offer, more than at any one time in the history of the exchange. He waited, wanting the clock to run out. There was a flurry of interest as Sorjani, the Parsi, bought some blocks of shares, but it was well known he was a nominee for many of the Struan and Dunross family and supporters. And though he bought 150,000, it made little difference to the enormity of Gornt's offering. The quiet was hurting. 1 minute to go now. We buy! The tai-pan's voice shattered the silence. All my shares? Stern asked hoarsely, his heart racing. Yes, yours and all the rest. At market. Gornt was on his feet. With what? He asked sardonically. That's almost 9 million cash. Dunross was on his feet too, a taunting half-smile on his face. The Noble House is good for that, and millions more. Has anyone ever doubted it? I doubt it, and I sell short tomorrow. At that moment, the finish bell sounded shrilly. The tension broke, and there was a roar of approval. Christ, what a day! Good old tai-pan. Couldn't stand much more of that. Is Gornt going to beat him this time? Maybe those rumours are all nonsense. Christ, I made a bloody fortune in commissions. I think Ian's running scared. Don't forget he's got 5 days to pay for the shares. He can't buy like that tomorrow. Christ, tomorrow? What's going to happen tomorrow? Casey shifted in her seat, her heart thumping. She pried her eyes off Gornt and Dunross and looked back at Bartlett, who sat staring at the board, whistling tonelessly. She was awed and a little frightened. Just before coming here to meet Dunross, Link Bartlett had told her his plan, about his call to Gornt and all about the meeting with him. "Now you know it all, Casey," he had said softly, grinning at her. "Now they're both set up, and we control the battlefield, all for 2 million. Both are at each other's throats, both going for the jugular, each ready to cannibalize the other. Now we wait. Monday's D-Day. If Gornt wins, we win. If Dunross wins, we win. Either way, we become the noble house." Chapter 32. 3:03 p.m. Alexei Travkin, who trained the racehorses of the noble house, went up the busy alley off Nathan Road in Kowloon and into the Green Dragon restaurant. He wore a small .38 under his left arm, and his walk was light for a man of his age. The restaurant was small, ordinary, and drab, with no tablecloths on the dozen or so tables. At one of them, 4 Chinese were noisily eating soup and noodles, and as he came in, a bored waiter by the cash register looked up from his racing form and began to get up with a menu. Travkin shook his head and walked through the archway that led to the back. The little room contained 4 tables. It was empty, but for one man. "Здравствуйте," Suslov said lazily, his light clothes well cut. "Здравствуйте," Travkin replied, his Slavic eyes narrowing even more. Then he continued in Russian, "Who are you?" "A friend, Highness." "Please don't call me that. I'm not a Highness. Who are you?" "Still a friend. Once you were a prince. Will you join me?" Suslov politely motioned to a chair. There was an opened bottle of vodka on his table and 2 glasses. "Your father, Nikolai Petrovich, was a prince too, like his father and back for generations. Prince of Kurgan and even Tobol." "You talk in ciphers, friend," Travkin said, outwardly calm, and sat opposite him. The feel of the .38 took away some of his apprehension. "From your accent, you're Muscovite and Georgian." Suslov laughed. "Your ear is very good, Prince Kurgan. Yes, I'm Muscovite, but I was born in Georgia. My name's unimportant, but I'm a friend who... Of me? Russia or the Soviets?" "Of all 3. Vodka?" Suslov asked, lifting the bottle. "Why not?" Travkin watched the other man pour the 2 glasses. Then, without hesitation, he picked up the wrong glass, the one farthest from him, and lifted it. "Health." Without hesitation, Suslov picked up the other, touched glasses, drained it, and poured again. "Health." "You're the man who wrote to me?" "I have news of your wife." "I have no wife. What do you want from me, friend?" The way Travkin used the word, it was an insult. He saw the flash of anger as Suslov looked up from his glass, and he readied. "I excuse your rudeness this once, Alexei Ivanovich," Suslov said with dignity. "You've no cause to be rude to me. None. Have I insulted you?" "Who are you?" "Your wife's name is Nestrova Mikhail, and her father was Prince Anatoly Sergeyev, whose lands straddle Karaganda, which is not so far away from your own family lands, east of the Urals. He was a Kazaki, wasn't he? A great prince of the Kazaki, whom some people call Cossacks." Travkin kept his gnarled hands still and his face impassive, but he could not keep the blood from draining from his face. He reached out and poured 2 more glasses, the bottle still half full. He sipped the spirit. "This is good vodka, not like the piss in Hong Kong. Where did you get it?" "Vladivostok." "Ah, once I was there. It's a flat, dirty town, but the vodka's good. Now, what's your real name, and what do you want?" "You know Ian Dunross well?" Travkin was startled. "I train his horses. This is my 3rd year. Why? Would you like to see the Princess Niestro—"
Good sweet Christ Jesus, whoever you are. I told you, I have no wife. Now, for the last time, what do you want from me?
Suslev filled his glass, and his voice was even more kindly.
Alexei Ivanovich Travkin, your wife, the princess, today is 63. She lives in Yakutsk on the lane, huh? In Siberia?
Travkin felt his heart about to explode.
What gulag is that, you turd?
Through the archway in the other room, which was empty now, the waiter looked up momentarily, then yawned and went on reading.
It's not a gulag. Why should it be a gulag?
Suslev said, his voice hardening.
The princess went there of her own accord. She's lived there since she left Kurgan.
Suslev's hand went into his pocket, and he brought out his wallet.
This is her dacha in Yakutsk,
he said, putting down a photograph.
It belonged to her family, I believe.
The cottage was snowbound, within a nice glade of trees, the fences well kept, and it was pretty, with good smoke coming out of the chimney. A tiny, bundled-up figure waved gaily at the camera, too far away for the face to be seen clearly.
And that's my wife?
Travkin said, his voice raw.
Yes. I don't believe you.
Suslev put down a new snapshot, a portrait. The lady was white-haired and in her 50s or 60s, and though the cares of a whole world marked her, her face was still elegant, still patrician. The warmth of her smile reached out and broke him.
You KGB turd,
he said hoarsely, sure that he recognized her.
You filthy, rotten, mother-eating! To have found her?
Suslev said angrily.
To have seen that she was looked after and left in peace and not troubled and not sent to the correction places she and your whole class deserved?
Irritably, he poured himself another drink.
I'm Russian and proud of it. You're émigré and you left. My father and his were owned by one of your class. My father died at the barricades in 1916, and my mother. And before they died, they were starving.
With an effort, he stopped. Then he said in a different voice,
I agree. There's much to forgive and much to forget on both sides. And that's all past now. But I tell you, we Soviets, we're not all animals. Not all of us. We're not all like bloody Beria and the murdering archfiend Stalin. Not everyone.
He found his pack of cigarettes.
Do you smoke? No. Are you KGB or GRU?
KGB stood for the Committee for State Security, GRU for the Chief Intelligence Directorate of the General Staff. This was not the first time Travkin had been approached by one of them. Before, he had always been able to slough them off with his drab, unimportant cover story. But now he was trapped. This one knew too much about him, too much truth.
Who are you, bastard? And what do you really want?
He thought, as he watched Suslev light a cigarette.
Your wife knows you're alive. Impossible. She's dead. She was murdered by mobs when our house in Kurgan was sacked, put to the torch, torn apart. The prettiest, most unarmed mansion within 100 miles. The masses had the right to... Those weren't my people, and they were led by imported Trotskyites, who afterwards murdered my peasants by the thousands, until they themselves were all purged by more of their own vermin. Perhaps not, Suslev said coldly. Even so, Prince of Kurgan and Turbol, she escaped with one old servant and fled east, thinking she could find you, could escape after you through Siberia to Manchuria. The servant came originally from Austria. Pavchen was her name.
The breath seemed to have vanished from Travkin's lungs.
More lies,
he heard himself say, no longer believing it, his spirit ripped apart by her lovely smile.
My wife's dead. She would never go so far north. Ah, but she did. Her escape train was diverted northwards. It was autumn. Already the first snows had come, so she decided to wait the winter out in Yakutsk. She had to.
Suslov put down another snapshot.
She was with child. This is your son and his family. It was taken last year.
The man was good-looking, in his 40s, wearing a Soviet Major's Air Force uniform, self-consciously smiling at the camera, his arm around a fine woman in her 30s with 3 happy children, a babe, a beaming girl of 6 or 7, missing front teeth, a boy of about 10, trying to be serious.
Your wife called him Pyotr Ivanovich, after your grandfather.
Travkin did not touch the photo. He just stared at it, his face chalky. Then he pried his eyes away and poured a drink for himself, and, as an afterthought, one for Suslov.
It's all a brilliant reconstruction, he said, trying to sound convincing. Brilliant. The child's name is Victoria. The girl is Nicola, after your grandmother. The boy is Alexei. Major Ivanovich is a bomber pilot.
Travkin said nothing. His eyes went back to the portrait of the beautiful old lady, and he was near tears, but his voice was still controlled.
She knows I'm alive, eh? Yes. For how long? 3 months. About 3 months ago, one of our people told her. Who are they? Do you want to see her? Why only 3 months? Why not a year? 3 years? It was only 6 months ago we discovered who you were. How did you do that? Did you expect to remain anonymous forever? If she knows I'm alive, and one of your people told her, then she'd have written. Yes, they would have asked her to do that if...
Travkin's voice was strange. He felt out of himself, in a nightmare, as he tried to think clearly.
She would have written a letter. She has. I will give it to you within the next few days. Do you want to see her?
Travkin forced his agony down. He motioned at the family portrait.
And he knows I'm alive too? No, none of them do. That was not at our suggestion, Alexei Ivanovich. It was your wife's idea. For safety. To protect him, she thought. As if we would wreak vengeance for the sins of the fathers on the sons. She waited out 2 winters in Yakutsk. By that time, peace had come to Russia, so she stayed. By that time, she presumed you dead, though she hoped you were alive. The boy was brought up believing you dead, and knew nothing of you. He still doesn't. As you can see, he's a credit to you both. He was head of his local school, then went to university, as all gifted children do nowadays. Do you know, Alexei Ivanovich, in my day, I was the first of my whole province ever to get to a university, the very first, ever from a peasant family. We're fair in Russia today. How many corpses have you made to become what you are now?
A few, Suslov said darkly.
All of them criminals or enemies of Russia. Tell me about them. I will, one day. Did you fight the last war? Or were you a commissar?
16th Tank Corps, 45th Army. I was at Sebastopol and at Berlin. Tank commander.
Do you want to see your wife? More than my whole life is worth, if this really is my wife, and if she's alive. She is. I can arrange it. Where? Vladivostok. No, here in Hong Kong. Sorry, that's impossible. Of course.
Travkin laughed without mirth.
Of course, friend. Drink?
He poured the last of the vodka, splitting it equally.
Health.
Suslov stared at him. Then he looked down at the portrait and the snapshot of the Air Force Major and his family, and picked them up, lost in thought. The silence grew. He scratched his beard. Then he said decisively,
All right, here in Hong Kong.
And Travkin's heart leapt.
In return for what?
Suslov stubbed his cigarette out.
Information and cooperation. What? I want to know everything you know about the tai-pan of the noble house. Everything you did in China. Who you know. Who you met. And the cooperation? I will tell you later. And in return, you'll bring my wife to Hong Kong? Yes. When? By Christmas. How can I trust you? You can't. But if you cooperate, she will be here at Christmas.
Travkin was watching the two photos Suslov toyed with in his fingers. Then he saw the look in his eyes, and his stomach twisted.
Either way, you must be honest with me. With or without your wife, Prince Kurgan, we always have your son and your grandchildren hostage.
Travkin sipped his drink, making it last.
Now I believe you are what you are. Where do you want to start? The tai-pan. But first I want to piss.
Suslov got up and asked the waiter where the toilet was and went out through the kitchen. Now that Travkin was alone, despair gripped him. He picked up the snapshot of the cottage that was still on the table and peered at it. Tears filled his eyes. He brushed them away and felt the gun that nestled beneath his shoulder, but that did not help him now. With all his inner strength, he resolved to be wise and not believe. But in his heart, he knew he had seen her picture and that he would do anything, risk anything, to see her. For years he had tried to avoid these hunters, knowing that he was always pursued. He had been the leader of the whites in his area across the Trans-Siberian Railroad, and he had killed many Reds. At length he had wearied of the killing, and in 1919 had left for Shanghai and a new home until the Japanese armies came, escaping them to join Chinese guerrillas, fighting his way south and west to Chongqing, there to join other marauders, English, French, Australian, Chinese, anyone who would pay, until the Japanese unconditionally surrendered, and so back to Shanghai again, soon to flee once more.
Always fleeing, he thought. By the blood of Christ, my darling, I know you're dead. I know it. I was told by someone who saw the mob sack our palace, saw them swarm over you. But now, are you really alive?
Travkin looked at the kitchen door with hatred, knowing he would forever be haunted until he was certain about her.
Who is that shit-eater? He thought. How did they find me?
Grimly he waited, and then, in sudden panic, went to find him. The toilet was empty. He rushed into the street, but it was filled with other people. The man had vanished. There was a vile taste in Travkin's mouth now, and he was sick with apprehension.
In the name of God, what does he want with the tai-pan?
Chapter 33, 5:50 p.m.
Hello, Ian, Penelope said. You're home early. How was your day?
Fine, Dunross said absently. Apart from all the disasters, just before he left the office, he had had a call from Brian Kwok saying, among other things, that AMG was probably murdered and warned him to take serious precautions.
Oh, it was one of those, was it? She said at once. How about a drink?
Yes, how about champagne? Good idea. Then he noticed her smile and smiled back and felt much better. Pen, you're a mind reader. He tossed his briefcase onto a sideboard and followed her into one of the sitting rooms of the great house. The champagne was already in an ice bucket, opened, with 2 glasses partially filled and another waiting for him in the ice.
Kathy's upstairs. She's reading Glenna a bedtime story,
Penelope said, pouring for him.
She's just told me about the disease.
Oh. He accepted the glass. Thanks. How's Andrew taking it? He didn't mention anything today?
She's going to tell him tonight.
The champagne was to give her some courage. Penelope looked up at him, anguished.
She's going to be all right, isn't she, Ian?
I think so. I had a long talk with Doc Tooley. He was encouraging, gave me the names of the top 3 experts in England and another 3 in America. I've cabled for appointments with the 3 in England, and Doc Ferguson's airmailing them case histories. They'll be there when you arrive. She sipped her wine. A light breeze made the sultry day much better. The French doors were open to the garden. It was near 6 o'clock.
Do you think we should go at once? Will a few days make any difference?
I don't think so.
But we should go.
If it were you, Pen, would have been on the first plane the very first moment. Yes, if I'd told you. You would have told me. Yes, I suppose I would. I've made reservations for tomorrow. Cathy thought it a good idea, too. The BOAC flight. He was startled. Claudia never mentioned it. She smiled. I made them myself. I'm really quite capable. I've reservations for Glenna, me, and Cathy. We could take the case histories with us. I thought Cathy should go without any of her children. They'll be perfectly all right with the armours. Yes, that's much the best. Doc Tooley was adamant about her taking it easy. That's the main thing, he said. Lots of rest. Dunross smiled at her. Thanks, Pen. She was staring at the beads of condensation on the outside of the bottle and the ice bucket. Bloody awful, isn't it? Worse, Pen. There's no cure. He thinks the medication will arrest it. He finished his glass and poured for both of them. Any messages? Oh, sorry. Yes, they're on the sideboard. There was a long-distance call from Marseille a moment ago. Suzanne? No, Mr. Deland. He's our agent there. Rotten about young Borgia. Yes. Dunross skimmed the messages. John at the bank, Holbrook, Philip Chen, and the inevitable catch-all, please call Claudia. He sighed. It was only half an hour since he left the office, and he was going to call her anyway. No rest for the wicked, he thought, and smiled to himself. He had enjoyed besting Gornt at the exchange. That he did not have the money at the moment to pay did not worry him. There's 5 days of grace, he thought. Everything's covered, with Joss. Ah, yes, Joss. Since his stockbroker had called him in panic at a few minutes past 10 about the rumour sweeping the exchange and how their stock was shifting, he had been bolstering his defences against the sudden, unexpected attack. With Philip Chen, Holdbrook, Gavallan and Deville, he had marshalled all the major stockholders they could reach and told them that the rumours Struans couldn't meet their obligations were nonsense, and suggested they refuse to lend Gornt any big blocks of Struan stock, but to keep him dangling.